Chapter 101 Several Women in One Drama. Reconcile? Is that possible?
However, Bai Ruoruo didn't say these words to Bai Weiwei. Moreover, she also felt that perhaps this was for the best. If Yi Qing also liked her, perhaps making him give up would be the best choice. Otherwise, if Yi Qing really did like her, young Master Wan was already displeased with Yi Qing. What would happen then if he targeted Yi Qing? All Bai Ruoruo could do now was to prevent anything that would be detrimental to Yi Qing from happening. Even if it meant hurting Yi Qing, she had no other choice. Soon, Bai Ruoruo drove Bai Weiwei to the agreed-upon restaurant. The restaurant wasn't large, only able to accommodate 3 tables of guests, but its environment was beautiful, and it was a very famous private kitchen. By the time Bai Ruoruo and Bai Weiwei arrived, Gao Qingyue, Lin Ji, and Yun Leopard were already seated in the quaint and elegant room. When Bai Weiwei saw Gao Qingyue, she rushed over as if she had seen her own older sister, happily saying, "Sister Qingyue, I'm here."
"Wow, I really didn't expect you to book this restaurant. I've never been here before."
Gao Qingyue smiled slightly, revealing a hint of pride, and said, "Guya Xiaochu is indeed very difficult to book. Even the current rooms are already booked half a year in advance. However, I have some connections with the owner here, so I'm an exception. I suppose I can come whenever I want." What she said was indeed something Gao Qingyue could be proud of, because Guya Xiaochu was not just a simple restaurant. In fact, Gao Qingyue had received a lot of help from this owner. "Sister Qingyue, it's said that the owner is very mysterious, no one has ever seen him, and he's incredibly powerful, capable of accomplishing anything. You can actually be friends with him. As expected, Sister Qingyue is the most amazing." Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "Boss Fong is indeed very capable, and he values friendship greatly. I've received a lot of help from him and am very grateful. It's just unfortunate that he's not here today, otherwise, I could introduce you all to him."
"Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, quickly take a seat."
It was only then that Bai Weiwei seemed to notice Lin Ji. Although a smile hung on her face, it was clear that she wasn't as enthusiastic as she was when facing Gao Qingyue.
"Sister Lin Ji is here too. You're getting more and more beautiful." Lin Ji glanced at Bai Weiwei and chuckled, "How can I compare to Weiwei's youth and beauty?" Please sit." It was merely a polite perfunctory remark. Clearly, Lin Ji didn't have much interest in Bai Weiwei. This couldn't be blamed on Lin Ji. Both she and Bai Ruoruo were good friends when Bai Weiwei used to see them. Even if there was a difference in attitude, it wouldn't be too significant. In fact, Bai Weiwei used to be much more affectionate towards Lin Ji than towards Gao Qingyue, but what about now?
Because Gao Qingyue had become the successful and high-ranking President Qingyue, while Lin Ji had become Gao Qingyue's assistant, the gap in their status, wealth, and position had suddenly widened. Who could be blamed for this? Bai Weiwei was a girl who judged people by their status. That was Lin Ji's opinion. However, this made Lin Ji very unhappy in her heart, wanting to make everyone who looked down on her pay the price they deserved.
Ruoruo, why do you seem a little unhappy?" It's okay, I'll introduce you to an important person, and you'll be happy." After speaking, Gao Qingyue pointed to Yun Leopard and smiled, saying, "This is Yun Leopard, Mr. Yun, the young master of the Yun family. He's the Yun of Yunwan Group. Ruoruo, Weiwei, do you understand?" Bai Ruoruo didn't care about any of this at this moment. For Bai Ruoruo, her heart was still submerged in sorrow. What did the young master of the Yun family matter? Even if the head of the Yun family came, what then?
But Bai Weiwei was different. The Yun family of Yunwan Group.
That was a true business giant.
Wow, so it's the young master of the Yun family.
"Nice to meet you, please guide me."
Bai Weiwei actively extended her hand. Yun Leopard smiled and shook Bai Weiwei's hand, saying, "The little girl is truly beautiful and lovely. If you need Big Brother's help with anything, just ask."
Bai Ruoruo looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, "Why did you ask me to come?"
"Just say it directly, no need for all this." Gao Qingyue looked at the straightforward Bai Ruoruo, smiled, and said, "Ruoruo, look at you, why are you still so impatient?
We've been old friends and good friends for many years. What's wrong with having a meal together?"
"Of course, if you insist that I have something to tell you, then, yes, there is something. I just introduced you to young Master Yun, and I specifically invited young Master Yun here because I was afraid you'd be deceived. Young Master Yun is the young owner of Yunwan City. You can't trust what others say, but you can always trust what young Master Yun says, especially regarding things that come out of Yunwan City. Young Master Yun has the most authority." "Ruoruo, everything I'm doing is for your own good. I'm afraid you'll be cheated. Please don't misunderstand my painstaking efforts. At this moment, Linji also smiled and said, That's right, Ruorua, you don't know, for your sake, Xingyue could hardly sleep, just afraid that you would be deceived by Yi Qing. You are the most pure and kind among us, and the easiest to deceive. If Yi Qing targets you and deceives you, we will also be unhappy. What's more, do you really think that with Yi Qing's financial resources, he could afford the White Crystal Romance, which is worth nearly 100 million? At this moment, Yun Leopard's eyes lit up slightly. He picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and said nothing. Yi Qing, this name, he wasn't familiar with it before, he didn't know it, but now, he couldn't be more familiar with it. He still had a cynical demeanor, and undeniably, this was due to his habits over the years, but, in addition to that, deep down inside, he now harbored an ambition. It was Yi Qing who had enlightened him. And now, was the Yi Qing these women were talking about the Yi Qing he knew? Chapter 102 I will break up with him. Yun Leopard just listened silently, but if he had been careless before, or even harbored some ill intentions, he truly wouldn't dare now. He had witnessed Yi Qing's methods. Bai Ruoruo looked at Lin Ji and Gao Qingyue, frowning slightly, and said, Did you call me here just to talk about this? If so, then you don't need to waste your breath. I said before that I don't care if the jewelry is real or fake. Bai Ruoruo truly didn't care about the authenticity of the jewelry, because what she cared about was who gave her the jewelry. If Yi Qing gave it to her, even a wild flower from the roadside would be more precious than any priceless treasure. But her thoughts, whether it was Lin Ji or Gao Qingyue, they genuinely didn't understand. Alright, you don't care, we all know that, but we still need to distinguish between the real and the fake, don't we? Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing has actually been deceiving you all along. He doesn't love you at all. Gao Qingyue saw Lin Ji still speaking, and directly waved her hand, saying, Alright, Lin Ji, don't say anymore, I'll say it. Ruorua, I know you are hostile towards us now. All of this stems from the misunderstandings that arose between us over these past years, but there's one thing you can't deny, right? That is, we used to be good friends and close confidants who talked about everything. Even now, our feelings for each other are still about wanting the other person to live well, isn't that right? Bai Ruoruo nodded upon hearing this, saying, At least, I've never thought of harming you, nor have I ever thought of hurting you. Gao Qingyue immediately smiled, nodding, See, I was right, wasn't I? You're always the kindest, most innocent. Bai Ruoruo. Precisely because of this, we don't want you to get hurt. Ruorua, to tell you the truth, Yi Qing truly doesn't love you. He just wanted to find an outlet after divorcing me, to find proof of his own existence and comfort. Do you really think he's a good person? At this point, Gao Qingyue's expression became somewhat unpleasant, and she spoke angrily, If he were a good person, do you think he would really go to prison? Everyone says Yi Qing went to prison for me, but what's the truth? Only we ourselves know he didn't. If he truly could give everything for me, let me ask you one thing, would he have beaten Yen Fati into the hospital, and even slapped my mother? Gao Qingyue's anger was understandable. After all, it was her mother and Yen Fati. However, how could Gao Qingyue not know the truth of the matter? Let alone being beaten, even being beaten half to death, they deserved it, but she didn't mention any of that. At this moment, Yun Leopard seemed very surprised, saying, No way, even if they divorced, there's still some old affection left. If I can understand him beating his brother-in-law, how could he even slap his mother-in-law? How much resentment must there be for such a thing to happen? Yun Leopard was almost certain now that the Yi Qing these women were talking about was the same Yi Qing he had met. After all, everything matched up. If it really was that Yi Qing, then it would be truly interesting. Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard, angrily saying, Young Master Yun, you also think it's too much, right? No matter what, you can't hit an elder. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You don't know how angry I was when I first heard this news, but now, Yi Qing is still alive and well, and that's because I'm holding back. If I, Gao Qingyue, didn't hold back, then I think you would all know what Yi Qing's fate would be right now. After all, I, Gao Qingyue, have been in the Zhongqing business world for so many years and have achieved some small success. Isn't it simple to deal with the Yi Qing? As she spoke, Gao Qingyue was very arrogant. Bai Ruoruo remained silent, listening to them talk. And Bai Weiwei, at this moment, also couldn't hold back. She originally had many displeasures with Yi Qing, and now hearing that her most admired sister Qingyue had suffered so much grievance, how could she tolerate it? What a damned scoundrel! This Yi Qing, I've long said he's no good, but I didn't expect him to be even worse than I imagined. That dog, still wanting to be with my sister, he's dreaming. That bastard, as long as I, Bai Weiwei, am alive, it's impossible for him to succeed. But fortunately, my sister has already come to her senses and decided to break ties with Yi Qing. Otherwise, even if I died, I wouldn't let them be together.
Bai Weiwei seemed even more furious than Gao Qingyue, as if it wasn't Gao Qingyue's family who was beaten and bullied, but her own parents.
And her words stunned both Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji.
What did she mean by came to her senses?
Already decided to break ties with Yi Qing?
Was she talking about Bai Ruoruo? How unbelievable.
Weiwei, what did you just say?
Your sister has already decided to break ties with Yi Qing? That's impossible. After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Ruoruo and said, Ruoruo, is that really what you think?
Bai Ruoruo nodded. Since she had already made the decision, it was good to let them know. Perhaps it could make them target Yi Qing less, which could be the last thing she could do for Yi Qing.
Yes, I have decided to break ties with Yi Qing.
I also hope you won't target Yi Qing anymore, regardless of whether he's a good person or a bad person in your eyes. It's undeniable that he has helped us before, right? Gao Qingyue frowned slightly upon hearing this, still somewhat disbelieving. After all, she was well aware of Bai Ruoruo's feelings for Yi Qing. How could this be so sudden?
Ruoruo, what happened? Why did you suddenly make such a decision?
Bai Ruoruo shook her head, saying, nothing happened, I just suddenly understood and thought things through.
Besides, I've already made the decision you wanted to see. Asking so many questions now is meaningless, isn't it? At this moment, Gao Qingyue's mood was indescribably happy or unhappy, but she knew that she was very angry about Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing being together, even feeling that Bai Ruoruo had stolen something that belonged to her. Good, but Ruoruo, do you think simply breaking up like this is enough?
I think, since you've made this decision, it means you've also seen through Yi Qing's true colors. So, whether it's to make him give up or to prove your determination to break up, you should be more resolute and leave no room for retreat.
Chapter 103. The Telltale Clouded Leopard. Ruoruo looked at Gao Qingyue and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Gao Qingyue chuckled softly and said, it's not what I want to do, but you, Bai Ruoruo, what you want to do.
Although I don't know why you made this choice, since you did, be decisive. Don't leave him any hope. In fact, it's better to make him despair.
This man, abandoned by you, do you still have any lingering affection for him?
And this white crystal romance, I think, using it as an excuse is quite good. Someone who can even give fake things as gifts, directly despise him in front of everyone, let everyone know that you, Bai Ruoruo, are not so easily fooled, and Yi Qing is a big liar, not worthy of anyone's pity. That's enough.
After saying this, Gao Qingyue stared intently into Ruoruo's eyes and said coldly, or are you lying to us? You actually don't want to break up with Yi Qing at all? Everything you've done is fake, just to buy time? Ruoruo frowned. If even Gao Qingyue thought this way, then what would young Master Wan of the Wan family think?
Perhaps she should do something to prove herself. Otherwise, if young Master Wan didn't protect Yi Qing, even if Yi Qing didn't die, he would probably be crippled. No, this kind of thing must never happen. As long as Yi Qing's safety could be guaranteed, she, Bai Ruoruo, could do anything else. At this moment, Yun Leopard looked at everyone, smiled, and said, excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. After speaking, Yun Leopard left and quickly dialed Mr. Ye's number. It was no joke, such an exciting matter, directly concerning Mr. Yi, he couldn't possibly not report it. He dared not watch Mr. Ye's misfortune. If Mr. Yi found out that he was present today and didn't speak up, he dared not imagine the consequences. He didn't know how these women truly viewed Mr. Yi, but he at least acknowledged one thing, Mr. Yi was not a good person, nor was he a benevolent one. When this person became ruthless, it was terrifying.
Mr. Yi, hello, I'm sorry to bother you, I'm Yun Leopard.
After connecting the call, Yun Leopard immediately put on a smiling face. Even though Mr. Yi wasn't beside him, his expression was perfectly in place.
Mr. Yi was currently at his home, packing his luggage. Since it was agreed that this place was no longer suitable to live in, he truly intended not to stay there anymore. Firstly, the house held some memories Mr. Yi didn't want to face. Secondly, as Mr. Ye's identity became more public, there would be many people coming and going in the future, including some enemies, which would always bring some trouble to the surrounding neighbors. Mr. Yi didn't want to disturb the residents, it was that simple. What do you want from me?
Sitting on the sofa, Mr. Yi didn't expect Yun Leopard to call him so soon for old Yun's grandson, whom he constantly remembered. Mr. Yi still held goodwill. After all, by nature, Yun Leopard was not bad. Yun Leopard quickly told Mr. Yi all the news he had just heard, including who all the women present were. This immediately confused Mr. Yi. Although he didn't know how Yun Leopard got involved with Gao Qingyue and the others, the fact that Ruo Ruo wanted to leave him was what puzzled Mr. Yi the most. Things were fine before, but now she suddenly wanted to break ties with him. How did that sound so strange?
You just said Bai Ruoruo wants to break ties with me? Yun Leopard, you didn't mishear, did you?
Yun Leopard quickly swore to the heavens, saying, Mr. Yi, I wouldn't dare lie to you, and when I heard it was about you, I listened very carefully for a while before coming out to report to you. Bai Ruoruo did say that, and Gao Qingyue and the others were very happy, but they seemed to feel it wasn't enough and planned to harm you. As for Bai Ruoruo, I feel she has some unspeakable difficulties, and it doesn't seem like she genuinely wants to leave you. But what the specific reason is, I don't know yet. However, if you need me to, I can help you inquire. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi was silent for a moment before saying, no need. Since Ruo Ruo is doing this, she must have her reasons. If it's not voluntary, then someone is forcing her. Yun Leopard, you don't need to do anything. I know about this. You did very well. Keep it up and don't disappoint old Yun.
After speaking, Mr. Yi hung up the phone.
And Yun Leopard, after receiving Mr. Ye's praise, became somewhat radiant. At this moment, Mr. Ye's eyes narrowed slightly.
Who is it, and what is the reason, huh?
To force Bai Ruoruo to leave me. If it's not because of Gao Qingyue and the others, then it's another reason I don't know about.
And to be able to convince Bai Ruoruo to leave me, is it a threat? Threatening her family? Or is it threatening my life? Interesting. So, who is it?
Shaking his head, Mr. Yi temporarily stopped thinking about these things. The truth would always surface. At this moment, after Yun Leopard returned to his seat, looking at the overjoyed Gao Qingyue and the others, he suddenly felt that they were truly pathetic. Each of them actually treated Mr. Yi as a liar, as a worthless ordinary person. It was simply ridiculous. If you want to do something to Mr. Yi to make him suffer, there's a perfect opportunity: Weiwei's birthday banquet.
Ruo Ruo, aren't you going to break up with Mr. Yi? Don't say anything now. Wait until Weiwei's birthday banquet, and then completely abandon him in front of everyone. That would be interesting.
Gao Qingyue was clearly the one who had done everything wrong, yet she was extremely ruthless towards Mr. Yi, as if she wouldn't be satisfied until she forced Mr. Yi to his death.
That's Weiwei's birthday banquet. Doing that would be inappropriate and would disrupt Weiwei's coming-of-age ceremony. I think we should forget about it. Besides, there's no need. Isn't it better to part ways amicably? Ruo Ruo gently shook her head, wanting to refuse the suggestion.
At this moment, Bai Weiwei excitedly said, Sister, I think this should be the best birthday gift for me. Not only can it punish the liar and the bad guy, but it can also bring you and Qingyue back together, united against a common enemy.
I think it's truly wonderful. I agree, it's decided. And, I'll go find Mr. Yi later. I'll personally deliver the invitation to him. I don't believe he won't come, haha. Chapter 104. Hug you in front of him.
Now, everyone had reached an agreement, and even if Bai Ruoruo objected, it would be useless.
What's more, she also felt that perhaps this was a good opportunity to make Yi Qing give up and to be seen by young Master Wan. Alright then, since you've already made up your minds, let's leave it at that.
Watching Bai Ruoruo nod in agreement, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji immediately became happy. Now, everything was truly ready, just waiting for the opportune moment. As soon as Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet began, Yi Qing would face the fate of being abandoned once again in his life, and he would also be reduced to a clown. Good, this was truly excellent. Bai Ruoruo slowly stood up, looked at everyone, and said, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first.
Gao Qingyue heard this, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and said, Ruo Ruo, I hope you can clearly distinguish what you should do and what you shouldn't. Leaving Yi Qing is not a bad thing, and being a little cruel to Yi Qing is also not a bad thing. At Weiwei's birthday banquet, I hope you wear the set of jewelry Yi Qing gave you. Since you're going to be cruel, then be even more cruel. That white crystal romance is the best catalyst. Bai Ruoruo nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Bai Weiwei and said, Weiwei, are you leaving? Bai Weiwei heard this and reluctantly said, I'm not leaving. I want to have a good talk with Qingyue Jiejia, and besides, I still have to deliver invitations later.
Bai Ruoruo said nothing more, nodded, and left directly. As she turned, there was a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes.
Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. Weiwei, you are a great hero for being able to rescue your older sister. Eat well, and after you finish eating, go find Yi Qing. Remember, no matter what, you must make him attend your birthday banquet, understand? Bai Weiwei heard this, patted her chest, and guaranteed, Qingyue Jiejia, don't worry, I know what to do. In short, I definitely won't disappoint you. I've long disliked Yi Qing, that big liar. I'm happy to be able to deal with him. At this moment, Yin Leopard looked at everyone and smiled. Excuse me, I have something else to do later, so I won't be eating with you all. As for other matters, let's talk when I have time. If he hadn't known before that these women were related to Yi Qing, Yin Leopard wouldn't have minded talking more with them, but now, listening to them discuss Yi Qing, and even insult Yi Qing, Yin Leopard was truly uneasy anyway. Everything that needed to be reported had been reported, so it was better to leave this place of trouble quickly. Gao Qingyue also didn't expect Yun Leopard to leave so suddenly. Young Master Yun, aren't you going to eat before you leave? The food here is really good. Yun Leopard smiled and waved his hand. Urgent matter, let's eat another day. Gao Qingyue heard this, covered her mouth, and smiled. Alright, since young Master Yun has something to do, I won't keep you. We'll see each other again when there's an opportunity. After speaking, Gao Qingyue personally stood up and escorted Yun Leopard out the door. After returning, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and said, Lin Ji, you and Wei Wei go together later. Escort Wei Wei, and also protect her. Yi Qing is not a good person. If he bullies our Wei Wei, that would be bad. Lin Ji heard this, smiled and nodded. Okay, don't worry, Qingyue, I won't let Wei Wei get hurt. Bai Weiwei looked at Gao Qingyue and said with a beaming smile, Qingyue Jiejia, you're so good to me. I'm really happy today. I must have a few more drinks later after solving the problem with Yi Qing. You and my sister will definitely reconcile. This is great, truly great. Gao Qingyue smiled slightly and said nothing, but reconcile with Bai Ruoruo? Is that possible? After Bai Ruoruo left the door, she sat in the car and began to cry loudly. Not only did she have to abandon Yi Qing, but she also had to hurt Yi Qing, but she had no choice other than this way to save Yi Qing. She truly had no other way. At this moment, young Master Wan's call came to Bai Ruoruo's phone. Bai Ruoruo stopped sobbing and said in a cold voice, Young Master Wan, I've already started doing what you asked me to do. What else do you want? Young Master Wan heard this and smiled. Ruoruo, is this the attitude you should have towards your boyfriend? I don't think so. Boyfriend? Yes, speaking of which, abandoning Yi Qing was just the first step. The next step, wasn't it to be with young Master Wan? Thinking of this, Bai Ruoruo felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She didn't like young Master Wan, not at all. Young Master Wan, I did promise you before, but you also promised me to protect Yi Qing. Well now, Yi Qing's life safety has not been adequately guaranteed. I can't fulfill my promise. Only after Yi Qing is safe can I be your girlfriend. Before that, all I can do is break ties with Yi Qing. Young Master Wan heard this, smiled, and said, That's enough. Do you know where I am now? I'm on my way to find Uncle Gong, so, don't worry, since I've said this, I will definitely do it. Similarly, Ruoruo, I hope you don't disappoint me. Moreover, you always have to let me see what I should see, right? Otherwise, how can I believe you? After all, that's Uncle Gong. My one family can't even deal with him, but I'm now going into the tiger's den to plead for Yi Qing, even risking my life. Ruoruo, shouldn't you give me some hope? Hearing that young Master Wan was actually going to find Uncle Gong, Bai Ruoruo couldn't say anything. In 2 days, it will be my cousin's birthday banquet. At that time, I will publicly break ties with Yi Qing in front of many people. If young Master Wan doesn't believe me, you can send someone to watch. Is that enough sincerity? Young Master Wan heard this and smiled. Good, Ruoruo, I really didn't misjudge you, and you can rest assured, I won't disappoint you either. I will find a way to save Yi Qing's life for you. I hope that when I return, you will actively embrace me, kiss me, and use actual actions to tell me that you will love me. Embrace? Kiss? Hearing this, Bai Ruoruo instinctively felt disgusted, but now, she dared not say anything. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Then, the call was hung up. Young Master Wan's face showed an excited expression as he looked at his confidant and follower, and said, Bai Ruoruo, she will break ties with Yi Qing. However, doing so is not enough. I want to witness it with my own eyes, and I should directly hug Bai Ruoruo in front of Yi Qing. That would be satisfying.
Yi Qing, that little brat, dared to look down on me at that time. I want to see him cry, see him despair,
Chapter 105 Please be my godfather.
Seeing young Master Wan's excited expression, his follower quickly smiled and said, yes, that's how it should be. He dares to snatch a woman from you, young master, he's simply tired of living. Young master, if you ask me, we shouldn't have saved him. He should have been allowed to die.
You are too kind, young master.
Young Master Wan heard this and said, feeling quite pleased, there's nothing I can do. After all, it's a fact that he saved the old man. So, let him live a few more days. After all, if he dies now, it would make me seem incapable, and then I wouldn't be able to explain it to Bai Ruoro.
However, he's definitely going to die. Alright, enough talk, we've arrived. I'm going to see Uncle Gong now.
Sai, my father, and my ninth uncle are old after all.
The future of the Wan family still depends on me.
With that, young Master Wan got out of the car as if he were a savior. Arriving at the entrance of the manor, young Master Wan immediately put on a smiling face and said to the bodyguards guarding the gate, please inform Uncle Gong that Wan Hai, the eldest young master of the Wan family, has come to pay his respects. The bodyguard glanced at young Master Wan, nodded, and then went to inform Uncle Gong. Soon, young Master Wan was led inside, entering alone without bringing any of his subordinates. After entering, the bodyguard subjected young Master Wan to a strict body search, almost making him take off all his clothes. To be honest, this was very humiliating for young Master Wan, but he didn't show any signs of displeasure. After all, he was going to see Uncle Gong, whose status was too far above his. He felt that this was only natural, yet he had been displeased when Yi Qing merely hadn't given him a smile.
Ultimately, it was a matter of perception.
The bodyguard led young Master Wan to the edge of a fish pond, where a man with somewhat graying hair was sitting and fishing. This person was Uncle Gong, who was renowned in the East Province underground world. If one didn't know his identity, they would probably just take him for an ordinary old man. Young Master Wan took a deep breath and cautiously spoke beside Uncle Gong. Junior Wan Hai, the eldest young master of the Wan family from Jiangcheng, greets Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong heard this but said not a word, merely sitting quietly, staring at his fishing rod, as if fishing was far more important than young Master Wan's arrival.
Young Master Wan didn't dare to complain and just stood there obediently, not even daring to breathe heavily.
It wasn't until more than 10 minutes had passed, and young Master Wan was starting to sweat, that Uncle Gong finally lifted his fishing rod, and a large fish was on the hook. Seeing this, young Master Wan immediately helped with the net, his mouth constantly spewing flattery.
Uncle Gong, you are truly amazing. Many professional anglers might not even be able to catch such a large fish.
Uncle Gong had heard such unskilled flattery many times and showed no expression on his face.
Your Wan family is quite bold, aren't you? Are you here to die?
Upon hearing this, young Master Wan was so scared his legs went soft, and he quickly said, Uncle Gong, how would our Wan family dare to be your enemy? Therefore, I came personally to explain to you, hoping that you can forgive our Wan family.
Uncle Gong heard this, looked at his subordinate beside him, and smiled, saying, forgive? So, forgiveness means sending me photos of Tan family head's corpse and the corpses of my subordinates whom I sent? Are you challenging me? This kind of provocation is the first I've seen. Ha, interesting, truly interesting. The Wan family is truly impressive.
At this moment, young Master Wan felt his scalp tingle. Although Uncle Gong's face had a constant smile, in reality, that smile was like a knife, capable of taking a life at any moment. No longer caring about his dignity, young Master Wan actually knelt directly in front of Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong, everything is because the family head was misled by a villain.
Please, Uncle Gong, do not blame us.
It's Yi Qing, it's all the good deeds done by that bastard Yi Qing. Please rest assured, I will definitely take Yi Qing's life to give you an explanation, Uncle Gong. Please give me a chance, give the Wan family a chance. Uncle Gong looked at young Master Wan, who had directly knelt before him, smiled, and said, Young Master Wan, a man's knees are worth gold.
You kneel to heaven, earth, ancestors, and parents. What's the meaning of kneeling to me? If your father knew, wouldn't he hate me even more and wish I would die quickly? Get up.
You're not my adopted son, so there's no need to kneel. At this moment, young Master Wan seemed to see hope. He swallowed, looked at Uncle Gong, and respectfully said, If I could become your adopted son, Uncle Gong, and call you adoptive father, then I, Wan, would die without regrets. Adoptive father, please accept this child. This child swears that I will honor you from now on. The idea of adopting a father was a spur-of-the-moment decision for young Master Wan, but he instantly felt it was the best choice. The person opposite him was Uncle Gong, the most powerful boss in the East Province underground world. Having such an adoptive father would not only secure his position as the Wan family heir but also allow him to walk freely throughout the entire East Province in the future. This was a tremendous stroke of luck. Uncle Gong looked at young Master Wan and smiled, saying, Young Master Wan, it's better not to joke with this old man like that. You are the dignified eldest young master of the Wan family. What would it mean to adopt me as your father? Moreover, your father is still determined to be my enemy now. It's not suitable at all. After all, if you adopted me, how would you choose between me and your father? At this moment, young Master Wan did not hear a direct refusal from Uncle Gong's mouth, which meant there was hope. And as long as he could adopt Uncle Gong, everything would be easy to discuss. Furthermore, he was clearly saving the Wan family, saving his father. One day, all the facts would prove that he was the right one. Adoptive father, please accept me. I promise, I will definitely stand on adoptive father's side. My father is old, and now he is misled by a villain. He, perhaps, really should step down and let the worthy take over. Adoptive father, please give me time. I promise, I will not disappoint you. However, please forgive my father for being muddle-headed and spare his life. As for the rest, I swear, from now on, everyone in my Wan family will follow only you, adoptive father. If Wan family head saw young Master Wan so shamelessly kneeling to an enemy and calling him adoptive father repeatedly, he would probably be so angry he'd vomit blood. Uncle Gong looked at young Master Wan, smiled faintly, and said, Wan Haishin is also considered a dragon among men, but I didn't expect him to be able to father a son like you. Ha, that's quite an interesting story. Do you truly want to adopt me as your father? And even, for my sake, turn against your own biological father? Young Master Wan heard this and immediately nodded heavily, saying, Yes, this child wants to adopt you as my father. My father is already muddle-headed. He made a mistake and chose wrongly, but I believe I am not wrong. Adoptive father, I humbly request that you, the elder, accept me. This child promises not to disappoint you. After speaking, young Master Wan directly slammed his head heavily on the ground, and when he lifted it, his forehead was already bright red. Chapter 106 Everything, for Adoptive Father. Uncle Gong looked at young Master Wan, sighed, and said, Get up. It's not impossible for you to become my adopted son, but you need to provide some evidence to prove your worth. I can forgive the Wan family's transgressions, but do you understand what you need to do? Upon hearing this, young Master Wan respectfully looked at Uncle Gong and said, Your son understands, adoptive father, rest assured, your son knows what to do. That Yi Ching will definitely die, but please give your son some time, don't worry, a few days will be enough. Uncle Gong nodded and said, Yi Ching, I don't know who he is, and I don't bother to care. However, if the Wan family can be your sincerity to me, then I will accept you as my son. Therefore, I think it's very necessary to change the Wan family head. Are you willing to be the Wan family head? Upon hearing this, young Master Wan became excited, nodding heavily and saying, Adoptive father, your son has dreamed of becoming the Wan family head, but I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a while. However, rest assured, the future successor of the Wan family will definitely be me, not anyone else. Uncle Gong shook his head and said, I don't want to wait. Since you want to be my adopted son, you should show the proper status and courage. I hope you can quickly get the position of the Wan family head. Your father is already muddle-headed and even wants to be my enemy. Is there any need for such a person to remain in the position of family head? I think it's better for him to abdicate sooner, so he can live with dignity and respect. Otherwise, by the time death is imminent, it will be too late to abdicate. At this point, Uncle Gong looked deeply at young Master Wan and said, you must understand that sometimes, filial piety comes in many forms. Filial piety that is misunderstood, or filial piety that seems unfilial, is actually a type of filial piety.
Do you understand what I mean?
The words were already so blunt. If young Master Wan still didn't understand, then he truly had no brains. However, at this moment, young Master Wan's mind was already in a mess. He came to plead for the Wan family, and of course, also to express his loyalty to Uncle Gong. But he didn't expect to end up recognizing Uncle Gong as his adopted father. Not only that, but he was now going to seize power and force his own father to abdicate. The pace of this development was so fast that young Master Wan couldn't react at all. But this was not a bad thing.
The Wan family head.
He had been impatient for it for a long time.
Adoptive father, I understand what to do, but with my own strength alone, I'm afraid I can't do it for now. Will you help me, old sir?
Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong smiled and nodded, then clapped his hands and said, Tai Tu. Immediately, a strong man in his 40s walked over and respectfully said, Master, your command. Uncle Gong pointed at Tai Tu and smiled, you merely need powerful force to ensure your safety and to force your father to abdicate. Let Tai Tu lead his subordinates to help you. Upon hearing this, young Master Wan immediately became excited.
To seize power on his own?
That would be a dream, but now, with Uncle Gong's help, and if he could then persuade Uncle Jiao, the matter would be settled. Although it would make the Wan family head very unhappy, as long as the outcome was good, nothing else mattered. Thank you, adoptive father. With Mr. Tai Tu's help, I will definitely not disappoint you. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Tai Tu and respectfully said, Mr. Tai Tu, please help me a lot from now on. Tai Tu glanced at young Master Wan, snorted coldly, and ignored him clearly. Even though young Master Wan now had the identity of Uncle Gong's adopted son, he still looked down on him. Tai Tu looked at Uncle Gong, frowned, and said, Uncle Gong, there's no problem helping this kid, but can you send someone else? I still need to protect your safety. If it were peacetime, it would be fine, but now, Tiger Tooth dares to provoke us and has taken many territories in East Continent. He's targeting you. I'm worried if I leave now. Tiger Tooth, upon receiving Yi Qing's order, directly initiated the first battle to unify the East Province underground world. This was a certainty. When Uncle Gong first learned of it, he was also extremely angry. However, after the anger subsided, Uncle Gong actually calmed down, and he didn't even plan to retaliate for the time being. Tai Tu, that wolf cub Tiger Tooth has been ambitious since he debuted. Don't mind him if he wants to provoke, let him provoke. The East Province underground world seems calm now, but in reality, there are countless people who want to deal with me. Good, they want to deal with me, and I also want to deal with them. Let's use this Tiger Tooth incident to see the situation first. Whether they flatten me or I clear them all out, it depends on whose methods are more formidable.
Hearing Uncle Gong say this, Tai Tu didn't dare to say anything more and simply nodded, accepting the order. However, even so, Tai Tu still looked at young Master Wan and said coldly, Kid, I hope you don't waste time after I finish your business. I still need to rush back to protect Uncle Gong. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, young Master Wan immediately said with a smile, Understood. Understood. For someone to dare to target adoptive father, it's simply outrageous. Once I settle the Wan family and become its head, the Wan family will also go all out for adoptive father. Uncle Gong looked at young Master Wan, smiled faintly, and said, Alright, you can leave. I'm waiting to hear your good news. Don't make me lose patience. Young Master Wan quickly said, Adoptive father, rest assured, your son will go all out. After speaking, young Master Wan didn't dare to disturb him and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Tai Tu looked at young Master Wan and said, I'll bring people to Jiangqing myself. You go first. Young Master Wan, not daring to make demands of Uncle Gong's confidant, quickly nodded. And after young Master Wan left, Tai Tu looked at Uncle Gong and said, Isn't this a bit too easy for that kid? In my opinion, directly dealing with the Wan family is the best way, and it can also deter other restless people, making them understand what kind of end awaits those who want to oppose you. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong looked at the lake and said softly, Iron-fisted methods can certainly deter enemies, but now, we should also appropriately use some other methods. Tiger Tooth, Tiger Tooth's background still hasn't been found out. He's truly a good opponent. However, after being quiet all this time, he suddenly attacked me. Is this kid crazy? Tai Tu, arrange for others to try and control the situation, giving Tiger Tooth the impression that we are not his match, or at least,
that we cannot win easily let others see it too. Consider it fishing. Once the bait is cast, you always have to hook all the fish.
To this day, the East Province has not been unified, which is my regret. Perhaps, this is a good opportunity, or it might be my last chance.
After speaking, Uncle Gong sighed, but a hint of ambition flashed in his eyes.
Unifying the East Province underground world, which Big Boss wouldn't want to achieve that. That represents not only strength, but also status and position. Chapter 107 Father, I'm getting confused. After leaving Uncle Gong's manor, young Master Wan could no longer hide his excitement. He was practically floating as he walked. Upon seeing young Master Wan, his subordinate immediately went up to him and asked, "Young Master, what did Uncle Gong say? Did he give you an opportunity?"
Young Master Wan laughed heartily at this and said, "It's more than just an opportunity, it's like a pie falling from the sky."
"Kid, do you know who Uncle Gong is to me now?" These words completely bewildered the subordinate. Who was he? Wasn't he just a stranger? Who else could he be?
Young Master Wan directly smacked his subordinate's head and laughed loudly. "Uncle Gong is my godfather now. Ha ha ha.
With Godfather as my backer, from now on, not just Jiangcheng, but the entire East Province, I can walk anywhere unimpeded. Ha ha ha. Godfather?"
The subordinate was stunned. He had only been in there for a short while when they arrived. He was worried that Uncle Gong wouldn't show them face, and that their lives might even be in danger. But now, in such a short time, he had become Uncle Gong's adopted son? The difference between before and after was truly too great, but this was indeed a huge stroke of luck, and it was true. As young Master Wan's subordinate, naturally, the better young Master Wan fared and the higher his status, the better his own life would be.
"Congratulations, young master."
When the family head finds out, he will surely be very happy at that time. He will definitely listen to you and kill Yi Qing. Hearing this, young Master Wan stopped, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Apparently, the mention of Yi Qing still made him uncomfortable, especially since one family head was willing to risk the entire one family for Yi Qing. What was that?
Anyone who didn't know would think Yi Qing was one family head's biological son.
I don't think so. Father's mind has been muddled by Yi Qing. Otherwise, how could he do such an irrational thing, risking the entire one family to support Yi Qing? He's utterly foolish. Godfather was right. With a family head like that in charge of the Wan family, the Wan family will sooner or later be finished. So, I should listen to Godfather and immediately begin the takeover of the Wan family. Upon my return at that time, I will directly become the Wan family head and decide the Wan family's fate. Doing this is good for the Wan family and good for Father too.
Yes, that's it. Everything I do is for the Wan family. It's all for Father. I'm not wrong.
What young Master Wan was about to do, to put it unpleasantly, was to betray his teacher and destroy his ancestors, an act of great rebellion. But now, he was constantly convincing himself he was doing it for the good of the Wan family, and even more so for the good of one family head. He was right, and one day, everyone would understand him. Looking at his subordinate, young Master Wan gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, am I right?" At this moment, the subordinate was completely bewildered. He had just offered a few casual compliments and never expected to hear such earth-shattering words from young Master Wan. This was clearly about seizing power. But now, young Master Wan's eyes were fixed on him like knives, asking him to say right or wrong. What could he say? He definitely had to say right. "Yes, young master, of course you are right. Whether the family head is senile or not, I don't know. But for a Yi Qing whom he only just met, he's putting the entire Wan family at risk, even willing to sacrifice the entire Wan family and offend Uncle Gong. His choice is wrong. Young master, you are right. You are saving the Wan family and saving the family head. Even if they don't understand now, they will eventually appreciate you. Young master, you are sacrificing your own reputation for everyone. I don't know what to say. You are truly too selfless, too good." As the subordinate spoke, he even wiped away tears, as if feeling wrong for young Master Wan's impending sacrifice of reputation. Young Master Wan sighed, patted his subordinate's shoulder, and said, "Don't cry. It's good that you understand. They will understand sooner or later. For Father, for the Wan family, if I have to suffer a bit of grievance, then so be it. Let's go back to Jiangqing. Before that, I will try my best to persuade Uncle Jiu to stand by my side. Otherwise, the matter of seizing power will probably be quite difficult." Uncle Jiu, as a big shot in the Jiangqing underground world, controlled a power that could not be underestimated. But now, young Master Wan was actually very confident after all. Uncle Gio had previously agreed to keep it a secret for the Wan family, allowing him to arrange people to kill Yi Qing, so Uncle Gio was a man who understood the bigger picture. And at this moment, Uncle Gio did not know that he had already been targeted by young Master Wan first. The Wan family mansion, if not entirely deserted, had most of its people dismissed and gone. It could be said that this was the quietest and least crowded the Wan family mansion had been in many years. However, the quietness did not bring happiness. Sitting in the pavilion, looking at the empty mansion with only guards, Wan family head sighed and said, "Uncle Gio, you can understand my choice, right?" Uncle Gio was silent for a moment, then showed a bitter smile and said, "Any decision you make has your reasons, but I dare not say anything against my conscience. After all, this matter is too big, so big that one wrong step could lead to eternal damnation." Family head, are you truly not going to reconsider? As soon as these words came out, it actually represented Uncle Gio's true feelings, that he didn't understand and didn't support it. However, since one family head had made up his mind, he would still comply. One family head sighed and said, "It seems you don't understand either, but I can understand your thoughts. Is there still a need to consider?" When those photos were sent directly to Uncle Gong's phone, we actually had no retreat until now. Uncle Gong hasn't called or even sent a single message. This, in fact, already represents Uncle Gong's attitude, doesn't it? Uncle Gio nodded at this and said, "A biting dog doesn't bark." If Uncle Gong were angry, even if he were furious, there might still be room for reconciliation, but now, this means Uncle Gong is very angry and has a killing intent. Family head, there's no need to blame yourself or worry too much since we've reached this point. Let's just move forward. At least in Jiangcheng, it's not that simple for Uncle Gong to deal with us. Moreover, I've heard something that might give us a glimmer of hope. One family head immediately became interested upon hearing this, looking at Uncle Gio and asking, "What news?" Uncle Gio softly said, "There seems to be a big disturbance in East Continent. You must have heard of Tiger Tooth, the rising star who has emerged in recent years, right?" One family head nodded and said, "Ruthless, rising extremely fast, known as the youngest and most promising magnate in the East Province underground world. Of course, I've heard of him." "What? Is this matter related to him?" Uncle Gio nodded and said, "Not only is it related to him, but it's also related to Uncle Gong. Tiger Tooth's subordinates attacked almost half of Uncle Gong's territory in East Continent. He's going to war with Uncle Gong." Chapter 108, I Want to Seize Power. The Wan family head was stunned for a moment, not expecting things to be so explosive. Although Tiger Tooth was brave enough, wasn't it a bit too reckless to go against an old-school giant like Uncle Gong? Is the news correct? Did Tiger Tooth really do that? Was it a small skirmish, or did a large-scale war truly break out? Uncle Gio nodded and said, "It's not a small skirmish, but an all-out attack." He directly swept away more than half of Uncle Gong's territory in East Continent. However, there are also some puzzling aspects. For example, Uncle Gong seems to have not launched a strong counterattack even now, as if he's letting Tiger Tooth attack. This makes it hard to understand. But with Uncle Gong's methods, he definitely won't just sit there and take a beating. His revenge is surely yet to come. But no matter what, these two giants going to war is not bad for us. At least, Uncle Gong should temporarily be unable to spare the time to deal with us, right? This was the hope Uncle Gio currently held. After all, Tiger Tooth was the main enemy, and their side, in comparison, was not much. The Wan family head breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then we might indeed be safe for now. What I'm afraid of is that Uncle Gong might use us as a sacrifice before dealing with Tiger Tooth. This is not impossible." Hearing this, Uncle Gio fell silent for a moment, his brows tightly furrowed. Because this possibility was not non-existent. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In short, we can't control his affairs. We just need to make the preparations we should. Besides the Wan family's precautions, Mr. Ye's safety must be guaranteed. There must be no mistakes on this point. Also, arrange for people to monitor the news from East Continent at all times. Once Uncle Gong shows any intention of mobilizing a large number of people to Jiangcheng, then we must be ready for battle. Don't have any lucky mentality. Even if Uncle Gong is tied up by Tiger Tooth this time, once his battle there ends, he won't let us go, unless Tiger Tooth can completely eliminate him. But how is that possible? After the Wan family had finished speaking, he shook his head, clearly not believing that Tiger Tooth would achieve a complete victory. It wasn't looking down on Tiger Tooth, it was simply that Uncle Gong had been in charge of the East Province underground world for too long, and Tiger Tooth's rise was too short in terms of strength. There was still quite a big difference. It was true that they could contend, as Tiger Tooth's strength was absolutely not weak, but perhaps it was only just enough to contend. Uncle Joe said softly, "Family head, don't worry, I absolutely have no lucky mentality. Uncle Gong is our great enemy, and I know what to do." Just then, Uncle Gong's phone received a message. Upon seeing it, Uncle Gong's expression changed slightly, and he said softly, "Family head, I have some matters and might need to go out for a bit. Do you have any other instructions?" The one family head shook his head and said, "Nothing. When I'm free later, I'll visit Mr. Yi. After all, things have already happened, and we need to clarify our thoughts with him. Oh, and from now on, whether it's you or me going out, the security arrangements must be proper. This is a special period, and there should be no slack whatsoever. Safety first."
Uncle Joe nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "I understand, family head, then I'll go first."
Then, Uncle Joe immediately turned around, took his men, and drove directly to a hotel. When they arrived at the hotel room, the person who opened the door was none other than young Master Wan, who had already returned from East Continent.
Seeing young Master Wan, Uncle Joe's expression changed. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why haven't you gone yet?"
Young Master Wan looked at Uncle Joe, smiling ingratiatingly, and pulled Uncle Joe into the room, saying with a laugh, "I left, but I just came back. Uncle Joe, I'm back this time to tell you some good news."
"What good news?" "In this situation, the best news for me would probably be that Uncle Gong will let bygones be bygones, but is that possible?"
Uncle Joe looked at young Master Wan unceremoniously, feeling that this young Master Wan had become increasingly ignorant and disobedient recently. Hearing this, young Master Wan looked at Uncle Joe, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "Uncle Joe is Uncle Joe. I haven't even spoken yet, and you've already guessed what I'm going to say. You truly live up to your wisdom." Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe was directly stunned. What did he mean? He guessed before he even spoke. What did he just say?
Didn't he just say, "Unless Uncle Gong lets bygones be bygones and doesn't trouble the Wan family"?
Thinking of this, Uncle Joe's expression immediately changed. He looked at young Master Wan and frowned. "Wan Hai, this is not a joke. What exactly do you want to say?
Hurry up and say it. I haven't told your father the news of your return, and you also asked me to keep it a secret. What exactly do you want me to do? Speak more clearly."
Young Master Wan helped Uncle Joe to sit on the sofa, then respectfully brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Uncle Joe, saying with a smile, "Uncle Joe, do I look like someone who jokes around? And to joke about something like this, I wouldn't dare. What I said is all true. Uncle Gong has already agreed to let bygones be bygones regarding the Wan family's matters. I personally went to negotiate this, and the result is not bad. You should be satisfied, old man." Hearing this, Uncle Joe looked at young Master Wan's face and already believed him somewhat. After all, no matter how reckless young Master Wan was, he really wouldn't dare to joke about something like this.
But to personally go find Uncle Gong? Was young Master Wan crazy? You really dared to go? Weren't you afraid of not being able to return after going? Uncle Gong agreeing to let bygones be bygones is good news, but there must be other conditions, right? Just tell me directly.
Young Master Wan heard this, smiled and nodded, saying, "Uncle Joe, Uncle Gong is not just Uncle Gong now. He has agreed to take me as his adopted son, to be my adopted father."
Isn't it only right for an adopted father to help his adopted son?
If the previous words had only caused a shock to Uncle Joe, then these words truly left Uncle Joe speechless. Looking at the proud young Master Wan, Uncle Joe inexplicably felt a bad premonition.
"So, you are now Uncle Gong's adopted son, and because of this, he agreed not to trouble our Wan family? Is that right? No other demands?"
Young Master Wan heard this, smiled, and said, "Of course there are demands. After all, those few photos my father sent out made Uncle Gong furious. He has been dominant in East Province for so many years, and no one has ever dared to provoke him like this. So, my adopted father's condition is that the Wan family must be taken over by me. Then everything will be forgiven." As soon as these words came out, Uncle Joe's eyes immediately whitened, and he slammed the table heavily.
Presumptuous. Chapter 109 Uncle Joe's Compromise. This isn't just presumptuous, it's lawless and audacious. Wan Hai, you actually want to seize power and force your father to abdicate? Have you gone mad? Is this the result of you talking to Uncle Gong? Acknowledging a thief as your father and betraying your own father, is that it? This is simply outrageous. How preposterous. I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this. You are simply beyond foolish. After Nine Uncle finished speaking, he was about to leave. His rage was understandable. He and one family head had worked together to reach this point, and now, the one family head's son wanted to replace him. This was utterly disloyal and unfilial. However, young Master One seemed to have anticipated this situation early on. He quickly pulled Nine Uncle, smiling, and said, "Nine Uncle, please don't be angry, I'm just doing what I have to. You wouldn't want to see Uncle Gong go on a killing spree and wipe out our one family, would you? Everything I've done is out of forbearance and for the good of the Wan family. Moreover, it's not all bad. As long as I become the family head and am Uncle Gong's adopted son, the Wan family will surely flourish under my leadership. Most importantly, I preserved the Wan family and, even more so, my father's life. Can't you truly understand?" What young Master One said wasn't without reason, but Nine Uncle just couldn't get past it in his heart. Why the rush? He is your father, after all, and he has already confirmed your position as heir. If you just waited patiently, the position of one family head would eventually be yours. But if you do this now, you will completely break your father's heart. Wan Hai, you can't do this. Nine Uncle looked a bit aged in an instant. The scene he least wanted to see seemed to finally be happening. Father and son turning against each other? Perhaps, that would be the only outcome, because the Wan family head would absolutely not compromise, and Wan Hai was already deeply entangled, making it difficult for him to extricate himself at that point. It would truly be a colossal joke. Young Master Wan was silent for a moment, then looked at Nine Uncle with a heavy expression and said, "Nine Uncle, do you think our Wan family is a match for Uncle Gong?" Your silence means you agree. In that case, you should know that my father is the one who made the mistake. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to kill Yi Qing before, would you? We've already completely offended Uncle Gong now. There's only one way to extinguish his anger and make him forgive the Wan family. I become his adopted son and the Wan family head. Only then will Uncle Gong not move against the Wan family. Nine Uncle, for the Wan family, for my father, for everyone, please support me. Only with your support can the Wan family remain intact, and my father and I won't truly come to blows. He will peacefully abdicate and enjoy his golden years. This is the best possible outcome. The best outcome? Nine Uncle fell silent because what young Master One said wasn't without reason. Compared to the Wan family being annihilated and suffering heavy casualties, this indeed seemed to be the best solution. Perhaps it would cause the Wan family head pain and a sense of betrayal, but at least he would still be alive, wouldn't he? However, betrayal is still betrayal. Nine Uncle slumped onto the sofa, looked at young Master Wan, and sighed, saying, "But then, the Wan family will become a vassal of Uncle Gong." Young Master Wan heard this and softly said, "Even as a vassal, it's better than being annihilated, isn't it? What's more, my adopted father has already promised me he won't interfere with the Wan family's freedom, and we can also leverage his influence to make the Wan family even more glorious." Nine Uncle, trust me, I won't harm the Wan family. I will lead the Wan family to greater glory. It had to be said, at this moment, Nine Uncle was swayed. Or rather, he had no other choice. However, he was still unwilling. He looked at young Master Wan and said, "Have you never considered that Uncle Gong might lose? If my information is correct, right now, in the East Continent, Uncle Gong is facing a huge crisis. Perhaps he can't even spare attention for us here?" Hearing this, young Master Wan burst into laughter. "Nine Uncle, if you know this news, how could I, being with my adopted father, not know it? To be honest, my adopted father isn't making any moves right now because he's fishing. He believes that many people have wanted to target him over the years, so, this time, since someone has shown their hand, he's feigning weakness to see how many people will emerge. Then, he plans to catch them all in one net. This is my adopted father's true intention. Compared to this, any losses are fake, because what my adopted father wants now is to take advantage of this opportunity to make the East Province Underground World uniform as much as possible." The phrase East Province Underground World uniform turned Nine Uncle's face completely pale. If Uncle Gong dared to even conceive of such a thing, and had the power to do it, then the Wan family truly seemed to have no better option. Looking at young Master Wan, Nine Uncle said dejectedly, "I can support you, but let's try to focus on persuasion. I'll talk to your father, and you talk to him too. I believe he might come around."
Having received Uncle Gong's personal promise, young Master Wan was extremely excited at this moment because, in the entire Wan family, 9 Uncle could make half the decisions as long as he agreed. Coupled with the assistance sent by Uncle Gong, the Wan family was practically a sure thing to become his own.
Now, it was just a matter of when to take over.
Good, 9 Uncle, I promise you we will focus on persuasion. In fact, I can go home with you right now and clarify everything with my father face to face. If possible, I am the one who least wishes for my father to be sad, but now, for the Wan family, for everyone, I can only do this. I will bear this infamy. What a righteous demeanor, which filled 9 Uncle's heart with mixed emotions.
Then, what about Yi Qing? Does he still have to die? Yi Qing?
Young Master Wan heard this, was silent for a moment, then sneered, Yi Qing, of course, must die. 9 Uncle, my adopted father also needs to save face. Of course, I can delay the time, let Yi Qing die later, and even try my best to plead for a way out for him, but even if he lives, he won't live comfortably. This is the limit of what I can do, and I hope you can understand. 9 Uncle nodded and said, I understand. Do as you think best. However, don't go talk to your father today. Your father should be with Yi Qing right now, eating and chatting with him. Let him spend tonight peacefully. Tomorrow, when you get home, contact me, and I'll go with you. Young Master Wan heard this, immediately clasped his hands, and smiled, 9 Uncle, I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry, father will forgive you and understand you even more. 9 Uncle heard this, sighed dejectedly, and then left directly.
Chapter 110, Cloudy Courtyard.
At this moment, Wan family head was in Mr. Ye's house, drinking with him.
Wan family head smiled, Mr. Yi, actually, I've wanted to suggest you move from here for a while. How about moving into our Wan family estate?
Of course, if you find that inconvenient, my Wan family has some other villas in Jiangcheng that we can provide for your residence. Most importantly, living there would allow us to better arrange personnel to protect you. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi poured a cup of wine, drank it all, and smiled. Wan family head is very thoughtful. I can take care of myself. Wan family had already understood some of Mr. Yi's methods, but this time, the enemy was Uncle Gong after all, and Wan family head did not dare to be careless. Mr. Yi, I'm still a bit worried after all. This time's enemy is Uncle Gong. Those 3 assassins were just sent casually by him. If he truly wanted to go all out, I'm afraid he would be very difficult to deal with.
There was something Wan family head didn't say aloud.
But Mr. Yi said it for him.
Wan family head, you should actually be saying that once the Wan family steps in to protect me, Uncle Gong, even if he doesn't want to go all out, he won't have a choice, right?
Heh. Actually, there's really no need. Our friendship exists, but it's not deep enough to put the entire Wan family in danger for my sake.
Wan family head, your decision this time is not wise. I suggest you think it over carefully. After all, this time, it concerns the safety of the entire Wan family.
Mr. Yi hadn't expected Wan family head to go so far as to offend Uncle Gong to the death for his sake. This was somewhat beyond Mr. Yi's expectation, but now that things had come to this, Mr. Yi couldn't say much. Wan family head looked at Mr. Yi and said softly, the Wan family has come this far. It's undeniable that we've offended many people, but we've also done many good deeds. More importantly, the Wan family values loyalty and righteousness. You saved my Wan family's life, and for that alone, I cannot stand idly by. Uncle Gong is difficult to deal with, and the Wan family being his enemy is very dangerous. That's true, but in life, there are things one should do and things one should not. I, Wan, am willing to take the risk for the sake of my integrity. I believe the rest of the Wan family will also support and understand me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi looked deeply at Wan family head and said, you are a good person, loyal and righteous, so, rest assured, the Wan family will continue to exist for a long time under your leadership.
Come, Wan family head, drink.
Wan family head heard this, smiled and clinked glasses with Mr. Yi, saying, then, thank you for Mr. Yi's auspicious words.
But Mr. Yi, about the house, would you consider it?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, no need, I already have a place to live.
Wan family head heard this and quickly said, since that's the case, then I won't say much more. However, I wonder where it is?
At that time, I'll send people to help, and there are also security issues. I know you might not need these, but having them is always better than not. Moreover, you're currently living alone, and you always need someone to take care of your daily life. I can arrange some chefs and general helpers to go and assist you with small matters. What do you think? It must be said that Wan family head had arranged everything meticulously, thinking of everything. However, Mr. Yi directly shook his head and said, "One family head is thoughtful, but everything has already been arranged."
Cloud Mist Villa, one family head must have heard of it, right?
As soon as these words came out, one family head was immediately stunned, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes.
Cloud Mist Villa? Mr. Yi, you're not talking about that mysterious Cloud Mist Villa near the suburbs, by the mountains and water, which has been fenced off and under construction for 2 years, are you? Such a large piece of land, even encompassing a mountain and a small lake, and during construction, it was off limits to idle people, making it impossible to figure out, is this mysterious Cloud Mist Villa yours?
Mr. Yi nodded and smiled. "It's not that mysterious, it's just that I've taken over the nearby mountain, and diverted live water to excavate a rather sizable artificial lake. If you have time, one family head, you can come visit, although I haven't been there myself yet. If the construction follows my plans, then the scenery will definitely be excellent."
He made it sound so simple. However, how could it be simple?
Just that large piece of land, being able to buy it, is already beyond a matter of money, to put it bluntly. Even if one family head had enough financial resources, he probably wouldn't be able to acquire such a large piece of land. Even if the land was acquired, trying to also take over the mountain would truly be fraught with difficulties. He had long known that Mr. Yi was not simple, but one family head hadn't expected Mr. Yi to be this not simple.
Mr. Yi, you truly hide your capabilities well. Mr. Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, acquiring these also required sufficient pay."
Mr. Yi, if it's not too much trouble, then I really must come to bother you and admire your grand project. Moreover, it was personally planned and built by you, so I must learn from it even more.
Mr. Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "Anytime now, one family head can rest assured, right? You don't need to arrange personnel, my people will arrive soon."
At this point, a glimmer of light flashed in Mr. Yi's eyes. He wasn't talking about anyone else, nor the personnel arranged by Tiger Tooth, but Red Eyes. That Red Eyes, whom even Tiger Tooth feared to death, the somewhat deranged Red Eyes.
Chapter 111. Will you forgive me?
Red Eyes, an existence like a demon, recognized no one, possessed a decisive and ruthless personality, and most importantly, his character was truly somewhat insane.
His actions simply couldn't be predicted by normal reasoning.
Besides Mr. Yi's commands, Red Eyes would not show respect to anyone else. One family head didn't know these things, but since Mr. Yi could own a large mansion like Cloud Mist Villa, it was normal for him to have his own guard force.
Mr. Yi, then I won't show off my meager skill, but I'll still say this: as long as you need me, anytime, anywhere, I, will absolutely go all out.
After one family head finished speaking, he directly poured a large glass of wine and drank it all. Mr. Yi looked at one family head, nodded, and said, "One family head is thoughtful. Since one family head can risk the destruction of the one family to stand by my side, I must reciprocate this favor."
However, one family head actually doesn't need to worry too much.
Hearing Mr. Yi say this, although he didn't know what preparations Mr. Yi had, one family head's heart indeed felt much lighter.
"Mr. Yi, I don't know why, but after talking with you, the anxiety in my heart has truly lessened a lot. Tonight, I can finally get a good night's sleep, Mr. Yi, thank you."
After one family head finished speaking, he clasped his hands and bowed to thank Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "It's getting late, and we've had enough to drink. One family head, go back and rest early." One family head heard this, checked the time, and it was almost 10 o'clock at night. He immediately got up and said with a smile, "Talking with you, I just feel like time passes too quickly, I can never talk enough. Mr. Yi, please rest while I'll take my leave now."
With that, one family head left Mr. Yi's home.
The moment he stepped out of Mr. Yi's front door, one family head felt completely relaxed from head to toe. After arriving downstairs, one family head saw Uncle Gong waiting for him and said with a smile, "Uncle Gong, you should have accompanied me to drink with Mr. Yi and chat with him. He made me feel so much more relaxed and happy." Uncle Gong looked at the happy one family head, feeling a bit reluctant, because today might be one family head's last day of happiness. When tomorrow comes, and young Master One begins to usurp power, one family head probably won't be able to smile. Uncle Gong looked at one family head and said with a smile, "Family head, you've had too much to drink." One family head heard this and shook his head with a smile, saying, "Uncle Gong, you know my drinking capacity. Although I'm not a heavy drinker normally, half a caddy of liquor is still not a problem. However, even if you say I've had too much tonight,
I won't argue with you, it's happiness, isn't it?
Wine doesn't intoxicate people, people intoxicate themselves.
Uncle Gong, I'm truly happy my choice was correct. Uncle Gong, do you believe me?
One family head's choice was to completely fall out with Uncle Gong and then stand on Mr. Ye's side, even at the cost of betting the entire Wan family. Now, all of the third generation of the Wan family has been dismissed and left, and the entire Wan family is in a state of alarm, with everyone on high alert. Is this choice truly correct? If Uncle Gong thought it was correct, he wouldn't have agreed to young Master Wan's plan to deal with Mr. Yi in the first place.
If it was correct, then Uncle Gong wouldn't have been persuaded by young Master Wan just now to prepare to convince Wan family head to abdicate tomorrow. But Uncle Gong didn't want to say these things now since Wan family head was happy, then let him be happy for one night. Family head, your choice is naturally correct. Mr. Yi is no ordinary person, he will definitely have good fortune. After speaking, Uncle Gong was about to help Wan family head into the car. Sitting in the car, Uncle Gong looked at the slightly dizzy Wan family head and said softly, "Family head, if one day I do something to betray you, will you forgive me?" In the end, Uncle Gong still couldn't hold back and wanted to hear an answer that would put his mind at ease. And Wan family head looked at Uncle Gong and chuckled, "Uncle Gong, what are you talking about? How could you do anything to betray me? We have shared joys and sorrows, weathered storms together, and experienced all sorts of great challenges over the years. We are closer than biological brothers, we would never do anything to betray each other. What's more, even if you really did, I would still believe that you must have had an unspeakable reason. How could I blame you?" These words made Uncle Gong almost want to cry. Wan family head's trust in him was unreserved, something he could entrust his life to, but this time, he was probably going to disappoint Wan family head. They used to be able to share hardships and face death together, so why had it come to this now? Uncle Gong's heart trembled. If he could, he really wanted to go back on his word, but he couldn't. Family head, you really won't blame me? Perhaps at that time, you might even hate me, but I want to tell you that I am truly doing this for the Wan family, for you. Everything has an unavoidable, difficult reason that I had to do. At that time, whether you hate me or blame me, just please don't ignore me, okay? Uncle Gong looked at Wan family head and spoke these words in a low voice. At this moment, Wan family head seemed to sober up, sat up straight, and looked at Uncle Gong. Chapter 112. Are you a Tibetan? Uncle Gio, are you going to do something? Wan family head quietly spoke, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Uncle Gio sighed in his heart, shook his head, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "No, I just suddenly felt a bit emotional. Perhaps it's because I'm getting old, so I said some sad things." Wan family head heard this, patted Uncle Gio's shoulder, and softly said, "Yes, you're old, and I'm old too. Sometimes, you can't fight old age. If I could, I would really want to retire and return to my hometown to live a carefree and happy life. Uncle Gio, if that day truly comes, come with me. I know you can't let go, but you have to let go for them to grow, don't you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Gio's eyes immediately lit up. Wan family head's idea made him very happy in his heart, even feeling much more relaxed. Family head, do you truly want to abdicate and give up your position to a worthy successor? You're actually not too old. Many people don't give up power until they die. Won't you consider it? Wan family head heard this and laughed heartily. Of course I understand what you're saying, but in my heart, I've actually wanted to live a carefree life for a long time. What's the point of holding on to power tightly when I'm clearly lacking energy? Especially with the old master's condition, I understand this matter even more clearly. Let's wait a bit longer. The family is currently facing a crisis. We must wait until the crisis is over and leave a peaceful family for the children. As Wan family head spoke, a light shone in his eyes, as if that was truly what he thought. And Uncle Gio, looking at Wan family head, softly said, "Perhaps, this time, I truly didn't make the wrong choice after all. You are too tired. Wan family head was stunned for a moment when he heard this, looked at Uncle Gio, and said, "What did you say?" Uncle Gio shook his head and smiled, "Nothing, family head, please rest well." Wan family head heard this and nodded. "Today, I feel much more relaxed. However, you're right, tomorrow will be a brand new day. Everything, perhaps, will be a new beginning. Uncle Gio, let's talk about it tomorrow. Believe me, Mr. Yi will absolutely not disappoint us, and my choice this time, perhaps, is the most correct choice I've made in my life."
In this big gamble, I seem to have already seen the dawn of victory. 101 Red Books 101 Cancom fully handwritten, no errors. As his voice grew weaker and weaker, one family head, who claimed he wasn't drunk, had already tilted his head and fallen asleep. And Uncle Joe, looking at one family head's sleeping face, gently sighed, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. At this moment, when most people had left, Bai Weiwei arrived at Yi Qing's apartment complex again. Looking at Mao Mao and Diudiu sitting in the car, Bai Weiwei said angrily, "It's all your fault, you wasted so much of my time." Mao Mao and Diudiu sat in the car, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said helplessly, "You were the one who was happy and dragged us to drink all afternoon. Now that you're sober, can you blame us for this too?" Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, "Alright, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I need to hurry and find Yi Qing's sister Qingyue is still waiting for my reply." Mao Mao sighed and said, "Stop complaining, just go, we can talk when you get back." Bai Weiwei then got out of the car angrily. Then, she directly knocked on Yi Qing's door. "Yi Qing, open the door, it's me, Bai Weiwei." Yi Qing sat on the sofa, also feeling helpless. He had said he wanted to move, and it would be strange if he didn't disturb the neighbors every day. After opening the door, Yi Qing sighed and said, "Do you know what time it is now?" Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, and righteously barged into the room, saying, "What does it matter what time it is? You're not sleeping anyway, what? Are you afraid of me checking up on you? Are you hiding someone in here?" Saying that, Bai Weiwei actually started looking around excitedly. Moreover, she had a look of excitement on her face, as if she found something, she could make her sister even more determined to leave Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the unreasonable Bai Weiwei, too lazy to bother with her, and directly sat on the sofa, drinking wine. "Yi Qing, you still dare to say you're not hiding anyone? Did you know I was coming and quickly made the person leave? Otherwise, who were you eating with just now?" Not finding the hidden woman, Bai Weiwei was still a bit disappointed. However, when she saw the food and wine on Yi Qing's table, including 2 sets of wine glasses and cutlery, she immediately became interested and directly questioned him. Yi Qing pointed to the seat opposite him and said lightly, "One family head was here chatting and drinking with me just now, what? Otherwise, do you want to go ask one family head?" Chapter 113 It's my birthday, you must come. Ask one family head? Bai Weiwei didn't have the guts for that. Just you? You don't deserve to. I'm asking you, what's going on with this house? Why do I see several suitcases, and everything's packed up? Are you planning to run away? Yi Qing heard this and said indifferently, "I find the house too small, so I want to move to a bigger place." Bai Weiwei heard this and immediately laughed, saying, "A big house? Do you think you're still with my Qingyue Jia and can live in her big villa?" Yi Qing shrugged and said, "Her house is too small, I don't like it." Disliking Gao Qingyue's house for being too small, was Yi Qing even qualified to dislike it? Yi Qing, oh Yi Qing, I'm truly getting immune to your face now. Is there a class in prison for cultivating thick skin? Why don't you just say you're living on a mountain or in the water? Those places are vast, and the scenery is good. Yi Qing heard this, nodded faintly, looked at Bai Weiwei, and smiled. "How did you know I was going to live on a mountain and in the water?" Sarcasm, this was absolutely sarcasm. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was so angry her teeth were grinding. "Shut up, Yi Qing, don't be so flippant with me." Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, "I'm not going to argue with you out of respect for you being Ruorua's sister, but have you forgotten that my temper isn't actually that good?" As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Bai Weiwei's heart trembled slightly at the sight. She seemed to have really forgotten. This Yi Qing was not a soft-hearted good person at all. Tiger's legs were almost crippled, and if Bai Weiwei hadn't interceded for him at the end, Tiger probably wouldn't have escaped the fate of losing an arm and a leg. All of this was done by Yi Qing. Thinking of these things, Bai Weiwei felt a little fear, but then, she mustered her courage again, glaring at Yi Qing, and said, "Yi Qing, stop trying to scare me. You bullied my friend like that, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Just wait, I'll get my revenge sooner or later. I came today for something serious." After speaking, Bai Weiwei took out an invitation from her bag, placed it on the table, and said, "The day after tomorrow is my birthday, Yi Qing, remember to attend on time."
Yi Qing picked up the invitation, looked at it, then thought for a moment and said, "So kind, personally delivering an invitation to me?" Seeing Yi Qing's suspicious look, Bai Weiwei became anxious. If Yi Qing didn't go, wouldn't everything be ruined, and there'd be no show to watch at all? How could that be? Qing Yuejia would definitely be unhappy, and how would Ruoruojia abandon Yi Qing then?
And all the other plans against Yi Qing would be in vain.
You keep saying you're good to my sister, you wouldn't even skip my coming-of-age ceremony, would you?
Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, and said, "Bai Weiwei, if there's nothing else, I need to rest."
Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Then tell me, are you going or not?"
Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed softly, and said, "Bai Weiwei, I can go, but I want to ask you, why do you have such deep prejudice and hostility towards me? You, Bai Weiwei, are not some brainless idiot, so why are you acting foolish now?" As he spoke, Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei, shaking his head, as if he was very emotional and somewhat regretful.
He was practically calling Bai Weiwei an idiot directly. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Yi Qing, I just don't like the sight of you. I just think you're a big liar. You're just very good at hiding it, and you've tricked my sister, but you can't trick me." No need for all these flowery words. I'll just ask you one thing. Are you coming to my birthday party or not?
Yi Qing looked at the almost incorrigible Bai Weiwei, sighed, slowly stood up, and said, "I'll go to your birthday party.
If there's nothing else, you should leave. It's so late, we don't want others to misunderstand anything."
When Bai Weiwei saw Yi Qing agree, she immediately became happy because her scheme had succeeded. However, when she heard Yi Qing say that others would misunderstand their relationship, she immediately became furious, as if that one sentence had humiliated her.
Chapter 114 Strange Woman. What do you mean others will misunderstand? Misunderstand what? Misunderstand that there's some unspeakable secret between us? You're simply a scoundrel. I knew you weren't a good person. You actually have thoughts about me?
You're detestable. As Bai Weiwei spoke, she retreated further, her arms crossed, as if she was afraid Yi Qing would lay a hand on her. This scene made Yi Qing feel a bit helpless. Bai Weiwei was good-looking, had a great figure, and exuded youthful energy, making her truly exceptional, but Yi Qing genuinely had no such thoughts.
Yi Qing, feeling helpless, said, all right, you should leave now." "What do you mean by that? Who are you shooing away like a fly? You dare to insult me? You're too detestable."
Saying this, Bai Weiwei directly raised her small fist and hit Yi Qing's chest. It didn't hurt, but it was truly quite exasperating.
"Enough, Bai Weiwei, if you keep making a fuss, I won't go to the birthday banquet."
Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei glared at Yi Qing and said, "You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat.
I'm telling you, Yi Qing, you've already promised to come to my birthday banquet, just don't go back on your word."
After speaking, Bai Weiwei opened the door and left directly. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, letting out a helpless sigh.
After Bai Weiwei left Yi Qing's home, she immediately called Gao Qingyue and directly told Qingyue the good news that Yi Qing would be attending her birthday banquet.
Then, she returned to her car.
Mao Mao and Daiyu looked at Bai Weiwei and said, "What's wrong? You look unhappy. Did it not work out?"
Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei sneered, "With this girl on the job, is there anything that can't be done?" Mao Mao smiled upon hearing this and said, "That's good. Yi Qing is a great shuage and has a good temperament. Weiwei, how about this, you let Yi Qing be mine, how about it?
You guys dislike him for being a big liar, but I don't."
Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei glared directly at Mao Mao and said, "Shut up, Mao Mao, stay away from him, understood?"
Mao Mao stuck out her tongue upon hearing this, seemingly still wanting to say more. At this moment, Daiyu spoke weakly, "Weiwei, can I speak frankly?" Bai Weiwei frowned and said, "Why are you hesitating? Speak." Daiyu sighed and said, "I actually think Yi Qing is quite good. Are you perhaps truly misunderstanding Yi Qing?"
Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei stared into Daiyu's eyes and said, Bai Weiwei, do not misjudge people. This Yi Qing is just a big bad guy, a big liar.
I'm telling you too, you absolutely cannot have any relationship with Yi Qing, otherwise, I will get angry."
After speaking, Bai Weiwei ignored Mao Mao and Dai Yudiu and drove away directly. And just after Bai Weiwei drove away, she didn't notice that behind her car, a small car had been parked, and the person inside was Lin Ji. After watching Bai Weiwei drive away, a hint of mockery and dissatisfaction flashed in Lin Ji's eyes. Lin Ji had endured for a long time with Gao Qingyue because of Bai Ruoruo's connection. She could still tolerate it, but now even Bai Weiwei looked down on her, and she truly felt unwell in her heart. Why should she, Lin Ji, humble herself to serve others? Sometimes, even during meals, she didn't even have the right to sit down and still had to serve people? Why, indeed. Now, whether it was Bai Ruoruo or Bai Weiwei, didn't they all want to make Yi Qing look bad? So, she really wanted to cause some trouble and make Bai Weiwei and Bai Ruoruo lose a lot of face. Walking to Yi Qing's doorstep, Lin Ji also knocked on the door. At this moment, Yi Qing was truly a bit annoyed. He decided in his heart that as soon as Cloud Mist Villa was ready, he would move there immediately. After opening the door and seeing Lin Ji outside, Yi Qing was stunned. Lin Ji? What are you doing here? Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing, revealing a faint smile, and said, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? After all, I came here secretly, behind everyone's backs. It wouldn't be good if someone found out." Yi Qing frowned slightly. Her words made it sound almost like a secret rendezvous. "Come in." After entering the room, Lin Ji looked at the layout, which was almost the same as before, and sighed softly. "I still remember, I used to come here often. Coming back now, it feels like things are the same, but people have changed." "Yi Qing, don't you feel awkward living in this house?" Chapter 115. I want to help you this time. It was definitely awkward. After all, this small house used to be the home of Yi Qing and Gao Qingyue, and many beautiful memories were preserved here. The more things change and people scatter, the more awkward it feels. It's fine, I'm not the one who did anything wrong. You came to find me so late, not just to ask if I was feeling awkward, right? Lin Ji smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course not. I came this time because I want to help you." At these words, Yi Qing was stunned. To hear Lin Ji say something like helping him, it was truly rare. "You help me? If you really want to help me, then persuade Gao Qingyue not to disturb my life. Let's part ways amicably." Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing, smiled, and said, "Parting ways amicably, perhaps, truly isn't possible. At the very beginning, perhaps it could have been. But why did you bully her brother? You even laid hands on her mother." Lin Ji had a hint of schadenfreude. Yi Qing, however, wasn't angry. He just smiled and said, "So, that's my fault then." "My fault for being too good to her?" Lin Ji was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Qing, sighed, and said, "You are a good person. But your mistake, your biggest mistake, is that you are too mediocre. Your gentleness and deep affection, without any accomplishments, that is your greatest flaw." As Lin Ji spoke, she sighed a little, saying, "Except that this world, after all, is unfair. Yes, this world is not only cruel but also unfair." Looking at Lin Ji, Yi Qing shook his head and said, "All right, tell me your purpose." Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing and said, "My purpose is simple, to advise you not to attend Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet, otherwise, you will become a huge laughingstock." Bai Weiwei had just left him, crying and begging him to attend her birthday banquet. At the time, Yi Qing knew there would definitely be a problem, but now, Lin Ji also came over to tell him not to attend. Interesting. A laughingstock? Lin Ji, you should be happy to see this scene, right? Don't tell me you've had a change of heart. Yi Qing sat on the sofa and chuckled lightly, clearly not believing Lin Ji had any good intentions. Lin Ji also knew that she couldn't gain Yi Qing's trust with just a few words. Sitting directly opposite Yi Qing, Lin Ji picked up a wine glass, poured herself a drink, and then downed it in one gulp. Looking at Yi Qing, she said, "That's right, I'd be happy to see that scene, but I'm even more unwilling to see Bai Weiwei gloating. If I can make her uncomfortable, I'll feel comfortable." Yi Qing, are you satisfied with this answer? Yi Qing nodded, looked at Lin Ji, and said, "So, after all that talk, it's still a war between you women, and I, it seems, have no choice but to be passively dragged into it, right?" Lin Ji nodded, saying, "If you insist on understanding it that way, you can." "Who told you to be so mediocre?
If you're not used and bullied, then who will be?
At this point, Lin Ji wasn't sure if she was still drunk from before or if the single drink she just had made her a little muddled. She actually looked at Yi Qing and said with some emotion, "Actually, I once liked you, you know that, right?"
Chapter 116 I am the one who gave her everything.
Suddenly, this sentence came out, coupled with Lin Ji's slightly flushed face at the moment. It really was a bit ambiguous. Yi Qing nodded and said, "I know, after all, you once confessed to me."
Are you telling me that your current dissatisfaction with me is revenge for my rejection of you?
Being rejected, especially for a beautiful woman who actively throws herself at someone and gets rejected, is a very humiliating thing. Lin Ji's hatred for herself might not be without this reason. Indeed, after hearing Yi Qing's words, Lin Ji seemed to fall into past memories. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she said, "Yi Qing, I want to ask you, do you regret it? Among the three of us, you chose Gao Qingyue, and as a result, you ended up in this situation. Do you really not regret it? If you had chosen me back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different?" Hearing this, Yi Qing fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke.
Does it still make sense to talk about this now?
Lin Ji suddenly took a big gulp of wine, glaring at Yi Qing, as if there was a lot of resentment in her heart.
I, Lin Ji, have a good figure and high appearance, beauty, from childhood to adulthood. I have never lost to Gao Qingyue, but why is it that everything changed from the moment you rejected me? Gao Qingyue got the person I liked, started a happy life, and even her entrepreneurship went so smoothly that it was unbelievable. It's as if she received the favor of heaven. She is the darling of fate, while I, Lin Ji, have become ordinary, only able to be her assistant, acting according to her whims. Why? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Ji, who was full of dissatisfaction and even resentment, and sighed softly, saying, "What if I told you that all of this is because of me? It was I who arranged people behind the scenes to secretly help her, making her career smooth sailing and soaring. It was I who arranged people to protect her, allowing her to avoid many dangers and live safely. If there is a big hand operating everything behind the scenes, then this big hand is actually me. The unfairness you complain about was all caused by me, Lin Ji. Would you feel happier hearing this?" This time, Yi Qing did not say a single lie. It was all facts. Everything was done by him. It was he who personally elevated Gao Qingyue to a high and mighty position. Lin Ji was stunned for a moment after hearing Yi Qing's words, then immediately burst into laughter. "Yi Qing, I think you've really gone mad to say something so brainless. What do you take yourself for? A high and mighty god who controls destiny? Or are you saying that you consider yourself a hidden, influential figure who can turn the tables with a flick of a hand, and with a mere word, you can manipulate everything in prison, and even make the penniless Gao Qingyue a business legend with assets over 100 million in just 2 or 3 years? Yi Qing, I really pity you now." Lin Ji didn't believe it. If Yi Qing really had such ability, how could he have been bullied like this? And Yi Qing, looking at Lin Ji, who was full of ridicule, sighed softly and said, "Whether you believe it or not, these are all facts, and soon, the truth will come out. After all, harming me will always come at a price. So, I give you a suggestion, think about your retreat as soon as possible. Qingyue Group will soon cease to exist." At this moment, Lin Ji slowly stopped smiling, looked at Yi Qing, and said softly, "You're starting to sound more and more like it's true. But you are still too naive. Even if what you said is true, so what?" Lin Ji sighed, saying somewhat helplessly, "The Gao Qingyue of today interacts with upper-class figures, and many people like her and are willing to sacrifice for her otherwise. Why do you think Gao Qingyue is in such a hurry to divorce you? Isn't it because she doesn't want to delay her great future because of you?" Yi Qing chuckled and said, "So what? Perhaps, everything you think is powerful, I don't even care about it?" At this moment, Yi Qing's voice was calm, but it gave people a strong sense of confidence. And Lin Ji, for some reason, at this moment, stared blankly at Yi Qing, her face getting redder and redder. "Yi Qing, if you were to choose again now, would you choose me? If, this time, I don't care if you are mediocre, I don't care if you have money or not, would you choose me?" Chapter 117 Ambiguity. Yi Qing was stunned by these words. Was Lin Ji drunk? Looking at the silent Yi Qing, Lin Ji shook her head and said, "Yi Qing, at a time like this, are you still unwilling to choose me, or rather, are you afraid to choose me?
As she spoke, Lin Ji seemed to have suffered a great grievance, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yi Qing sighed and said, "Go back and rest.
Don't make this kind of joke, it's meaningless."
Upon hearing this, Lin Ji stood up directly, downed another glass of wine, and then moved closer to Yi Qing, lightly placing her hand on his shoulder, her eyes seemingly filled with longing.
"Yi Qing, you even dared to say the lie that Gao Qingyue was supported by you, but you just don't dare to say you choose me, you like me. Why is that? Is it because, in your heart, you actually once had fantasies about me?"
Lin Ji was like she was forcing Yi Qing to choose her. At this moment, her entire being was almost pressed against Yi Qing. They both felt the warmth of each other's breath, and even their bodies slowly began to touch. However, Yi Qing sighed softly and pushed Lin Ji away.
"You've had too much to drink."
At this moment, Lin Ji also sobered up a bit, and thinking of their intimate moment just now, her face flushed.
However, she was still very unwilling. "Yi Qing, you don't even dare to be a little intimate with me?"
Yi Qing heard this, sighed, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Ji, do you believe me when I say I don't want to hurt you?" The words, "I don't want to hurt you," made Lin Ji freeze. Then, a sigh sounded, and Lin Ji looked at the small house and said softly, "If you had chosen me back then, Yi Qing, the mistress of this house should have been me, right?"
Yi Qing was silent.
Lin Ji, however, chuckled and said, "Gao Qingyue actually didn't even realize that she was jealous. Especially when you and Bai Ruoruo were together, her jealousy was simply impossible to hide."
"Do you think this is good news for you?" Lin Ji laughed, seemingly wanting to get Yi Qing's answer.
However, Yi Qing just smiled slightly and said, "Perhaps it's just that she doesn't like her things being taken by others. It's that kind of mentality where even if she throws it in the trash, she won't give it to anyone else." Yi Qing really hit the nail on the head with that one. Lin Ji was silent and nodded.
"Alright, no more talk. You've heard my warning, so don't go to Bai Weiwei's birthday party."
However, at this moment, Yi Qing shook his head and said, "I've already promised Bai Weiwei I'd go to this birthday party, so I will definitely go."
At this moment, Lin Ji was a little angry. She had come with good intentions to warn Yi Qing, but he didn't appreciate it at all. What was this? "Yi Qing, are you crazy? Wasn't what I said clear enough?
This birthday party, while seemingly Bai Weiwei's coming-of-age ceremony, is actually a conspiracy against you if you go." Yi Qing shrugged and looked at Lin Ji, saying, "Even if it's a conspiracy, I want to see for myself what kind of conspiracy they can have against me. Oh, and everything I just said is true. I am the invisible hand that helped Gao Qingyue from behind, but now, I won't help her anymore, so you should leave as soon as possible." Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing still saying these things at this moment, suddenly frowned, and then did something that Yi Qing had not expected. Lin Ji directly wrapped her arms around Yi Qing's neck and then kissed him fiercely.
Chapter 118. Do you want to carry me in? Yi Qing was stunned.
He suppressed the desire in his heart and pushed Lin Ji away.
"Lin Ji, what are you doing?"
At this moment, Lin Ji also felt like she was on fire, looking at Yi Qing with longing and saying, "Yi Qing, don't you want me?
I'm telling you, I'm clean, absolutely clean. Yi Qing, don't hide your true feelings, don't reject me."
After speaking, Lin Ji, with red eyes, pounced on Yi Qing again, but this time, Yi Qing reacted, directly grabbing Lin Ji's hands and softly saying, "You've had too much to drink." Slowly, Lin Ji's eyes became clear, but within that clarity was a cold, biting chill, as if Yi Qing's rejection was an absolute humiliation to her.
"Even when I actively throw myself at you, you don't want me. You are humiliating me."
Looking at Lin Ji, Yi Qing spoke calmly, "I'm not humiliating you, I just don't want you to regret it." Lin Ji heard this and said angrily, "Then you just wait to regret it." After speaking, Lin Ji was about to leave. At this moment, Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then softly said, "Don't go yet."
Lin Ji stopped, turned around, and showed a hint of disdain, saying, "What? Regretting it now? Want me now? Alright, beg me, and I'll give it to you."
At this moment, Lin Ji was somewhat sarcastic, somewhat disdainful, but stubbornly insisted on giving herself to Yi Qing. Yi Qing sighed, shook his head, and said, "You misunderstood." After speaking, Yi Qing walked directly to the table, took out a pen and paper, wrote down a phone number, and then handed it to Lin Ji. Call the number above and just say that I told you to find him, and tell him to give you the agency rights for Jiangcheng. Once you get the agency rights, from now on, Lin Ji, you will stand at the top of the world. That feeling of being high above, this time, I'll give it to you. Lin Ji never expected such words to come from Yi Qing's mouth. And what was that about the feeling of being high above, this time, he'd give it to her. Looking at the phone number on the note, Lin Ji covered her mouth and laughed. Yi Qing, are you drunk, or have you talked so much nonsense that you've forgotten this is reality and not your fantasy? Just giving me a phone number can make me high above, surpassing Gao Qingyue? And what about giving me agency rights? What kind of agency rights could make me leap up to the clouds? Could it be some kind of elixir that grants eternal life? Ha ha ha. It wasn't that Lin Ji didn't believe him, it was just that Yi Qing's words were too exaggerated, making it impossible for anyone to believe. Yi Qing, however, looked at Lin Ji seriously and said calmly, the opportunity to change your destiny is in your hands. If you don't believe it, you don't have to make this call. I've said it before, if I'm willing, I can make someone ascend to heaven, and I can also make someone fall from heaven into hell. Lin Ji laughed, looked at Yi Qing, and said, let's say it's true, but why benefit me? Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, perhaps it's to get revenge on Gao Qingyue after all. If you're stronger than her, it will make her very uncomfortable. Lin Ji heard this, nodded, and smiled. I suddenly like you even more, so, are you really not considering it? After all, I won't ask you to be responsible. Don't you want to indulge a little? As she spoke, Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing ambiguously, her finger tracing circles on Yi Qing's chest. Yi Qing smiled and said, I can be irresponsible, but I'm afraid you'll make me responsible. Lin Ji snorted, withdrew her hand, and said, when I have time, I'll call this number. By then, I'll expose your true colors. Of course, if this call is really as useful as you say, Yi Qing, I, Lin Ji, will stick to you for the rest of my life. Don't worry, I don't want feelings, I don't want a title just for changing my destiny. I will give you everything I have, from my body to my soul. After speaking, Lin Ji turned and left directly. Yi Qing merely watched Lin Ji's departing back indifferently. Chapter 119, Conspiracy to Seize Power. After Lin Ji left Yi Qing's home, she covered her mouth and laughed. He can endure, but you are, after all, just a normal man. How long can you endure? Sooner or later, I will expose your pretense and reveal your true colors. After speaking, Lin Ji looked at the note in her hand, thought about throwing it away, hesitated for a moment, and finally put it into her bag. To make me soar to the clouds, you really dare to say it, but I don't dare to believe it. After speaking, Lin Ji drove away from there. And that note, which could change her destiny, was casually placed in her bag, and she didn't know when she would remember it. The long night finally passed. One family head slept soundly that night, arguably his best sleep in a long time. It wasn't because of the alcohol, but because he learned that Cloud Mist Villa belonged to Yi Qing. The potential and strength represented by being able to create Cloud Mist Villa were unimaginable. With such powerful strength, the reason Yi Qing didn't fear Uncle Gong seemed to have been found. One family head, in a great mood, woke up early in the morning and had an excellent appetite. He asked the kitchen to prepare a lot of breakfast and ate with great satisfaction. Also awake early were Uncle Jiao and young Master Wan. Young Master Wan returned to the Wan family early in the morning, but he didn't go back to his own residence or seek out one family head. Instead, he went to Uncle Jiao's room. Given the gravity of the matter, young Master Wan had to be extremely cautious. Uncle Jiao, father is currently having breakfast in the dining room and will go to the garden for morning exercises soon. I think we should go and wait for him. Young Master Wan looked at Uncle Jiao, who seemed somewhat silent, and immediately felt a little unhappy. He had already guessed that Uncle Jiao and one family head had a deep friendship. Asking him to betray one family head in this situation, even if he could do it, there was no guarantee he wouldn't back out. Therefore, the sooner the better, directly cutting off Uncle Jiao's chance to back out. Uncle Jiao was silent for a moment, looked at young Master Wan, and softly said, "Is there really no other way? I really can't bear it. Last night, I went to Yi Qing's house to pick up family head. He drank a lot and was very happy. Perhaps he has a solution." Upon hearing this, young Master Wan immediately became anxious.
Uncle Gio, you're confused. What other solution could my father possibly have? Does going to Yi Qing's house once and having a few drinks mean he can come up with a good solution? Who is that Yi Qing? Although he has some ability, he's just incredibly arrogant. All he is an ordinary person with some medical skills. Such people are the most arrogant and conceited. Can his words be trusted? Uncle Gio, my father is speaking drunkenly. Are you going to follow him and speak drunkenly too? This is not ordinary this time. It concerns the Wan family's foundation of several decades, and even the lives of so many people in the Wan family. Uncle Gio, you cannot be confused. Uncle Gio, of course, knew he couldn't be confused. However, thinking of Wan family head's trust in him, Uncle Gio felt a pang of unwillingness. If he could, he would truly be willing to share life and death with Wan family head, but he also felt that Wan family head would ultimately regret it. It would be better to hurt him once than to spend every day weeping later. Sighing, Uncle Gio slowly stood up and said, "Young master, I can support you, but I hope you understand that family head is also your father. Do you understand how much he dotes on you and values you?" Young Master Wan nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "Uncle Gio, rest assured, I understand clearly. If possible, I also don't want to do anything to upset father, but now, this is the only way. Later, I will make it up to father properly." Since young Master Wan said so, Uncle Gio could no longer say anything. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the garden to see family head." With that, Uncle Gio went out first. In the garden, Wan family head, refreshed after breakfast, was doing some simple exercises. Upon seeing Uncle Gio approach, a smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw young Master Wan following Uncle Gio, he immediately frowned. "Uncle Gio, have you had breakfast? If not, go eat some first. Also, Wan Hai, why are you here? Didn't you already leave?" Uncle Gio took over the conversation directly and said with a smile, "Family head, I asked young master to come back. Please don't be angry." Wan family head nodded upon hearing this and said with a smile, "There's nothing to be angry about. If it weren't for being prepared for anything, I actually want to call all these young men in the family back now. After all, the current situation is not as dangerous as before." When mentioning this, Wan family head was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, as if the Wan family's greatest crisis had been resolved. Seeing this, Uncle Gio couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He also felt that Wan family head was a bit too naive this time. That was Uncle Gong, after all. "Family head, sit down and rest." With that, Uncle Gio also sat down in a chair, and young Master Wan began to brew tea for them. This was also what young Master Wan and Uncle Gio had discussed when he arrived. Everything should be said and persuaded by Uncle Gio first. If it worked well, then everyone would be happy. If it absolutely didn't work, then young Master Wan would step in. Young Master Wan naturally had no objection to this. After all, as long as Uncle Gio stood by his side, he wouldn't lose. Plus, Tai Tu and the others sent by Uncle Gong to cooperate with him had also arrived this time. He was sure to win. "Uncle Gio, you seem to have something on your mind. Is there something you want to tell me? There's no need for us to hide things from each other. Just say whatever you want to say." Uncle Gio looked at Wan family head and softly said, "Family head, do you remember what you told me yesterday? You said that if possible, you truly wished to retire early and enjoy your old age." Chapter 120. Father, please abdicate. Wan family head heard this, froze for a moment, then laughed. "Although I did drink a lot yesterday, I really wasn't drunk. I still remember what I said. Early retirement is my dream. I've worked hard for most of my life, and to be honest, I'm really tired. Instead of spending this time, it's better to enjoy life to the fullest. I also told you to choose someone who can take over, and then we can retire together and enjoy life." What? Uncle Gio, don't tell me you want to live this kind of life now, ha ha ha. Wan family head laughed heartily. At this moment, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Uncle Gio, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Family head, to be honest, I really want to retire and enjoy life with you. After all, as you said, these years have been too hard now, the children have grown up, and it's time for us to rest." Family head, what do you think? Young Master Wan is right here. You have always been very satisfied with him, and I presume he won't disappoint you, right? Wan family head heard this, frowned slightly, looked at Uncle Gio, and said, "Uncle Gio, are you serious?" Uncle Gio heard this, nodded gently, and said, "Family head, don't you want to?" One family head was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "How could I not want to? It's just that I'm a little worried."
After speaking, one family head looked at young Master Wan and said, "These years, both I and others have been training you as an heir. In fact, you haven't disappointed me in many things." Upon hearing this, young Master Wan immediately bowed gratefully and said, "Father, I haven't done enough, you praise me too much." One family head heard this, shook his head, and said, "You have indeed done well in some things, but, as you said yourself, you actually haven't had enough experience. Whether it's your character or your methods, you still have a long way to go. This is also my fault for not giving you more opportunities to gain experience. However, I will pay attention to making up for it in the future. It's just, Wan Hai, you must change your character and temper. I know clearly that you are not a magnanimous person. Moreover, to become the head of a large family, broad-mindedness is essential.
You, are far from it."
One family head's words hit the nail on the head, directly striking at young Master Wan's essence. And young Master Wan, upon hearing these words, his expression immediately became somewhat unsightly, seemingly unconvinced and displeased. And his performance precisely proved that everything one family head said was true. His mind was not broad, and his magnanimity was even less sufficient. Seeing young Master Wan's expression turn somewhat unpleasant, Uncle Gio smiled and said, "Family head, this is deep love and strict discipline. The more you love a child, the less you want them to experience hardships. However, people always need to grow."
"I think young Master Wan is very good. He is well reputed throughout Jianqing." Family head cannot deny this point, can he?
One family head was actually very relieved about this point. Among the Wan family's third generation, there were indeed some prodigal sons, but Wan Hai, on the whole, was considered good. Otherwise, he would not have been groomed as an heir by one family head. "Uncle Gio, don't praise him. He still has the shortcomings I mentioned. Wait a little longer, and let him gain more experience. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear the burden of this family. Especially now, at a critical juncture for the Wan family, we must wait until this storm passes before considering other matters." With one sentence, one family head blocked the matter of abdicating and yielding his position. At least, even if he were to abdicate, it would not be now. But what young Master Wan wanted was not later, but now. Young Master Wan could no longer hold back. Looking at one family head, he said, "Father, it is precisely because the Wan family is now in turmoil and full of crises that your son cannot bear to let you continue to toil. Why not let me try? Perhaps I can do quite well." One family head was stunned upon hearing this. He had just been chatting idly with Uncle Gio and hadn't taken it seriously. But now, as soon as young Master Wan spoke, he immediately wanted power. Connecting this with his conversation with Uncle Gio, it seemed that this matter was not so simple.
One family head frowned slightly, looked at young Master Wan, and said indifferently, "Are you already so eager to become the family head now? I've said it before, if nothing unexpected happens, the position of family head will be yours, but not now. At least, I can only hand over the Wan family after this matter has passed and the Wan family is stable. Wan Hai, I don't want to leave when the Wan family needs me most. Instead, I want to hand over a safe and stable Wan family to you. Only then can you sit firmly, securely, and long-term in this position, understand? Alright, don't talk about this anymore since you're back. You don't need to leave. This is a good time to study the art of management. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first later. I still need to go to Mr. Ye's house. I forgot to ask yesterday, he's moving, so do I need to help out here? Uncle Gio, do you know why I'm so confident now?" One family head was about to speak and tell Uncle Gio what he knew. Young Master Wan, however, couldn't help but speak first. "Father, your son is no longer young. For your safety, and for the safety of the Wan family, your son asks you to abdicate and yield your position, alright? Don't worry, your son will definitely be able to sit firmly in this position. Not only that, your son will also be able to lead the Wan family safely through this crisis, and absolutely not let the Wan family suffer any losses. Wouldn't it be better for you to just enjoy your old age?" One family head heard this, looked deeply at young Master Wan, and suddenly laughed, saying, "The child has grown up, his wings have hardened, huh? Haha, listening to your tone, even if I don't give you this position as family head, it won't do? So, what are you going to do? Seize power by force?" Young Master Wan heard
heard this, lowered his head, and whispered, "Your son wouldn't dare, but, if in the end, father, you remain stubbornly misguided, then, your son will have no choice but to do so for the sake of everyone in the Wan family, and for your sake, old man." These words were a direct declaration. If the position of family head was given now, everything would be fine, but if not, then he would take it, even if it meant seizing power. Wan family head laughed heartily, stood up directly, walked in front of young Master Wan, and stared coldly into young Master Wan's eyes, saying, "Seize power? What a good, obedient, and kind child! How did I not see that you actually have such a wolf's ambition? Come on, I'm standing right here, try to seize it and let me see? You ignorant fool, kneel down." Chapter 121 You betrayed me too? Watching the furious Wan family head, he suddenly chuckled softly, then obediently knelt on the ground. However, even so, there was no hint of concession in young Master Wan's eyes. "Father, kneeling before you is my duty, and it is also my filial piety. Do you think I truly desire this position of family head? It's not like that. The reason I'm doing this is entirely for you, father. These past years, you've worked tirelessly to care for the Wan family. The various difficulties of the family have caused you worry, deprived you of your own time, and the smiles on your face have become fewer and fewer. My heart aches, but I know I don't have the ability to do much, so I can only do what little I can." As he spoke, young Master Wan wore an expression of deep sorrow, as if the burden on Wan family head's shoulders was pain in his, young Master Wan's, heart. "Now, the Wan family is in deep crisis, and I see your difficulties and suffering. I truly don't want you to live this life anymore. Since you already have thoughts of stepping down, hand the position over to me. I promise that the Wan family, in my hands, will surely safely overcome this crisis. Father, please, consider it carefully." Young Master Wan remained kneeling on the ground as he spoke, not intending to get up, as if only this could express his filial piety. But this filial piety was based on the premise of coercing Wan family head. Wan family head looked at young Master Wan, who, even at this point, still wanted to seize power. Enraged, he directly kicked young Master Wan over and said coldly, "After all that talk, aren't you still after this position of family head? I already told you I would give it to you. Why do you insist on it now? Tell me, what scheme do you have? And leading the Wan family out of crisis? What do you intend to do? Don't think I don't know. You've long disliked Mr. Yi. Are you going to betray Mr. Yi? Tell me, are you?" Hearing Wan family head's accusation, young Master Wan gritted his teeth, stood up directly, and said furiously, "Yes, that's right, I'm going to hand over Yi Qing, and I even want to personally execute Yi Qing, but is that my fault? It's Yi Qing who offended Uncle Gong without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. It's you, old man, who, for a mere Yi Qing, didn't hesitate to drag our entire Wan family down with him. But why? Why should all of us die for one Yi Qing? This isn't fair. Father, you should step down. I know this matter is difficult for you, so let me do it. You don't need to be troubled, I will resolve it cleanly." Young Master Wan, hearing Wan family head's words, stopped pretending and completely revealed his true thoughts. And Wan family head, angered by young Master Wan, directly sat on a chair, gasping for breath. Get out of here." Young Master Wan heard this, stood still, and said softly, "Father, this time, what you say may not count. Not only will I not get out, but I will also become the head of the Wan family from now on. I will have the final say in the Wan family. You, stop making trouble." Making trouble? He actually said Wan family head was making trouble. This directly angered Wan family head so much that he almost vomited blood. "Uncle Jiao, make him leave immediately. Send him out of Jiangcheng for a short time. I don't want to see him again." Wan family head looked at Uncle Jiao, about to tell Uncle Jiao to drive young Master Wan away. However, at this moment, Wan family head was destined to be disappointed. Uncle Jiao slowly stood up, looked at Wan family head, and said, "Family head, the eldest young master's words indeed contain many disrespectful parts, but ultimately, they are also for the good of the Wan family. Do you think you should consider it?" After speaking, Uncle Jiao looked at young Master Wan and said coldly, "Eldest young master, the family head is your father. Do you think it's right to speak like that?" Young Master Wan heard this, bowed slightly, and said, "Uncle Jiao, I know I've disappointed father, but I'm doing this for the good of the Wan family now. While there's still time, I must seize control of the Wan family to save it from peril." Father made a mistake this time, and I must point it out. As for whether Father blames me, I'll wait until I've resolved the Wan family's crisis before coming to him to apologize at that time. Even if Father punishes me to kneel all night, I'll accept it. Uncle Gio heard this, sighed, shook his head, and said to Wan family head, what the eldest young master said isn't entirely unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Wan family head was stunned for a moment, looked at Uncle Gio, and said, Uncle Gio, do you know what you're saying? Are you going to stand with this rebellious son? Speaking of this, Wan family head seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he said, so, starting last night, you asked me what I would do if I abdicated, and even said things like you would retire with me and hand over power. All of this you did was premeditated? You knew about this rebellious son's desire to seize power from the very beginning, is that right? Uncle Gio, tell me, did you know all along? At this moment, Wan family head felt incredibly angry. Being backstabbed by his own son and his most trusted Uncle Gio, this feeling was an indescribable pain. And Uncle Gio sighed softly, saying, Family head, I have been loyal to you all my life this time. I just don't want you to do something you'll regret, and I especially don't want to see your life ultimately disappear because of this matter. So, let the eldest young master do it. Perhaps he can resolve all of this well. Family head, don't blame me. I truly don't want to betray you, nor will I betray you. Please, forgive me. Forgive? Wan family head smiled bitterly, looked at Uncle Gio, and said, so, in the end, you stood on his side, didn't you? Alright, I'd like to hear how he convinced you. Even if he becomes the family head, what then? After all, the conflict between us and Uncle Gong is already irreconcilable. Will Uncle Gong let us go just because we change family heads? And just then, young Master Wan said softly, Father, rest assured, as long as you agree to hand over the position of family head to me and let me handle everything, Godfather will naturally no longer trouble the Wan family. Godfather? Wan family head was completely stunned by this sudden term. Then, after realizing something, he was on the verge of exploding with rage, his eyes almost spitting fire. Chapter 122, Treat the thief as your father. What godfather? Who is your godfather? Wan Hai, explain yourself. Who are you calling godfather? The Wan family head's fury was even greater than before. His own son had actually acknowledged a thief as his father. It was simply outrageous. Young Master Wan, however, said with some pride, Father, my godfather is precisely Uncle Gong. Therefore, what you are worried about will not happen, and the Wan family being handed over to me is the most correct choice, because I am Uncle Gong's adopted son. Godfather will not do anything to me. I have already discussed it with Godfather. As long as we deal with Yi Ching, all problems will be solved. Of course, you probably really can't continue as the Wan family head, but don't worry, with your son here, you can just enjoy your golden years. Upon hearing this, the Wan family head was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Rebellious son, rebellious son. The Wan family head pointed at young Master Wan, trembling with rage. You scoundrel, you actually acknowledged a thief as your father. You have utterly disgraced me, and disgraced the Wan family. Rebellious son, get out. Get out of the Wan family immediately. From now on, I will pretend I never had a son like you. Get out, get out. The Wan family head slumped directly into his chair, so furious that his whole body trembled, yet his eyes remained bloodshot as he glared at young Master Wan. At this moment, young Master Wan sighed lightly, shook his head, and said, Father, everything I've done is for the Wan family. It's all for you, but why don't you understand? You even want to kick me out of the Wan family. This truly hurts your son's heart. But it's okay, your son knows you're just angry for a moment and can't quite wrap your head around it. You should rest easy, old man. From now on, I will be in charge of the Wan family's affairs. At this moment, an excited expression appeared on young Master Wan's face, as if the position of family head was already in his grasp. And the Wan family head suddenly glared at Uncle Gio, saying, Are you sure you want to betray me? Stop now, and immediately kick this rebellious son out. I will forgive everything you've done before. Otherwise, Uncle Gio, you and I, our ties will be severed, and from now on, we shall be strangers in life and death. What a phrase, ties severed. What a phrase, strangers in life and death. How much heartache and pain it must take to utter such words.
It shows that the betrayal of Uncle Gio was truly unforgivable in the Wan family head's heart. What Uncle Gio least wanted to see was this scene. Is there still a chance now? To be honest, Uncle Gio was a bit shaken. Although he had guessed that the Wan family head's reaction would be strong, he hadn't expected it to be this strong, and the phrase "strangers in life and death" had even been spoken. How heartbroken he must be. Family head. Uncle Gio only said this one sentence. At this moment, young Master Wan quickly interjected, "Uncle Gio, things have already reached this point. It's too late to regret. Moreover, you should know that my father is old and muddled, but you are not. Everything I do is for father. It's all for the Wan family. You don't want to see the Wan family annihilated by Uncle Gong, with blood flowing like rivers, do you? You don't want to look at my father's corpse later and regret why you didn't stand on my side today, do you? That would truly be too late. So, Uncle Gio, everything is for the Wan family, everything is for father. One day, he will understand." Hearing young Master Wan's words, Uncle Gio fell silent. At this moment, the Wan family head looked at young Master Wan with some anger and said, "What a glib tongue. Why did I never notice you were so eloquent before? Uncle Gio, you know best what kind of person I, Wan, am now. I have only one thing to say, I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Either you face life and death with me, or you can betray me today. From now on, the two of us will be strangers in life and death, with no more affection between us. You decide for yourself." Uncle Gio was now perhaps at the most conflicted point in his life. On one side was young Master Wan. By following him, the Wan family could remain safe, and the Wan family head could live. But he would lose the Wan family head's trust and friendship from then on. Not becoming enemies would be the best outcome. And choosing the Wan family head, the outcome was predictable. Finally, Uncle Gio sighed, looked at the Wan family head, and said with a bitter smile, "Family head, when we were young, we experienced too much together. No matter what choice you made, I would support you, even if I knew it meant death, without regret. But now, perhaps as one grows old, one develops concerns. I only want you to live, even if you eventually hate me, I accept it. Moreover, perhaps this is the best choice?" Upon hearing this, the Wan family head immediately understood what choice Uncle Gio had made and instantly trembled with rage. Uncle Gio tried to step forward to support him but was strongly rejected by the Wan family head. Looking at Uncle Gio and young Master Wan, the Wan family head sneered and said, "Do you think you can get the family head position this way? I'm telling you, as long as I don't agree, this family head position is mine, and no one can take it." At this moment, young Master Wan sighed and said, "Father, you are ill and need rest." After speaking, young Master Wan clapped his hands directly. Immediately, Uncle Gong's subordinates, led by Tai Tu, swarmed forward in large numbers. Tai Tu even looked at the Wan family head with a sinister grin and said coldly, "So it's you who wants to oppose our Uncle Gong? Wan family head, you are truly courting death." At this moment, young Master Wan's expression turned ugly. Looking at Tai Tu, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Tai Tu, this is my father. Please speak with more respect." Tai Tu heard this, glanced at young Master Wan, and sneered, "Do you think calling Uncle Gong godfather truly makes you his child? Whether you can gain Uncle Gong's trust depends on what you do next, and remember this, I'm here to cooperate with you, but if you want to order me around, you need to be qualified enough, understand?" The bridge had broken before they even crossed the river. The Wan family head laughed heartily, a laugh full of sorrow. "This is the result of you acknowledging a thief as your father? Even his subordinates look down on you. Is this what you wanted? And you, Uncle Gio, is this the outcome you wanted? From now on, will my Wan family have any backbone left? You have harmed the Wan family, you will destroy the Wan family." Uncle Gio also seemed to get angry. Looking at the insolent Tai Tu, he said with a furious expression, "Tai Tu, I don't care who you are, or if you are Uncle Gong's confidant, but you listen carefully. This is Jiangcheng, this is the Wan family. If you dare to utter another disrespectful word to the family head, I guarantee I will make sure you don't leave Jiangcheng." As his voice fell, Uncle Gio roared, "Come here." Instantly, a massive number of people, many times more than those brought by Tai Tu, surrounded them directly. This is Jiangcheng. Here, Uncle Gio is the one who calls the shots in the underground world. Chapter 123. You will ruin everything. Swords were drawn, bows strung, a battle on the verge of erupting. Young Master Wan was terrified at this sight.
Originally, everything was going smoothly, and Uncle Gong was also by his side, but now, if they were to fight Tai Tu, everything would be ruined.
Uncle Gong, what are you doing?
We are all on the same side. Mr. Tai Tu has no ill intentions, please don't be angry. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Tai Tu again and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Tai Tu, the matter here was finally resolved. If you cause trouble like this, I think Godfather will also be displeased, won't he? Tai Tu snorted coldly when he heard this and said, to put it bluntly, it's only because Uncle Gong is kind-hearted and agreed to you. If it were up to me, everyone who dares to oppose Uncle Gong should be executed.
Today, I finally met this stubborn one family head. What, I don't even have the right to speak or discuss?
However, for your sake, forget it. I won't say anything more. Just let him immediately hand over the position of family head and atone for his sins. After saying this, Tai Tu looked at Uncle Gong with a slight smile and said, Uncle Gong, the boss of Zhongqing's underground world, truly lives up to his reputation. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? But don't forget, Zhongqing is also part of East Province. In East Province, in the underground world, Uncle Gong is the one who calls the shots, not you. I advise you to also go and recuperate properly, otherwise, be careful that one day, you might be killed without even knowing it. These words were definitely a threat. Tai Tu being able to become Uncle Gong's confidant meant he was no easy target now. Saying these words in front of Uncle Gong, if it wasn't a threat, what was it? And Uncle Gong, looking at Tai Tu, said coldly, Uncle Gong is formidable, and I naturally admire him, but I only admire Uncle Gong. I control my own destiny. Whoever wants to take it away must see if they have the ability. Mr. Tai Tu, to put it bluntly, when I was fighting with a knife in the underground world, you were probably still wearing open crotch pants. Heh. I advise you to be more respectful to elders, otherwise, if you anger an elder, the consequences will be unimaginable. Uncle Gong didn't give Uncle Gong any leeway. He had been proud his whole life, so he naturally had his own dignity, especially now that he was already in a bad mood. Having betrayed the Wan family head and received the Wan family head's words of never meeting again, he even felt like dying. And in this situation, Tai Tu still dared to insult the Wan family head. He, even if it meant fighting to the death, would protect the Wan family head's last dignity and face. At this moment, young Master Wan's heart was truly in turmoil. Looking at Uncle Gong, he cautiously said, Uncle Gong, please say less now that we finally have a good outcome, don't cause any more trouble. Uncle Gong heard this, looked at young Master Wan, and snorted coldly, I support you as family head because I also feel that for Yi Qing, letting the entire Wan family and the family head risk their lives is not worth it. But I am not letting people insult the family head. You remember this, that is not only the head of the Wan family, but also your father. If you can't even protect your own father from being humiliated, what face do you have to be this family head? I've said what I needed to say. If anyone dares to insult the family head again, they will be an enemy of me, Uncle Gong. At that time, whoever dares, I will kill them. These words sounded like those of a loyal minister and good general. And young Master Wan did not dare to anger Uncle Gong, so he immediately said, Uncle Gong, rest assured, that is my father. I will never let anyone insult him. After speaking, young Master Wan took a deep breath, glanced at Tai Tu, and said coldly, if this handover is not smooth due to certain people, I will personally report it to Godfather. I think Godfather needs assistance more than trouble at this time. Mr. Tai Tu, don't you agree? Tai Tu sneered when he heard this and said, alright, I understand this time, you can stop me, but whoever dares to stop me from dealing with Yi Qing, then don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Wan immediately said, regarding Yi Qing, you can do as you please. Even if he's cut into 1,000 pieces, I won't say a single word. Tai Tu nodded, looked at young Master Wan, and said, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my people to settle down first. Contact me if anything comes up. After speaking, Tai Tu left with his subordinates, not giving young Master Wan any face at all. This scene made young Master Wan's heart burn with anger, feeling very furious.
But he didn't dare and couldn't say anything. And the Wan family head, looking at this scene, said somewhat mockingly, this is the result you wanted to see?
The Wan family I painstakingly built has now become a family of villains in others' eyes, easily bullied, and even recognizing thieves as fathers. It's truly pathetic and pitiful.
Good. If you want to be this family head, then be it. In Uncle Gong, if you want to support him, then support him. I'll wait to see you regret it, but by then, no one will be able to save you. Mr. Yi will not let you off. You have made a mistake, a huge mistake.
The one family head was very sorrowful, sighing up to the sky, seemingly unwilling, yet also helpless and angry. And young Master Wan, hearing that the Wan family head still believed in Yi Qing at this moment, gritted his teeth and said, "Father, Yi Qing is a disaster. Even if he has incredible medical skills, he can't save himself this time. I don't know why you trust him so much, but I will let you see with your own eyes how he is captured and then tortured to death." Godfather himself gave the order. No one can save Yi Qing. He is doomed to die. The one family head heard this and simply laughed, saying indifferently, "If it were before yesterday, I might have worried about Mr. Ye's safety, but haven't you noticed that since last night, I've been very relaxed and not worried about anything at all? Haha, you just wait to be punished. It's just a pity that my one family originally had an excellent opportunity to soar to great heights and win this victory, but you all ruined it." As he spoke, the one family head was full of emotion, as if an ordinary person had won a huge lottery prize, but when he went to claim it, he found that the ticket had disappeared. This feeling of being able to change one's destiny but ultimately being crushed by it is enough to make a person collapse and die in despair. At this moment, the one family head was just like that, and he was even more wounded by the betrayal of young Master Wan and Uncle Gong. Chapter 124 Successful Seizure of Power. Ninth uncle looked at one family head, and after a moment of silence, said, "Family head, your state last night was already a bit off. Now you're saying such things again. What exactly happened? Can you please explain clearly? If something truly special has happened, if you tell us, perhaps, it's not without other possibilities." At this moment, young Master Wan, hearing this, immediately said in a deep voice, "Ninth uncle, what special circumstances could there be? It's just my father trying in vain to turn things around. At this time, he will say anything to win you over, but once you really change your mind, then the Wan family will truly fall into eternal damnation. Ninth uncle, Taitu has already arrived. You've seen what his temper is like. If we cause a scene now, we won't have to wait for any other time. The Wan family will fall apart right now. All the efforts we've made and the grievances we've suffered will be completely wasted. So, ninth uncle, even if there are truly special circumstances, we cannot go back on our word. What's more, who is Yi Qing to begin with?" Ninth uncle sighed softly upon hearing this and said nothing more. After all, just as young Master Wan said, things had reached this point, and there was nothing more to be said. One family head sneered and said, "Since that's the case, what do you plan to do with me next? Imprison me?" Young Master Wan shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Father, why would we imprison you? You are my father, and I can't wait to show you filial piety. It's just that this is a special period, so we need you to temporarily make a sacrifice and not show your face. There's an empty villa in the suburbs. Please stay there for now. Once the issues with Yi Qing are resolved, rest assured, we will have you back at that time. I will apologize to you." After speaking, young Master Wan stopped talking nonsense and looked at ninth uncle, saying, "Ninth uncle, next, I'll trouble you to send father to the suburban villa. I also hope your people can keep a close eye on father. Otherwise, if Taitu's people were to guard father, I imagine you wouldn't want that, would you? This is not just guardianship, but also a form of protection. This could also be considered a form of threat." Ninth uncle looked at one family head and said softly, "Family head, everything at the suburban villa is arranged. Cooks, servants, everything you need. Rest assured, you won't suffer any grievances. It's just that you can't come out for now. Once everything settles, rest assured, I will pick you up immediately at that time. Whether you want to hit or scold me, it will be up to you." At this moment, one family head looked at ninth uncle and sighed softly, saying, "Ninth uncle, you have disappointed me. However, I still hope that you can live even if we never meet again in life or death. I hope you live." After speaking, one family head looked at young Master Wan, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said, "As for you, giving birth to you, this rebellious son, is my greatest regret. No matter how righteous and loyal you claim to be, you cannot hide the selfishness deep within your heart, and your wretched nature disgusts me. I hope you live, because that way, I can personally break your bones anyway. You won't be able to stand up again, so why bother standing in the future? But, perhaps, I won't live to see that day. I only hope that Mr. Yi can spare your life and hand you over to me to deal with." After speaking, one family head didn't even look at young Master Wan, turned around and left. Ninth uncle's people immediately followed behind one family head, but this time, it wasn't for protection, but for custody and escort. Wan Haixin, the formidable one family head, never imagined that one day he would fall to such a state, and the cause of all this was none other than his most beloved son and most trusted brother. Looking at the departing back of one family head, ninth uncle sighed and looked at young Master Wan, whose face showed displeasure, saying, "He won't forgive us."
Young Master Wan took a deep breath upon hearing this, gritting his teeth, "But what we did was right, wasn't it?"
Ninth uncle, at this point, overthinking is useless. We only need to use facts to tell father that he is wrong and we are right. That is what we need to consider at that time. He will understand.
Ninth uncle nodded and said, "What do you plan to do next?"
The matter of the family head being imprisoned is not a small one. It can't be hidden for more than a few days.
Young Master Wan smiled and said, "A few days are enough, aren't they?"
In these few days, I will temporarily act as the family head. I think this shouldn't be difficult, especially with your support, ninth uncle. Then no one will question anything even more. Indeed, young Master Wan had always been groomed as the successor and had a strong appeal within the Wan family. When the family head was temporarily absent, no one would say anything about him acting as interim family head. What's more, he also had the support of a powerful figure like ninth uncle.
Ninth uncle nodded and said, "What about Yi Qing? When do you plan to make a move?"
Mentioning this, young Master Wan smiled and said, "No rush, in the next 2 days let him be happy for now. At that time, he'll have something to cry about."
"This Yi Qing, isn't he arrogant and looks down on everyone? I want to see what he'll be arrogant about without the support of my Wan family."
When Yi Qing was mentioned, young Master Wan's eyes were filled with anger and displeasure, which made ninth uncle a little confused. After all, young Master Wan and Yi Qing had barely interacted, so why did it seem like they had such a deep hatred?
"Do you two have a conflict?"
Young Master Wan shook his head upon hearing this and said, "It's not really a conflict. I just purely dislike him. He's just an ordinary person with some skill, but he's arrogant. Such people just need to be taught a lesson. However, his medical skills are indeed good. It's just a pity that he can't save himself." Ninth uncle, if possible, if Yi Qing is willing to beg for mercy and kneel, perhaps I will consider sparing his life. After all, he still has some medical skills, and I'm not entirely unable to talk to my godfather, the old man, about it. Calling him godfather so readily, he truly showed immense respect. Let alone the Wan family head already being angry and leaving. Even if he wasn't angry, hearing this now would make him half dead with rage. If Yi Qing's life can be spared, then spare it at least. Your father will feel more at ease. Young Master Wan nodded and said, "I will consider it, but it also depends on how Yi Qing performs." Ninth uncle, you should go and get some air about the family matters. Come back in the afternoon. I'll call a family high-level meeting at that time. I hope you announce at the meeting that I will temporarily take over as family head.
Ninth uncle nodded upon hearing this and said, "I understand. Do you have something to do now?"
Young Master Wan nodded, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes, and said, "Yes, and it's a very important matter." With that, young Master Wan left directly. People always need someone to share with when they are at their most glorious, and young Master Wan was currently at the peak of his life. Of course, he also needed someone to share with, and what's more, he needed to remind Bai Ruoruo once again what kind of person he truly was.
Chapter 125 Visiting the Bai family. At Bai Ruoruo's home, Bai Ruoruo was currently sitting in the living room, staring blankly at the television. Bai family head and Madame Bai looked at their daughter with helplessness.
Ever since yesterday, Bai Ruoruo had seemed a bit off, but she wouldn't say anything when asked, which made them worried.
"Ruoruo, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Madame Bai asked with concern.
Bai Ruoruo forced a smile and said, "Mom, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired."
Upon hearing this, Bai family head quickly said, "Are you feeling unwell?"
"It's all that damned young Master Tan's fault for hitting you so hard before. You must not have recovered yet."
"How about we go to the hospital again? Or if you don't want to go to the hospital, how about talking to Mr. Yi?
After all, Mr. Yi's medical skills are also very miraculous." Currently, Yi Qing's name was well known in the Wan family, and everyone knew that Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing had a good relationship. Yi Qing had even dealt with the Tan family directly for Bai Ruoruo's sake. Of course, Bai family head and the others didn't dare to say much about Yi Qing. In fact, they even strongly supported Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing's relationship. However, this time, upon mentioning Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo's expression immediately turned a bit unpleasant, and she said, "Don't tell Yi Qing, my matter has nothing to do with him." Bai family head and Madame Bai exchanged glances, immediately sensing something amiss in her words. Normally, when Yi Qing was mentioned, Bai Ruoruo would only be happy, but today, she was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. They must be having a spat.
Ruoruo, did you and Yi Qing have some conflict? If so, why don't you tell us? We can analyze it for you, after all, we've been through it before. Bai family head and Madame Bai didn't say anything about helping Bai Ruoruo vent her anger. They wanted to, but they had to dare to. After all, they had seen Yi Qing's methods, and he had the Wan family's support, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Just as Bai Ruoruo was about to say something, the doorbell rang. Bai family head personally went to open the door, and after opening it, he was stunned for a moment before quickly saying, "Young Master Wan, why are you here?" The person who arrived was none other than young Master Wan. After he left Jiang City, he couldn't stop thinking about Bai Ruoruo, and after returning, he couldn't restrain his feelings, wanting to see Bai Ruoruo as soon as possible now that everything had settled. What was he waiting for if not to come? Young Master Wan looked at Bai family head, smiled slightly, and said, "Uncle Bai, I've come to visit and see Ruoruo, may I come in?" Bai family head quickly stepped aside and said, "Of course, you may, young Master Wan, please come in, please come in." Young Master Wan nodded and said to the people following him, "Put the gifts inside, then wait for me outside." Immediately, 2 or 3 people carried valuable gifts into Bai family head's room. This posture truly didn't look like an ordinary visit. Young Master Wan looked at the somewhat stunned Bai family head and smiled, "Uncle Bai, this is my first visit, so I prepared a small gift. I hope you won't dislike it." Although the Bai family was considered a wealthy and prominent family, it had indeed declined significantly over the years. Coupled with the valuable gifts young Master Wan brought, it was certainly impossible for them to dislike them. "Young Master Wan is truly too kind. Come, please come in quickly." After speaking, Bai family head shouted towards the living room, "Old woman, quickly make tea, young Master Wan is here as a guest." When Madame Bai heard it was young Master Wan, her excitement was no less than Bai family head. She quickly got up and looked at young Master Wan with a beaming smile, saying, "Young Master Wan, you're here. Please have a seat, I'll make tea for you right away." Young Master Wan said with a chuckle, "Auntie, I'm just here as a guest and to see Ruoruo, no need to trouble yourself." When Bai family head and Madame Bai heard this, they were immediately stunned. This address for Bai Ruoruo was quite intimate. However, seeing Bai Ruoruo still sitting on the sofa with no enthusiasm, Bai family head quickly said, "Ruoruo, what are you doing? Didn't you see young Master Wan has arrived? Get up quickly and entertain our guest." Bai Ruoruo sighed softly, slowly got up, looked at young Master Wan, and gently said, "Young Master Wan, please sit." Upon hearing this, young Master Wan said with a chuckle, "Don't be too polite, everyone, we're all family." Bai family head loved the term family, it instantly brought their relationship closer. Bai family head looked at young Master Wan and said with a smile, "Young Master Wan, Ruoruo's health is no longer in serious danger. All of this is thanks to Mr. Yi and the Wan family's help, otherwise, our family truly wouldn't have known what to do." Young Master Wan, thank you, truly, thank you very much. Hearing Yi Qing's name, young Master Wan smiled and said, "Yi Qing's medical skills are indeed good. He also saved my grandfather's life before. Bai family head should know this, right?" Bai family head quickly nodded and said with a smile, I know Mr. Yi's medical skills are incredibly brilliant. I truly have never seen anything like it. However, for my Bai family's matters, I still have to thank young Master Wan and the Wan family greatly. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my Bai family would truly have been in trouble. Of course, I also have to thank Mr. Yi when I have time. I will personally invite you and Mr. Yi to dinner to express my gratitude. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, young Master Wan smiled faintly and said, "If Uncle Bai invites me, I will naturally make time even if I don't have it. However, as for Yi Qing, I think we can skip him. Also, Uncle Bai doesn't need to feel like he owes Yi Qing anything. Uncle Bai, don't feel pressured, you don't owe him anything. If anything, it's Yi Qing who owes your Bai family, and me." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai family head was immediately stunned. Although Bai family head wasn't doing particularly well now, he was still a shrewd person. How could he not understand the meaning and tone in young Master Wan's words? This clearly meant that he looked down on Yi Qing and wanted to distance himself from him. This made Bai family head unsure of what to do, as he couldn't gauge the relationship between Yi Qing and the Wan family. However, there was one thing Bai family head was certain of. In his opinion, the only reason Yi Qing dared to do anything to the Tan family was by leveraging the Wan family's influence. After all, at that time, Uncle Jiao and Wan family had personally intervened,
and only then did Tan family head swallow his anger. If it weren't for Uncle Gio and one family head, it would be strange if Tan family head could tolerate Yi Qing treating the Tan family like that.
Bai family had clearly understood the relationship between the main and secondary parties.
That's right, both I and Ruo owe you, young Master Wan, and the Wan family a favor. We know this, please rest assured. We are not ungrateful people, young Master Wan. If you ever need anything from us in the future, just say the word, I guarantee you won't be disappointed.
Upon hearing this, young Master Wan smiled slightly and said, actually, my unannounced visit to Uncle and Auntie this time is also for Ruo after all. I feel there's nothing to hide about my relationship with Ruo. Ruo, what do you say? Chapter 126 Son-in-law comes to visit? Bai Ruo's face instantly turned pale. She simply lowered her head, remaining silent.
Bai family head and Madame Bai exchanged glances at this moment, looking at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what had truly transpired.
But, weren't Bai Ruo and Yi Qing on quite good terms?
However, if Bai family head had to choose, he would naturally pick young Master Wan. After all, his status and position were evident, and he was almost certainly the future Wan family head.
And Yi Qing?
Although his medical skills were excellent, that was all they were. How could he compare to the Wan family, who were like the local emperors of Jiangcheng?
Is Ruo shy?
Ha, it's alright, what's between us will be public sooner or later. It's only right to tell Uncle and Auntie first, so they worry less. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Bai family head and Madame Bai and smiled. Ruo and I have already confirmed our romantic relationship, Uncle, Auntie. I am Ruo's boyfriend. You wouldn't object, would you?
Upon hearing this, Bai family head and Madame Bai, how could they object? They immediately waved their hands repeatedly, saying, no, how could we object? We're too happy to object. It's a bit too sudden, we haven't reacted yet. Young Master Wan, is what you said true?
Young Master Wan nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying, absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruo. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruo and said softly, Ruo, aren't you happy? Bai Ruo took a deep breath upon hearing this, forced a smile onto her face, and said, Dad, Mum, young Master Wan is right. We are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Bai family head immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this, his face full of excitement.
Good, this is great news.
Young Master Wan, I'm very happy that you've taken a liking to Ruo. However, this child has been spoiled by us. Although she is usually well-behaved and sensible, her temper is quite stubborn. If she ever does anything to displease you in the future, please be more forgiving.
Oh, by the way, does your esteemed father know? What does he think?
After all, with your status, young Master Wan, one family head will surely inquire about your personal matters. If one family head is not satisfied, then, I'm afraid, it might not be very good. This was a concern of Bai family head. After all, if one family head did not agree, then Bai Ruo would not be able to enter the Wan family's door. However, at this moment, young Master Wan smiled and said, my father has been working hard for many years, and now it's time for him to enjoy his retirement so I can make my own decisions regarding my affairs. After all, I am now the Wan family head. As soon as these words were spoken, the room instantly fell silent.
Are you kidding me?
That was the Wan family head, a heroic figure who led the Wan family to rise. It's true he's not young, but he's only in his 50s or 60s.
If it were an ordinary person, it would be understandable to say they retired, but one family head retiring to enjoy his twilight years? That's not how you talk nonsense.
However, these words came from young Master Wan's mouth, and no one would doubt their authenticity. Bai family head looked at young Master Wan and stammered, Wan, young Master Wan, you said one family head abdicated in favor of a worthy successor?
Isn't this a bit too sudden?
Young Master Wan smiled slightly upon hearing this, saying, it's not sudden at all. My father actually had plans to retire for a long time. Years of affairs have exhausted him physically and mentally. This time, seeing my performance was quite good, plus some other reasons, my father's abdication is also reasonable. Of course, this matter is not yet known to anyone else for now. You are the first, but soon, everyone in Jiangcheng will know. Bai family had always felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. However, the fact was that young Master Wan was now the helmsman of the Wan family, and just based on this, he absolutely could not offend him.
What's more, young Master Wan also liked Bai Ruoruo. Perhaps the two families could really become in-laws, and then, wouldn't the Bai family rise to prominence?
Thinking of this, Bai family head's eyes immediately lit up, and he was overjoyed beyond measure. Young Master Wan, no, Wan family head, if you need anything at all, just say the word. My Bai family, including this old bone of mine, will serve you with all our might, as long as you need us. Young Master Wan laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying, Uncle Bai, please just call me Young Master Wan. After all, I've just taken over as family head, and if you call me Wan family head directly, I feel uncomfortable, and I'm also afraid others will hear it. Let's take it slow for now. Still, the same words, we are our own people, and in the future, we should support each other. Bai family head's face beamed with joy upon hearing this, and he nodded heavily, saying, that is natural, natural. Natural.
Does young Master Wan have any plans for lunch? If not, would you like to have a simple meal at our home? I'll go prepare it right away.
Young Master Wan shook his head gently upon hearing this, looking at Bai family head and smiling. There's no need for a meal. I've just taken over as family head and am busy with affairs, but I couldn't resist coming to see Ruoruo immediately to tell her this good news. I'll talk with Ruoruo for a bit, then I have to leave. So, no rush anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat and chat together in the future. Bai family head immediately understood upon hearing this, and looking at Madam Bai, he said, Madam, I see your body isn't fully recovered yet. Let's go to the hospital to get it checked. It's also a good opportunity to leave some space for young Master Wan and Ruoruo to have a private chat.
The words were already so direct, how could Madam Bai not understand? She immediately nodded and left the room with Bai family head. Immediately, only Bai Ruoruo and young Master Wan remained in the room. Young Master Wan's face immediately showed an excited expression, and he looked at Bai Ruoruo, laughing loudly. Ruoruo, aren't you happy for me? I am now the Wan family head. Ah, this is also something I didn't expect. Now, you have even less reason to object to being with me, right? After all, as long as you're with me, you'll be the mistress of the Wan family in the future, huh? And at this moment, Bai Ruoruo looked at young Master Wan and simply said one sentence. Young Master Wan, congratulations on becoming family head. So, can Yi Qing's matter be put aside now? Has Uncle Gong's side been settled? Can Yi Qing's safety be guaranteed? As soon as these words were spoken, young Master Wan's face immediately turned exceedingly gloomy. Chapter 127 Kiss Me. The negotiation, of course, went well. Yi Qing's life was in his hands, he could let him live or let him die. What annoyed young Master Wan was Bai Ruoruo's attitude. Even now, her mind was still preoccupied with Yi Qing, which greatly irritated him. He was young Master Wan, now the head of the Wan family, and Uncle Gong's adopted son. His future was boundless. Any one of these things would attract countless women to throw themselves at him, so why was Bai Ruoruo so indifferent? Looking at Bai Ruoruo, young Master Wan said with a somewhat displeased expression, Yi Qing's matter is difficult, but not impossible. You must understand, he offended Uncle Gong. Bai Ruoruo looked at young Master Wan and said in a deep voice, of course I know, but didn't you promise me? If I became your girlfriend, you could save Yi Qing. Now that you're the head of the Wan family, isn't all of this just a matter of a single word for you? What? Are you going back on your word? Young Master Wan immediately shook his head upon hearing this, saying, I don't mean to go back on my word, Ruoruo. I mean to say that the situation has changed. I went to Uncle Gong, and he was very angry, do you understand? However, it's not entirely without a solution. When he mentioned this, young Master Wan proudly lifted his head. Bai Ruoruo was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on her face as she looked at young Master Wan and said, if you have a solution, that's for the best. Young Master Wan sneered upon hearing this, Ruoruo, you are too naive. To be honest, my adoptive father hates this Yi Qing to the bone. I brought it up, but he's determined to see Yi Qing die, and in a very, very miserable way. What do you expect me to do? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's face instantly turned pale. She felt a profound weakness, and the world seemed to darken around her. Young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoruo's despairing expression and was very displeased. But the more Bai Ruoruo cared about Yi Qing's life, the more she would listen to him, and that was enough. Ruoruo, since I promised you, I will definitely do it. It's just that it will put me in a very difficult position. Young Master Wan put on a troubled expression, as if he was unwilling.
However, Bai Ruoruo saw hope, and her grip on young Master Wan's arm tightened.
Young Master Wan, I'm begging you, please save him, okay?
Young Master Wan nodded with difficulty and said, alright, but Ruoruo, if I pay such a high price to save his life, what if you go back on your word? Bai Ruoruo bit her lip upon hearing this, looked at young Master Wan, and said, Young Master Wan, I swear if you still don't believe me, then tell me what you want me to do, and I will do it as long as you are willing to save Yi Qing and not harm him. I will do anything. At this moment, young Master Wan's eyes roamed over Bai Ruoruo's body, and the desire in his eyes could not be hidden. Seeing this, Bai Ruoruo was so frightened that she immediately took 2 steps back, hugging her chest and fearfully saying, Young Master Wan, what do you want to do?
Young Master Wan frowned slightly and said, Bai Ruoruo, if it were Yi Qing, would you still be so resistant? Resistant?
Thinking of Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo's face immediately flushed. If Yi Qing were to look at her with such eyes, or even want to take it further, Bai Ruoruo would probably be overjoyed and willing to give herself. But, young Master Wan was not Yi Qing. Without Bai Ruoruo needing to answer, young Master Wan had already gotten his answer from her eyes. Biting his lip, young Master Wan suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Bai Ruoruo's shoulders with both hands, his eyes filled with rage. You're still thinking of him, even now, you're still thinking of him. Damn him, he deserves to die. I will kill him, I must kill him. Only then, from now on, will there only be me in your world. Bai Ruoruo was even more frightened by young Master Wan's sudden frenzy, but what terrified her more were the words coming out of his mouth. He wanted to kill Yi Qing. He wanted to vent all his resentment on Yi Qing.
No, absolutely not.
Young Master Wan, you promised me, you would let Yi Qing go. You can't break your word, you can't go back on what you said. Bai Ruoruo was truly anxious at this moment. Young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoruo coldly and gritted his teeth, but I absolutely will not allow my woman to constantly harbor the shadow of another man in her heart.
And I will not allow the woman I like to refuse my touch while thinking of another man. Bai Ruoruo, do you really think I, Wan Hai, am easy to bully? I'm telling you, if you push me too far, I'll kill Yi Qing right now.
Bai Ruoruo's body trembled, and tears streamed down her face.
I'll give you whatever you want, is that not enough?
After speaking, Bai Ruoruo closed her eyes, her face filled with despair, but she no longer resisted, as if she were letting young Master Wan have his way. But her tears, her expression, or her constantly trembling body, all spoke of her resistance, her anger, her despair, and even her disgust. At this moment, young Master Wan suddenly lost interest. He pushed Bai Ruoruo, sending her onto the sofa, and said coldly, I advise you to control your expression. What I want is not force. Tomorrow, at your sister's birthday party, I will attend at that time. I want you to tell Yi Qing, in front of him and everyone else, that you find him disgusting, that you detest him, and that the person you like most is me. Bai Ruoruo, I'm waiting for you tomorrow, with a smile on your face, to kiss me in front of everyone.
Chapter 128. Wan family, something happened. Kiss young Master Wan of your own accord, in front of everyone? That everyone must include Yi Qing. The thought of humiliating Yi Qing and breaking up with him tomorrow made Bai Ruoruo's heart bleed. However, seeing young Master Wan's cold expression, Bai Ruoruo knew she had no choice. Okay, I promise you, but you must also save Yi Qing and ensure his safety. Young Master Wan heard this, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and said in a deep voice, Bai Ruoruo, do you think you have the right to bargain with me? Keeping Yi Qing alive is the biggest promise I can give you. As for whether Yi Qing will be harmed, lose an arm or a leg, that depends on your performance. If you perform well, then the harm Yi Qing suffers will be less. Do you understand what I mean? Bai Ruoruo understood and dared not refute anything now. Just as young Master Wan said, Yi Qing's fate was in young Master Wan's hands. It was already difficult to keep him alive, and all she could do was try her best to ensure Yi Qing suffered as little harm as possible, or even no harm at all. I understand, young Master Wan, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. Young Master Wan nodded, somewhat annoyed, and said, alright, I'm not interested anymore today. I hope you remember what you said, and I hope that from tomorrow onwards, I can see a smile on your face, not an unwilling expression. Remember, as long as you want Yi Qing to live, then for the rest of your life, you will obediently stay by my side and serve me well. After speaking, young Master Wan sneered and left directly.
After leaving the room, young Master Wan turned back coldly, looked at Bai Ruorowa's house, and sneered, "Bitch, I gave you face, but you didn't appreciate it when I actively loved you and was good to you, you didn't know how to cherish it, you had to be forced to comply, you really are a bitch." "Fine, I don't mind, but don't expect me to be too good to you tomorrow. I will let Yi Qing see how humble and lowly you are with me, ha ha ha." Young Master Wan left triumphantly, not hearing Bai Ruorowa's heartbroken sobs in the room. Even if he had heard, he wouldn't have looked back. At this time, Yi Qing had already gotten up. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the phone on the table, Yi Qing fell into deep thought. One family head said he would come to find him early this morning, but now, not only has he not appeared, but his phone calls also go unanswered. This is clearly abnormal. If one family head had drunk too much last night, that would be fine, but Yi Qing knew very well how much one family head valued him. Moreover, he hadn't drunk much at all last night. There was another thing that, combined with the inability to contact one family head, made Yi Qing feel even more uneasy. Although the number of people sent by the one family around him had not decreased, Yi Qing could sense a completely different aura. And these were things Yi Qing clearly felt when he just went out to throw out the trash. If before, these people were sent to protect him, now, it was more like surveillance. Something happened to the Wan family. Yi Qing muttered to himself, looking at his phone, and smiled faintly, saying, "Uncle Gong doesn't have the ability to change the Wan family's situation overnight. After all, the Wan family's strength in Zheng City cannot be underestimated. Then, it can only be an internal problem within the Wan family. No matter what the problem is, it means one thing: the current Wan family head no longer calls the shots, and the strategy against me has completely changed." Yi Qing shook his head, took out his phone, and dialed Yun Leopard's number. "Mr. Yi, you finally remembered me. Do you have an important task to assign to me?" "Don't worry, as long as it's a task you arrange, I, Yun Leopard, will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Yun Leopard's voice was very excited, as if conspiring something big with Yi Qing was like playing a game. Yi Qing sighed and said, "If there really was a task to go through fire and water, if I dared to give it to you, would you dare to do it?" "Alright, stop talking nonsense, I called you to do something." Then, Yi Qing quietly told Yun Leopard about the task he had arranged. Yun Leopard became more and more excited as he listened, and immediately patted his chest, guaranteeing that he would complete the task. Yi Qing then hung up the phone. Not long after hanging up on Yun Leopard, Tiger Tooth's call came directly to Yi Qing's phone. "Mr. Yi, I've already started striking at Uncle Gong's establishments in East Continent. It's very strange. Uncle Gong's side seems to be holding their ground. I don't know what their specific plans are. Do you think I need to speed up?" Yi Qing heard this and smiled, saying, "An old fox like Uncle Gong has reasons for everything he does. However, no matter how many reasons and schemes he has, they are useless in the face of absolute strength. Crushing is the only correct path. Tiger Tooth, you don't need to ask me about such things. You know what to do in your heart. Just do it according to your own ideas. I only look at the results. Also, don't worry about anything after Red Eyes arrives. I will send him to help you." Upon hearing that Red Eyes was coming back to help him, Tiger Tooth was first excited, then hesitated and said, "Mr. Yi, why don't we forget it? I think I can still control the situation, so I won't trouble Big Boss Red Eyes." He was genuinely afraid if he could choose, Tiger Tooth would even wish he had never met Red Eyes in this life. And there were definitely many people who thought like him. Even if they knew they were on the same side, it was still like this. Yi Qing chuckled and said, "It's not impossible. Let's see if it really doesn't work, then let Red Eyes and the others take action with them around. You should have a lot of confidence. And, also, I know what you're worried about. You don't need to worry about the thoughts of the big bosses in East Province and even the surrounding areas. CN side, Myth Group will take action very soon. At that time, he will handle the negotiations." With Yi Qing's words, Tiger Tooth finally had a general idea. After all, it seemed like two forces in the underground world were clashing, as if they only needed to determine a winner, but in reality, it was more than that. Not to mention Tiger Tooth's side, just Uncle Gong's side, having been entrenched in the East Province's underground world for so long, his connections were even more intricate. As many people wanted Uncle Gong to die quickly, just as many wanted Uncle Gong to continue to grow. This was an unavoidable matter. But now, with Yi Qing's guarantee and Myth Group's involvement, everything could be put at ease. It was a joke, that was Myth Group,
that was life elixir. How many people wanted to regain their youth and were counting on this treasure?
If they offended Myth Group, they wouldn't be able to buy it in the future.
How to choose? These big bosses and magnates would naturally weigh the options.
After the call ended, what Yi Qing needed to consider most now was not other matters, but Bai Weiwei's birthday present.
Although Bai Weiwei was often unhappy with him, she was, after all, Bai Ruoruo's younger sister. Yi Qing didn't want to be too stingy with his gift. It was a gift he was giving, so it had to be presentable. Chapter 129 Rejected Twice.
The crucial issue now was that Yi Qing wasn't short on money, but he didn't know what Bai Weiwei liked.
Just giving her some jewelry or accessories wasn't out of the question.
Recalling what Jin Leopard had reported earlier, and seeing that Bai Ruoruo hadn't contacted him even now, Yi Qing actually had a rough idea of what was going on. He dialed Bai Ruoruo's number. The phone rang for a long time without an answer, but then it connected at the last second, as if the owner of the phone was hesitating, not wanting to answer, but ultimately couldn't resist the longing.
Yi Qing, is something wrong?
Bai Ruoruo's voice came through the phone. Her voice was light, seemingly as usual, but Yi Qing could tell that Bai Ruoruo was different today. Yi Qing said softly, "Tomorrow is your sister Bai Weiwei's coming-of-age ceremony. She personally invited me, and I promised to attend, so I need to prepare a gift, but I don't know what she likes."
Ruoruo, would you like to come with me to pick out a birthday present for her?
Yi Qing didn't say much, just used this as an excuse, wanting Bai Ruoruo to come out. In the past, he wouldn't have needed to say much, and Bai Ruoruo would probably have rushed over immediately, but today, he heard silence, and sensed hesitation and reluctance.
Yi Qing, there's no need to be so grand. You can just give her anything, it's fine.
The thing Weiwei likes most, I have heard her mention it, but I didn't hear the specifics. Forget it, just buy whatever you want.
Yi Qing heard this and immediately smiled, saying, "What is it? Tell me, I'm quite interested too."
Bai Ruoruo hesitated and said, "I don't know what it is, I just heard Weiwei mention it many times when she came back, saying that it's a treasure, something like life divine water or something, that it's not sold to the public, and only very important people have the channels to get even a tiny bit, and it's very expensive." Weiwei also had a chance to see it by accident, but she hasn't used it. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing already guessed what it was.
Life divine water?
It would be better to say, life elixir. The treasure that Myth Group used to initially expand its funds and resources, and of course, the magic weapon that will rapidly expand in the future. Indeed, most people, let alone seeing it, or using it, haven't even heard of it. Bai Weiwei truly learned about it by chance, otherwise, with her status, she wouldn't even have the qualification to hear about it. Yi Qing smiled. This thing, which others considered a treasure and was extremely difficult to obtain, was, for Yi Qing, simply effortless. In fact, he didn't even need to go to Myth Group, nor did he need Xi Yin to send someone to deliver it, because the person who truly achieved minor success in Azure Emperor longevity art was he, Yi Qing. The person who refined the life elixir was also he, Yi Qing. All of Myth Group's life elixir originated from him, and it was diluted countless times.
Yi Qing was the source.
I understand, don't worry, I know what it is, and I won't let her down.
But, Ruoruo, do you want to come out? It's almost noon, shall we have lunch together?
This was Yi Qing's second invitation to Bai Ruoruo in just a few short sentences. But Bai Ruoruo still had to refuse, unable to even properly bid farewell to Yi Qing. Because young Master Wan had already threatened her, and because this was not the outcome young Master Wan wanted to see. Yi Qing, you go eat by yourself. I still have things to do. If there's nothing else, don't call. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo was about to hang up. At this moment, Yi Qing sighed softly and said, Ruoruo, I've always kept your kindness to me in my heart. Although I haven't promised you anything, I did say that I would definitely protect you.
I told you to trust me, do you still remember?
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's tears immediately flowed uncontrollably, and then she directly hung up the phone. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself for a moment and would burst into tears, which would only make Yi Qing more worried. Of course, she wanted to trust Yi Qing, she wanted to trust him in everything, but not this time. This time, it was the Wan family turning against them, young Master Wan taking control, and Uncle Gong targeting Yi Qing. None of these people were easy to provoke for Yi Qing's safety. She, Bai Ruoruo, could only do this. But, the pain, it hurt so much, it really hurt so much. Bai Ruoruo could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Today, this was Bai Ruoruo's second time crying, and her eyes were already swollen immensely. And at this moment, Bai family head and Madame Bai finally returned. Seeing Bai Ruoruo sobbing on the sofa, the two exchanged glances and quickly went forward.
Ruoruo, what's wrong? You were fine just now, why are you crying so sadly? Please stop crying. Madame Bai spoke with some heartache. And Bai family head said in a deep voice, Ruoruo, what exactly happened? Tell me, did young Master Wan bully you? Or, what happened?
Don't worry, you are my daughter, and I will definitely stand by you if young Master Wan bullied you. I will definitely get justice for you and make him take responsibility.
He truly sounded like he was fulfilling his father's duty. Getting justice, but the next sentence was to make him take responsibility? Take responsibility for what? Marrying Bai Ruoruo? Ultimately, deep down, Bai family head still didn't dare to offend young Master Wan and wanted to form a marriage alliance with him even more.
Bai Ruoruo choked back tears, raised her head, looked at her parents, and shook her head, saying, no one bullied me, I'm just sad inside.
Bai family head sighed at this moment and said, it's because of Yi Qing, isn't it?
I know you like Yi Qing, and now you have young Master Wan liking you too. Are you unsure how to choose?
Or rather, you actually, deep down, still want to choose Yi Qing, don't you?
Bai family head was also an experienced person and Bai Ruoruo's father, so he immediately saw the truth of the matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo choked out, I like Yi Qing, but I can't choose him, otherwise, it would harm him. At this point, everything became completely clear. Bai family head sighed, sat beside Bai Ruoruo, and said softly, sometimes, loving someone means letting go. Although I don't know what happened between you two, I can guess that you're doing this for Yi Qing, that you think it's best for him, otherwise, you wouldn't be so troubled.
Since you've already made a decision, don't regret or agonize over it. Ruoruo. Actually, young Master Wan might not be a bad match after all. At least, compared to Yi Qing, young Master Wan can give you more happiness and is more capable of giving you everything. Haven't you always been a bit at odds with Gao Qingyue? When you're with young Master Wan, Gao Qingyue will never dare to look down on you again, right? Think about it carefully, it's a good thing, isn't it? Was this comforting her? Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai family head, and her mood worsened. Chapter 130. What is Yi Qing? Dad, I think you're the one who wants a connection with the Wan family. Yi Qing saved me, have you forgotten? I'm still your daughter. Why do you always have to sacrifice my happiness to fulfill your desires? Why? Bai Ruoruo questioned him. Bai family head frowned slightly, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and said coldly, Ruoruo, how are you speaking to me? Yes, I know Yi Qing saved you, but don't forget, if you hadn't gone to see Yi Qing, you wouldn't have been beaten like that by young Master Tan. What's more, was it really Yi Qing who saved you? It was the Wan family, it was young Master Wan. If it weren't for the Wan family, if it weren't for Uncle Jiu, do you think Tan family head would have accepted his fate? Do you think a mere Yi Qing could stop anyone? What is he, anyway? At this point, Bai family head seemed to lose his temper and roared, he's just a doctor with a bit of medical skill. To be honest, I never took him seriously, and for someone like him to dare to throw a tantrum in front of me and lecture me, why do you think I tolerated it at the time? It was all because of the Wan family's reputation. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need others to act, I'd deal with him myself. He doesn't understand any rules, he has no manners. What is he, to think he can be my son-in-law? It's simply a pipe dream. Bai family head no longer concealed his true colors and harshly reprimanded Yi Qing. It seemed that without the Wan family's backing, Yi Qing, in their eyes, was truly reduced to an insignificant, unmentionable ant. Dad, what are you trying to do? Bai Ruoruo's eyes were red with anger, and she looked like she was about to cry again. Madame Bai sighed at this moment and said, our daughter is upset. Why are you saying these things now? You're just making her feel worse. Please, be quiet. Bai family head scoffed at her words, I can be quiet, but Bai Ruoruo, I'm telling you, Yi Qing has never been from our world. In our world, he will never be presentable. Our past relationship with the Wan family, indeed, allowed us to look at him with new eyes, but now, young Master Wan is already the head of the Wan family, and young Master Wan doesn't think highly of him, even wanting to deal with him. Do you think he can still amount to anything? I'm telling you honestly, leaving him is the best choice for both you and him, understand? At this point, Bai family head gritted his teeth, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said, if you can't make this decision, then I can help you make it. In short, this is the best choice for both of you. As soon as Bai Ruoro heard that Bai family head was going to personally confront Yi Qing, she choked out, I've already promised young Master Wan that I'll break off our relationship with Yi Qing at Wei Wei's birthday banquet tomorrow. Please don't make things worse, okay? Bai family head's face immediately showed satisfaction upon hearing this. He nodded and said, good, since you've come to your senses, that's for the best. Tomorrow's matter, you can handle it yourself. However, I'll be watching the entire time. If he dares to pester you, I'll personally talk to him and make him understand what he truly is. Alright, stop crying, clean yourself up, it's time to eat. After speaking, Bai family head hummed a tune and went to the dining room, seemingly in an extremely joyful mood at that moment. And Bai Ruoro cried even more uncontrollably. This time, not only were young Master Wan and Uncle Gong going to deal with Yi Qing, but even her own father was going to make a move. Bai Ruoro felt that she really should break off her relationship with Yi Qing as soon as possible, as that would be the best protection for Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing looked at the phone that Bai Ruoro had directly hung up and showed a wry smile. This was already too strange. Bai Ruoro had not only rejected his 2 invitations but had also actively hung up the phone. However, Yi Qing was not angry, because he had heard from Bai Ruoro's voice that she was about to cry. Perhaps, after the call was hung up, she had already burst into tears. Looking at his phone, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Am I, Yi Qing, really that easy to bully? Instead of directly causing trouble for me, they're starting with the people around me. Good, very good. You want to play? Then I'll play along with you. Although Bai Ruoro isn't my wife or my girlfriend, she's been so good to me, yet you're forcing and bullying her. Just wait, I'll let you see the joke you want to see. With a cold snort, Yi Qing returned to his room and began to circulate the Azure Emperor longevity art, transforming the life elixir. Now, Yi Qing didn't want to think about so many things. Everything would be revealed at Bai Weiwei's coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. When more than an hour had passed, when Yi Qing came out of the room, he had a thumb-sized glass bottle in his hand. The bottle looked somewhat delicate, but it was definitely not expensive. However, what was truly valuable was the faintly green, even dazzling liquid in the glass bottle that was true life elixir, and it hadn't been diluted at all. Just one small bottle of this could be diluted to produce more than 100 bottles of the kind of life elixir that Myth Group sold. To put it bluntly, it was priceless. And this was the gift Yi Qing was going to give Bai Weiwei, but whether she would recognize its value was truly unknown. Casually placing the glass bottle on the table, Yi Qing's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at the packed items, Yi Qing had originally planned to move directly to Cloud Mist Villa, as everything there was already prepared, and he could move in at any time. Everything was provided, and nothing was lacking. Looking at the house filled with his memories, Yi Qing lowered his head slightly, sighed, and said, what must leave will eventually leave, and what must pass will eventually pass. The time is almost up. It's time to say goodbye. After speaking, Yi Qing turned and directly left the room. He didn't take anything, nor did he need to when he needed them. He could always come back to get them. He wasn't living in this house anymore, but it was still his. After exiting the building, Yi Qing immediately saw more than a dozen gazes around him, all looking at him. However, compared to the previous protection, at this moment, Yi Qing clearly felt that they were monitoring him, which truly annoyed him. Yi Qing waved his hand and said faintly, I'm leaving here soon, come over. Chapter 131 Heading to Yunwu Villa. Yi Qing's words clearly reached the ears of these people. A chief, frowning, walked up to Yi Qing and said indifferently, where are you going? Yi Qing looked at the man, smiled faintly, and said, compared to that, I'd rather ask, what happened to Wan family? Where is Uncle Jiao? You are Uncle Jiao's people, right? Did something happen to Uncle Jiao too? The chief frowned upon hearing this and said, everything in Wan family is as usual, Uncle Jiao is fine, nothing could have happened. Yi Qing, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to harm Wan family or Uncle Jiao? Also, you haven't answered my question, where are you going? Yi Qing looked at the chief, a cold smile playing on his lips, and said, "Nothing happened to Wan family? Uncle Gio is also safe and sound?"
Then it seems like the internal issues have been peacefully resolved, or rather, Wan family head was dealt with before he even had a chance to resist. Yi Qing shook his head and sighed, saying, Wan family head was quite a formidable figure in his generation, yet his downfall was so sudden, it's really a bit unexpected.
However, the saddest one must be Wan family head, right?
After all, being betrayed by the person closest to him, that feeling must be truly unbearable.
Tell me, have your orders changed? Tell me, what are the orders you have received now?
Hearing Yi Qing say this, the chief frowned. Their orders had indeed changed, but they had never had direct contact with Yi Qing. How did Yi Qing know? Moreover, what Yi Qing had just said sent a chill down the chief's spine. He wasn't entirely clear about the Wan family's affairs, but he knew that a major change had occurred in the Wan family. Yet, Yi Qing guessed it without even leaving his home. This mind is not that of an ordinary person. However, there was nothing to hide. Just as Yi Qing said, the orders had changed from protecting Yi Qing to monitoring Yi Qing, and even, if necessary, using means to control Yi Qing that would mean a complete breakdown of relations.
That's right, the orders we received have changed. Originally, we were to protect you, but now, it's changed to monitoring you and preventing you from leaving Jiang City. Of course, we haven't received any further instructions for now, so, Mr. Yi, it's better for us to get along. Don't make things difficult for us, and you won't have things difficult either, right?
Yi Qing nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to follow, just follow. I'm going to the suburbs later, and I'll be back in the afternoon or evening.
Want to come along?
His words sounded like an invitation. The crucial thing is, even if you don't invite them, these people wouldn't dare not follow.
Mr. Yi is joking, we naturally have to come along.
Yi Qing nodded and said, That's good, then bring your car over. I'll ride in your car.
One shouldn't be so familiar with strangers, should they?
The chief even suspected if what he had just said was not clear enough.
They were here to monitor Yi Qing, and even to control him. How could Yi Qing so confidently order them around and make them run errands?
This was truly a bit hard to accept.
Looking at the chief, Yi Qing chuckled and said, Instead of constantly following behind and risking me escaping, wouldn't it be better to be direct?
The chief nodded upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up, and smiled. Mr. Yi, you are the boldest and most open-minded person I have ever met. I am truly impressed. Yi Qing shrugged and said, Go get the car. The chief waved his hand behind him and said, Go, bring the car over. We'll take Mr. Yi to where he wants to go. After speaking, the chief looked at Yi Qing and smiled. Mr. Yi, please don't play any tricks. After all, this is Jiang City. Even if you escape our surveillance, you won't be able to get out, and you'll suffer some pain for no reason. Why bother, don't you agree? Yi Qing, with his left hand in his pocket, patted the chief's shoulder with his right hand, smiled faintly, and said, This is Jiang City, I know that very well, so, I didn't plan to escape, did I? Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Just then, the car had already arrived. Yi Qing directly sat in the back seat, and the chief, who had originally intended to sit with Yi Qing, paused for some reason and instead sat in the front passenger seat. It was as if these people had truly started protecting Yi Qing again, letting him command them. Mr. Yi, where to? Yi Qing directly gave an address, and then the vehicle slowly set off. After about half an hour, the vehicle had driven out of Jiang City. Further ahead, although the scenery was still quite good, it was also a fact that there were few traces of human activity. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Further ahead, besides mountains and forests, there are no people. Yi Qing heard this and said with a smile, Don't worry, we'll be there soon. And who told you there are no people? As if in response to Yi Qing's words, after about 5 minutes, there were black-clad men blocking the road ahead, and they clearly looked like people not to be trifled with. However, the chief was Uncle Gio's subordinate, and this was, after all, Jiang City's territory, so they truly weren't afraid of anything. Mr. Yi, there are people blocking the road here. Do you still want to continue? Yi Qing smiled and said, Stop the car. Then, the vehicle stopped, and Yi Qing got out. The black-clad men blocking the road walked up to Yi Qing and his group and said in a deep voice, This is private property ahead. Please take a detour. The chief frowned upon hearing this and said, This is clearly a mountain forest. How did it become private property? Also, who are you people, and what are you doing here? The black-clad men clearly couldn't be bothered with the chief, still maintaining their expressionless and cold demeanor. At this moment, Yi Qing spoke. I am Yi Qing, your person in charge here is called Tian Lang, right? Tell him I've come to see how my new home is being built. As Yi Qing spoke, the black-clad men's eyes immediately became respectful. One by one, they immediately stood at attention, looked at Yi Qing, and bowed, saying, Mr. Yi, you have arrived, we will lead the way for you. Yi Qing nodded, then looked at the dumbfounded chief and his men, and said with a smile, come on, let's go together. The chief, a subordinate of Uncle Joe, was clearly unprepared for this scene and immediately hesitated. After all, these black-clad men in front of him looked difficult to deal with, and it was clear that this place was not just as simple as these few black-clad men. Is it a conspiracy? Did Yi Qing deliberately trick them here to kill them? But, looking at Yi Qing's expression, it clearly didn't seem like it. And they dared not disobey Uncle Joe's orders. They couldn't just stand still and watch Yi Qing leave like that. Let's go, follow them. This is Jiang City, our territory. Are we afraid of anyone? Chapter 132, Courtyard Guard. Chief and his men followed on foot. However, the further they walked, the more alarmed they became. Although some of them had never been here before, they knew this was a desolate mountain forest, rarely visited by people. But now? After turning off the main road at a fork, a long tree-lined avenue appeared before them, a wide 4-lane road. Moreover, the trees on both sides of the road seemed to have been pruned and replanted, not only looking beautiful but also giving a refreshing feeling. However, what shocked them even more was that every short distance, several black-clothed men would appear. In a journey of just over 10 minutes, they saw at least 30 black-clothed men guarding the place, which was quite startling. With the strength they saw before them, they were no longer a match. And at the end of the road was a grand mansion that left them shocked and amazed. Upon entering the mansion, they discovered a truly unique and ancient world, with scenery that refreshed the spirit, as if they were in the world's most exquisite garden. There were mountains, water, and even an artificial island in the middle of the lake, with a bamboo house on it. The scent of birds and flowers, and fresh air, wafted towards them. They didn't need to think twice to know how wonderful it would be to live here. Just then, a young man of about 30, accompanied by over 10 black-clothed men, walked up to Mr. Yi with an excited expression and respectfully bowed, saying, Mr. Yi, you've finally arrived. Mr. Yi looked at the man with a wolf's head tattooed on his neck and smiled faintly. You must be Tian Lang. Tiger Tooth mentioned you. Heh. It must have been hard on you to guard this place all these years. Upon hearing this, Tian Lang quickly shook his head and said, Not at all. It is Tian Lang's honor to guard the house for Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. Yi Qing nodded and said, No need for a detailed introduction. After all, I designed this myself, so I'm very clear about it. It's just that this is the first time I'm seeing what it looks like after completion. Tian Lang quickly said, Mr. Yi's design is truly ingenious and a marvel of craftsmanship. Whether it's the craftsman who came to design it or anyone else, everyone who comes here is amazed. Mr. Yi, this Cloud Mist Villa has 36 scenic spots. As you know best, there are 18 ancient-style buildings, not counting the rooms for the guards and servants. You can easily host over 100 distinguished guests, and they will absolutely be reluctant to leave. Mr. Yi, I didn't know you were coming today, so some things aren't fully prepared yet, but now, all surveillance is in place. There are a total of 160 security personnel, and 50 chefs, handymen, and so on. Of course, this is not enough. If you have any needs, you can increase the staff at any time. What Tian Lang said sounded exaggerated. For one Mr. Yi to live there, 160 guards seemed excessive, but in reality, spread across this vast Cloud Mist Villa, 160 people was not a lot. Moreover, Mr. Yi's status and position were worthy of it. As for the chefs of various cuisines, assistant chefs, and handymen responsible for cleaning and maintaining the environment, 50 people seemed like a lot, but in reality, in this current situation, Mr. Yi was considered frugal. Compared to an imperial kitchen in ancient times that required over 300 chefs, what was Mr. Yi's setup? Not to mention anything else, just the one family head's mansion in Jiang City had over 30 chefs and handymen. Mr. Yi was much more formidable than him. The people who would live or visit here in the future would be extremely wealthy and influential. That's enough for now. I understand all of this. What about the Cloud Mist secret realm? Is it ready? Upon hearing this, Tian Lang's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly said, Mr. Yi, the Cloud Mist secret realm has been constructed according to your requirements. All construction personnel wore masks upon arrival and departure, ensuring no information whatsoever will be leaked. There are two ways to access the Cloud Mist secret realm. One is from within the bamboo forest in the lake, as per your request, directly from underwater. The other is through layers of guards, directly from the back mountain.
Yi Qing nodded.
The so-called Cloud Mist secret realm was a secret chamber Mr. Yi built for himself, obtained by hollowing out almost half a mountain. As for the water route, others couldn't use it, but Mr. Yi's Azure Emperor longevity art was enough to allow him to move through water. Regarding the so-called direct mountain route, although there were layers of guards, Mr. Yi would also set up a grand formation at that time. Without precise movements, no one would be able to enter. This was the secrecy and security Mr. Yi desired. After all, the Cloud Mist secret realm would be the most important place for Mr. Yi to cultivate in seclusion, plant rare medicinal herbs, experiment with cultivation techniques, and so on. It was imperative to take precautions and not neglect it. Good, take good care of these people. I'll go check out the Cloud Mist secret realm first. We can discuss other matters when I return.
After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at Chief and smiled. This is my home. I imagine you shouldn't be afraid of me running away, right?
At this moment, Chief was already completely dumbfounded. From the moment they entered the Cloud Mist villa, they were utterly stunned. After all, they were just ordinary people. The largest mansion they had ever seen was the Wan family's, but the Wan family's mansion was not even a straw hut compared to this place. This was something that money could no longer measure. All that aside, the crucial point was Tian Lang and these people. Each of them looked like a formidable individual, yet there were 160 of them here, just for guarding the house.
So, how strong must Mr. Yi be? Who exactly was Mr. Yi?
This was now the biggest mystery in Chief's mind.
Could such a person truly be easy to deal with? Tian Lang looked at Chief and the others, carefully asking Mr. Yi, are these people your friends? Or bodyguards?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi shook his head and calmly said, no, they were sent to monitor me. As soon as he said this, including Tian Lang, all the black-clothed men present erupted with killing intent, and their eyes immediately fixed on Chief and the others, as if ready to pounce and kill at any moment. Just their gaze, even though Chief and the others were from the underground world, they had never seen such intense killing intent. They were immediately drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Mr. Yi chuckled at this moment. Don't scare them. I'll still need them to take me back later. You take care of them. For now I'm going ahead.
With that, Mr. Yi left directly.
And Tian Lang, who respectfully watched Mr. Yi's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent, looked at Chief and their dozen or so men, and then smiled, though his smile was full of coldness. You truly have guts, daring to monitor Mr. Yi. Do you wish to die? Chapter 133 Cave Heaven Paradise. Who is Tian Lang? He is a notable figure in the underground world, known for his daring and ruthless nature. Having carved out his reputation through sheer force later, he followed Tiger Tooth and, due to his unwavering loyalty, saw even more. Although he never directly followed Yi Qing, he admired Mr. Yi to the extreme. The reasons for this were not something that could be explained in a few words. At this moment, someone actually dared to openly monitor Mr. Yi. This was simply lawless. Although the chief and his dozen men felt apprehensive, after all, Tian Lang and his people were more numerous here. However, on the other hand, this was Jiang City, after all.
They truly didn't believe anyone would dare to do anything to them in Jiang City. My friend, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Although you are numerous now, don't forget, this is Jiang City's territory. Do you know who we are? We are from the Wan family, and we follow Uncle Joe. If you want to cause trouble, I'm afraid you'll have to consider whether you can even leave Jiang City. The chief gritted his teeth, not intending to back down. He planned to go head-to-head, betting on the Wan family's reputation in Jiang City and Uncle Joe's methods. Tian Lang heard this, and directly slapped the chief across the face, saying coldly, "Damn it, you're taking advantage of my kindness, aren't you? You still dare to threaten me? What Wan family, what Uncle Joe, is being a local bully so great? I can't deal with them directly right now, but it's not a big deal if I kill you all, right? Still daring to provoke me? Are you tired of living? Or are you just not living comfortably?" The chief was stunned by the slap, a surge of anger rushing to his head. However, seeing the black-clad men outnumbering them several times over, this anger had to be temporarily suppressed. "Alright, I'll remember this slap." Tian Lang heard this and,
without waiting for the chief to finish speaking, directly slapped him again with a backhand.
Remember what? Remember that I slapped you? Then I'm afraid you won't remember, so it's better to slap you a few more times.
At this moment, the chief dared not say anything more. This was like a scholar meeting a soldier. Where reason cannot prevail, he could only hold his nose and swallow his anger.
And Tian Lang, looking at the chief, said indifferently, not convinced? It doesn't matter, although I don't mix in the Jiang City underground world, and haven't appeared in front of people for 2 years. If I'm not boasting, I was once quite well known in Shui City, next to Jiang City. You want revenge? Fine, just come find me. My name is Tian Lang. Mr. Yi called it out just now, but I think you probably didn't remember this time. Have you remembered? I am Tian Lang. Do you understand?
The chief gritted his teeth, about to say something harsh, but then suddenly frowned, as if the name Tian Lang sounded somewhat familiar. Coupled with the word Shui City, the chief suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression became somewhat unsightly.
You are Tian Lang? Tian Lang of Shui City? The Tian Lang who once chased and chopped down the big boss of the Shui City underground world by himself? You mean that Tian Lang who once took a knife and fought directly against more than 30 people, and still won? Hearing the chief mention his past deeds, Tian Lang sneered and said, at that time, I was young and ignorant, didn't know the gravity of things, and couldn't stand grievances, so I just did some reckless things. However, knowing who I am is enough now. If you want revenge, just come find me, understand?
The chief's face turned somewhat pale and ugly upon hearing this.
How could he seek revenge now? If it were just an unknown person, revenge would be one thing, but Tian Lang, he truly didn't dare, and he also understood why Tian Lang still disdained the Wan family and Uncle Joe. This person was once a ruthless individual who chased and chopped down the big boss of the Shui City underground world. The status of that Shui City underground world big boss in Shui City, even if not equal to Uncle Joe, was not far off. He didn't care or fear back then, let alone now. And what about couldn't stand grievances before? Now he just slaps people at the slightest disagreement, and that's standing grievances?
The chief took a deep breath, looked at Tian Lang, and said, so it's brother Tian Lang. I didn't expect you to be here, and even become Mr. Ye's friend. My apologies, my apologies.
Tian Lang heard this and said coldly, what friend? Are you trying to harm me? Or are you humiliating Mr. Yi? How can I, Tian Lang, be worthy of being friends with Mr. Yi? Remember, I am only someone who guards Mr. Ye's home. I can only be considered a subordinate, understand?
Upon hearing this, the chief was even more at a loss for words. Tian Lang's reputation and deeds, even if they reached Uncle Joe, would surely make him an honored guest, yet he was so willing to guard someone's home and even took pride in it. It was simply incomprehensible.
Unless Yi Qing's identity and status were far, far higher than they had imagined. But, was that possible? Brother Tian Lang, we understand.
Tian Lang nodded, then pointed to a row of security rooms at the main entrance, and said indifferently, take them to the security meeting room and have them sit. They are not allowed to wander around. Also, provide them with lunch, so people don't say we starved our guests who came from afar.
After speaking, Tian Lang prepared to leave.
However, before leaving, Tian Lang looked at the chief and the others, revealing a slight smile, and said, I think, without Mr. Ye's command, everything you saw today will not be spoken of carelessly, right?
The chief and the others immediately indicated that they would not. Are you kidding?
If they said yes at this moment, they couldn't guarantee what their fate would be. And Tian Lang nodded and said, register their ID cards, names, home addresses, all of their information. Register everything. If any discrepancies occur, pursue them directly.
With that, Tian Lang left directly.
And the chief and the others looked at each other, feeling bitter beyond measure.
They were being targeted. And in their eyes, Tian Lang was a madman who would do anything.
But now, they were under someone else's roof. At this moment, Yi Qing had already entered the small path behind the mountain. Along the way, the trees were lush and green, the air was sweet, and there were many small animals walking around, seemingly unafraid of people. Some even approached Mr. Yi directly, as if there was an intoxicating scent on his body. Yi Qing walked to a large tree, gently caressed its trunk with his left hand, and whispered, the Azure Emperor longevity art has caused a tremendous change in my physique.
especially my perception and connection to the natural environment. It even allows me to communicate with them. I truly don't know how the old man obtained such a miraculous cultivation technique, and what kind of heaven-defying existence created this miraculous cultivation technique. Gently shaking his head, Yi Qing continued forward and arrived at a cave entrance. After entering the cave, one would discover that there was a world of its own inside. The vast back mountain was almost half hollowed out, which showed how large the space inside the cave must be. Yi Qing's eyes flickered slightly, and he directly entered the cave. Chapter 134: The Hidden Beast. After entering the cave, a refreshing breeze blew through, without the slightest unpleasant sensation. Instead, it grew sweeter and fresher. Yi Qing named this cave dwelling the Cloud Mist Secret Realm. It wasn't merely carved out of the mountain, rather, it was a natural cave that was then modified. Of course, the modifications were not yet complete after all. Some methods could only be used by Yi Qing himself to truly make this Cloud Mist Secret Realm comparable to an immortal's cave dwelling. Inside the cave, light naturally streamed in. There was also a deep, emerald green pool that seemed bottomless, and a small stream flowed gently. Furthermore, there were even flowers, plants, and trees within the cave, making the scenery so beautiful that it was practically an earthly paradise. Only after I transform this Cloud Mist Secret Realm with the formations from the Azure Emperor longevity art, perhaps it will truly rival the legendary Blessed Lands. However, although the spiritual energy is already the strongest within a 100-mile radius, it's still not enough. Next, I need to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures to form a spirit gathering array. But these things aren't urgent for now. I'll make some simple arrangements first. Other matters can be dealt with slowly after I move in. For the next period, Yi Qing was busy within the Cloud Mist Secret Realm until, when he was nearly finished, the light streaming into the cave was no longer sunlight but a silvery white moonlight. Yi Qing stretched lazily before slowly walking out of the Cloud Mist Secret Realm. Tianlang had been waiting at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing Mr. Yi, he hurried forward and said, "Mr. Yi, you're finally out. You didn't even eat lunch. I've had the kitchen prepare dinner for you. All the ingredients are wild from the mountains. Would you like to try their cooking?" Upon hearing this, although Mr. Yi wasn't very hungry, he was still a mortal with a flesh and blood body. He couldn't go without eating forever, and he didn't resist the pleasures of food. What about those people monitoring me? Are they getting anxious? I hope they haven't starved. Tianlang quickly chuckled and said, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, they're all behaving themselves. They're not too anxious, and they definitely haven't starved at lunch. I saw them eating more heartily than anyone else, as if they hadn't eaten for days." However, it's understandable. Not only are our chefs carefully selected, but more importantly, the ingredients we use for cooking here are truly fresh, authentic, and even the meat is free-range. This kind of taste is something others can't experience. Yi Qing nodded. Compared to Tianlang, he understood more. From the moment the Cloud Mist Villa began its renovation, Yi Qing had already set up formations. Even though he was in prison, he was still capable of remotely instructing others to make preparations, such as placing special items in specific locations. That's why Yi Qing said that the spiritual energy of this Cloud Mist Villa was the strongest within a 100-mile radius. The plants and animals growing there could be said to have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as they grew, so their taste and texture were naturally incomparable to ordinary ingredients. And this was only the beginning. Once Yi Qing rearranged the formations to boost the spiritual energy, these benefits would only increase. Most importantly, when Yi Qing frequently cultivated here, the spiritual energy from his Azure Emperor longevity art was the truly wonderful thing that would drive countless plants and animals wild. Call them to join us. After all, they are the first guests of this Cloud Mist Villa. Don't neglect them. Tianlang smiled and nodded upon hearing this, saying, "All right, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange it right away." Tianlang then led Mr. Yi directly to an exceptionally elegant small building, which was the villa's restaurant and a place where small gatherings could be held. By the time Mr. Yi arrived, various delicious dishes were already being continuously served to the table. There were no particularly rare ingredients, but to put it bluntly, every ingredient in every dish here would be incredibly difficult to purchase with a lot of money in the outside world. The chief and a dozen others were brought here. Upon seeing Mr. Yi, they all finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although no one had targeted them further after they received 2 slaps, and no one was even guarding them, the torment was truly unbearable. Now that they saw Mr. Yi, it meant they could leave soon. It would be strange if they didn't feel relieved, as the pressure from Tianlang and the others here was too immense. "Mr. Yi, are you finished with your work?"
At this moment, the chief spoke to Mr. Yi with an unconscious increase in respect. Yi Ching smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "I'm finished. It's getting late. You're the first guests at my new residence, so I'd like to invite you to dinner after that. You can take me back.
How about it? Not in a hurry, are you?" His attitude was so amiable it was almost painful. The chief quickly shook his head and said, "Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Everything can be said according to your time, Mr. Yi." "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for inviting us to dinner. Thank you very much." Yi Ching smiled and said, "The ingredients are the best. You can't find them outside. Eat more. Oh, right, Tianlang, get a few bottles of good wine so these brothers can have a drink too. They've been following me, enduring the wind and sun every day. They've worked hard." These words made the chief and the others feel even more ashamed. If they were protecting Mr. Yi before, that would be fine, but now they were monitoring him. Yet Mr. Yi bore no grudges and was so amiable, inviting them to eat and drink. This truly left them at a loss for words. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you." The chief and his men dared not say much more, nor dared to promise anything. All they could do was say thank you. More than an hour later, everyone was full and satisfied. Yi Ching then slowly stood up, stretched, and said, "All right, it's time to go back." Subsequently, Yi Ching declined Tianlong's request to personally escort him, still allowing the chief and his men to take him back the way they came. After returning to the apartment building, the chief wanted to say something, but Yi Ching merely smiled faintly and said, "Whether you tell young Master Wan about today's events or not, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm moving out tomorrow. By the way, let me remind you, although I'm not sure what happened to the Wan family, I don't like the current atmosphere of the Wan family. Therefore, Wan family head will return." After speaking, Yi Ching went upstairs directly. Meanwhile, the chief and his men exchanged glances, especially at Mr. Ye's last sentence, which seemed casual but actually implied something significant. "Big brother, what should we do? Should we report it truthfully?" A subordinate looked at the chief and asked hesitantly. The chief gritted his teeth and said, "Report what? Nothing happened today. Remember, this is for your own good. Right now, it's a battle of gods, and we shouldn't get involved anyway. Our order was to monitor Mr. Yi and ensure he didn't leave Jianqing. Didn't he return safe and sound? Don't look for trouble, understand?" Upon hearing this, the many subordinates quickly nodded. After going to the Cloud Mist Villa and witnessing Mr. Yi's strength, even if they weren't particularly clever, they knew that Mr. Yi was definitely not as simple as he appeared. He was a truly hidden fierce beast. Chapter 135. She is the bitch. It was 7 a.m. the next morning. Today was Bai Weiwei's 18th birthday banquet, and he had promised to attend, so he certainly wouldn't go back on his word. This time, Yi Ching didn't wear the suit he had worn before, but instead put on a black casual suit he had brought back from Cloud Mist Villa yesterday. If anyone still called this suit cheap, they would truly be blind. Because this was a pure custom-made suit, both the material and the craftsmanship were top-notch. To put it bluntly, the cost of this casual suit alone was as high as several million, not to mention ordinary people, even general wealthy individuals probably hadn't even heard of it, let alone seen it. And this was just because Yi Ching liked this style, otherwise, he had more expensive ones. A thumb-sized, transparent glass bottle was held in Yi Ching's hand. The bottle wasn't worth much, but the life elixir inside was truly priceless. Checking the time, Yi Ching sat in his room, waiting. Meanwhile, at the Bai family, Bai Weiwei had already changed into her clothes early in the morning. A beautiful white princess dress made her appear even more youthful and beautiful. "Sister, do I look good today?" Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoro and let out a happy laugh. Bai Ruoro was also in a white dress, and with her melancholic expression, she looked even more pitiful. "You look good today, you are the most beautiful." Hearing this, Bai Weiwei smiled happily and said, "Sister, today is a happy day for me, and it's also a day you should be happy. Don't keep a straight face, alright? Of course, I know what you're about to do will make you unhappy, but it's the right thing to do." Bai Ruoro gave a wry smile upon hearing this, nodded, and said, "I understand, Ruo. After we eat something, I'll go to the hotel with you. Today you are the protagonist, you can't be late." Bai Ruoro nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "Okay, sister. Aren't you waiting for young Master Wan?" Bai Ruoro shook her head and said, "I'll go with you first. He knows." Young Master Wan originally wanted to pick up Bai Ruoro,
but Bai Ruoro said that as Bai Weiwei's sister, she needed to arrive early to help entertain guests. Even though young Master Wan knew this was Bai Ruoro's excuse, he didn't say anything. After all, the most important thing was the outcome. Just then, Bai family head and Madame Bai also entered the room and showered Bai Weiwei with compliments. Hearing this, Bai Weiwei smiled and said, "Uncle, Auntie, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Now that Weiwei has grown up, I will definitely be filial to you in the future." Bai family head smiled and nodded, saying, "Weiwei is truly a good child. As long as you are happy today, everything else is fine. Everything at the hotel has been arranged. We just need to go there and welcome the guests." At this moment, Bai Ruoro suddenly thought of something, looked at Bai family head, and softly said, "Dad, Yi Qing will also attend. I hope you won't make things difficult for him then. There are some things I want to make clear to him myself, rather than through others." When Bai family head heard Yi Qing's name, his expression was already very calm, even carrying a hint of disdain. Clearly, with young Master Wan as his prospective son-in-law, Yi Qing seemed to have become an obstacle. "Ruo, it's best if you can make it clear yourself, but if you can't, I'll have to step in and help you clarify. Don't worry, if Yi Qing dares to pester you, I will definitely not let him off." Looking at her father's cold face, Bai Ruoro sighed and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." At this moment, Bai Weiwei laughed even louder and said, "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, my sister will break up with Yi Qing in front of everyone today. You just watch then." Bai family head smiled and nodded upon hearing this, saying, "That's good." Everyone was laughing and chatting happily, except for Bai Ruoro, who sat on the chair feeling lost, her heart bleeding. Meanwhile, Gao trying on a dress in her villa, with Lin Ji accompanying her with a smiling face, but feeling very displeased inside. Every time she attended such crowded occasions, Gao Qingyue always dressed herself beautifully, but made Lin Ji play the role of a supporting character. It would be strange if Lin Ji felt comfortable inside. "Lin Ji, do you think this red dress looks good on me?" Lin Ji immediately smiled upon hearing this and said, "It looks good, Qingyue, you look best in anything you wear." Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "What about your dress? Is it ready? You're not going to wear just this, are you? It's a bit too plain." Lin Ji chuckled upon hearing this, "I prefer simplicity after all, so this one will do." Gao Qingyue nodded and said, "Alright then, after all, it's Bai Weiwei's coming-of-age ceremony. If you dress too nicely and overshadow her, it wouldn't be pretty." Lin Ji found these words speechless. If you didn't want to overshadow Bai Weiwei, why dress so formally? "Qingyue, will Yi Qing go?" Lin Ji was silent for a moment, then still asked the question. She had already tried to persuade Yi Qing, but clearly, the effect wasn't very good. Moreover, just thinking about that scene made Lin Ji blush. She didn't even know how she had been so bold at the time, even wanting to give herself directly to Yi Qing. Thinking about it now, she still felt some lingering fear. She could only say that luckily Yi Qing had rejected her at the time, otherwise, she would probably be regretting it terribly now. However, on second thought, Lin Ji felt very angry again. Such a great beauty like herself, actively throwing herself at someone, and yet they didn't want her. What was this if not humiliation? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Yi Qing will definitely go. Don't forget, Bai Ruoro is going to break up with him today. I know the reason now. Now Bai Ruoro is indeed not a good person. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ji immediately showed a puzzled expression and said, "What happened?" Gao Qingyue said with some disdain, "I originally thought Bai Ruoro was pure and deeply devoted, but it turns out she's with young Master Wan. This is why she wants to break up with Yi Qing. So, all those years of unwavering devotion were just a facade. She just hadn't found the best partner yet. Now that she's young Master Wan's girlfriend, shouldn't she quickly dump Yi Qing? How dare a woman who loves vanity and is so disingenuous say that we don't understand gratitude?" I'd like to see what else Bai Ruoro has to say. This was something Lin Ji hadn't expected. The situation actually had such a twist. However, on closer inspection, it made sense. Indeed, between Yi Qing and young Master Wan, if one had to choose, young Master Wan would definitely be chosen. But as soon as she thought of this, Lin Ji's heart was consumed with jealousy. Why did Gao Qingyue have such a smooth journey, becoming a high-ranking female CEO, and Bai Ruoro, this disingenuous woman, was also about to have the title of Madame Wan? Why was she, who was the best and most excellent, only able to act as a small follower, a transparent presence? Why was this?
Chapter 136, Hunger Strike. Taking over the Wan family.
This slut. She hid it so well. Lin Ji gritted her teeth, her eyes red with anger. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and smiled. I have even more astonishing news that might just make you die of anger if you hear it.
Lin Ji frowned and said, what other news? Could it be that Bai Ruoro is also hooking up with someone else?
Gao Qingyue smiled and shook her head. It's only young Master Wan, but he should be called Wan family head now.
Just yesterday, the Wan family held a high-level family meeting. The Wan family head didn't attend, but young Master Wan did and temporarily took over the position of family head. This matter also received Uncle Gong's approval. Now, do you understand?
Young Master Wan is already the Wan family head. There's a reason why Bai Ruoro is in such a hurry. After all, once she marries him, she'll be the matriarch of the Wan family. Lin Ji was now at a loss for words.
She could only say that Bai Ruoro's acting was superb.
However, such a major change in the Wan family still left Lin Ji feeling bewildered. No way, such a big change in the Wan family head position, and there was no news of it before.
Besides, wasn't the Wan family head's health always good? How could he suddenly abdicate? This is truly strange.
Gao Qingyue heard this, a smile playing on her lips, and said, it's not that strange. After all, the larger the family, the more dangerous the internal power struggles are. This matter is already a foregone conclusion, so there's nothing more to say about it, but it certainly benefits Bai Weiwei.
I'm afraid that many people will come to her coming-of-age ceremony today.
After speaking, Gao Qingyue shook her head and said, don't worry about other people's business.
Anyway, the more this happens, the more drama there will be to watch. Let's hurry and leave.
Today, I don't want to miss any of the good show. Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this.
Not only did Gao Qingyue not want to miss this good show today, but neither did she.
And at this moment, at the Wan family. Young Master Wan, dressed in a suit, looked handsome and tall, especially the expression on his face, which truly radiated youthful vigor. The title of family head made him walk with a swagger now.
Young Master Wan, don't forget your promise to me. Yi Qing's life must be in my hands.
At that time, if anyone dares to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite.
Tai Tu stood behind young Master Wan, his face filled with murderous intent.
Young Master Wan heard this, looked at Tai Tu, and said, Mr.
Tai Tu, rest assured.
The reason I stopped you is because Yi Qing will face a situation worse than death today.
Directly killing him is too boring. Isn't it better to make him wish he were dead? Mr. Tai Tu was loyal to Godfather. I think you'd also prefer to see this scene, wouldn't you?
Tai Tu heard this, nodded, looked at young Master Wan, and sneered, Young Master Wan, you are much more sinister and malicious than your father, but I hope your sinister malice is not used against Uncle Gong.
Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to regret it deeply.
Young Master Wan heard this, smiled slightly, and said, Mr.
Tai Tu, rest assured, I am loyal to Godfather. And just then, Uncle Gong knocked and entered.
After seeing Tai Tu, he snorted coldly, then looked at young Master Wan and said in a deep voice, Your father hasn't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday.
You know about this, right?
Uncle Gong was very angry now, especially when he saw young Master Wan's happy smile.
His anger flared up even more. That was young Master Wan's biological father, and now he was on a hunger strike. Did young Master Wan even care?
Young Master Wan looked at Uncle Gong and said with a smile, Uncle Gong, I know about my father's hunger strike. He's just in a fit of pique, he'll be fine in a couple of days.
Don't worry, nothing will happen.
As soon as these words came out, Uncle Gong became even angrier.
Nothing will happen? He'll be fine in a couple of days?
So he'll just starve for those 2 days?
What are you talking about? Do you mean that when your father is hungry enough, he'll start eating by himself? You're simply a scoundrel. Don't you understand your father at all? Do you really not understand his personality and temper?
Having built the Wan family from nothing, your father has never bowed his head or bent his back. He's a man of his word. If he says he won't eat, do you think he's joking? No. No, you must immediately come with me to apologize to your father. You can only come back when he agrees to eat. After speaking, Uncle Gong was about to drag young Master Wan to the suburban villa to see the Wan family head. But young Master Wan was unwilling to go at this moment. He directly shook off Uncle Gong's hand, frowned, and said, "Uncle Gong, I have important things to do today. How about this, after I finish my business here, I'll go see him."
Is that acceptable? Uncle Gong immediately pointed at the suit young Master Wan was wearing and said coldly, "Your so-called important business is to attend a banquet? Wan Hai, do you really think that just because you're the family head now, no one can control you? I'm telling you, if anything happens to your father, I'll be the first to object. Do you understand?" Uncle Gong's threat made young Master Wan's heart pound. However, at this moment, Taitu slowly stood up, looked at Uncle Gong, and said coldly, "Is the Wan family so undisciplined? Can anyone threaten the dignified family head? Can anyone bully him? If that's the case, then I think the Wan family should indeed report to Uncle Gong, and we should send people to take over." As soon as these words came out, both young Master Wan and Uncle Gong's expressions changed drastically. Uncle Gong even slammed the table and said angrily, "You dare! The Wan family will never be dictated to by others. You want to take over our Wan family? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Are you kidding me? Now that the Wan family is headed by young Master Wan, everything is still manageable, but if it were truly taken over by people sent by Uncle Gong, then, would the Wan family still be the Wan family? Not to mention anything else, the Wan family head would probably be angered to death. And he, Uncle Gong, would inevitably be accused of aiding and abetting evil. He would never agree. Taitu heard this, sneered, and said, "What do you think you are? You really think Jiancheng is your territory? It's just that we haven't come to deal with you yet, but if you provoke me, I don't need to report to Uncle Gong, I can kill you right now. Do you believe me?" Just as Uncle Gong was about to say something, Taitu took a step forward and directly grabbed Uncle Gong's neck. With one hand, he lifted him up. "Just with your old bones, you dare to fight me? I'll kill you right now." After speaking, Taitu was about to exert force and directly snap Uncle Gong's neck. And this scene scared young Master Wan so much that he almost cried out. "Mr. Taitu, no, don't. If you kill Uncle Gong, something will happen. You can't, you just can't." And Uncle Gong at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot from being choked, but he showed no intention of begging for mercy, only hatred and burning rage. He was, after all, old, and he didn't rely on martial prowess to win. Ultimately, in terms of individual strength, he was no match for someone like Taitu, Uncle Gong's trusted and beloved subordinate. But, the unwillingness, it was truly unwilling. And beneath that unwillingness, there was also a deep sorrow. Chapter 137 Uncle Joe's Regret. Taitu had long been annoyed with Chief Joe. In East Continent, how many people dared to oppose him? But after coming here, Chief Joe had provoked him more than once, which made him very angry. Today, even if he didn't kill Chief Joe, he would make Chief Joe understand that he, Taitu, was not someone Chief Joe could provoke. Looking at the terrified young Master Wan, Taitu said disdainfully, "He's just an old stubborn fool, what if he's killed?" "Young Master Wan, I advise you to be clear about who you rely on to be alive and become the family head today." At this moment, young Master Wan didn't dare to oppose Taitu and quickly said with a smile, "Mr. Taitu, I rely on my adoptive father, I know, please rest assured, I will never betray my adoptive father in this life, it's just, could you please put Chief Joe down first? Chief Joe cannot die, otherwise, his subordinates will be enraged, and then it will be really difficult to handle." "Mr. Taitu, now is a critical moment for adoptive father, and nothing can go wrong, think about it, isn't that the truth? Please put Chief Joe down, I'm begging you." Once Chief Joe died, there would indeed be no one to restrain young Master Wan, but similarly, first the Wan family head went missing, and then Chief Joe's unnatural death. With all this combined, who wouldn't see that there was a problem? At that time, whether young Master Wan's position as family head would be stable was one thing,
but the gossip and backhanded curses alone would make it impossible for him to leave the house. Taitu looked at young Master Wan, sneered, and said, "Alright, I'll give you this face today and spare his life for now. However, if he dares to provoke me again, next time, I will show no mercy." After speaking, Taitu released his hand from Chief Zhou's neck. Chief Zhou instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for air, but his eyes were still staring at Taitu with intense hatred.
"Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes."
Taitu sneered, showing Chief Zhou no respect at all. Young Master Wan was also afraid of the situation escalating further, so he quickly squatted down and looked at Chief Zhou, saying with difficulty, "Chief Zhou, please don't oppose Mr. Taitu, just do it for my sake, okay?" Chief Zhou looked at young Master Wan, who had no backbone at all, and at this moment, he looked sorrowful. He remembered the Wan family head's previous words.
"The backbone of the Wan family is gone. The bones of the Wan family are gone. I truly regret it now. If I had known this, I should have done as your father said, even if it meant dying standing, never living on my knees." At this moment, Chief Zhou regretted it. But, it was too late to regret. Young Master Wan looked at Chief Zhou and said in a deep voice, "Chief Zhou, I know you're upset and speaking nonsense right now, but don't say such things a second time. I know you're worried about Father. Wait, I'll go see him immediately after I'm done, apologize to the old man, and make sure he eats, but today, I'm afraid you'll have to stay with me, inseparable." At this moment, looking at Chief Zhou's state, young Master Wan was worried. If Chief Zhou were to regret now and do something, it would truly become a joke. Therefore, he had to keep an eye on Chief Zhou. And Taitu, at this moment, smiled and said, "Young Master Wan, no need for so much trouble. Isn't he most concerned about your father's life and death? Alright, as long as he dares to cause trouble, my people will rush over immediately and kill your father. You can ask him if he dares to cause trouble." This was a method, but, saying he would kill his father right in front of young Master Wan, did he care about young Master Wan's face? At this moment, young Master Wan's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Chief Zhou, gritted his teeth, and said, "Chief Zhou, you heard it, so please don't cause any more trouble, okay?" Chief Zhou slowly stood up, looked at young Master Wan, looked at Taitu, and revealed a sad smile. "Alright, I won't cause trouble. You can take this one family. I only hope that you can preserve your father's life. After you finish what you need to do today, I will live with your father in the villa in the suburbs from now on. I will not concern myself with worldly affairs. Are you satisfied?" After speaking, Chief Zhou left young Master Wan's room, somewhat disoriented. At this time, Chief Zhou's back was extremely old, as if he had lost all his strength. And young Master Wan sighed, looked at Taitu, and said, "You shouldn't have treated Chief Zhou like that. He controls powerful forces in Jiangqing's underground world. If you push him too hard, you won't be able to handle it." Taitu heard this, sneered, and said, "But he's like an old dog that has lost its bones now, isn't he? Young Master Wan, remember, being soft-hearted will never accomplish great things now. You no longer need him, and his existence will become a hindrance to you. Therefore, he must either die or leave. There is no third option. I am helping you, understand?" Young Master Wan heard this, slowly nodded, took a deep breath, and showed a smile, saying, "Then, thank you, Mr. Taitu. After all, if it weren't for your actions today, I'm afraid I really would have been coerced by Chief Zhou. It's almost time, Mr. Taitu, let's get ready to depart." Taitu heard this, nodded, and said, "What about Yi Qing? Don't let any accidents happen. If that kid feels something is wrong and runs away, it will take a lot more effort. This situation absolutely cannot happen." Young Master Wan heard this and immediately nodded, saying, "I'll call the people monitoring him right now. I'll have them bring him directly there. You can rest assured." After speaking, young Master Wan directly made a call in front of Taitu. After connecting, young Master Wan said indifferently, "I am family head Wan Hai now. You immediately go find Yi Qing and bring him to Bai Weiwei's birthday party. Remember, don't let him run away." After receiving a positive answer, young Master Wan then hung up the phone. However, this feeling of calling himself family head made the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curl upwards. And at this moment, the chief in charge of monitoring Yi Qing looked at the hung-up phone and showed a wry smile. Would Mr. Yi Qing run away? That would truly be strange. After witnessing Mr. Yi Qing's strength, this chief truly didn't want to offend Mr. Yi Qing in the slightest,
but now, he had no choice however. Fortunately, Mr. Yi Qing seemed very magnanimous and unwilling to make things difficult for small figures like them. This was a blessing in disguise. You all wait here, I'll go find Mr. Yi. After the chief finished speaking, he went directly to Mr. Yi Qing's door, then carefully knocked on the door.
Mr. Yi, it's me. Is it convenient for you right now?
Mr. Yi Qing opened the door, nodded, and said, come in and talk.
Bosse-san looked at Mr. Yi Qing and immediately flattered him.
Mr. Yi, you are already handsome and elegant, and today, you feel even more handsome and elegant than before. I can guarantee that as soon as you step out, you will definitely attract countless people's attention.
Mr. Yi Qing heard this, smiled faintly, and said, wouldn't that make your young master even more uncomfortable? Chapter 138 Red Eyes Arrives. Bosse-san gave a dry laugh.
Yi Qing could say that, but he wouldn't dare.
Yi Qing smiled and said, alright, tell me, what do you need me for?
Bosse-san quickly said, it's young Master Wan. No, it's Wan family head. He just called and said to have us take you to Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet, and also to make sure you don't escape. I wouldn't dare hide it from you, so I quickly came to report to you.
Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Bosse-san and smiled. Is this considered leaking information, or biting the hand that feeds you?
These words were unpleasant, and Bosse-san's face immediately turned red.
Biting the hand that feeds you, that reputation was truly bad, but what they were doing now, when thought about carefully, it seemed to be exactly that.
Bosse-san showed a bitter smile and said, Mr. Yi, you are all big figures, and we are just insignificant little ants. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. We truly dare not offend you.
Moreover, to put it bluntly, the changes in the Wan family are too great now, and the relationship between Uncle Gong and Wan family head is obvious. Even if he is hot-headed for a moment and listens to young Master Wan's words, there will be a day when he wakes up. At that time, it will probably be a different situation. We also dare not go too far. This is the sorrow of small people, Mr. Yi. You may not understand, but I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against us. We would be eternally grateful.
He spoke very sincerely, and it was the truth.
For people like Bosse-san and his group, they could not get involved in the Wan family's power struggle, and after witnessing Yi Qing's strength, they also understood that Yi Qing was a truly formidable figure whom they could not afford to offend. Under such circumstances, if they still dared to boss Yi Qing around, their outcome would truly be unpredictable. Yi Qing patted Bosse-san's shoulder and said faintly, don't worry, I won't cause you trouble. Of course, if we ultimately have to be enemies, then, may each of us be well. Can you find Wan family head's address?
Yi Qing held a trace of respect and goodwill for Wan family head, who was loyal and righteous and had not hesitated to offend Uncle Gong for him. Now, because of him, Wan family head had been stripped of his power and Yi Qing didn't know how he was doing. Yi Qing felt that he had a responsibility to do something. Upon hearing this, Bosse-san quickly said, I can find it. Since the changes happened yesterday, I have already inquired about some information with my brothers, so I have some understanding now. Wan family head is in a villa in the suburbs, with some of our brothers protecting him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing showed a playful smile and said, are you sure it's protection? Bosse-san gave a dry laugh and said, Mr. Yi, I dare not hide it from you, it is indeed both protection and supervision, but our brothers are actually all subordinates of Wan family head, so they won't do anything to Wan family head. However, I heard that a group of people has arrived from East Continent, and if Wan family head is supervised by them, then it's hard to say. At this point, Bosse-san hesitated and said, I heard that since Wan family head entered that villa, he has been on a hunger strike. Although I don't know the exact situation now, given Wan family head's character, he probably still hasn't eaten or drunk anything. Hearing this, Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, Wan family head is a good person this time. He ended up in this situation because of me. I have a responsibility, so I should rescue him and help him solve the problem. Tell me the exact address. Bosse-san dared not conceal it and immediately gave Yi Qing the detailed address. After giving it, Bosse-san swallowed and said, Mr. Yi, are you going to ask Big Boss Tianlang to take action? Can you please ask him to be gentle when he takes action? My brothers actually don't want to do this. If the family head and Uncle Gong truly reconcile and resolve the problem, we would be very happy to see it. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Bosse-san and said, you seem to be a little afraid of Tianlang? Upon hearing this, Bosse-san nodded with a bitter smile, and subconsciously touched his face, which had been slapped twice by Tianlang. To be be honest, I am truly afraid of this big boss Tian Lang after all. I have heard of his past deeds. I just didn't expect him to become your subordinate, guarding your home. Yi Qing nodded and smiled. You said they are guarding the home, so they won't be the ones taking action. Wait a moment, I'll make a call first. After speaking, Yi Qing directly dialed the phone, then smiled faintly and said, Red Eyes, have you arrived? A respectful voice came from the phone. Mr. Yi, I'll be at your house soon. I'll be able to greet you in person shortly. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled, then hung up the phone. When my brother comes over later, just tell him the address. Oh, and you'd better tell your brothers who you have a good relationship with in advance, and tell them not to resist under any circumstances. Otherwise, I really can't guarantee anything. After all, when this brother of mine goes crazy sometimes, I actually can't control him. Upon hearing this, Ba Se San's scalp immediately tingled. Especially when Tian Lang was mentioned, Yi Qing didn't take it seriously at all, but when Red Eyes was mentioned, he paid great attention to him. The difference in status was immediately clear. Most importantly, Tian Lang was so crazy, yet Yi Qing didn't care, but he specifically said that when Red Eyes went crazy, he couldn't control him. How crazy must that be? Perhaps, at least in Yi Qing's eyes, this Red Eyes was probably 100 times more terrifying than Tian Lang. For a moment, Ba Se San was indeed a little curious about Red Eyes. Soon, a taxi pulled up downstairs to Yi Qing's building. A young man in black casual clothes got out of the car. He looked handsome and had a gentle expression. However, this was just an illusion. Anyone who truly took him for a gentle and handsome ordinary person would be greatly mistaken. Because he was none other than Red Eyes, whom even Yi Qing found to be crazy and difficult to control. Walking upstairs, the door was open. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Red Eyes' face immediately showed excitement and agitation. Mr. Yi, big brother Yi, I finally see you again. After Red Eyes finished speaking, his eyes even turned red. This agitated expression, to anyone who saw it, did not seem fake. And Yi Qing looked at Red Eyes, extended his hands, and directly gave Red Eyes a hug, smiling. Yes, it's been a long time. I miss you too. You look a little thinner, but you're stronger. Good, very good. Come, you've had a long journey, sit down and rest first. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes was not polite and sat directly beside Yi Qing, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Yi, did you call me just now because you have something you want me to do? Just tell me. I've returned this time to be your personal bodyguard, ready to obey your commands at any time. Tell me, who should I kill? Chapter 139, The Collapse of Asan. What a statement, who to kill? It's as if human lives are just ants. Ba Se San was originally surprised after seeing Red Eyes. After all, neither Red Eyes' appearance nor the impression he gave seemed like someone crazy or difficult to approach. Especially his display of affection for Mr. Yi, which gave people a good impression of him being loyal and righteous. But before Ba Se San could solidify this impression, the phrase who to kill instantly stunned him, leaving his mind blank. The contrast was too great. Mr. Yi looked at Red Eyes, smiled, and shook his head, saying, Your killing intent, I've told you before, is too strong. It was strong before, and now it's even stronger. You must have killed many people thousands of miles away, right? Red Eyes heard this and said nonchalantly, They are all drug dealers and criminals. If these people aren't killed, should we keep them for the new year to be slaughtered like pigs? I don't have that much food to feed them. It's easier to just butcher them directly. To be honest, I've been fasting and chanting Buddhist scriptures for the past 2 months, so I've rarely had any killing intent. I've only had 2 major battles and over a dozen minor ones, killing a few hundred enemies who didn't know their place. Looking at Red Eyes, who appeared to be very kind, Ba Se San's legs suddenly trembled unconsciously. If what he said was true, then this was undoubtedly a killing star who slaughtered people like flies. Fasting and chanting Buddhist scriptures for 2 months, without killing intent, and still killing hundreds of people. What if he did have killing intent and wasn't fasting? Ba Se San already didn't dare to imagine. It must be fake. If such a ruthless person truly existed, how could he have never heard of him? And just as Ba Se San was lost in thought, Red Eyes suddenly looked at him. Mr. Yi, is this your friend? Mr. Yi heard this, shook his head, and smiled. No, he was sent to protect me. Protect? Red Eyes heard this, nodded, and then looked at Ba Se San, saying indifferently, You are here to protect Mr. Yi? Ba Se San heard this and really wanted to nod, but looking into Red Eyes' eyes, for some reason, a sudden sense of danger made him almost unable to speak.
Yes, somewhat.
As soon as he spoke, Red Eyes slowly stood up, walked in front of Bosse-san, and said indifferently, somewhat?
Then it's not, is it?
If it's not protection, but you're staring at Mr. Yi, then it's surveillance, right? Bosse-san was about to explain when Red Eyes already grabbed his neck with one hand, lifting Bosse-san up with just one hand. This seemingly thin body actually hid immense power, which Bosse-san had not expected. However, what he feared most now were Red Eyes' eyes. A red light emanated from those eyes, full of madness and slaughter, as if one could see the depths of hell within them. He would definitely die as long as Red Eyes moved his finger slightly, his neck would be instantly snapped, and he would be utterly dead. It seems I was right to come back, otherwise, any cat or dog would dare to trouble Mr. Yi, huh? Truly, incredible, incredible. Mr. Yi is kind and unwilling to commit more slaughter, but I, Red Eyes, don't care. My life was originally walked out of hell at worst. I'll return to hell, but before I go, I must make many people accompany me to hell.
You damned things, daring to offend Mr. Yi, you deserve to die.
It was at this moment that Mr. Yi spoke. Alright, Red Eyes, he was also forced, and besides, we get along well. The way he said it, if he really dared to trouble Mr. Yi, with Mr. Yi's methods, he wouldn't be worse than Red Eyes, only more ruthless. After all, being able to subdue Red Eyes isn't something that can be achieved by just winning people over with virtue, it's about absolute strength and absolute madness. Red Eyes dared not disobey Mr. Yi's command, revealing a sinister smile and looking at Bosse-san with a laugh. Mr. Yi is magnanimous and told me to let you go. I must accept this command, but I'm very unhappy. As he spoke, Red Eyes released his hand. Bosse-san immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck, in extreme pain. At this moment, Bosse-san only felt that he had truly been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Mr. Yi hadn't even said anything, and what happened? Yesterday, he arrived at Cloud Mist Villa, was slapped twice by Tian Lang and taught a lesson, and today, he was almost killed by Red Eyes. He now truly felt like crying but had no tears.
Why aren't you quickly thanking Mr. Yi for saving your life?
Red Eyes stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Bosse-san indifferently. At this moment, Bosse-san dared not say another word. He quickly looked at Mr. Yi and choked out, "Woo-woo, Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my life, woo-woo, thank you, thank you." He cried. Bosse-san was considered a tough man, but at this moment, he actually cried directly out of grievance and sorrow. Mr. Yi sighed and said, "Get up, please. Bear with Red Eyes' temper, but don't worry, he won't bully you again." Bosse-san heard this, nodded, and said, "Mr. Yi, I-san, swear that we will never be your enemy, never." This oath sounded more like a declaration in front of Red Eyes, proving something. Mr. Yi looked at Red Eyes, chuckled softly, and said, "You need to slowly change your temper. Have a-san give you an address, then go rescue one family head. Oh, at that time, I'll have a-san tell his brothers that if no one resists you, then you don't need to bother with them. If someone resists, you handle it as you see fit." The phrase "handle it as you see fit" made a sharp glint flash in Red Eyes' eyes. But it instantly made Bosse-san feel as cold as if he had fallen into hell. With Red Eyes' ruthless nature, if he was told to handle it as he saw fit, wouldn't he go on a rampage? Mr. Yi clearly knew all this, yet still said so. It was obvious that the truly ruthless person was actually Mr. Yi, who always appeared magnanimous. Terrifying, too terrifying. These people are all devils. No, he must find every way to make his close brothers stay away from this place of trouble and save their lives. As for the others, he couldn't care so much.
Okay, Mr. Yi, where do I find you after I rescue the person?
Also, I brought back 120 brothers this time, all elites who fought their way out of hell. If you have any orders, just give them. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. As soon as he said this, Bosse-san's head lowered even further.
Are you kidding?
Red Eyes said they were elites who fought their way out of hell. For this killing star to say such a thing, it shows that those more than 100 people have definitely seen a lot of blood. Terrifying, truly unimaginably terrifying. Mr. Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after you rescue the person. Cloud Mist Villa has been arranged. Tian Lang and his people are responsible for guarding the house, and you will be my personal guard team. Have you organized the personnel yet?" Red Eyes nodded and said, it's already organized 4 squads, Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, each with 30 people, ready to obey your commands at any time. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded, then looked at the time and said, go on, do your work first tonight. When we arrive at Cloud Mist Villa, we'll have a good chat. Chapter 140 Arrival at the Hotel. As Yi Qing gave the order, Red Eyes hurried away. However, this Jiang City, and even this East Province, was destined to be anything but peaceful from the moment Red Eyes arrived. Asan, we can set off now after all. I can't let you make a mistake in front of young Master Wan. Yi Qing looked at the somewhat stunned Boss San and said with a smile. Boss San heard this and immediately smiled bitterly, looking at Yi Qing pleadingly and saying, Mr. Yi, I beg you, please spare me, I'm really scared to death. Yi Qing smiled and said, alright, we can go. Boss San quickly escorted Yi Qing downstairs like a guard, and then a dozen people, driving 3 cars, escorted Yi Qing to the hotel. Those who didn't know would have thought this was Yi Qing's grand display. But now, let alone others, even Boss San and his group didn't know whether this was surveillance or protection, but at least they knew one thing, they wouldn't dare to offend Yi Qing even if it killed them. At this moment, the small banquet hall of the Yunwan Hotel. It was already set up, full of youthful vigor, yet also very grand. Bai Family Head looked at the banquet hall with satisfaction and said with a smile, the Yunwan Hotel's banquet hall is not easy to book this time, we still have to thank young Master Wan, he's truly thoughtful. Bai Weiwei stood by, very satisfied with today's scene. Every girl dreams of being a princess, and Bai Weiwei naturally had that dream too. Looking at Bai Family Head, Bai Weiwei said with some emotion, Uncle, thank you for taking care of me all these years, I'm very grateful to you. Bai Family Head heard this, sighed, and said, Weiwei, today is a happy day in short, as long as you're happy, that's good. However, if we're thanking someone today, we should be thanking young Master Wan. If it weren't for young Master Wan, your coming-of-age ceremony wouldn't have been planned so perfectly. Bai Weiwei heard this, nodded with a smile, and said, Uncle, don't worry, once my brother-in-law arrives, I will definitely thank him properly. But I should thank my sister even more. If it weren't for my sister, my brother-in-law wouldn't have gone to such lengths to help me. After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Ruo and smiled, Sister, your brother-in-law is really good to you, you must cherish him and not make him unhappy, and even more so, don't hurt everyone's feelings for some unknown person. Bai Weiwei's words were clearly pointed. I know what to do, you don't need to worry, but isn't it a bit too much for you to keep calling him brother-in-law? Even if young Master Wan and I have confirmed our relationship, we haven't reached the point of getting a marriage certificate. It's best if you don't call him brother-in-law. Bai Weiwei heard this and chuckled, although we haven't gotten a marriage certificate, it's only a matter of time, isn't it? After all, who in Jiang City would dare to snatch young Master Wan's girlfriend? Also, sister, although this set of jewelry of yours is fake, it looks like the real thing, dazzling and exquisite. How about after humiliating Yi Qing with it later, you ask him where he bought it? The craftsmanship is good, I also want to find this artisan to make some. Speaking of this, Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, forget it, you still shouldn't ask you and Yi Qing now, besides cutting ties and breaking up, shouldn't have even one more second of communication. I'll just ask him myself when he comes. After all, this isn't humiliating him, this is an honor for him. Ruo looked at the arrogant Bai Weiwei, frowning slightly, and said, Weiwei, you're a bit too arrogant now, which isn't good. At this moment, Bai Family Head smiled and said, what's wrong with being a little arrogant? As a daughter of the Bai family, and so beautiful and intelligent, should she not be arrogant but humble instead? Then wouldn't she be easily fooled by some poor boy? That is absolutely not allowed. Weiwei, just be arrogant, we have the conditions for it, Uncle supports you. Bai Weiwei smiled and nodded, thank you, Uncle, don't worry, I will absolutely not be fooled by any poor boy or ordinary person. I, Bai Weiwei, will marry a truly great figure in the future. Without saying anything else, even if he can't compare to young Master Wan, he can't be too far off. Someone like Yi Qing, who is just a little capable, then becomes arrogant and likes to deceive people and live off women, I wouldn't even look at him if it killed me. Bai Weiwei's disrespect for Yi Qing had reached her bones. And at this moment, Ruo angrily said, Bai Weiwei, can you learn to respect people? What exactly did Yi Qing do to you to make you have such great resentment towards him? I'm telling you, even if Yi Qing and I really break up, I will absolutely not allow you to humiliate him like this, do you understand?
Just then, young Master Wan, surrounded by a group of people, walked into the banquet hall. Ruo, what are you doing, getting so angry? What's wrong with Wei Wei? I think she didn't say anything wrong. Yi Qing is just a liar, why can't he be talked about?
Seeing young Master Wan walk in with an arrogant expression, Ruo's face instantly turned pale, and she dared not say anything more. She was afraid that speaking up for Yi Qing would bring trouble to him. Bai Family Head and the others immediately rushed forward at this moment, smiling obsequiously at young Master Wan.
Wan Family Head, you've arrived. You should have told us in advance so we could go out and greet you.
Young Master Wan heard the address Wan Family Head and smiled, saying, Uncle Bai, just call me young Master Wan. It sounds more pleasant. Calling me by my name is also fine, after all, you are an elder. He was indeed an elder, but young Master Wan's temper didn't seem too good. If he really called him by his name and presumed too much, that would be ignorant. Okay, then I'll still call you young Master Wan. You must be tired from your journey. We were just talking about you and thanking you. If it weren't for you, Wei Wei's coming-of-age ceremony wouldn't be so grand and wonderful. You've given Wei Wei a lifelong memorable coming-of-age ceremony. Bai Weiwei also walked up to young Master Wan with a sweet smile and said, Brother-in-law, thank you, you're so kind. Young Master Wan laughed heartily, shaking his head and saying, it's all something I should do. There's nothing to thank me for. It's still the same thing, we're family. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at the pale-faced Ruo, who was standing still, and said indifferently, Ruo, you need to change your temper. How can you get angry with your own sister? Wei Wei is also doing it for your own good, isn't she? Don't you think so? Ruo sighed inwardly, looked at young Master Wan, and nodded gently, saying, I was a bit too hasty just now, I apologize. Young Master Wan then nodded with satisfaction, saying, to correct one's mistakes is the greatest good. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Bai Family Head and chuckled, Uncle Bai, let me introduce two people to you also, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 141, A Terrifying Threat. This is Uncle Gio. Uncle Bai must know him, you can interact more in the future. Young Master Wan pointed to Uncle Gio, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile. Bai Family Head quickly extended his hand and said with a smile, how could I not know Uncle Gio? No one in Jiangcheng doesn't know Uncle Gio, especially since Uncle Gio has helped us so much. We are grateful. After speaking, Bai Family Head quickly pulled Bai Ruoro and Bai Weiwei to meet Uncle Gio. Facing everyone's greetings, Uncle Gio's expression was indifferent. He only squeezed out a smile, which looked very perfunctory. Young Master Wan then pointed to Tai Tu and said with a smile, this person, I must introduce him grandly. Uncle Bai, Ruo, this is Mr. Tai Tu, the #1 trusted confidant and beloved general under Uncle Gong. You may not have heard of his name, but his status and position in the entire East Province are among the top. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu said proudly, what status and position? I am just Uncle Gong's dog, don't take me seriously. He said he was a dog, but his tone made it sound as if others were dogs. This arrogance already proved Tai Tu's extraordinary nature. Moreover, Uncle Gong's #1 trusted confidant and beloved general, just this title was enough to make most people in East Province give him some face. Bai Family Head quickly extended both hands and said with a flattering smile, so it's Mr. Tai Tu. Your presence truly brings glory to my Bai family today. You must eat well, drink well, and please be understanding if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality. Tai Tu casually extended his hand and shook Bai Family Heads, then looked at the pale-faced Bai Ruoro and chuckled softly, saying, you are Bai Ruoro? Bai Ruoro nodded, her heart already filled with apprehension. The one who wanted to kill Yi Qing was Uncle Gong, and Tai Tu's arrival in Jiangcheng and standing with young Master Wan proved that young Master Wan's words were absolutely not deceiving her. He had truly become Uncle Gong's adopted son. Yes, I am Bai Ruoro. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu said indifferently, you have quite the guts. As soon as these words came out, Bai Ruoro's face became even paler, and Bai Family Head and the others were also stunned, feeling a chill run through them. After all, for Tai Tu to say such words, it was clearly not a good sign. Mr. Tai Tu, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Tai Tu's expression was cold as he said indifferently, no one in East Province dares to protect the person Uncle Gong wants to kill, but you want to protect Yi Qing. Tell me, aren't you going against Uncle Gong? You even dare to disobey Uncle Gong's orders, aren't you bold? Bai Ruoro's face was ashen, and she stood aside, not daring to speak. Bai family head quickly stepped forward and said with a flattering smile, "Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding, Mr. Taitu Ruorua is just too naive and kind, she was deceived, but she would absolutely not and would not dare to go against Uncle Gong." After speaking, Bai family head looked at young Master Wan and said, "Young Master Wan, you know Ruorua best, please say a few words for Ruorua." Upon hearing this, young Master Wan finally sighed and said, "I have already explained for Ruorua many times, but Mr. Taitu is just unhappy. His loyalty to Uncle Gong is truly evident to heaven and earth. Mr. Taitu wishes he could directly kill anyone who makes Uncle Gong unhappy. Uncle Bai, do you understand?" Bai family head quickly nodded and said, I understand Mr. Taitu's sincerity and boundless loyalty to Uncle Gong are a role model for us. However, Mr. Taitu, please be understanding of my young daughter's youth and ignorance. Please be very understanding." Young Master Wan also said with a smile, "Mr. Taitu, I have already explained Ruorua's matter, and Ruorua has already seen the error of her ways today. She is going to humiliate Yi Qing and break ties with him in front of everyone. This is enough to prove her sincerity. Mr. Taitu, please don't bother with her and just give me some face." Upon hearing this, Taitu snorted coldly with some displeasure and said, "I can give this face, but I want to see if what you say is true. If so, then I will show leniency. If not, then don't blame me for being merciless. After all, Uncle Gong's authority must not be violated by anyone." Taitu specifically looked at Bai Ruorua and sneered, "Little girl, you need to keep your eyes open when looking at people. Not everyone is worth loving or protecting, and even if you want to do so, you need to consider if you have the ability and what kind of disaster it will bring to yourself and your family." At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Bai family head's forehead, and he looked at Bai Ruorua, his voice somewhat stern. "Ruorua, do you understand now? That Yi Qing is a root of disaster. If you continue to be stubborn, not only will Mr. Taitu not spare you, I will be the first not to spare you." After speaking, Bai family head leaned close to Bai Ruorua, his voice low and full of anger. "Ruorua, if you want to harm our entire family to death, then go ahead and be stubborn. Otherwise, you know what you should do." Young Master Wan's side is easy to talk about, but you've already understood Mr. Taitu's meaning. He is Uncle Gong's trusted confidant and beloved general, with countless lives on his hands. You don't want to see our Bai family's blood flow like a river, do you? You? At this moment, Bai Ruorua's eyes were teary, and she choked out a nod, saying, "I know what to do. I know, don't worry. When Yi Qing comes, I will let you see what you want to see." Hearing Bai Ruorua's words, Bai family head finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at young Master Wan, saying with a smile, "Young Master Wan, I still have to thank you for your magnanimity. Ruorua is still young and ignorant. In the future, just discipline her more, and she will definitely not disappoint you." "Alright, you just said you had something to say. What was it?" Young Master Wan chuckled and said, "It's nothing major. It's just that Weiwei's coming of age ceremony this time is quite grand, and many distinguished guests should be coming. Since they are here, we must ensure their safety and be cautious, so I have arranged some manpower to set up defenses around and carry out security work. The Yunduan Hotel also needs some arrangements. Uncle Bai, you won't mind, will you?" Upon hearing this, Bai family head immediately shook his head and said, "No, how could I mind? This is a good thing." At this point, Bai family head hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't mind, it's just that this is Yunduan Hotel, and I heard their rules are quite strict. Will they agree?" Yunduan Hotel is an enterprise under Yunduan Group, with abundant assets and strong strength, so naturally, there will be no shortage of rules. Especially in East Province, Yunduan Group has many investments and is very powerful. Young Master Wan laughed when he heard this, saying, "Uncle Bai, you worry too much. General Manager Han won't mind with my relationship with him. The small matter won't affect anything." At this point, young Master Wan saw a figure and quickly said with a smile, "People just can't resist being talked about. See, General Manager Han has already arrived." Chapter 142 Cloud Group's Legal Team. Following young Master Wan's gaze, a handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was seen entering the banquet hall accompanied by several of his subordinates. Young Master Wan looked at Bai family head and the others, smiling, "You might not have met this gentleman. After all, General Manager Han has only recently taken up his post in Jiangcheng. He is currently the General Manager of Yunduan Group in Jiangcheng. However, don't underestimate General Manager Han. He is here to gain experience. It won't be long before he is promoted to Vice President of Yunduan Group in East Province." Without even mentioning the massive investment of Yunduan Group in East Province, their investment in Jiangcheng alone is already substantial. A Yunduan city and a Yunduan hotel, these two alone represent an investment exceeding 10 billion.
Therefore, the head of Yunwan Group in Jiangcheng holds a status absolutely no lower than any family patriarch. In fact, it should be even higher.
Young Master Wan, you came without notifying me. I would have personally come to welcome you, haha. General Manager Han stepped forward, seemingly very familiar with young Master Wan, and extended his hand with a smile. Young Master Wan didn't dare to be arrogant. He shook General Manager Han's hand and said with a smile, General Manager Han is busy with affairs. I wouldn't dare to have you welcome me this time. However, I've caused you trouble. General Manager Han smiled, shook his head, and said, You're gracing us with your presence. I couldn't be happier, young Master Wan. I've brought several of the hotel's managers with me. If you need anything, just tell them, and I guarantee they'll provide excellent service. As General Manager Han finished speaking, the several managers beside him all smiled at young Master Wan. Young Master Wan immediately voiced his recent thoughts. Upon hearing this, General Manager Han was silent for a moment before smiling and saying, Young Master Wan, this sounds like you don't trust our Yunwan Group's security team. However, in Jiangcheng, your strength is indeed greater. Young Master Wan, alright, I'll make an exception and allow you to enter. After all, we're friends, huh? After speaking, General Manager Han looked at Tai Tu, extended his hand, and said with a smile, This must be Mr. Tai Tu, Uncle Gong's trusted confidant and beloved general. Hello, I am the General Manager of Yunwan Hotel in Jiangcheng. However, it won't be long before we should meet in East Continent. Let's keep in touch then. Since Tai Tu arrived here, his demeanor has been one of defiance and wildness, as if he fears nothing and no one, and gives no one face. Yet at this moment, facing General Manager Han, he had a smile on his face, showing no desire to offend him. General Manager Han, you're too kind. You are about to become the Vice President of Yunwan Group in East Province, which makes you an absolute big shot at that time. I hope General Manager Han will provide more assistance. Moreover, if General Manager Han needs my help with anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Tai Tu will do his best. General Manager Han smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries without saying much more. However, from Tai Tu's attitude, it could be seen that the Vice President of Yunwan Group in East Province was likely a big shot whom even Uncle Gong would not easily offend. There was no other way, given the powerful strength and abundant assets of Yunwan Group. Their total investment in the entire East Province exceeded 100 billion. Such a giant, no matter where they go, is an absolute VIP. What's more, for General Manager Han to be so young and about to become the Vice President of East Province, who would believe he has no powerful background? At this moment, young Master Wan smiled and said, General Manager Han, please take a seat first. Upon hearing this, General Manager Han smiled, shook his head, and said, No, I still have some matters to attend to. I will definitely come to support you once I'm done. After speaking, General Manager Han was about to leave. At this moment, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she looked at General Manager Han, smiling, General Manager Han, your presence at my coming-of-age ceremony truly makes me happy. Thank you very much. However, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Would that be alright? Upon hearing this, General Manager Han looked at Bai Weiwei, nodded, and smiled, Ruoro, Miss is truly lovely. Please tell me, what can I help you with? Bai Weiwei immediately pulled Bai Ruoro in front of her and said with a smile, This is my older sister. General Manager Han is the General Manager of Yunwan Hotel, so he should also be very familiar with Yunwan City. I just wanted to ask General Manager Han to help authenticate this set of jewelry, White Crystal Romance, to see if it's real or fake. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Ruoro's expression immediately changed. She looked at Bai Weiwei and said, General Manager Han is busy with affairs. Why bother him with such a small matter? After speaking, Bai Ruoro smiled at General Manager Han and said, General Manager Han, my younger sister is ignorant, so please don't trouble yourself. General Manager Han smiled and nodded, saying, It's no trouble, but I'm not in charge of Yunwan City, and I'm not very knowledgeable about jewelry. Of course, if needed, I can have the head of jewelry from Yunwan City come and personally verify it. At this point, General Manager Han looked at the White Crystal Romance worn by Bai Ruoro, smiled, and said, It's truly magnificent and dazzling. I've also heard of the White Crystal Romance jewelry set. It's the treasure of Yunwan City in East Province, priced at 99,999,999, and there's only one set. Ruoro, Miss, if this is the real White Crystal Romance, then the person who gave it to you must love you very much. These words made Bai Ruoro feel a touch of sweetness in her heart at this moment, but she didn't know what to say. While young Master Wan's expression remained unchanged, his twitching mouth already indicated that he was somewhat displeased inside.
At this moment, Bai Weiwei quickly spoke, if it's real, then of course he loves my older sister, but what if it's fake? Then he's deceiving my older sister. How could an ordinary person afford a white crystal romance worth nearly 100 million? This is simply a pipe dream. If you can't afford it, you don't have to give it, but giving a fake to deceive someone is a matter of character. General Manager Han, for such a swindler who dares to counterfeit Yunwan Jewelry's most prized treasure, Yunwan Group surely won't stand by and do nothing, will it? General Manager Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Bai Weiwei and young Master Wan's behavior. He immediately realized that there was a significant conflict involved, and at the very least, the person who gave Bai Ruoroa this jewelry set was clearly disliked, even loathed, by these people. Immediately, General Manager Han understood what to do. Ha! That's natural. My Yunwan Group has a specialized legal team. If anyone dares to counterfeit our Yunwan Jewelry's most prized treasure, putting aside everything else, making them serve 10 or 8 years in prison is easy. What's more, my Yunwan Group not only has a legal team, but we also deeply detest such matters, so we have established a specialized team will deal with every single one we catch, ensuring they suffer more than just being in prison. At this point, General Manager Han looked at the somewhat excited Bai Weiwei and smiled. Miss Weiwei seems to have some clues to provide me. That's good. As long as the matter is true, I guarantee that this swindler will not have a good outcome. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Weiwei immediately became excited. And Bai Ruoroa's face turned even paler. Young Master Wan wants to deal with Yi Qing, Uncle Gong wants to deal with Yi Qing, and now, even the powerful Yunwan Group wants to deal with Yi Cheng? Does Yi Qing still have a way out? No, absolutely not. Bai Weiwei, what do you want to do? Today is your coming-of-age ceremony, a happy day. Can you please not cause trouble? Bai Ruoroa looked at Bai Weiwei, her tone filled with anger, but her eyes carried a hint of pleading. Chapter 143. I want to stop him. Seeing Ruoroa's pleading eyes, Bai Weiwei's heart softened. She thought, since the truth would come out anyway, it wouldn't hurt to not be the bad guy for now, especially since Yi Qing hadn't arrived yet. Thinking of this, Bai Weiwei looked at Mr. Han and smiled. Mr. Han, I was just saying it casually, and I don't understand these things. When you arrive later, you can see for yourself. Mr. Han nodded and smiled. Alright, we'll talk about it later. I'll go get busy first. After that, Mr. Han said goodbye to young Master Wan and the others and left directly. Young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoroa and chuckled. Fake is fake. Even if you can help Yi Qing now, you still won't be able to help him later. Counterfeit products from Yunwan Group are very rare on the market. Do you know why? As Mr. Han said, besides having a strong legal team, they also have a department specifically targeting counterfeit products, and this department's methods are quite ruthless. Bai Ruoroa gritted her teeth and placed her hand on the white crystal romance, wanting to tear off the set of jewelry right then. However, young Master Wan chuckled. Tearing it off will only make things worse, wouldn't you say? Bai Ruoroa took a deep breath, looked at young Master Wan, and said, you promised me. Young Master Wan nodded and smiled. That's right, I did promise you, but your performance today made me a little disappointed, so, will you continue to disappoint me? Bai Ruoroa fell silent for a moment, then walked to young Master Wan's side and obediently linked her arm through his. Young Master Wan immediately burst into laughter and said, that's more like it. After speaking, young Master Wan took out his phone, dialed a number, and chuckled. Let me see where Yi Qing is. To be honest, I'm a little impatient. After the call connected, young Master Wan directly put it on speakerphone. Where is he? The one who answered the phone was Boss A-san. Hearing young Master Wan's voice, he immediately replied, he's already on the way. There's some traffic, but he'll be here soon. Young Master Wan nodded and hung up the phone directly. Alright, the show will start soon. Speaking of which, I forgot that I still have a gift to give. After speaking, young Master Wan took a gift box from his subordinate's hand and handed it to Bai Weiwei. I don't know what you like, so I picked a diamond necklace. Of course, it definitely can't compare to the price of the white crystal romance, but it's still worth $1 million or so. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up. She happily took the gift and sweetly smiled. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'm sure I'll love it. Besides, this is real. And that white crystal romance is fake. How can something fake compare to something real? Young Master Wan laughed heartily, nodded, and said, I've seen many acquaintances greeting me. I'll take your sister to chat with them first. You two get busy first, and we'll talk later.
After speaking, young Master Wan walked towards the other people in the banquet hall, his face full of arrogance and excitement. Bai Ruoruo, with her arm linked through young Master Wan's, also unconsciously followed him. Bai family head looked at young Master Wan's back and smiled contentedly. Young Master Wan is very happy today. Indeed, it's his first time attending such an event as the head of the Wan family, which is also a public announcement of his identity. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. Ruoruo has indeed found a good family. I just hope Ruoruo will be sensible, otherwise, if she really makes young Master Wan angry, our whole family won't have an easy time. At this point, a hint of worry flashed across Bai family head's face. All in all, it was still because of Yi Qing. Bai family head gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. You two welcome the guests here. I'll go to the hotel entrance to greet him. Madam Bai heard this and immediately said, isn't it fine here? Why do you have to go all the way to the hotel entrance? Bai family head whispered, I cannot let Yi Qing ruin Ruoruo and young Master Wan's relationship. I must make things clear to him before he comes in short, today, even if I, have to be the bad guy, I will absolutely not allow anyone to threaten Ruoruo and young Master Wan's relationship. Madam Bai nodded gently, hesitated for a moment, and said, try to be gentle, after all, he did save Ruoruo once. Bai family head nodded, then went directly to the hotel lobby. Today, Bai Weiwei was the happiest, especially the envious looks from Mao Mao and Dayudiu, which thrilled Bai Weiwei. Weiwei, you're amazing. You've made a scene that we two wouldn't even dare to dream of come true. There are so many gifts, and so many important people. It's truly incredible. Bai Weiwei raised her proud head and excitedly said, of course, you two don't even think about who my sister Qingyue is, let alone my brother-in-law, young Master Wan. And he's already the head of the Wan family. Now this scale is nothing. Mao Mao looked enviously at the pile of gifts on the stage, her eyes almost sparkling. Weiwei, you must be receiving so many gifts today that your hands are getting soft, right? Young Master Wan just gives $1 million necklace. It's making people die of envy. You won't blame us for giving gifts that are too light, right? We don't have that much money, but you understand our friendship, right? Mao Mao and Dayudiu's family backgrounds were what they were. Even if they were a little better than ordinary people, it was only a little better. Asking them to give expensive gifts would truly be difficult for them. However, Bai Weiwei didn't care about this for her. The envious looks from Mao Mao and Dayudiu were the best gifts. What are you two thinking? I'm not someone who values money. Later, when you leave, you can each pick 2 items to take with you. How about that? Am I generous enough? Mao Mao's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Isn't it good? After all, the gifts here are very valuable. If we take them, aren't we taking advantage of you? Bai Weiwei smiled upon hearing this. It's okay, just take them. It's just that my favorite gift, I'm afraid I won't be able to receive it. After all, that thing is simply too rare, and ordinary people can't buy it at all. When this was mentioned, Bai Weiwei's eyes were filled with longing, followed by disappointment, as if not getting that item would be her biggest regret. Mao Mao and Dayudia heard this and said, are you talking about that life elixir you mentioned before? Weiwei, is this thing really that magical? Yeah, no way it can improve your physique, whiten your skin, delay aging, and even make you feel refreshed. Weiwei, what you're saying, isn't it some kind of miracle pill? How can there be such a good thing in this world? It was no wonder Mao Mao and Dayudiu didn't believe her. If Bai Weiwei hadn't witnessed the effects of the life elixir with her own eyes, she would hardly believe it either. However, facts were facts. The life elixir simply had such incredibly powerful effects. It's real. Would I lie to you? And, it's not called life elixir, it's called life elixir. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Even I only heard of it by chance. Can something that Bai Weiwei, personally guarantee be fake? And, the effects will only be better than what I've said. How about this? You haven't heard of this thing, but you've heard of Myth Group, right? Chapter 144 The Horror of Life Essence. Myth Group? A hint of confusion flashed across Mao Mao and Dayudiu's faces, followed by a look of sudden realization. Of course, I've heard of Myth Group now. Everyone in East Province should know about it. The rise of this group is just like its name, it's become a myth. In just over 2 years, its assets have reached tens of billions, yet strangely, no one knows what the group's main business is. That's the most peculiar thing. It's not surprising that Mao Mao and Dayudia didn't know. In fact, very few people did. Myth Group seemingly had no major business, yet its assets were publicly acknowledged to be in the tens of billions, and it seemed that this was just the beginning. This was the strangest part. The most peculiar thing was that Myth Group's funds and connections were simply endless, with no apparent limit. If this isn't a myth, what is? Weiwei, by mentioning Myth Group now, you're not implying that this life elixir you're talking about is a product of Myth Group, are you? Bai Weiwei nodded, feeling proud that she understood Myth Group better than them. Otherwise, why do you think Myth Group has so much money, as if it's inexhaustible, constantly expanding its business ventures, and why do so many important figures endorse Myth Group? It's all because of the life elixir. I know you must be curious why you haven't heard of life elixir. To be honest with you, it's because this good stuff is exclusively for important figures and is not sold publicly at all. How could anyone know about it? Now you understand, right? Why Myth Group is so rich. It's because there's a continuous stream of important figures paying for it. You don't believe me, but surely, you wouldn't disbelieve those important figures who are crazy for life elixir, would you? If life elixir had no effect, would they willingly buy it? At this moment, Mao Mao and Dayudio completely believed Bai Weiwei. Indeed, so many influential figures endorsing Myth Group couldn't be fake. If it were a scam company, it would be too incredible. To be able to deceive the eyes of so many influential figures, it's simply unimaginable. Just then, Mao Mao seemed to think of something, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, Weiwei, do you still remember Shi Linxin? He's that senior we met during our school anniversary back then. He even added your contact information. He seemed to like you quite a bit. Bai Weiwei nodded upon hearing this, saying, I remember him. Shi Linxin is quite talented, and he looks good too, but he seems a bit arrogant. What about him? Mao Mao quickly said, if my information isn't wrong, he seems to be working at Myth Group, and at the headquarters. As soon as she said this, Bai Weiwei's eyes instantly lit up. She grabbed Mao Mao's hand and said, Mao Mao, is the information accurate? Is Shi Linxin really working at Myth Group headquarters? If that's true, it would be wonderful. It's impossible for people like us to buy life elixir. We can't even see it, but if someone from Myth Group headquarters helps, perhaps there's a chance. At this point, as if the matter had already been settled, Bai Weiwei began to calculate. A small bottle of life elixir seems to be worth $1 million. The money I've saved over the years is probably enough. Even if it's not, I can borrow some, or if all else fails, there are many valuable gifts today. Selling some of them would also be enough. Money won't be an issue as long as Shi Linxin can truly help me. I'll have a chance to buy life elixir. This is great, truly great. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was incredibly excited, her entire being filled with elation, as if the life elixir had already fallen into her hands. Listening to her muttering to herself, Mao Mao and Dayudio exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Mao Mao swallowed, looking at Bai Weiwei, and said, Weiwei, how much did you just say life elixir costs? $1 million a bottle? Oh my god, that's too exaggerated. Even if it were a large barrel, it would still be a bit expensive, wouldn't it? In Mao Mao's understanding, $1 million was a huge sum that ordinary people couldn't earn. Even though her family was quite well off, taking out $1 million would still be a significant strain. And now, a single life elixir was worth $1 million. It was simply a joke. However, what surprised her even more was yet to come. Bai Weiwei scoffed, saying arrogantly, a large barrel? You're truly dreaming. $1 million can only buy a small bottle, and it's a small bottle the size of a thumb. Are you kidding? If someone had a large barrel, that would be an astronomical amount of wealth. Mao Mao and Dayudio no longer doubted Bai Weiwei's words, but what they doubted now was whether the world they lived in was truly the same world as others. Crazy, such a terrifying price for a thumb-sized bottle of life elixir. It's simply insane. Is this thing really considered a miracle cure? Bai Weiwei shook her head, a look of longing on her face, and said, you truly don't understand. I just told you the effects of life elixir. Isn't that a miracle cure? This is even more miraculous than a miracle cure, isn't it? This is truly divine water. Is $1 million for a small bottle expensive? Don't be ridiculous. From what I know, in the black market, the value of life elixir has been hyped up to $10 million for a small bottle. Yet, even at that price, no one is willing to sell. Do you understand now how terrifying this is? It was incomprehensible at least, for Mao Mao and Diudiu. If they truly possessed this small bottle of life elixir, they would definitely not use it themselves, they would directly sell it on the black market and instantly achieve financial freedom, why wouldn't they? However, Bai Weiwei scoffed at their idea, because she knew best that no one could resist life elixir. Anyone who got their hands on life elixir would absolutely be unwilling to sell it. It was truly divine water that made people addicted. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to call Shi Linxin right now and invite him to my birthday party. At this point, Bai Weiwei looked at Mao Mao and Diudiu somewhat angrily and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's this late now, I hope he can come. Even if he doesn't, I must go find him and become friends with him. After speaking, Bai Weiwei impatiently found Shi Linxin's phone number and dialed it directly.
Chapter 145. No one is a pushover. The call was answered quickly. Weiwei, what made you think of calling me?
Shi Linxin's surprised voice reached Bai Weiwei's ears. Clearly, he was very happy that Bai Weiwei had suddenly called him. Bai Weiwei's lips curved slightly, quite pleased with her own charm.
Senior, I was just afraid you were busy, so I never dared to bother you. Today is my birthday, and I specifically called to invite you to my birthday banquet. I wonder if Senior has time to grace us with his presence? Upon hearing this, Shi Linxin immediately laughed and said, Weiwei, how could I refuse your invitation? Tell me the address, and I'll head over right away. I must wish our little birthday girl a happy birthday in person. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately told Shi Linxin the address. Alright, Weiwei, I'll be there in half an hour at most. Hearing that he would arrive in half an hour, Bai Weiwei paused and said, Senior is in Jiangcheng? Not in East Continent? Shi Linxin laughed and said, I happen to be on a business trip in Jiangcheng these past 2 days, so it's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it to this birthday banquet.
Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei smiled and nodded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she hung up the phone. Looking at Mao Mao and Diudiu, she excitedly said, it's done. Shi Linxin will be here in half an hour. When he arrives, I must find a way to make him buy me a bottle of life elixir. Mao Mao and Diudiu also showed excited expressions. Looking at Bai Weiwei with longing, they said nothing, yet it was as if they had said everything. Bai Weiwei hesitated for a moment and said, don't say I'm stingy, it's just that life elixir is too hard to get. We'll see then if I can buy more. I'll let you two use some at the very least. You can see the effects, so you can find an opportunity to buy it later. Hearing this, Mao Mao and Diudiu finally smiled. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, escorted by several bodyguards, arrived at the hotel entrance. Bai Weiwei's display is quite impressive. Many people are here today, and the scale isn't small. Lin Ji, do you think this is because of young Master Wan? Upon hearing this, Lin Ji nodded lightly, a hint of displeasure in her eyes, and said, the Bai family doesn't have such great face, let alone Bai Weiwei, a niece. Even if it were Bai Ruoro's coming-of-age ceremony, it would be just a so-so. Now it's good hooking up with the Wan family. She's really risen in prominence. Bai Ruoro has been putting on an act for so many years. I want to see if she'll still pretend later. Looking at the displeased Lin Ji, Gao Qingyue smiled slightly and said, Lin Ji, to be honest, not to mention your dissatisfaction, I'm actually unhappy too. The three of us have been good friends since childhood. You, Lin Ji, have always been the most outstanding, at least not worse than Bai Ruoro. But what's the result? Now Bai Ruoro has found her ideal husband, and you're still single. That's a bit unreasonable. Lin Ji, hearing such clearly provocative words, sneered directly, she's just not as good at pretending as others. She's pretended to be kind and innocent since childhood, but what happened? She still revealed her true colors. Her true face will be exposed, perhaps even today. Gao Qingyue smiled, pushed open the car door, and got out. Looking at Bai family head, who stood at the entrance, beaming with joy, greeting guests, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji walked over with smiles. Uncle Bai, you look better and better. You must be very happy today. Bai family head looked at Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji and laughed heartily. Happy? How could I not be happy? With you two here, Ruo must be the happiest. President Qingyue, you and Ruo have been good friends since childhood. I remember when Ruo was little, she helped you a lot too. Now that you've prospered, don't forget us. If there's an opportunity for cooperation, we can definitely work together. These words immediately made Gao Qingyue feel displeased. Sometimes, after rising, what people most avoid is mentioning a shameful past. Gao Qingyue even abandoned Yi Qing to escape that unbearable past, which shows how much she hated her former self.
Now, Bai family head's words made it sound as if Gao Qingyue had lived until now by their charity, which made Gao Qingyue very unhappy.
Ha, Uncle Bai is joking. I heard that Ruo and young Master Wan are together now with the Wan family's backing. How could she still look favorably upon my small Qingyue group? If anyone needs looking after, it's me who will need Uncle Bai to take care of me more in the future. At this point, Bai family head was very happy, but the next sentence made his expression extremely difficult to read.
It's just, Uncle Bai, is this true? Then, what about Yi Qing? I remember I advised Ruo before not to be with Yi Qing. Yi Qing isn't a good person, otherwise, I wouldn't have divorced him, but she didn't listen and insisted on liking Yi Qing now. What's the truth?
These words made Bai family head very angry. It was as if Bai Ruo was crying, begging for something Gao Qingyue had discarded. But there was no way to refute it, because it was the truth. Fortunately, there was young Master Wan now. Bai family head chuckled. People, it's inevitable to be confused sometimes, just like you. Haven't you also been confused? Confusion isn't terrible, and making mistakes isn't terrible. It's good to correct one's mistakes.
My Ruo isn't unwanted. How could she eagerly pursue Yi Qing?
She's just too kind after all. They've been friends for many years. Seeing Yi Qing abandoned after being released from prison, she couldn't bear it, so she went to care for him, just fulfilling a friend's duty. I support this matter. After all, valuing loyalty and righteousness is a good thing. But there's absolutely no other relationship. If it caused misunderstandings between you and Yi Qing, then I'll clarify it here. However, there can be no more misunderstandings in the future. Ruo is with young Master Wan now, and I don't think young Master Wan would be happy about any rumors.
Qingyue, you agree, don't you?
Gao Qingyue smiled and said, Uncle, you're right. Ruo is my good friend, and I naturally wish her happiness, and being able to see Yi Qing's true nature is the best thing. I was deceived back then too, but fortunately, I woke up in time. However, Uncle, Yi Qing is now at his wit's end. Don't let him entangle Ruo. If he causes trouble for Ruo, then it won't look good. Gao Qingyue didn't want to continue arguing with Bai family head, otherwise, it would be a lose-lose situation, but uniting against a common enemy was still acceptable. Bai family head smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Parents can never let go of their children's matters. See, aren't I here specifically waiting for Yi Qing? Ruo is kind-hearted and can't say some things, but I still need to make things clear to him. If he remains stubborn, then I, as a father, will not agree.
Chapter 146. Are you talking about the essence of life?
What it meant to make things clear was more than just a simple chat.
Besides, can many things truly be made clear?
However, for Gao Qingyue, this was not a bad thing. In her opinion, Yi Qing should thoroughly see the world for what it is, and the more people who taught him a lesson, the better the effect. Uncle Bai, I won't disturb you. Then we'll go in first. As Gao Qingyue spoke, she prepared to leave. Bai family head smiled and said, President Qingyue, after all, you and Yi Qing are old acquaintances. Won't you stay a bit and talk? Gao Qingyue heard this and chuckled. There will be plenty of opportunities to talk, Uncle Bai. I think the fewer people who know these private matters, the better. After speaking, Gao Qingyue turned and left. When they were almost at the banquet hall, Lin Ji whispered, This Bai family head is even more arrogant than before. He truly seems to have forgotten the look on his face when his Bai family almost faced ruin. Gao Qingyue smiled indifferently. That's how people are. They remember to eat but not the beating. However, how he is none of my business. It's enough to just watch the show. What's more, who told him that he has now climbed to a high branch? Lin Ji, if you and young Master Wan were together, I'm afraid this Bai family head would be fawning over you right now. Hearing this, Lin Ji closed her mouth and said no more. But inside, her heart was in turmoil, and she felt extremely annoyed.
One was more arrogant than the last, one was more presumptuous than the last. What was wrong with her, Lin Ji? Just then, Gao Qingyue happened to hear Bai Weiwei and Dayudiyu talking about something called life elixir. What is so precious that Weiwei is reluctant to share it with her good best friend? This isn't like our Weiwei's personality. Seeing Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji approach, Bai Weiwei's face immediately broke into a smile. Sister Qingyue, you're here. I was just about to call you. Bai Weiwei walked directly to Gao Qingyue's side, linked arms with Gao Qingyue, and they were truly as intimate as could be. Someone who didn't know might even think Gao Qingyue was her biological older sister.
And Lin Ji was ignored again, as if she hadn't even come. You snob, one day you'll be crying and won't even know how to cry. Although she thought this, Lin Ji's face still wore a smile, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. For our Weiwei's birthday banquet, I would attend even if I had something extremely important to do, especially since today is also Weiwei's coming of age ceremony. After today, she will have grown into an adult. I certainly wouldn't miss this day. Facing Bai Weiwei's enthusiasm, Gao Qingyue's response was equally passionate, giving Bai Weiwei plenty of face. After speaking, Gao Qingyue took out a gift and said with a smile, "A gift for you, the latest model of a women's watch. Please don't dislike it." Bai Weiwei took the watch and immediately said with a smile, "How could I dislike a gift from Sister Qingyue? Besides, this is what I've always wanted, but I thought it was too expensive and never brought myself to buy it." Gao Qingyue's gifts were naturally not cheap. A new model women's watch worth over 100,000 was given away just like that. It was nothing to her. At this moment, Lin Ji also took out a gift and said with a smile, "My gift isn't as valuable as your sister Qingyue's. After all, I'm poor, but it's also a token of my sincerity. I hope you like it." Bai Weiwei heard this and gave Lin Ji a slight smile, saying, "Then thank you, Sister Lin Ji." Bai Weiwei said thanks, but she didn't even look at the gift before directly handing it to Mao Mao. Her attitude was so obvious, she didn't even bother to pretend. Lin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't say anything more, but in her heart, she made another note about Bai Weiwei. At this moment, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "Oh, right, what were you all just talking about? It sounded so lively. Tell me, I want to hear." Bai Weiwei smiled and said, "Nothing much, just talking about Life Elixir and Myth Company. Mao Mao and Dayudio haven't heard of Life Elixir, but Sister Qingyue, you must have some understanding, right? And you're so beautiful, with such a good figure and such fair skin, have you already used Life Elixir?" As soon as Gao Qingyue heard it was about Life Elixir, she immediately became interested. However, she shook her head with some disappointment and said, "So it's Life Elixir. This is a good thing, but unfortunately, I've always wanted to find a way to buy it, but I've never had the opportunity. That kind of treasure, to be honest, I don't even know how it's produced. It's so magical, but what's certain is that the output must be very small, so, without special channels and connections, or powerful connections, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to buy it. I previously tried to buy a small bottle from the black market, but the price was inflated to 10 million, and it was still rising. I couldn't afford it, truly couldn't afford it." Gao Qingyue shook her head, speaking with great regret. The fervor and longing in her eyes already proved that her interest in Life Elixir was extreme. Lin Ji also sighed at this moment, her eyes filled with envy. Life Elixir, its functions are so miraculous that it's hard to believe if one could possess a bottle in this life, it would truly not be in vain. It's just a pity that even if you save enough money, with several millions or tens of millions, you probably still wouldn't get it. After speaking, Lin Ji shook her head, her face full of regret. Indeed, even if one had enough money, if the conditions were not met, one still couldn't acquire it. It was simply not something that could be bought with money. Bai Weiwei looked at Mao Mao and Dayudio, and said excitedly, "Mao Mao, Dayudio, now you know how precious this Life Elixir is, right? You must believe Sister Qingyue's words." Mao Mao and Dayudio nodded, looked at Bai Weiwei, and excitedly said, "Then Weiwei, you might have a chance to get a bottle. That's so good, so wonderful. At that time, even if we can't use it, just let us see it, okay?" Before Bai Weiwei could say anything, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's eyes immediately lit up. "What? Weiwei might get a bottle? How is this possible, Weiwei, is this true?" Before Bai Weiwei could speak, Gao Qingyue said to herself, "That's right, now your sister and young Master Wan are together, and young Master Wan is now the Wan family head with the Wan family's strength. Even if they don't have the qualifications to buy Life Elixir, it's not impossible for them to find a way to buy a bottle on the black market. Young Master Wan can afford this money. It just depends on whether anyone on the black market will release Life Elixir. You know, it's rare for even one bottle to be released in several months." Chapter 147 Money Can't Buy It. Lin Ji heard Gao Qingyue's words, shook her head, and said, "Difficult, too difficult. Qingyue, do you remember what they said last time when you asked someone to help? It's been 2 years since Life Elixir was launched, but what's the result? Only one small bottle has appeared on the black market. To see Life Elixir on the black market, not to mention the price being sky high, it's unknown when that would even happen."
After all, those who are qualified to buy life elixir probably aren't short on money. This was the essential truth. Bai Weiwei and Mao Mao were instantly amazed when they heard this. They knew life elixir was rare and difficult to acquire, but they never expected it to be this hard. Even the Wan family wasn't qualified to buy a bottle? It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Bai Weiwei smiled and said, Sister Qingyue, it's not about asking brother-in-law for help. I just found out that I have a senior who works at Myth Group. I think people within their group might have a chance to get it internally, right? No matter what, it's a better chance than us, isn't it? So, when he arrives, I want to ask him and see if it's possible. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue's eyes immediately lit up, practically glowing. Weiwei, is this true? You have a senior working at Myth Group? Is his position high? Does he have a lot of power? If there's a possibility, can you help me buy a bottle too? A small bottle is enough. Money is not an issue. I'll pay 10 million as long as I can get life elixir. Besides the 10 million, Weiwei, I'll personally give you a 5 million commission and your senior, I will definitely not let him suffer any loss. How about it? At this moment, Gao Qingyue saw not only life elixir but also something more important. If Bai Weiwei's classmate could truly obtain life elixir through a channel, then what was 10 million? It could be sold for double the price if it was leaked out casually. Most importantly, sometimes, channels are connections. If she, Gao Qingyue, could obtain something others couldn't, didn't it mean she would have better leverage for negotiations? Moreover, favors are priceless. Bai Weiwei, however, didn't think that far, but the 5 million commission made her eyes burn with excitement. Fortunately, Bai Weiwei wasn't completely muddled and didn't dare to make promises lightly. Sister Qingyue, I also really want to help you. How about this? Once my senior arrives, I'll introduce you two, then you can communicate well. How does that sound? Gao Qingyue nodded heavily upon hearing this, holding Bai Weiwei's hand at this moment. She was much more enthusiastic than ever before. Weiwei, you truly are my good sister. Don't worry, Sister Qingyue will definitely not treat you unfairly. Just as they were chatting animatedly, Yi Qing, who was being thought of by many present, had already arrived at the main entrance of Yunwan Hotel, escorted by Bosse-san and a dozen others. It looked like a grand display, with over a dozen people escorting just Yi Qing. If Bai Family Head had seen this scene before, he would have immediately gone to greet him and exchanged pleasantries with Yi Qing. But now, Bai Family Head only found it laughable. Others thought they were guards, but he knew very well that these people were clearly sent by young Master Wan to monitor Yi Qing. To put it bluntly, Yi Qing was a lamb to be slaughtered. He wouldn't be able to jump around much longer. Bai Family Head stood proudly on the steps, showing no intention of taking even half a step down. Yi Qing, on the other hand, walked up the steps, escorted by Bosse-san and the others. He even extended his hand proactively, smiling as he said, Uncle Bai, congratulations, Weiwei has also come of age, and Uncle Bai will have one less thing to worry about. At this moment, Bai Family Head's face held a forced smile. He looked at Yi Qing's outstretched hand, showing no intention of shaking it. Instead, he kept his hands in his pockets and said with a faint smile, Uncle Bai? Yi Qing, I think the title uncle is quite unnecessary. People who don't know might think our relationship is very good. Just call me Bai Family Head, or Mr. Bai. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a deep look at Bai Family Head, nodded, and said, Is that so? Then, Yi Qing, was a bit too familiar. Alright, Bai Family Head, is that title acceptable? Bai Family Head nodded and said, Yes, our relationship is limited to that. This is for the best, to avoid misunderstandings. Mr. Yi, have you come specifically to celebrate my niece's coming-of-age ceremony? Are you sure there's nothing else? Yi Qing heard this, looked at Bai Family Head, and chuckled. Today is Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet, and she specifically invited me to attend. My purpose in coming, of course, is to offer gifts and congratulations. What is this? This something else that Bai Family Head is referring to? Bai Family Head heard this, and seeing that Yi Qing still dared to play dumb, he immediately became angry. Pointing at Bosse-san and the dozen or so people beside Yi Qing, he sneered, Yi Qing, what are you pretending for in front of me? You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Do you think bringing a dozen people can show your prestige, your power? Get it straight, Are you really taking us all for fools? Are these people your bodyguards? Are they protecting you? Don't be so ridiculous. Bose-san was sweating at this moment. He never expected that they had already arrived at the hotel. The mission was about to be completed, and he was about to be free, but then Bai family had pulled this stunt again. Truly, ignorance is bliss, fearless of death, fearless of death. Yi Qing's lips curved into an arc, and he smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. So, they are here to monitor me, but what of it? Do they monitor me, and I, Yi Qing, am no longer Yi Qing? Bai family head, you seem to be a bit forgetful. Bai family had heard this and thought Yi Qing was talking about saving Bai Ruoro and getting revenge for her, so he immediately became furious. Yi Qing, stop playing dumb in front of me, and don't bring up my daughter's matter. Do you really think I don't know? I don't understand? How Ruoro got injured, do you dare say it wasn't because of you? Ruoro saw you went to prison and were abandoned after release. She visited you because she pitied you. She is kind and naive, but that's not a reason for you to take advantage of her. I'm telling you, Bai, am still alive, and there's no way you can bully my Ruoro or take advantage of her. Also, let's not mention this matter, but are you sure you saved Ruoro? What are you pretending for? It was the Wan family who made a move, and it has nothing to do with you. You're truly shameless. Chapter 148. The Bai family master turns against him. Shameless, he said. Yi Qing was so speechless that he didn't know what to say. Human nature, as expected, cannot stand the test. Are you done? Yi Qing's face gradually turned cold, and his gaze towards Bai family head carried a hint of chill. However, Bai family head had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and continued to relentlessly humiliate Yi Qing. What? Did I hit a nerve? Did I touch a raw spot? Yi Qing, young man, why eat soft rice when there are so many other things to eat? Why deceive feelings when there are so many other things to deceive? You are utterly shameless. I'm telling you, stay away from Ruoro from now on. It's good that you came here today. I'll make myself clear in advance. If you dare to pester Ruoro again, be careful, or I won't be polite to you. Yi Qing sighed softly, shook his head, and said, whether it's eating soft rice or deceiving feelings, does it have anything to do with you? Bai family head, when I said you were forgetful, it's because you seem to have forgotten that I once reminded you in the hospital. Someone who can sell their own daughter's happiness is not worthy of anyone's respect. Moreover, Ruoro is my friend, and I have reason to vent her anger. But now, it seems you've forgotten all about it. Also, I'd like to know, how exactly do you plan to be not polite to me? Beat me up? Scold me? Or do you plan to kill me? Bai family head saw that Yi Qing actually dared to bring up the matter of threatening him in the hospital, and he immediately flew into a rage. I'm not even bringing up the hospital matter, and you dare to bring it up? Yi Qing, what kind of person are you? You're taking advantage, aren't you? Back then, weren't you just relying on the Wan family's influence? Otherwise, with someone like you, how would you dare lecture me? I'd directly have someone break your legs, believe it or not. You want to know the consequences, right? Alright, I'll tell you. If you dare to pester Ruoro again, you won't need anyone else to act. I can make your life worse than death. By then, what if I kill you? After all, in this world, human lives are sometimes truly worthless, understand? Bai family head's remark about human lives being worthless directly exposed the darkness in his heart. He was threatening Yi Qing, and he was threatening to kill Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked deeply at Bai family head, chuckled softly, and said, understood. Don't worry, I also hope, Bai family head, that you will firmly remember what you said today and never regret it. Remember your arrogant appearance now, and remember your backbone today. So, may I go in now? Or, if I don't have to attend this birthday banquet, I can leave, it's fine. It was impossible for Yi Qing to leave. Today was the day. Bai Ruoro wanted to make things clear with Yi Qing. If Yi Qing left, who would she talk to? Young Master Wan wouldn't be happy either. As for Yi Qing still daring to talk about backbone in this manner, as if Yi Qing was incredibly powerful and he would definitely regret it, it was simply ridiculous. I've made myself clear to you since you've been invited today. Go ahead, but I hope you'll firmly remember my words, otherwise, you know the consequences.
As for what you said about regretting, Yi Qing, young man, don't dream any more. Things like 10 years east, 10 years west do exist, I don't deny it, but, with just you? Ha ha ha, I'm telling you, even if one day, you, Yi Qing, truly become a big shot whom people can't reach, I will absolutely never regret what I've done today. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death.
Now, do you understand? What a poisonous oath. He even said, struck by lightning and die a horrible death. How little he believed that Yi Qing could become a big shot.
Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, all right, by family head, I hope you won't be struck by lightning and die a horrible death.
We'll see each other later.
After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Bosse-san and the others, and said coldly, you've already arrived at the hotel. Do you still need to follow me in?
Otherwise, would it not count as completing the task?
By family head considered Bosse-san and his group as people monitoring Yi Qing, thinking they didn't need to show Yi Qing any respect.
But Bosse-san and his group now knew better than anyone how terrifying Yi Qing was. Moreover, according to Yi Qing, the matter hadn't reached its conclusion yet, and there might be some changes. Isn't Red Eyes already on his way to rescue one family head?
No, Mr. Yi, everything is at your command. If you need us to follow you in, we will follow you in. If you don't need us, we'll just wait outside. This attitude made by family head momentarily stunned.
Shouldn't they be arrogant? At the very least, they shouldn't have to consider Yi Qing's thoughts, but now, what was going on?
And Yi Qing just said indifferently, then you all wait outside. After one family head arrives, send him in.
Bosse-san heard this, nodded repeatedly, and said with a fawning smile, yes, rest assured.
Yi Qing nodded, then walked directly into the hotel lobby without even looking at By family head. At this moment, By family head felt utterly confused, looking at Bosse-san and his group and saying, are you sure you know who you're talking to? Bosse-san heard this and sneered at By family head, our eyes are fine, we naturally know who we're talking to. If anyone is unclear about who they're talking to, I think it's you.
This attitude was not friendly at all.
There was none of the respect and deference they had just shown Yi Qing. It was as if they hadn't given By family head any face at all, practically saying that By family head was blind.
By family head was furious, looking at Bosse-san and saying, what's wrong with you? How are you talking? Isn't Yi Qing the person you're monitoring? You're listening to him so much, what are you trying to do? Also, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me with such an attitude? Aren't you afraid I'll tell your family head, tell Uncle Joe? Bosse-san now had no fear of By family head at all. Are you kidding? They had offended Yi Qing, and offended him to death. Did they need to worry? Aren't you just By family head? What's wrong? Are our words wrong? By family head gritted his teeth and said, yes, I am By family head, but I am also By Ruoroa's father. Do you know who my daughter is dating now? It's your Wan family's young master, the current family head. How dare you treat me with such an attitude? Aren't you afraid I'll complain about you?
Moreover, young Master Wan is extremely disgusted with Yi Qing, yet you are so respectful. This is dereliction of duty. If young Master Wan finds out, he will definitely not spare you.
Bosse-san heard this, sneered, and said, are you done? If you're done, we're leaving. Standing with you, I'm afraid of being struck by lightning.
With that, Bosse-san directly led his subordinates back into their car, not even glancing at By family head, whose face was ashen with rage.
And that phrase, struck by lightning, actually already explained the problem, but unfortunately, By family head didn't understand. Chapter 149. I am a doctor who can cure everything.
In the hotel lobby, Yi Qing spotted Uncle Joe at a glance. He stood in front of the banquet hall, his face filled with irritation, and his once upright figure had become somewhat hunched. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, walked up to Uncle Joe, and chuckled, Uncle Joe, you don't look so good. Did you not rest well, or are you troubled by something? Uncle Joe looked at Yi Qing, frowned slightly, and said, thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. I'm fine. The birthday banquet is about to begin. Please go in. The birthday banquet was indeed about to begin. Everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived one after another, and inside the small banquet hall, people were chatting in groups of 3 or 5.
However, the main character today was not the birthday person, but him, Yi Qing.
As soon as he stepped into the banquet hall, a storm would likely follow.
Uncle Joe, is there nothing you want to say?
After all, I am also a doctor, and perhaps I can resolve Uncle Joe's troubles. Uncle Joe heard this, opened his mouth, chuckled, and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi. However, I am not ill, so there's no need to trouble Mr. Yi." Yi Ching shook his head and said softly, "A heart ailment is also an illness. I am a doctor different from others. Other doctors can only treat physical illnesses, but I can treat heart ailments." Moreover, Uncle Joe seems to have forgotten something. "I don't easily make a move when old Master One wanted treatment. It took quite some effort to get me to come out, didn't it? Now that I've brought it up myself, Uncle Joe, please don't waste my good intentions. After all, if an illness isn't treated, it might be too late when you want to treat it again." Yi Ching's words carried a deeper meaning. Uncle Joe, being old and wise, how could he not understand? However, looking at Yi Ching, Uncle Joe finally shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi. It seems Mr. Yi already knows many things. I'm sorry. Let me apologize to you first. It's our mistake, but it's already too late. Mr. Yi, I hope you understand that sometimes, we are not in control of ourselves." Uncle Joe spoke the phrase "not in control of ourselves" with immense bitterness. But the regret of it being too late was what Uncle Joe regretted the most. Yi Ching sighed and said, "Uncle Joe, if I didn't think the Wan family head was a good person and didn't want him to be sad, I wouldn't have to say these words to you today. But you old brothers have supported each other through thick and thin to reach this point. After all these years, will you become strangers in old age? Even turn into enemies?" Uncle Joe, the Wan family head, is in a suburban villa, refusing food and water, declaring his despair and indignation through a hunger strike. Is this the result you wanted? After these words, Uncle Joe's eyes immediately reddened. "No, this is not the result I wanted. I just didn't want the Wan family to be destroyed. I just didn't want the family head to die. Everything I did was for the Wan family, for the family head. But if I had known that the family head would go on a hunger strike, if I had known that Wan Hai would become like this, and that Tai Tu had ill intentions, I would have fought to the death rather than compromise with them. But now, it's too late to say anything. Everything is too late." As Uncle Joe spoke, a stream of clear tears flowed, and the immense pain in his heart was fully revealed at this moment. Seeing Uncle Joe, a man over 50, a tough guy who had fought in the underground world, now shedding tears, it was more moving than any time or any words. Sighing softly, Yi Ching slowly said, "Uncle Joe, I told you, I am a doctor, specializing in treating illnesses and saving lives. Since I've taken charge of the Wan family's affairs, I will see it through to the end. It wasn't appropriate for you to come to this birthday banquet in the first place. Since that's the case, why not rest outside and wait? Go, wait for the Wan family head to arrive, then come in together at that time. The internal problems of the Wan family will still need to be handled by you." At these words, Uncle Joe immediately stopped his tears and was stunned for a moment. It was then that he remembered that Yi Ching had just accurately stated the Wan family head's location and knew that the Wan family head had already started a hunger strike, refusing food and water. "Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? How could the family head come?" Yi Ching smiled and said, "Uncle Joe, if you trust me, just wait for him. The Wan family head will come. Don't worry, all obstacles are not a problem. What I say, you just believe it." For some reason, at this moment, Uncle Joe genuinely wanted to believe Yi Ching, feeling that Yi Ching could indeed solve all problems. But no, he couldn't take the risk, nor did he dare to take the risk. This concerned the Wan family head's life. "Mr. Yi, I don't know what methods or means you have, but if you're going to send people to rescue the Wan family head, please, don't go. The people guarding the Wan family head now are no longer my subordinates. They've all been replaced by Tai Tu's men. If anything goes wrong, it will definitely be detrimental to the family head. So, don't go. If you go, the family head's life will be in danger." This, perhaps, was the root of Uncle Joe's despair. He had clearly seen everything, he regretted it so much, yet he dared not do anything, fearing that even a slight mistake would lead to the Wan family head being killed. However, he might not have overestimated Tai Tu, but he certainly underestimated Yi Ching. Looking at the extremely anxious Uncle Joe, Yi Ching smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Joe, as long as you truly repent, it's not too late. If you trust me, go wait outside. The Wan family head will soon arrive safely before you. He hasn't eaten for several meals. When he gets here, he'll be waiting to eat. Don't let him down again. Go." After speaking, Yi Ching was about to step into the banquet hall. At this moment, Uncle Joe grabbed Yi Ching's arm and said softly, don't go, it's very dangerous. Not only is it unfavorable to you, but I'm afraid someone might even directly attack you. Tai 2, he is Uncle Gong's loyal confidant, and his methods are even more brutal, so, don't go at the very least. If what you say is true, then wait until I'm ready before you go in. As long as the family head can truly return, today, I, Uncle Gio, will risk everything to protect you. Regarding Uncle Gio's warning, Yi Qing merely smiled slightly and said, then, thank you for your protection, Uncle Gio. However, I still have to go, and otherwise, they can't perform this play, can they? Don't worry, before you arrive here, I will be safe and sound, so, Uncle Gio, you can start preparing now. With that, Yi Qing pushed Uncle Gio's hand away and strode towards the banquet hall. And Uncle Gio, looking at Yi Qing's back, felt, for some reason, full of confidence at this moment. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Gio immediately dialed the phone. From now on, transmit my order, immediately arrange all personnel to control the Wan family mansion, control the Wan group, and at the same time, have others immediately rush to Yunwan Hotel, ready to take my command at any time. Remember, arrange it immediately, act immediately. Anyone who dares to delay or procrastinate, don't blame me, Uncle Gio, for being ruthless. The call was then hung up. And in the Jiangcheng underground world, all the forces following Uncle Gio began to gather rapidly, acting according to Uncle Gio's orders. At this moment, the originally clear sky gradually darkened, like black clouds pressing down on the city, making people feel heavy pressure. Chapter 150. He said he could make me go to heaven. At this moment, Yi Qing walked towards the banquet hall with a faint smile on his face. Inside the banquet hall, Gao Qingyue and Bai Weiwei, who were gathered together, saw Yi Qing immediately. It must be said that Yi Qing was dressed very handsomely today, even charming. A well-fitting, hand-tailored casual suit, combined with his tall figure, handsome face, and charming smile, made countless girls' eyes fix on Yi Qing at this moment. Even Gao Qingyue herself was momentarily dazed at this moment. Mao Mao and Daiyu, who were beside Bai Weiwei, couldn't help but exclaim, so handsome. And this exclamation seemed to snap Bai Weiwei back to reality. This Yi Qing is finally here, but he's dressed so ostentatiously. He's just a gilded exterior with rotten insides. He looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mao Mao, Daiyu, I've told you, you are absolutely not allowed to have any thoughts about this bad person, remember that, otherwise, I won't be your friend anymore. Mao Mao and Daiyu stuck out their tongues when they heard this, but their eyes remained fixed on Yi Qing, refusing to look away. At this moment, Gao Qingyue narrowed her eyes and chuckled, this Yi Qing is really something. Anyone who didn't know would think he's getting married today. But at least he didn't wear the same suit he wore when he married me. Weiwei, the main guest has arrived, but your sister isn't here right now. But it doesn't matter, let's just play with him for a bit first. After speaking, Gao Qingyue took 2 steps forward, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, I didn't realize you still had the mood to dress up. Hehe, but no matter how much you dress up, you can only deceive others with me, you will never be presentable. Looking at Gao Qingyue, who immediately launched an attack on him, Yi Qing merely smiled faintly and said, Gao Qingyue, we seem to be divorced already. Why do you insist on hounding me? Do you still have feelings for me? But, I'm sorry, I don't like to go back to old relationships, do you understand? As soon as these words came out, Gao Qingyue's face immediately turned ugly. She pointed at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, did you not look in the mirror before you left today? Do you really think that just because you have a good appearance, all women in the world love you? That's ridiculous. Don't forget, you are someone Gao Qingyue didn't want, you are garbage I threw away. You'd better make this clear, otherwise, you'll only make a fool of yourself. At this moment, Bai Weiwei stepped forward, looking at Yi Qing very unhappily, and said, Yi Qing, I invited you to my birthday banquet to make my Qingyue sister angry? Why don't you apologize to Qingyue's sister quickly? A grown man with no magnanimity at all. If you're not embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for you. Yi Qing wasn't angry. He had already prepared himself when he came here today. If he were to get angry because of a few women's sarcastic remarks, it wouldn't be a matter of magnanimity, but rather, it wouldn't be necessary. I don't need you to be embarrassed for me, Bai Weiwei. If I remember correctly, you specifically came to my house to invite me to your birthday banquet, even bringing up your sister. What? You don't welcome me? If that's the case, then I can leave right now. Upon hearing that Yi Qing wanted to leave, Bai Weiwei immediately became anxious. Are you kidding? It was so hard to trick Yi Qing into coming. If he left now, putting aside everything else, young Master Wan would be unhappy. Gao Qingyue was also absolutely unwilling for Yi Qing to leave. She sneered directly, "Yi Qing, you're such a big person, yet you're still bickering with a little girl. You really have a broad mind. By the way, did you meet Uncle Bai outside? He was specifically waiting for you at the hotel entrance. Why didn't I see him come over?" Yi Qing heard this and said calmly, "I've met Bai family head, and I've already heard what he had to say." Gao Qingyue, there's no need to beat around the bush. I know very well what you want to see, but I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. After all, there's no disappointment on my face. No, you must be very unhappy, right? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately covered her mouth and laughed. How confident. Who can't pretend to be strong? But, fakes are always fakes. Yi Qing, all those expressions you just mentioned, you'll have them later. Now it's impossible to deceive anyone. Hee. You'll know in a while that you've completely become unwanted trash. Oh, I'm sorry, that word trash isn't an insult, so don't get angry, okay? It's just an adjective. After speaking, Gao Qingyue burst into laughter. And Lin Ji and the others also laughed in agreement. Trash, adjective? So it's a good word? Isn't she still saying Yi Qing is trash? Yi Qing smiled and said nothing. Instead, he looked at Lin Ji. Lin Ji, you didn't make that call, did you? Lin Ji frowned upon hearing this. After all, when she went to see Yi Qing, she went secretly, so, for Yi Qing to bring this up now was clearly telling Gao Qingyue that they had met. Damn Yi Qing, he's doing this on purpose, unable to bully Gao Qingyue and Bai Weiwei, so he's taking it out on her, making her life difficult? As expected, Gao Qingyue immediately looked at Lin Ji and frowned. What call? Lin Ji, do you two have secrets I don't know about? Lin Ji really wanted to get the upper hand over Gao Qingyue. She was truly tired of living under someone else's roof, speaking in a humble tone. But that would only be possible if she really could. Looking at Gao Qingyue's somewhat unkind gaze, Lin Ji quickly said, "No, it's not like that. It was Yi Qing. He called me and said something like, 'Do you want to surpass her, stand higher than her,' and so on. He also said that everything you have, Qingyue, was given by him, Yi Qing, and finally gave me a phone number, telling me that as long as I made this call, from then on, I, Lin Ji, would soar to the sky, reach the clouds, and make you unable to look down on me. This is just ridiculous. It's crazy talk. So, I didn't take it seriously. He, Yi Qing, has lost his mind." Half-truths are sometimes the hardest to discern. At least, at this moment, when Gao Qingyue heard this, she laughed, a very sarcastic laugh. And Bai Weiwei and the others also laughed as if they had heard the biggest joke, doubling over with laughter. Yi Qing, oh Yi Qing, I knew you were going crazy, but I didn't expect you to be this crazy. Everything I have was given by you? Ha ha ha, how many daydreams did you have to come up with something like that? Gao Qingyue held her stomach and laughed. He even said that just one call could make Lin Ji surpass me and reach a point where I'd look up to her. Oh my god, Yi Qing, I almost pity you. Why don't you go see a psychiatrist? Chapter 151. Let's try flying. That's right, at this moment, both Gao Qingyue and Bai Weiwei regarded Yi Qing as a madman spouting nonsense. He must have been stimulated too much. He's mistaking his brain's fantasies for reality. Gao Qingyue slowly stopped smiling, shook her head, and sighed. Seeing you like this, I suddenly feel a bit soft-hearted. Yi Qing, why did you just go crazy out of nowhere? At this moment, Bai Weiwei smiled and said, he's been crazy for a long time. He's a lunatic. I even suspect he's using this madness to gain sympathy. Qingyue, don't fall for it. I know you're the most soft-hearted, but if you're soft-hearted, you'll be tricked by him. Gao Qingyue smiled and nodded, saying, don't worry, Weiwei, he can't trick me. Besides, if he's sick, he should see a doctor. For old time's sake, I can still pay for his psychiatric hospital bills. After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and smiled. Lin Ji, did you make the call? What if he's telling the truth? If you make that call, wouldn't you leap over the dragon gate and soar to the sky? At that time, perhaps I, Gao Qingyue, would even have to curry favor with you. Lin Ji dared not respond to such words and immediately shook her head firmly, saying, what a joke. How could I make that call? Yi Qing is crazy, but I'm not. Qingyue, don't listen to his nonsense. I, Lin Ji, know my own place. If it weren't for your generosity all these years, I probably wouldn't be able to afford a house or a car right now. I'm very grateful to you, Qingyue. You wouldn't distrust me, would you?
Trust? Gao Qingyue smiled faintly and did not answer. She wasn't a fool, how could she not see that Lin Ji had long felt a sense of unfairness? But since the other person didn't say anything, she was too lazy to bother with it. After all, having her good friend obey her commands every day, she truly felt very pleased with that feeling. At this moment, Yi Qing looked at the women who were wantonly mocking him, shrugged, and said, "What does it matter if I'm crazy or not? It's you, Lin Ji. A phone call, a few cents in phone fees, could perhaps change your fate, yet you don't even have the courage to try like this. Even if a mountain of gold were placed in front of you, you wouldn't be able to move it. Perhaps, this is your fate, you can't blame anyone else." Lin Ji was already extremely annoyed, and hearing Yi Qing dare to mock her at this moment, even saying this was her fate, she immediately became enraged. Yi Qing, even if I, Lin Ji, am poor, I'm not so poor that I can't afford a phone call, but why should I listen to you? You're crazy, and if I go crazy with you, wouldn't I also become a lunatic? That's simply ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "Lin Ji, it's fine to make one call since he wants to see it. Make it in front of him. I'm also very curious how he, exactly, will make you soar to the sky." The phone number was in Lin Ji's bag, she hadn't thrown it away. However, at this moment, making a call was impossible. If she really made it, Gao Qingyue would be anything but happy. "Qingyue, I didn't even remember the phone number, so how can I call?" You wouldn't believe this madman's words, would you? Meanwhile, young Master Wan, who was socializing with everyone in the banquet hall, had already seen that Yi Qing had arrived and was chatting and laughing with Gao Qingyue and the others. Of course, with young Master Wan's discerning eye, he could naturally tell that this so-called chatting and laughing was entirely about treating Yi Qing as a joke. "Ruo, I'm very happy today. Do you know why?" Ruo gently shook her head and said, "I don't know." Young Master Wan heard this, looked at Ruo, and chuckled, "You can choose not to smile now, but if you're still not smiling later, then I might have to make your parents and Yi Qing unable to smile either. I don't want to say this a second time, do you understand?" Ruo heard this, forced to smile, and gently nodded, saying, "I understand, I will smile." Young Master Wan then nodded and said, "That's a good girl. How can you be unhappy standing by my side? After all, you are my girlfriend, and even the future Wan family head. You should feel honored. I'm very happy today, so, Ruo, you'd better not make me unhappy. If I'm unhappy, the consequences will be severe." See? Yi Qing has arrived, standing between Gao Qingyue and Bai Weiwei. His smile is so forced, he can only put on a smiling face, yet he doesn't know that these women are all mocking him, treating him as a joke. No, perhaps he knows, but he can't do anything. Is such a useless man truly worth your affection? Was Yi Qing being forced to smile reluctantly? At least, in young Master Wan's eyes, that was the case. In his opinion, Yi Qing was just a joke. By constantly belittling Yi Qing to increase his own presence, young Master Wan, although he also found it uninteresting, found it very amusing in front of Ruo. The old lovers have met. It's time for us to go out and talk to him, isn't it? Besides, today, don't you actually have a lot to say to him? Ruo heard this, sighed in her heart, and gently nodded, saying, "I understand. I can clarify things with him anytime. Should we go now?" At this moment, Ruo acted as if she had no reluctance whatsoever, as if she was somewhat eager to break ties with Yi Qing. "Of course, we can go now, but not to clarify things right now. I'd prefer you act a bit more natural, and then I want to see what Yi Qing, will do." "Oh, right, perhaps you can also clarify things, and then, when I'm not paying attention, tell him that you're unwilling, that you're being forced. See if he's willing to risk his life for you." At this point, young Master Wan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. "All this time, didn't you always think he was very good to you? Well, without the Wan family's help, will he still save you? Will he dare to oppose my Wan family? Perhaps, letting you see his true nature directly is also a good choice, don't you think?" Ruo's face was pale. The more demands young Master Wan made, the clearer it became to her that young Master Wan intended to humiliate Yi Qing even more. But she didn't even have the courage to refuse, because refusing would mean protecting, and protecting would mean harming Yi Qing. Moreover, before she could even speak, young Master Wan had already pulled her and walked towards where Yi Qing and the others were. Ah ha ha, ladies, what are you chatting about? You're so happy. Isn't this Mr. Yi Qing? You've already arrived, why didn't you say so beforehand? I would have gone with Ruo to greet you.
After speaking, young Master Wan gently pulled Bai Ruo's hand in front of Yi Qing, as if to declare his ownership.
Chapter 152, Get out now.
When Gao Qingyue and the others saw this, they all showed expressions of interest, their gazes shifting back and forth between Yi Qing and Bai Ruo. Young Master Wan, you can certainly join the topic we are discussing, and you also have a lot of say. If I remember correctly, the Wan family has deep connections in the medical field. I wonder if they have a good relationship with our Jiangcheng mental hospital. There's something, I'm afraid I need young Master Wan's help. Young Master Wan narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's all trivial, President Qingyue, just speak your mind. What?
Is there someone who needs to go to the mental hospital for treatment?
Don't worry, I'll make sure someone takes care of it. Gao Qingyue pointed at Yi Qing and smiled. Who else could it be?
Naturally, it's Yi Qing. Well, I don't know what happened to him, but lately, it's as if he's gone mad sometimes. He even mistakes dreams for reality. Don't you think that's scary? Upon hearing this, young Master Wan knew that Gao Qingyue and the others had begun to make things difficult. He immediately smiled and said, Oh? Is that so? That's impossible, isn't it? I see Mr. Yi Qing, he's perfectly fine, and he doesn't look like he has a mental illness. How could he be so stimulated? Did he do something? Bai Weiwei quickly interjected, Brother-in-law, I know. This Yi Qing has gone mad. If you knew what he just said, you'd definitely laugh your head off too.
The term brother-in-law was uttered so cleanly and with immense pride. As for Bai Ruo, her face had already turned pale the moment young Master Wan deliberately took her hand, and when that brother-in-law was called out, her body was already trembling slightly. She thought she was prepared, but when facing Yi Qing, she still wanted to escape.
Young Master Wan smiled slightly, looking at Bai Weiwei, and said, Oh? Tell me about it. Since you're all so happy, it must be quite amusing. Let me join in the fun.
Bai Weiwei immediately repeated what she had just said, and then burst into laughter again, as if it were the funniest joke she had ever heard, one that could make her laugh every time she heard it. Everyone laughed, except for Yi Qing and Bai Ruo. Young Master Wan pointed at Yi Qing and burst into laughter. Yi Qing, oh Yi Qing, how can you be so humorous? Why didn't I notice it before? All this time, I always thought you were quite aloof. After all, when I took the initiative to show you goodwill, you ignored me. I didn't expect you to be cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. As he said this, a mocking arc appeared at the corner of young Master Wan's mouth. Clearly, he was still resentful about the previous events.
Everything President Qingyue has, is it all given by you? You just make a phone call, and Linji can soar, reaching a point where even President Qingyue has to curry favor with her. Yi Qing, are you going to say that even my Wan family can't reach that height and has to bow down to Linji?
Linji stood still, forcing a smile, but she didn't find it funny at all. It was very awkward.
After all, every word these people said mentioned her name. Linji. They said she had made a great leap, but while they were indeed laughing at Yi Qing, weren't they also laughing at her, Linji?
This was clearly mocking her, Linji, implying that she could never reach such a level in this lifetime. Linji's heart was already filled with anger at this moment, but she dared not vent it on others.
After all of this was provoked by Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at young Master Wan with an indifferent expression, nodded faintly, and said, Yes, as long as Linji makes the call, then even your Wan family will have to act according to her wishes in the future. This is a fact. Is it very funny? His serious demeanor once again made everyone present burst into laughter. The more serious Yi Qing was, the funnier the joke became. Surpassing Gao Qingyue and making Gao Qingyue look at him with new eyes was already a huge joke now. Yi Qing even shamelessly claimed that the Wan family would also have to act according to Linji's wishes. This was simply hilarious. Young Master Wan himself laughed, shaking his head as he looked at Yi Qing. Just now, President Qingyue said you had a mental illness and wanted to send you for treatment. I thought it was a joke, but now it seems, Yi Qing, you are seriously ill. But I remember, aren't you a doctor yourself? Is this the legendary physician, Heal Thyself? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at young Master Wan and smiled faintly. I never said I was a doctor, but if you insist on treating me as one, it's not impossible.
However, this doctor, don't just treat illnesses, I can heal all matters.
So, young Master Wan, what are you laughing at?
Only ignorant people are fearless, and you are very ignorant. Hearing Yi Qing, who was on the verge of doom, still daring to lecture him, young Master Wan's temper couldn't help but flare up in rage.
Yi Qing, I'm talking to you nicely, giving you face, don't be shameless. Do you really think that because you saved my family's old master, I have to defer to you?
I'm telling you, I've disliked you for a long time, and what about my Wan family having to act according to Lin Ji's wishes?
Based on you? Are you even worthy? Do you know how much assets my Wan family has? Do you know how powerful my Wan family is?
You don't know, you only know that my father is very grateful to you, but you are greatly mistaken. I am not my father, I am not pleased with you at all, understand? After speaking, young Master Wan directly pulled by Ruoro and sneered, of course, there's one more crucial point, don't keep relying on my Wan family's influence, thinking you've solved Ruoro's problems. What are you? You used my Wan family's prestige to claim credit for yourself, thinking that by doing so, you could make Ruoro grateful to you. That's simply shameless. But fortunately, the matter has been resolved, and Ruoro has understood the truth and repented. Yi Qing, just be a decent person. If you continue like this, no one can save you, including Ruoro. As soon as these words came out, by Ruoro's body trembled. She knew that Yi Qing had once again angered young Master Wan, and if young Master Wan was angered, not only would he not save Yi Qing, it would be good enough if he didn't deal with Yi Qing himself. What's more, Tai Tu was also standing nearby, always glaring menacingly. Thinking of this, before Tai Tu could get angry, Bai Ruoro gritted her teeth and pointed at Yi Qing, angrily shouting, Yi Qing, your tricks have been exposed. You're still deluded, don't you have any shame? I don't want your apology, and you're not qualified to apologize to me, but I don't want to see you again. Go, leave immediately from now on, you and I are completely severed, our ties broken. Get out, hurry up and get out. Bai Ruoro pointed at the hall, roaring for Yi Qing to get out. But, in reality, this was clearly her trying to save Yi Qing.
Chapter 153. I heard that you recognized the thief as your father? Father? No, Ruoro, how can we let Yi Qing leave?
After all, he's a lifesaver who once saved you, so he definitely can't be told to scram.
Or, Ruoro, are you implying something, wishing for Yi Qing to leave this place?
Young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled faintly, but his smile was full of danger. Bai Ruoro forced a smile onto her face, shook her head, and said, I don't mean to save him, I just think he's too irritating. Instead of staying here and making everyone angry, it's better to drive him away. Also, what lifesaver? It's true that young Master Tan bullied me back then, but if it weren't for him, young Master Tan wouldn't have bullied me, right? Young Master Tan misunderstood our relationship, which led to me being severely beaten, and when he helped me, wasn't it ultimately because of the Wan family? So, I distinguish things clearly. Young Master Wan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, grasping Bai Ruoro's hand and smiling, it's good that you distinguish things clearly. I was just afraid you wouldn't, and end up suffering a loss. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Yi Qing and chuckled, Yi Qing, don't mind Ruoro's attitude just now, she didn't do it on purpose. Besides, since you're already here, how can we let you leave? That wouldn't be proper hospitality. However, Yi Qing, there's someone who has always wanted to meet you. If you don't mind, let me introduce you. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Tai Tu, who was standing by, already eager to try, and smiled, Mr. Tai Tu, haven't you always wanted to meet Yi Qing? Well, he's right here, you two should get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu's face twisted into a sinister smile. He took a step forward, walked directly in front of Yi Qing, and sneered, you are Yi Qing, the one who dared to lay hands on the assassin we sent? I heard you're very arrogant, even saying things that even Uncle Gong looks down on, is that right? Yi Qing glanced at Tai Tu and said indifferently, who is Uncle Gong? Never heard of him. What? Is he very powerful? If you're talking about the person who sent the assassin, then I do know who it is. After all, the dog he sent was too weak. You're so eager to get even for him. Could it be that you're also this so-called Uncle Gong's dog? What does it mean to never stop shocking people? At this moment, Yi Qing's performance made everyone gulp. Especially young Master Wan, even though he wanted to see Yi Qing make a fool of himself, at this moment, he felt his hair stand on end. Arrogant, too arrogant.
Is Yi Qing just throwing caution to the wind because death is imminent? Otherwise, how could he dare to say such things? And Gao Qingyue and the others also took a deep breath. If some people hadn't heard of Uncle Gong before, they had now learned from others who he was. He was a figure of immense importance, completely out of their league, yet Yi Qing just insulted him like that? He's crazy, he must be crazy, otherwise, how would he dare? Tai Tu's face was extremely grim at this moment. He was fiercely loyal to Uncle Gong, and anyone who offended Uncle Gong had to die. Moreover, this time, Yi Qing not only insulted Uncle Gong but also insulted him. Looking at young Master Wan, Tai Tu sneered, "Young Master Wan, I don't want to continue playing your game, because I can't help but want to cut out this guy's tongue. Daring to curse me and insult Uncle Gong, he's dead for sure." As soon as these words came out, Bai Ruorowa's face instantly turned pale. She tightly clutched young Master Wan's arm, afraid that young Master Wan wouldn't be able to save Yi Qing. Gritting her teeth, Bai Ruorowa glared at Yi Qing and said, "Yi Qing, you really are crazy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking such nonsense. Send him to a mental hospital. I think it's better to send him directly to a mental hospital. Not only can it cure his illness, but he can also suffer torment." "Young Master Wan, what do you say?" "A mental hospital, a place where even normal people can go crazy," but at this moment, for Yi Qing's safety, Bai Ruorowo actively suggested sending Yi Qing to a mental hospital. Young Master Wan knew Bai Ruorowa's thoughts and was about to speak when Tai Tu angrily interjected, "Even if he's sent to a mental hospital, I'll cut out his tongue first before sending him. Besides, is there any need to waste medical resources on a dead person?" With that, Tai Tu couldn't help but prepare to make a move. At this moment, young Master Wan gritted his teeth, pulled Tai Tu aside, and whispered, "Mr. Tai Tu, it's not that I'm stopping you, but this is the Yunduan Hotel. After all, Mr. Han's territory. If you make a move directly here, Mr. Han will be displeased, won't he? I saw that you seemed to respect Mr. Han quite a bit just now, so I had to speak up and remind you." Hearing young Master Wan mention Mr. Han's name, a glimmer of light finally flashed in Tai Tu's eyes. He could disregard young Master Wan, but he had to care about Mr. Han. After all, the Yunduan group's influence in East Province was not light. Even Uncle Gong was unwilling to provoke them. And if he could gain the friendship of the Yunduan group's high-ranking officials, it would be beneficial for both Uncle Gong and himself. Therefore, he had to give this face. "Young Master Wan, but you also heard what he said. If I can tolerate this, then it's not just my own face that will be lost, do you understand?" Young Master Wan quickly said, "Mr. Tai Tu, I understand it's not about tolerating, it's just about changing the location and waiting a bit. Don't worry, this Yi Qing won't escape." Tai Tu was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded, indicating his acceptance. At this moment, although Yi Qing didn't hear what they said, he did figure out a few things and immediately sneered. "Have you discussed a result? Does it need to take so long? Or, have you truly disappointed me? Are you all just cowards who can only talk, and do nothing else?" Yi Qing actually escalated his taunts, mocking them wantonly. This was truly seeking death. Young Master Wan couldn't help but angrily say, "Shut up, Yi Qing. Do you think we can't do anything to you? You dare to insult Mr. Tai Tu, you dare to offend Uncle Gong, Yi Qing, do you think you can still live? The reason we're not acting for now is entirely because today is Weiwei's birthday banquet. Otherwise, we could kill you right now, believe it or not. But don't rush. Once Weiwei's birthday banquet is over, you won't be able to escape. Even if you try at that time, I'd like to see how you can still be so stubborn." What a good line about Weiwei's birthday banquet, not wanting to see blood. The others clearly saw through it and knew it couldn't be taken seriously, but Bai Weiwei was moved to tears. "Brother-in-law, you're so good, you're truly too good, I'm so touched." At this moment, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at young Master Wan, then he sighed softly and said, "Young Master Wan, I heard you've acknowledged a foe as your father? Not only did you kneel to an enemy and become his son, but you also betrayed your own biological father, and even handed over the Wan family? The backbone of the Wan family, just like that, was broken by you? You unfaithful, unfilial, inhumane, and unrighteous thing, I'm starting to dislike you so, you truly deserve to die." Chapter 154. Kneel on the ground and crawl twice. Acknowledging a thief as a father. Disloyal and unfilial. unkind and unjust.
Any one of these words, taken alone, is an absolute derogatory term. If such a label is placed on anyone, that person's reputation would be completely ruined. Now, Yi Qing, in front of so many people, directly used all three of these vicious terms on young Master Wan, making his face instantly turn extremely ugly. He even felt a sickening sensation, as if he had been stripped bare and displayed in front of everyone.
Yi Qing, you scoundrel! What do you understand? What do you mean by acknowledging a thief as a father? What do you mean by disloyal and unfilial, unkind and unjust?
You heard some rumors from somewhere and dare to slander me so casually. You are simply courting death. At this moment, young Master Wan was somewhat enraged and humiliated, pointing at Yi Qing, no longer able to control his temper. As he spoke, he couldn't help but want to slap Yi Qing's face, but Yi Qing, with a slight lift of his left hand, had already blocked young Master Wan's incoming palm.
What? Did I hit a sore spot, so you're resorting to desperate measures? Want to fight? With just you?
After speaking, Yi Qing directly pushed with force, letting go of young Master Wan's hand, causing him to stagger back a few steps and almost fall. But at this moment, more than fighting, young Master Wan wanted to explain clearly to everyone that he, young Master Wan, was not such a person. Looking at Yi Qing, young Master Wan gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qing, since you dare to say that I am such an evil person, then I will let everyone judge and see whether I, Wan, am truly a despicable villain, or if you, Yi Qing, are the scoundrel who slanders me. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Gao Qingyue, Bai Ruoruo, and the others, and angrily said, perhaps none of you know, but what he calls acknowledging a thief as a father is actually me acknowledging Uncle Gong as my adopted father. Is this acknowledging a thief as a father? Uncle Gong once sent people to kill Yi Qing, but fortunately, thanks to my ninth uncle, Yi Qing survived to save Yi Qing, and for the Wan family, I voluntarily went to East Continent to talk with Uncle Gong. We had a very pleasant conversation, so I acknowledged him as my adopted father. I ask you all, was I wrong? Not only did I find a backer for the Wan family, everything I did was to save Yi Qing's life. Yet Yi Qing curses me for acknowledging a thief as a father. Do you think someone who repays kindness with enmity like this is a good person? Upon hearing these words, many people present nodded. After all, what young Master Wan said made sense if viewed from his perspective. It was entirely Yi Qing repaying kindness with enmity. Moreover, acknowledging Uncle Gong as an adopted father, that's finding a huge backer. How many people wish for such an opportunity but don't have it? Forget about cursing young Master Wan, they don't even have time to envy him. Young Master Wan, you are admirable. This Yi Qing is simply a scoundrel. He repays kindness with enmity. This is intentional slander. Despite this, you still protect him. You are too benevolent. That's right. What kind of person is Uncle Gong? For him to acknowledge young Master Wan as his adopted son in itself proves young Master Wan's character. This is a good thing. This Yi Qing is just jealous, which is why he would say such things. Similar remarks were abundant, and in an instant, Yi Qing became like a rat crossing the street, everyone wanting to beat him. This made young Master Wan feel exceptionally pleased. He had originally wanted to make this relationship public, and now, for Yi Qing's words, it happened naturally, and he gained even more good reputation. It made him, young Master Wan, a righteous person of great virtue, a truly wonderful thing. Looking at Yi Qing, at this moment, young Master Wan said with great arrogance, as for saying things like disloyal and unfilial, unkind and unjust, that is even more nonsensical. How our family treated Yi Qing can be said to be with great courtesy, valuing sentiment and righteousness. But what about Yi Qing?
He is simply ignorant and arrogant.
Everyone knows my father. He retired and yielded his position because he was exhausted, nothing else. And ninth uncle also supports me. My position as family head is recognized by everyone, and no one can find fault with it.
Otherwise, my father would not have let me off, nor would ninth uncle on this point. I think everyone agrees, right? But now, Yi Qing wants to slander the relationship between our father and son. This is simply outrageous. Ninth uncle, where is ninth uncle? If you all don't believe this matter, I can have ninth uncle come to prove it. I believe you all won't disbelieve ninth uncle's words. Young Master Wan spoke with stern words, portraying himself as a victim slandered by Yi Qing, and even brought up one family head in ninth uncle, wanting ninth uncle to prove that his position was obtained legitimately, without any conspiracy. And it was true. As long as ninth uncle spoke, no one would doubt young Master Wan. Not to mention that even if they did doubt,
they couldn't do anything. Just the good relationship between ninth uncle and one family head was well known. Anyone could betray one family head, but only ninth uncle would not. This was universally acknowledged. Yi Qing looked at the equivocating young Master Wan and chuckled. Yes, the truth is not really important, of course. If one insists on finding it out, it's quite simple.
Just have the Wan family head come out and explain, wouldn't that suffice? As long as he says that your position as family head, young Master Wan, was willingly given to you by him, wouldn't everything be clear? So, young Master Wan, can the Wan family head come?
For his own son's innocence, I presume he must care very much. This put young Master Wan in a difficult position, because one family head absolutely could not come forward to testify for him, and even if they could agree, it wouldn't be now. Young Master Wan said with a cold face, such a matter does not require my father to come forward. Besides, my father has been working hard for many years, and after handing over the position to me, he has already gone on vacation as his son. I cannot trouble the elder with such a trivial matter and ask him to make a special trip.
Yi Qing heard this, smiled and nodded, saying, oh, is that so? Then, what about ninth uncle?
It wouldn't be impossible for ninth uncle to come forward. After all, ninth uncle's words, in a sense, represent the Wan family head. Upon hearing that Yi Qing actually brought up ninth uncle, young Master Wan immediately burst into laughter. What it meant to shoot oneself in the foot, young Master Wan now clearly understood.
Yi Qing, isn't that precisely it?
After all, he had already secured ninth uncle's side. Alright, I can have ninth uncle prove it. However, if ninth uncle says that my position was personally given to me by my father, then, Yi Qing, how will your slander against me be settled? Yi Qing heard this, shrugged, and extended his hand with a smile, saying, naturally, it will be as young Master Wan pleases. As long as you are happy, any settlement is fine. Young Master Wan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he laughed heartily, saying, good, since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Yi Qing, as long as ninth uncle proves that I am the Wan family head personally designated by my father, I won't harm you. However, I want you to strip naked in front of everyone and crawl 2 circles in this banquet hall.
How about it? Is that reasonable?
After all, you accused me of acknowledging a thief as a father, being disloyal and unfilial, unkind and unjust. Slandering me like this, crawling 2 circles and barking like a dog shouldn't be too much, right?
Chapter 155. I ask you one last question, do you believe me? Young Master Wan believed he had already won.
Therefore, he made such an exaggerated demand. In his opinion, this was more stimulating than anything else.
Stripping naked and crawling like a dog in front of everyone, in this not-so-small banquet hall, was there anything more humiliating than that?
If he accomplished it, even if Yi Qing were still alive, he would probably wish he were dead.
What? Silent? Are you afraid?
It's fine if you're afraid, just say so. Kneel and apologize to me now. Say that Yi Qing, you slandered me, you were blind, you were jealous, and then slap yourself 10 times. This matter will be over. How about it?
I'm very merciful, aren't I?
Yi Qing chuckled upon hearing this, shaking his head as he looked at young Master Wan and said, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be too easy to just make you crawl 2 laps and bark like a dog? Young Master Wan, whether it's a bet or a deal, it needs to be fair since you have such a demand from me. Then, if Uncle Gong proves that everything you said was a lie, and you are indeed the one who acknowledges a thief as a father, disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unrighteous, then, shouldn't you also strip naked and crawl 2 laps? Young Master Wan burst into laughter, looking at Yi Qing and shaking his head. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh?
Fine, I agree.
But you're destined to lose.
Yi Qing, do you have to push yourself to a dead end before you know regret? But if you want to renege, I'm afraid that won't work by then. Even if you are forced to be punished, you won't be able to escape, understand?
At this point, Tai Tu sneered, interesting, this is indeed more satisfying than just killing him. I approve of this. I will be the witness. If Yi Qing really dares to violate the agreement and run away, I guarantee I will break his limbs and have someone drag him to crawl around this banquet hall. Young Master Wan laughed heartily, then directly shouted to everyone, everyone, you all heard our agreement, right?
Then I ask everyone present to be a witness.
As long as Uncle Gong personally admits that I, Wan, am not a bad person, then I ask this Mr. Yi Qing to crawl for everyone in front of all of us. This can also be considered my birthday gift to Bai Weiwei, and even more, a source of entertainment for everyone. Young Master Wan was afraid that the matter wouldn't escalate, so he directly shouted to everyone, acting as if he had already won. And in fact, no one believed that young Master Wan would lose after all. That was Uncle Gong, who had watched young Master Wan grow up since childhood, and since young Master Wan dared to make such a bet, there was 100% chance that he wouldn't make a mistake. As for Yi Qing, everyone thought Yi Qing had a problem with his brain, otherwise, how could he agree to this matter? Only Yi Qing remained calm, completely ignoring everyone's ridicule, just looking at young Master Wan with a playful expression, as if he had already seen young Master Wan's outcome. Gao Qingyue sighed at this moment, looking at Yi Qing with great pity, and said, "Yi Qing, what are you trying to achieve? You're suffering for the sake of your pride in the end. Your outcome will only be more tragic. It would be better to just send you to a mental hospital." Bai Weiwei, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Sister Qingyue, this liar deserves it. He dares to make such a sure-lose bet. This clearly shows he wants to renege, but unfortunately, he's mistaken today. This is not a place where he can renege." After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at young Master Wan with a sweet smile on her face. "Brother-in-law, thank you so much. My birthday banquet today is truly unforgettable and especially interesting. I'm very happy. I'll just wait to see him crawl like a dog later." If there was anyone present who still cared about Yi Qing, it was only Bai Ruoruo. However, Bai Ruoruo at this moment wanted to persuade him, but couldn't, yet she was unwilling to see Yi Qing being bullied like this, otherwise, it would truly be worse than death. "Yi Qing, kneel down and apologize this way, perhaps young Master Wan might still forgive you." That's right, those words were spoken by Bai Ruoruo. She told Yi Qing to kneel on the ground and apologize to young Master Wan. In her eyes, everything she did was for Yi Qing's good. To spare Yi Qing humiliation, and even more so for Yi Qing's life safety. However, at this moment, before young Master Wan could say anything, Yi Qing's eyes had already turned to Bai Ruoruo, but this time, the look in his eyes towards Bai Ruoruo was somewhat indifferent, somewhat, a sigh. "Bai Ruoruo, do you still remember what I once told you?" Yi Qing shook his head and sighed, "You were very good to me, you were then, and you are now. When everyone else abandoned me, you stayed by my side, encouraging me and comforting me, never leaving. I can feel your affection, and I even wavered once, but perhaps, the timing really wasn't right. There are always some twists of fate. Forget it, let's not say too much, just a simple sentence. I've said more than once to trust me, do you remember?" For some reason, at this moment, Bai Ruoruo's eyes were already completely red, and her heart was filled with unbearable pain. She felt a hint of something amiss, as if Yi Qing was drifting further and further away from her. Looking at Yi Qing, she opened her mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. Of course, she trusted Yi Qing, and she wanted to trust Yi Qing, but she couldn't now. Yi Qing had offended Uncle Gong and young Master Wan. This was a matter of life and death. She was doing it for Yi Qing's good. Only this way could she protect Yi Qing. Even if it meant Yi Qing misunderstood her, she accepted it. Looking at the silent Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "So, you don't trust me, do you? At least, in your heart, I am not 100% trustworthy to you. Or perhaps, you feel that you are doing it for my good, you are protecting me, you are sacrificing yourself for my life's safety, even if it means I misunderstand, you wouldn't hesitate. You're thinking that, aren't you? Very touching, but I'm very unhappy." At this moment, no one interrupted Yi Qing, because everyone felt that Yi Qing's emotions were off. The words he spoke were even more off, as if he was saying a final farewell. "To keep me alive, even going so far as to make me kneel and apologize to him, is that also considered trusting me and doing me good? Bai Ruoruo, perhaps, we can truly only be friends. Don't worry, I will always consider you a good friend, but only that much. So, will you trust me this one time now? Come stand by my side. As long as you stand here, perhaps we still have a future. One last thing, do you want to trust me? As long as you are willing to trust me, nothing, whether it's the Wan family or Uncle Gong, matters. No one can harm me, at least, they can't. This is the last time I will ask you if you want to trust me, and it is the last time I will ask you if you want to come stand here. You decide." Chapter 156. So, we are still good friends. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo's tears flowed uncontrollably. She knew this was Yi Qing's last chance for her. If she didn't choose to believe Yi Qing, if she didn't stand by Yi Qing's side, then she would lose Yi Qing forever and never have another opportunity. However, looking at young Master Wan, who had a cold expression, and Tai Tu, who was brimming with killing intent, she truly didn't dare to step forward. She wanted to believe Yi Qing, but she really didn't dare. At this time, young Master Wan began to laugh. Such big talk, who are you trying to impress with your self-pity here?
Believe you? What about whether or not to stand over there? Stand over there for what? To suffer and die with you? Haven't you considered that Bai Ruoruo has family?
What's more, Yi Qing, you clearly know your situation, yet you still pressure Bai Ruoruo like this. You're truly adding too much drama to your own life, you've gone mad. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoruo and sneered, it doesn't matter if you want to stand over there, you can go, but he will definitely die. Didn't he tell you to believe him? He doesn't even put my one family in his eyes, not even Uncle Gong. You can go over, but you know the outcome. And Tai Tu, at this moment, also said with a face full of killing intent, this guy truly deserves to die. He's acting, and he even drags Uncle Gong into it, daring to use Uncle Gong as a stepping stone. If I don't kill him, I'd truly be letting him down.
And Gao Qingyue also started to laugh. Ruoruo, you wouldn't really think he's more powerful than the Wan family or Uncle Gong, would you? Unless he's truly the kind of existence who can make Lin Ji's career soar with a single word, otherwise, wouldn't that be laughable? Speaking of which, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and laughed, Lin Ji, you can also choose to believe him. After all, he's already given you a chance and given you his phone number. After you call, even I, Gao Qingyue, will be begging you and flattering you. Why don't you make the call? Lin Ji didn't expect to be dragged into this and immediately sneered, I'm not an idiot. How could I listen to him spouting nonsense here? Believe him? Believe him and then go to a mental hospital with him?
Bai Weiwei, at this moment, also became a little excited, yet she was afraid that Bai Ruoruo would actually stand by Yi Qing's side and displease young Master Wan.
Sister, don't do anything foolish. You know how much uncle and aunt hate this swindler. If you do something stupid, I won't acknowledge you anymore. Everyone was constantly mocking Yi Qing's overestimation of himself. They were all laughing at his mental problems, saying he was just putting on a show.
And Bai Ruoruo gently exhaled, then looked at young Master Wan, and softly said, you must keep your promise to me. Young Master Wan heard this, a triumphant expression appeared on his face, and he said, naturally, but it also depends on your performance.
Bai Ruoruo nodded, then looked at Yi Qing. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo's expression was very bitter, yet very firm. Yi Qing, I really want to believe you, but this time, you can't get past this hurdle. I want to protect you in my own way. I'm sorry, I won't stand over there even if you hate me for it. Blame me, I will have no regrets.
In the end, Bai Ruoruo still didn't choose to believe Yi Qing.
And on Yi Qing's face, at this moment, there was no sadness or sorrow, only a hint of disappointment.
Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, nodded, and said, we will always be good friends. This simple, plain sentence was like an unbridgeable chasm, severing any possible future relationship between them, from then on, only defining them as good friends. And as these words were spoken, a line of clear tears instantly flowed from Bai Ruoruo's eyes. It hurt so much, but for Yi Qing, she preferred the pain. Young Master Wan laughed heartily, looking at Yi Qing, and said, to be good friends with my girlfriend, you, Yi Qing, must first have the qualifications. All right, the jokes that needed to be told have all been told, haven't they?
We've seen enough of this joke for now, it's time to move on. After all, compared to other things, I think everyone wants to see you, Yi Qing, strip naked and crawl like a dog in the underground world. Uncle Gio, where's Uncle Gio? Someone, go find Uncle Gio for me. And Yi Qing, watching young Master Wan continuously shouting for Uncle Gio, chuckled softly and said, young Master Wan, don't be anxious. Uncle Gio hasn't left. He just doesn't want to see you for now. Wait a little longer. You don't need to call him. Uncle Gio will come. Hearing Yi Qing's words, young Master Wan instinctively felt something was wrong. Looking at Yi Qing, he said coldly, what do you mean? What did you do to Uncle Gio? Yi Qing laughed upon hearing this and shook his head. Young Master Wan, your joke is a bit unfunny. Uncle Gio is such a big living person, and furthermore, he's a big boss of the Jiangqing underground world in your eyes. I, Yi Qing, am just an ant that can be easily manipulated. Where could I have taken Uncle Gio? I already told you, Uncle Gio just wants some peace and quiet right now, so he doesn't want to appear for the time being, but he will definitely appear later, don't worry.
Young Master One gritted his teeth upon hearing this, looking at Yi Qing, and said, "It seems you, Yi Qing, came prepared. Are you trying to stall for time?"
"Fine, I'll give you the chance to stall, but what then? Do you think you can still turn the tables?"
"Today, here, whether you crawl or not, you will crawl. I want to see what tricks you can pull."
"Someone, go find Uncle Gio for me."
And Yi Qing just watched calmly, without the slightest hint of urgency. However, young Master Wan, looking at Yi Qing's expression, felt his heart growing more and more unsettled.
Not knowing what he thought of, young Master Wan hurriedly looked at Tai Tu and said, "Mr. Tai Tu, there won't be any problems with my father, will there?"
"I always feel that Yi Qing is a bit off today. I'm afraid he'll pull some stunt."
Tai Tu heard this and looked at young Master Wan with great disdain, saying, "Young Master Wan, what are you afraid of? You are now the Wan family head. Everything is under our control. With things like this, do you still need to be afraid?
This Yi Qing just put on a show and scared you like this. You are simply ridiculous."
"Don't worry, I personally brought elites from East Continent. I sent a full 30 people to keep an eye on your father. There won't be any accidents. Those are absolutely elite subordinates of mine. Even if over 100 people attacked at once, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Do you understand?" When mentioning his subordinates, Tai Tu's face was filled with confidence and arrogance. Clearly, he fully trusted his 30-plus subordinates. Young Master One immediately showed a relieved expression upon hearing this.
However, they didn't know that at the suburban villa where the Wan family head was confined, Tai Tu's so-called elites were not just vulnerable under Red Eyes' subordinates' attack, they completely collapsed, like ants, their lives being harvested.
Chapter 157. I don't want to take prisoners.
The more than 30 men Tai Tu brought from East Continent were all elites. Having followed Tai Tu for a long time and being fiercely loyal, to put it unpleasantly, Tai Tu would feel heartbroken if even one of them was lost. However, this time, Tai Tu's heart was destined to not just ache, but bleed. Inside the villa, many bodies lay fallen, and those who were still alive knelt on the ground, trembling. Logically, they shouldn't have been so afraid, but after witnessing the methods and ruthlessness of Red Eyes' subordinates, they had no choice but to be terrified, not daring to not be afraid. 30 black-robed figures had swiftly taken control of the entire villa, from start to finish, not even taking a full minute.
One family head stood in the courtyard, staring at everything in stunned silence.
The scene that had just unfolded had completely startled him. But when he saw that these people did not harm him at all, one family head knew that perhaps things had taken a turn for the better.
Sure enough, when Red Eyes stepped into the courtyard with light steps, everything had already ended.
"Reporting to Your Excellency, the Shen Squad's 30 personal guards have successfully completed the mission. 18 enemies were slain, 15 enemies were captured, and one family head has been successfully rescued. Please give your instructions, Your Excellency." A black-robed figure respectfully stood before Red Eyes, reporting the results of the battle. At this moment, one family head's eyes were already shining brightly. He naturally understood the word rescued. These people had come to save him, but who exactly were these people?
He knew very well that Uncle Gong's subordinates simply did not possess such formidable combat power. So, who could it be?
For some reason, at this moment, one family head suddenly thought of Yi Qing.
Red Eyes looked at the black-robed figure and said indifferently, "Xian Yi, do I need captives?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency, this subordinate understands." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed figure raised his hand, and immediately, the other black-robed figures stood by, ready to harvest the lives of these enemies before them at any moment. And they spoke in the Dragon Kingdom's language, which Tai Tu's subordinates naturally understood. Originally, none of them dared to speak, fearing to offend these terrifying black-robed figures and lose their lives, but now, they had to speak. If they didn't, people would die. "No, let us go." "Who exactly are you people?"
"We are Tai Tu's subordinates. We are Uncle Gong's subordinates. If you kill us, Uncle Gong will definitely avenge us." "That's right, Uncle Gong is the strongest magnate in the East Province underground world. What you are doing is provoking Uncle Gong. You will be retaliated against." However, if threats worked on Red Eyes, then Red Eyes would not have caused rivers of blood and mountains of bones overseas.
He was already insane.
Looking at the enemy who spoke, Red Eyes' mouth curved into a smile. His stark white teeth, at this moment, seemed to become a murder weapon.
"Uncle Gong? I'm so scared, you really frightened me to death." Hee hee, over the years, there have been at least 800, if not 1,000, people who threatened me, Red Eyes, but they all eventually shut up. Do you know why? Without waiting for these people to answer, Red Eyes suddenly covered his face and burst into maniacal laughter. Because they're all dead, ha 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 ha. From now on, no one will ever dare to threaten me again. Even if I want to kill them, they will extend their necks for me to kill them this time. Do you know why? Red Eyes laughed even more wildly. Because if they aren't killed, they will suffer a fate worse than death, ha 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 ha. So, you should feel honored, because you are the first batch of enemies I, Red Eyes, have killed since returning to the Dragon Kingdom. You are fortunate. Oh, right, whether it's the Uncle Gong or Tai Tu you mentioned, don't worry, I will soon send them down to join you, ha 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 ha. Amidst his insane laughter, Red Eyes casually waved his arm. The next second, all the black-robed figures struck simultaneously, and the scene once again gained 15 more corpses. At this point, all 30-plus people sent by Tai Tu to guard one family head were dead, none spared. It was then that Red Eyes looked at the somewhat dazed one family head. He couldn't help but be dazed. He was already extremely shocked, but after seeing Red Eyes, one family head instinctively felt a chill, as if facing a demon that had survived from hell. Especially the madness and killing intent flashing in Red Eyes' eyes, as if he could kill everyone under heaven. This was something one family head had never seen in all his years. It was terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, one family head's fear was purely instinctive. Even knowing that Red Eyes had come to save him, he still couldn't stop trembling. One family head? Red Eyes walked up to one family head and showed what he thought was a benevolent smile. However, this smile startled the already frightened one family head once again. Yes, I am Wan Haishin. May I ask who you are? Red Eyes nodded and smiled. My name is Red Eyes, just a nobody, not worth mentioning. You weren't injured just now, were you? A nobody? An existence like Red Eyes would absolutely be an extraordinary big shot anywhere. But since Red Eyes said so, one family head didn't dare to say anything, quickly waved his hand, and said, no injuries, thank you for your concern, Lord Red Eyes. Red Eyes smiled and said, that's good. Otherwise, if you were injured, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Mr. Yi. Well, without further ado, let's go. Mr. Yi? One family head's eyes lit up as expected. It was Yi Qing, Mr. Yi's people? When he saw Cloud Mist Villa before, he knew that Yi Qing was definitely not a nobody, but more like an extraordinary big shot now. Red Eyes' appearance had confirmed his thoughts. Lord Red Eyes, is the Mr. Yi you mentioned Mr. Yi Qing? Also, where are we going? Red Eyes smiled slightly and said, that's right, it's naturally Mr. Yi Qing. Otherwise, would anyone else come to save you? We're going to some birthday banquet. Your son seems to be there. Mr. Yi instructed me to bring you there after rescuing you. Oh, right, you seem to have been stripped of your power, right? It's alright. Mr. Yi said you are his friend, so he will help you resolve your matters. We can leave now, can't we? Red Eyes' words were simple. In a few sentences, he made everything clear. Yi Qing was going to help him reclaim what he had lost. What a simple sentence. At this moment, one family head was so touched he wanted to cry. After all, he had been so desperate before that he wanted to commit suicide. However, thinking of this, one family head hesitated and said, Lord Red Eyes, you might need to remind Mr. Yi that this time's enemies might not only be from Uncle Gong's side, but also Uncle Gong. Perhaps, we need to be a little careful. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately showed a displeased expression, looking at one family head and saying with dissatisfaction, One family head, why do you look down on me? It's fine if you look down on me, but are you also looking down on my Mr. Yi? As soon as these words came out, one family head immediately wanted to cry. He hadn't looked down on anyone. No, Mr. Red Eyes, you misunderstood. I just meant to remind him. Before one family head could finish speaking, Red Eyes waved his hand and said indifferently, remind him of what? Remind him that these mere chickens and dogs might harm Mr. Yi? One family head, if this isn't looking down on me, Red Eyes, then what is it? I, Red Eyes, as Mr. Yi's personal guard, if I can't even handle such small matters, what right do I have to be a personal guard? Don't let it happen again, one family head. After all, comparing them to these pieces of trash is truly an insult to me. As he spoke, Red Eyes waved his hand and said indifferently, burn these ants. One family head, the car is ready, let's go.
The next moment, sitting in the car and looking at the villa ablaze behind him, one family head swallowed hard. Especially when he looked at Red Eyes, who was sitting in the passenger seat leisurely smoking a cigarette, he felt even more that he might have been drawn into a world he had never dared to imagine.
Chapter 158, Hundreds of Millions of Things Throwing into the Trash.
Inside the banquet hall, because Uncle Joe had not been found yet, the bet between young Master Wan and Yi Qing was temporarily put on hold. However, this outcome, in everyone's eyes, was the same. No one thought Yi Qing would win. Not finding Uncle Joe for now was just giving Yi Qing a little more time to cling to life. But, even during this time, no one wanted Yi Qing to be idle. Young Master Wan sat nearby, with Bai Ruoruo leaning against him. Gao Qingyue and the others looked at Yi Qing with mockery, just waiting for a huge joke to fall upon him. Not knowing what she thought of, Gao Qingyue looked at young Master Wan and smiled. Young Master Wan, since Ruoruo is already your girlfriend, wearing fakes would disgrace you, especially since this fake was given by Yi Qing. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The white crystal romance was worn by Bai Ruoruo, and the exquisite jewelry made by Ruoruo looked stunningly beautiful. However, this jewelry, which touched Bai Ruoruo deeply, had already become a tool to attack Yi Qing more than once. A fake? Even if it was a fake, Bai Ruoruo couldn't bear to part with it and wanted to protect it with her life, because Yi Qing had personally said it was called Bai Ruoruo's love, not some white crystal romance. Young Master Wan smiled slightly upon hearing this, nodded, and said, President Qingyue's reminder is correct. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that our Ruoruo is still wearing fakes sent by a swindler. Ruoruo, why don't you take off these fakes and return them to him? Bai Ruoruo was extremely reluctant, but she still took off the entire set of jewelry, piece by piece, in front of everyone. The moment she took it off, Bai Ruoruo's mood was unknown, but her original peerless beauty, lacking the embellishment of the jewelry, instantly diminished by a third. Gao Qingyue was the happiest person to see this scene. She didn't know what her feelings were, but she just couldn't accept Bai Ruoruo wearing this set of white crystal romance, even if it was a fake. In her opinion, everything of Yi Qing should belong to her. Even if it was a fake, she should be the one to throw it in the trash, not for another woman to wear. Bai Ruoruo held the jewelry and walked gently to Yi Qing, saying, Yi Qing, I'm returning this set of jewelry to you. Yi Qing looked deeply at Bai Ruoruo, said nothing, but just reached out and took the jewelry. This set of jewelry is indeed not called Bai Ruoruo's love. That name was given by me. The true name of this set of jewelry is indeed, as they say, white crystal romance. When I gave you this set of jewelry, I changed the name for your sake, but now, it's no longer necessary. It would have been better if Yi Qing hadn't spoken, but as soon as he did, Bai Ruoruo's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She knew that Yi Qing was blaming her for not trusting him, for not choosing him, and therefore, he was retracting some feelings that might have once blossomed. Perhaps, there would truly be no more chances. At this moment, Gao Qingyue, hearing all of this, couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Sure enough, this is the white crystal romance, isn't it? Yi Qing, you're giving up now, aren't you? You finally couldn't hide it and spoke the truth. This set of white crystal romance is clearly a fake that you couldn't afford to buy the real one, so you imitated it. You thought no one would recognize it if you changed the name, but you, after all, shot yourself in the foot. Young Master Wan, hearing this, chuckled even more, saying, the white crystal romance, worth nearly 100 million, even my Wan family would hesitate for a moment to acquire it. Yi Qing, next time you want to trick a girl, remember to pick something more reasonable, so at least you won't be doubted like this. Speaking of this, young Master Wan shook his head mockingly and said, be a more convincing swindler. What's the point of a swindler who can be exposed with just one poke? And Gao Qingyue chuckled at this point, saying, young Master Wan, maybe he just thought no one could afford it, and many people wouldn't recognize it, that's why he chose the white crystal romance. As a result, he didn't expect so many of us not to believe him, huh? It's just a gap in understanding. He, has always been an ordinary person, and he was imprisoned for 3 years, so it's normal for his mind not to grasp things. After all, he's a small-time character. Where would he get such common sense? The two of them shamelessly mocked Yi Qing. And just as young Master Wan was about to say something, his eyes lit up as he saw General Manager Han. He immediately smiled and said, Yi Qing, the main person is here. We won't bother with your fake white crystal romance, but whether General Manager Han will bother, we don't know. After speaking, young Master Wan took 2 steps forward, extended his hand, and smiled. General Manager Han, are you done? You've come at just the right time. The matter I just spoke to you about has a lead. Look, the jewelry in his hand, isn't it the white crystal romance from your Yunwan jewelry? With the appearance of General Manager Han, everyone's attention was focused on him. After all, at such a young age, he was already about to become the vice president of Yunwan Group's East Province Company. Such a person had boundless prospects. General Manager Han looked at young Master Wan and smiled. I was busy for a while just now. Please don't mind it. I see you all are chatting quite lively here. Why? Is it because of the white crystal romance? Young Master Wan smiled and nodded, saying, exactly, the person who faked the white crystal romance has arrived. General Manager Han, it's him. He's holding the evidence right now. After all, it concerns the reputation of Yunwan Group, so it's better for you to handle it personally. General Manager Han nodded upon hearing this, then walked to Yi Qing, and chuckled. You don't mind if I take a look, do you? Yi Qing, hearing this, looked indifferently at General Manager Han and said, my things, you can look at them just because you want to? Yi Qing's words directly stunned General Manager Han. These past years, he had been smooth sailing, treated as a distinguished guest wherever he went. Such an attitude, he had indeed rarely encountered. Before General Manager Han could speak, young Master Wan had already sneered. Yi Qing, you really don't know your place, do you? Do you know who you're talking to? Simply foolish. Gao Qingyue also sneered, saying, Yi Qing, you're feeling guilty, so you don't dare let General Manager Han see it, right? What are you afraid of? You already gave it away, you don't even dare let someone look at it? I thought you were so brave. General Manager Han, seeing so many people standing up for him, immediately acted gentle and refined, smiling and saying, it's okay, no need for this, I don't mind. After speaking, General Manager Han looked at Yi Qing and smiled, my friend, I am the General Manager of Yunwan Hotel. Since what you have in your hand is jewelry from my Yunwan Group, I should be able to take a look, right? After all, if it's real, I can clear your name. Of course, if it's fake, I may not necessarily be unable to handle it at my discretion. After all, since you're also attending the birthday banquet, everyone should be friends. It's not necessarily the case that we have to resort to legal procedures or involve special departments. What do you think? This was a threat. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, then he looked at the white crystal romance in his hand and chuckled, something I gave away. If it's returned, then it's still my thing. And my things, I can handle them however I want, others have no right to interfere. You want to see it? Then go to the trash can and search for it yourself. After speaking, Yi Qing walked to the trash can and, in front of everyone, directly threw the white crystal romance, worth nearly 100 million, into the trash can. During this process, from beginning to end, he did not look at Bai Ruoruo once. Because she was no longer the owner of the white crystal romance. She was no longer worthy to be the owner of this white crystal romance. Chapter 159 The Truth That Every Word is Worth 1,000 Gold? Yi Qing's act of throwing the priceless white crystal romance directly into the trash can did not cause any pain to those present. After all, in their eyes, it was just a fake. Yi Qing's act of throwing the item could be interpreted as him feeling guilty, not wanting it to be examined, an act of evasion, and fear of being exposed. If there was anyone present who felt pain, it could only be Bai Ruoruo. Looking at Yi Qing's cold gaze and his decisive act of throwing the item, Ruoruo knew that her actions had hurt Yi Qing, and he was no longer willing to forgive her. At this moment, Ruoruo was in immense pain. She even desperately wanted to run to the trash can, pick up the item, and then tell Yi Qing how much she cherished it. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Feeling guilty? You don't want it to be examined, so you just throw it away? But do you think that way you can escape punishment? You are too naive. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and sneered, speaking mockingly. Young Master Wan, on the other hand, smiled and said, Yi Qing, I originally thought you had some capability, but now it seems you are truly very childish. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Manager Han and smiled, Manager Han, it seems there's no need to verify its authenticity anymore, his actions have proven everything. Manager Han nodded upon hearing this, looking at Yi Qing with a smile, Mr. Yi, your approach is truly unexpected. However, the item is right here,
and there are cameras everywhere. If I really wanted to pursue this, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape, would you? Yi Ching, upon hearing this, pointed to the trash can and said calmly, I've said it before, the item is right there, and it can be examined at any time. If you want to see it, fine, go pick it up. At this moment, Manager Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yi Ching and said softly, Mr. Yi, you seem to be very hostile towards me in all these years. I have never encountered such an arrogant person. You are the first. Yi Ching, upon hearing this, looked at Manager Han, chuckled lightly, and said, You are Manager Han, right? Indeed, you are young and promising, and you seem very impressive, but if you haven't encountered anyone who doesn't give you face before, well, now you have.
Are you going to stand with them and cause me trouble?
Looking at Yi Ching, Manager Han, for some reason, smiled and shook his head at this moment, saying, Mr. Yi has misunderstood. I have no grievances with you, so I naturally won't cause you trouble. The reason I spoke up today to verify the item's authenticity is because I am the person in charge of Yunwan Hotel. Although I am not responsible for Yunwan City and Yunwan Jewelry, as a Yunwan person,
this is also my duty. I will not participate in your grievances.
After speaking, Manager Han took 2 steps back. He indicated that he would not interfere in this matter. However, this compromise greatly surprised those present. Yi Ching had provoked him like this, and Manager Han was too magnanimous. At this moment, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Ching and sneered, Yi Ching, don't think you can escape just by throwing away a fake. Manager Han is generous, but everyone present isn't blind.
Yi Ching, you've given up, haven't you?
Fine, no problem. Manager Han doesn't care. Young Master Wan is waiting for Uncle Gio. So let's all wait together anyway. In the end, you'll be the only one who becomes a laughingstock.
Today is my birthday banquet, and I should thank you for providing so much entertainment and making me happy. Go sit down, eat something, and have a drink. After all, since you're here, you're a guest. When you're humiliated later, you'll need to be full and well fed. Only then will you have the strength to crawl on the ground. After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she burst into laughter, as if she had already seen Yi Ching crawling on the ground like a dog. At this moment, Gao Qingyue pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Weiwei, you are indeed pure and kind, just like your older sister, both good people. You two are just too soft-hearted. Everyone came to the birthday banquet and gave gifts. Yi Ching, you personally invited him. He wouldn't really come here to eat and drink for free without preparing any gift, would he?
If that's the case, then that would truly be too embarrassing. Speaking of this, Gao Qingyue sighed, looked at Yi Ching, and said, I know you don't have much money, but you still need to give a gift. You even gave Bai Ruoro a fake this time, for Weiwei's birthday banquet. Don't give any more fake things to make a fool of yourself. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't be planning to write a piece of calligraphy here, would you? Oh my god, I almost forgot. Your calligraphy is worth 100 million, ha ha ha. Yi Ching was not harmed by Gao Qingyue at the Wan family's charity gala. Instead, he managed to pull off a big show. This matter had always bothered Gao Qingyue. She couldn't forget it. Now that she had finally found an opportunity, she would never be satisfied unless she humiliated Yi Ching to death. She wanted to strip away all of Yi Ching's strength little by little, making him completely reveal his true colors and feel utterly ashamed. The fact that Yi Ching's simple piece of calligraphy fetched an astronomical price of 100 million yuan at the time was known to quite a few people present. However, not many truly understood the details, but, just looking at the surface, Yi Ching was truly impressive. Bai Weiwei and Manager Han were also surprised when they heard this, looking at Yi Ching with some disbelief, never expecting that Yi Ching had such a feat to his name. Especially Bai Weiwei, her eyes widened.
What, 100 million? Are you kidding me? Sister Qingyue, this must be fake.
Gao Qingyue, upon hearing this, curled her lips into a mocking smile and said, it's genuine, indeed 100 million. Many people here know about it. At this moment, Manager Han suddenly laughed and said, if that's the case, then Mr. Yi buying the White Crystal Romance, I imagine, wouldn't be too difficult. After all, just writing a few words can be worth 100 million. Hearing Manager Han say this, Gao Qingyue smiled and looked at young Master Wan, saying, Young Master Wan, aren't you going to explain the truth? Young Master Wan actually didn't know what Wan family head was thinking at the time, but he had his own ideas. Besides, he was the Wan family head today, and the final right of interpretation was with him. It's nothing, it's just that my father felt the charity funds were a bit too small at the time, so he took the opportunity to donate a sum of money. After all, the funds from the auction do not go into an individual's hands, they go directly into the charity account. Plus some other reasons, it was just a coincidence, and it has nothing to do with Yi Qing himself after all. I believe there are calligraphy and painting experts here who can tell at a glance that Yi Qing's calligraphy is, at most, just passable 100 million? That's a huge joke. And, to put it more simply, at that time, if it were someone else, anything they wrote could reach 100 million. The matter is that simple. Do you all understand? Upon hearing young Master Wan's explanation, everyone showed expressions of sudden realization. That's right, this made sense. Gao Qingyue and the others laughed, saying, the truth is indeed like that, but some people still think they are wealthy and have inexhaustible money, becoming big shots. How ridiculous. Yi Qing remained expressionless, only looking at young Master Wan. He smiled faintly and said, my calligraphy is indeed not worth much, but that request was quite valuable. So, young Master Wan, you'd better keep smiling, because that piece of calligraphy you look down on will soon make you unable to smile. Chapter 160. I'll give you the essence of life. Boastful, still so boastful. At this moment, young Master Wan no longer wanted to argue with Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing, young Master Wan smiled and said, actually, I admire you a lot. Your thick skin, which doesn't even change color, is something many people desire but can't achieve. It's okay, living in your own world is pretty good. However, I'm sorry, but once Uncle Joe arrives, you'll quickly sober up and obediently become a dog. After speaking, young Master Wan ignored Yi Qing, sat on a chair, and looked at Yi Qing indifferently, as if watching a clown about to perform. At this moment, Bai Weiwei said coldly, Yi Qing, I invited you to my birthday banquet not for you to put on an act here. Didn't you say you wanted to give me a gift? I'd like to see what kind of gift you can possibly give me. After speaking, Bai Weiwei pointed at the crowd present and laughed, you, a swindler with a previous record of selling fakes, trying to deceive me and everyone here today, that's just a fool's dream. Come on, let me see what you can produce. Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei and sighed softly, saying, to be honest, you really don't deserve this gift I'm about to give you. However, this is what I promised Ruo before, to give you the birthday gift you like. She said you like this the most, so I gave it, even though you don't deserve it. These words made Bai Weiwei's face turn ashen with anger. She hadn't even seen the item yet, and he was already saying she didn't deserve it. What did he take her, Bai Weiwei, for? Yi Qing, how dare you insult me? Alright, then I'll see what kind of thing you're giving that you dare say I don't deserve. After speaking, Bai Weiwei extended her hand and sneered, come, take it out. Let me see what it is that I, Bai Weiwei, supposedly don't deserve. Yi Qing reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a thumb-sized glass bottle. The bottle looked well made, but it was clear at a glance that it wasn't anything rare. However, the liquid in the bottle, shimmering with tiny specks of light, looked incredibly beautiful, making it impossible to look away. The greenish liquid seemed to have a life of its own, and although confined by the bottle, it still emitted a dazzling glow. What is this? It looks really beautiful. The bottle looks quite cheap, so it shouldn't be anything good, but it's really pretty, that's for sure. Why send a bottle of water that no one knows what it's for? Is it good looking? Many people who saw this scene instinctively asked questions. And Bai Weiwei was even more puzzled. Looking at Yi Qing, she said disdainfully, Yi Qing, don't tell me, this is the gift you want to give me? And, it's the thing you said I, Bai Weiwei, don't deserve? Just a bottle of water you died? This kind of beautiful looking water is common on the streets, and you can buy a whole bunch online. Are you trying to fool me with this? Gao Qingyue laughed at this moment. At least it's not a fake, right? There's no way to attack him with a fake this time after all. It's just a bottle of water. What kind of fake could it be? Heh, this Yi Qing has learned to be smart. He's afraid we'll deliberately make trouble for him, so he specifically chose something like this. But this is too embarrassing to present, isn't it? At this moment, everyone present started laughing, seemingly mocking Yi Qing's overestimation of himself and his cleverness. Yi Qing, however, just smiled faintly and said indifferently, is it very funny? But, this is what you want most, Bai Weiwei. This is the life elixir you've been longing for. I don't think you'll find this gift to be fake, will you? As soon as these words came out, including Gao Qingyue, everyone's smiles instantly froze on their faces. The words life elixir seemed to have magic, directly stunning everyone present who understood the value of this item. But then, there was a burst of laughter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a joke, an even bigger joke than Yi Qing's imitation of white crystal romance. Ha 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 ha, Yi Qing, you are truly hopelessly insane. What did you say this is? Life elixir? Gao Qingyue's face was distorted with laughter. That was life elixir. A treasure that many people spent a fortune on and couldn't buy. Yi Qing just brought it out like that? Yi Qing, perhaps you've only heard the name life elixir, but you don't know how rare this treasure truly is. Do you know that even if we could admit that the white crystal romance you threw into the trash can was real, we would never believe that you could produce life elixir. This is a treasure that simply cannot be bought with money. Gao Qingyue shook her head, looking at Yi Qing, and said with some pity, for the sake of face, to win an argument, you've really resorted to everything. I can't even tell now whether you're doing this for Bai Ruoruo, or if you're just eager to prove yourself in front of us, but you're so terribly wrong. Gao Qingyue sighed at this moment. She was even too lazy to mock him. And before Yi Qing could speak to defend himself, young Master Wan chuckled and said, Mr. Yi probably doesn't know, but the efficacy of life elixir is extremely miraculous, a truly rare treasure in the world, not to mention whether its price is expensive. The key is that it cannot be bought with money. Mr. Yi, if I told you that my father once tried every possible way to ask someone to buy a small bottle of life elixir to treat my grandfather's illness, but he couldn't buy it, would you regret your words today? Something that my dignified Wan family couldn't buy even by asking others, and you just easily brought it out like that? Truly, how amazing, so amazing. What young Master Wan said was true, which is why he was so certain that this life elixir was fake. Anyway, in their opinion, anything that came out of Yi Qing's hands could not be real, especially such a treasure. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, looking at Yi Qing, incredibly angry at this moment. Life elixir, that was the treasure Bai Weiwei had dreamed of, and yet Yi Qing actually used this method to deceive her. It was simply unforgivable. Snatching the life elixir from Yi Qing's hand, Bai Weiwei held it up and said angrily, Yi Qing, you are too despicable. You know I want the life elixir the most, yet you used a fake to deceive me. You are simply unforgivable. After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo, and besides feeling wronged, tears actually welled up in her eyes. Sister, you see, he bullies people like this. He's simply too detestable. Bai Ruoruo, at this moment, also seemed a little disappointed in Yi Qing. She shook her head gently and said, Yi Qing, you asked me then, and I told you the truth, but why did you have to fake it? Today is Weiwei's birthday banquet after all. You've gone a bit too far. Facing everyone's baseless accusations. Especially Bai Ruoruo's disappointed expression. Yi Qing sighed softly and said, but why do you say that the life elixir I gave is fake? None of you have seen real life elixir, so why do you conclude that this is fake? Chapter 161. This is not the essence of life at all. That one sentence left everyone present speechless. Yes, why claim that his life elixir was fake? So many people present had never seen what the real life elixir looked like. Everyone, including the Wan family, had only heard rumors. However, not a single person showed an expression of guilt. In their view, if they couldn't obtain such a treasure, Yi Qing certainly couldn't either. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and sneered, Yi Qing, I knew you would say that. You're just banking on the fact that none of us have seen the life elixir, which is why you brought a fake as a gift. Never mind if it works or not, at least you wanted to get past this hurdle first, right? Because we can't refute you, that's what you mean, isn't it? Gao Qingyue, like a wise person, seemed to see through Yi Qing's essence and scoffed, but you overlooked one fundamental fact. If even all of us couldn't buy such a treasure, how could you, an ordinary person just released from prison, possibly obtain it? You are too foolish, so much so that you've made such a low-level mistake. Yi Qing seemed to have long grown accustomed to everyone's ridicule. After all, he had already prepared himself for coming here today. Shaking his head lightly, Yi Qing sighed, whether it's real or fake, it's not for you, and you have no right to say that what I've given is fake. I advise you to hold your tongues, lest you end up slapping yourselves in the face. These words truly left everyone present unable to argue, as none of them had seen the real-life elixir and therefore couldn't produce evidence to prove Yi Qing was lying. However, just then, Taitu chuckled and said, Yi Qing, I originally intended to kill you, but now, I find you increasingly interesting. How can one person offend so many people, making so many hate and blame you? Why do you think that is? Yi Qing shrugged and chuckled. Perhaps they are too insecure and jealous of me, otherwise, if they could view things calmly, they wouldn't be like this. These words implied that everyone present was brainless, and that anyone who targeted Yi Qing was jealous or foolish. It was an insult without using vulgar language. Tai Tu chuckled softly and said, well spoken, but useless. You think you're flawless, that no one can expose you, so you act recklessly and say whatever you want, but you've misjudged one thing: you've overlooked my existence. I, Tai Tu, indeed don't have the qualifications to purchase a treasure like the life elixir, but have you forgotten that the person standing behind me is Uncle Gong? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present's eyes lit up. That's right, Tai Tu represented not just himself, but also Uncle Gong's trusted confidant and beloved general, and Uncle Gong, as the strongest magnate in the East Province underground world, was qualified to bid for the life elixir. The fact that Tai Tu said this meant it was absolutely not baseless. He must have seen it. Mr. Tai Tu, could it be that Uncle Gong obtained the life elixir, and you saw it with your own eyes? Yes, Mr. Tai Tu, with Uncle Gong's status, he certainly would be qualified to obtain such a treasure. You must have seen it. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu spoke proudly. That's right, I have indeed seen it, and Uncle Gong did indeed manage to acquire one small bottle of the life elixir. Nearly 2 years, and even Uncle Gong could only get one small bottle. You can imagine how rare this treasure is. Just this point alone is enough to prove that Yi Qing is lying. The reason is very simple. After speaking, Tai Tu looked at Yi Qing and sneered. Yi Qing, do you remember what you just said? You said you asked Bai Ruoro and only then learned that Bai Weiwei liked the life elixir, so you gave her the life elixir today, is that right? Yi Qing looked at Tai Tu, who seemed to think he was very clever, and nodded lightly, saying, indeed. Tai Tu burst into laughter and waved his hand directly. Just that sentence alone proves this is fake. Because, if I'm not mistaken, the time you asked Bai Ruoro was no more than 3 days ago. Even if you asked 10 days ago, you wouldn't have the ability to obtain the life elixir. Because every sale of the life elixir is reserved well in advance, and not one extra is sold. You say you can get it just like that? Therefore, this point alone proves that you are lying. His analysis was truly very logical. Yi Qing couldn't help but want to applaud Tai Tu and congratulate him. Truly a great clever mind, quite intelligent. Young Master One immediately started flattering him. Mr. Tai Tu, you are indeed amazing. With one move, you've directly pointed out the crux of the matter. This Yi Qing, let alone being unqualified, even if he were qualified and had money, he wouldn't have the chance to obtain the life elixir. So, it's undoubtedly fake. Tai Tu smiled and said, just now, I merely clarified the purchasing process of the life elixir. You should know that Myth Group has never broken its rules to this day. What qualifications does Yi Qing have? Next, perhaps he's still unconvinced, but I will make him completely submit. Tai Tu looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. Could you lend me this to take a look? Bai Weiwei immediately handed it to Tai Tu with disdain, saying, this fake, I wish I could just smash it. Mr. Tai Tu, please take it. Tai Tu took the glass bottle from Bai Weiwei's hand and immediately laughed with disdain. Yi Qing, you may have heard some rumors about the life elixir and have a partial understanding, but you know too little. Just look at this bottle, it's an obvious fake, the biggest flaw. What kind of treasure is the life elixir? Would it be put in such a common glass bottle? It's ridiculous. Tai Tu shook his head, picked up the bottle, and then waved it around for everyone present to see. After everyone had seen it, he chuckled. The bottle used to package the true life elixir is made of natural crystal, exquisitely shaped, with a towering tree carved on it to symbolize vitality. To put it bluntly, every bottle containing the life elixir is a priceless work of art. Do you think this broken bottle is worth anything? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone nodded in agreement, supporting Tai Tu's viewpoint. That's right. What kind of treasure is the life elixir? How could it be packaged in such a cheap glass bottle? It couldn't be any faker. This Yi Qing probably didn't have enough money to buy a similar style crystal bottle, so he overlooked this matter. Perhaps he even thought we were ignorant and easy to fool, that no one had ever seen the life elixir. This is simply too despicable, insulting our intelligence. Everyone accused Yi Qing, feeling that his behavior was extremely vile. Yi Qing, however, merely looked at Tai Tu calmly and chuckled. can a mere bottle prove that my life elixir is fake?
Can't it just be a different bottle? Chapter 162 Distinguishing True from False. What a great line, change the bottle. It sounded so logical, yet everyone present, whether they knew about life elixir or not, burst into laughter. It was as if Yi Ching had told the biggest joke in the world. Taitu laughed so hard he was doubled over, looking at Yi Ching and mocking. Yi Ching, oh Yi Ching, even now, you're still so stubborn, change the bottle? I can't believe you thought of that. I won't even ask you, I'll just ask everyone here, if you got something as precious as life elixir, would you use it carefully, afraid of spilling even a drop? Everyone spoke up. Of course, it's so precious, a single drop is worth more than 1,000 gold, we definitely wouldn't waste a single bit. Exactly, a treasure that's hard to find even with 10,000 gold, naturally it would be used to the fullest. Taitu smiled and said, Yi Ching, do you understand? You don't understand because you don't know how precious life elixir is. You might have only just heard of life elixir, right? That's why you would so shamelessly say something like, change the bottle. Who would bother to change the bottle for a treasure that they wouldn't even bear to waste a single drop of? What's more, you're giving it as a gift. You don't use the artistic crystal bottle of life elixir, but instead, you change it to a worthless glass bottle. Is there something wrong with your brain? Or do you think everyone here has something wrong with their brains? Taitu laughed unrestrainedly because it was truly ridiculous. Yi Ching, however, only sighed. Was life elixir a treasure? It was indeed a treasure, a coveted treasure for everyone, but for Yi Ching, it was simply something he could obtain at will. What did it matter if he used a crystal bottle or not? Different understandings lead to an inability to communicate. Yi Ching looked at everyone, chuckled, and said, no matter what you say, it's just your perception in my eyes. This is just an item. What kind of bottle it's in isn't important. What's important is whether this life elixir is real or fake. Taitu, you've seen life elixir, that's true, but have you used it? After speaking, Yi Ching looked at everyone present again, chuckling. You all keep calling it a fake, but do you know what the real thing looks like, and what effects it has after consumption? None of you have used it, so by what right do you say my life elixir is fake? It's nothing more than your prejudiced speculation, but mine is real. What can you do? This truly made it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Taitu looked at Yi Ching and sneered, are you desperate now? Something that's clearly fake, why do we need to prove anything? Yi Ching, you're at your wit's end, only capable of such sophistry. Yi Ching ignored Taitu and instead looked at Bai Weiwei, speaking indifferently, whether it's real or fake, there's actually a very simple method, you'll know after consuming it. Life elixir is different from anything else. As long as it's consumed, the user will immediately feel a change in their body, so you'll know by trying it. Bai Weiwei, this life elixir is what you want most. If you don't believe it, you can take it now, and you'll know whether it's real or fake. What Yi Ching said was the simplest method. It was also the most effective method. However, precisely because it was something given by Yi Ching, no one dared to consume it. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Ching and sneered, Yi Ching, you're dreaming a fake item. Who knows what you used to make it? What if it's poisonous? I'm not going to take it. Fake is fake. If I took it, that would mean I believe it's real. Am I crazy? Gao Qingyue also chuckled at this moment, saying, Yi Ching, you're still so stubborn, so unreasonable. This obviously fake item has already been proven by Mr. Taitu, and since you can't refute it, you tell people to consume it. You're truly shameless to the extreme. Knowing that no one dares to consume this thing, you still say that you are truly despicable. Yi Ching chuckled upon hearing this, looking at everyone and saying, you all refuse to use the simplest method to test for authenticity. Fine, you don't dare, do you? Then I can do it, it's not impossible. Saying that, Yi Ching extended his hand and said, Taitu, give it back to me. I'll consume it, but will you believe it? Taitu sneered, of course not, so don't waste your energy. Besides, this thing can't be returned to you. Yi Ching, do you want to destroy it? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You might only know how to counterfeit, but you don't know the dangers of counterfeiting, do you? Counterfeiting jewelry from Yunwan Group can land you in prison for 10 or 8 years, so why do you think no one dares to counterfeit something as precious as life elixir? It's not just that they can't make it, it's also because no one dares. Myth Group seems to have risen quickly, and its scale doesn't seem very large,
but only those who know understand the terror of Myth Group. This is a mysterious, powerful, and terrifying force. Yi Qing, you're in big trouble this time. Just then, Bai Weiwei seemed to think of something, her eyes gleaming as she said, I have a way to prove whether this thing is real or fake, and I guarantee it will convince everyone. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes in the room focused on Bai Weiwei.
Tai Tu even asked, what method?
Bai Weiwei excitedly said, my senior is arriving soon, and he is from the Myth Group headquarters. I think that for life elixir produced by Myth Group, the people from Myth Group themselves have the most authority to speak on it.
As long as my senior says this is fake, who would dare not believe it?
Upon hearing that Bai Weiwei Sr. was actually from the Myth Group headquarters, everyone present immediately had their eyes light up.
Tai Tu, even more so, said with surprise mixed with delight, Weiwei, are you serious? Your senior is really from Myth Group, and from the headquarters? This is no joke, are you sure?
At this moment, CEO Han, who had been silent, also spoke with shining eyes. Myth Group is incredibly mysterious. Apart from some publicly known employees, the people from the headquarters, their benefits are not just good, they are simply too good.
And if one enters a core department, the level of secrecy is even unimaginable.
If your senior is truly from the Myth Group headquarters, and from a core department, then it's really worth getting to know him well. Whether the benefits were good or if it was mysterious or not, the key was that many people wanted to buy life elixir but had no way to acquire it.
If someone within Myth Group could help them, perhaps there would be an opportunity? Or perhaps, employees within Myth Group already had the chance to obtain it internally? Even if none of that worked, getting to know an employee from Myth Group headquarters was definitely not a bad thing. What if they needed them someday?
So at this moment, everyone's main concern was no longer the authenticity of Yi Qing's life elixir, but rather, when Bai Weiwei Sr. would arrive.
Chapter 163 My senior is from the Xinhua Group.
At this moment, Bai Weiwei was very happy. She was originally a proud girl who wished to be the center of everyone's attention. Today was supposed to be her birthday banquet, but it seemed as if all eyes had been stolen by Yi Qing. Even if those gazes were malicious and meant to bully Yi Qing, she still felt that her spotlight had been taken away. But now, all the attention was back on her, which was how it should be. Don't worry, my senior will arrive soon. I specifically called to ask him once he's here. I'll definitely introduce him to all of you, Bai Weiwei said proudly. Then, looking at the silent Yi Qing, she lifted her chin and chuckled, Yi Qing, you can deny everyone else, but my senior is from Myth Group headquarters. If he says what you gave is fake, I don't think you can deny it then, can you? Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, logically speaking, someone from Myth Group headquarters, even if they haven't consumed or seen life elixir, should still be able to distinguish between genuine and fake.
Unless he deliberately lies, then there's nothing that can be done.
Yi Qing merely stated a possibility, yet these words made everyone present feel that Yi Qing was just trying to quibble.
Bai Weiwei sneered even more, lie?
My senior entered Myth Group headquarters at such a young age, and his future prospects are limitless. What right do you have to make him lie?
You're even more disgusting.
Young Master Wan shook his head and chuckled softly. It's a shame Bai Ruoro liked you so much. Turns out, you're this kind of person. Sigh, Yi Qing, if you really can't hold on, just admit you gave a fake now, then kneel and apologize to Bai Ruoro. She might still forgive you. Otherwise, if you wait until Bai Weiwei Sr. comes to expose your true colors, it will be truly ugly at that time. Even if we don't deal with you, Myth Group won't let you off either. Tai Tu was smiling triumphantly at this moment, as if he was looking at a dead man. I originally thought I'd have to give young Master Wan some face and temporarily spare your life, but I didn't expect you to seek death yourself. Then no one else can be blamed. Yi Qing, you may not have heard of Myth Group's methods, but I can tell you directly, if you dare to counterfeit life elixir, no one can save you. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's face had turned pale as she listened to everyone's terrifying words. Looking at young Master Wan, Bai Ruoro trembled and said, Young Master Wan, you promised me.
Young Master Wan scoffed, I've already fulfilled my promise to you, but he's seeking death himself. What can I do? Even Mr. Tai Tu is powerless. Who else do you think can save him? Bai Ruoro's body trembled even more upon hearing this, as if she could already see Yi Qing being tormented to the point of wishing he were dead. At this moment, Bai Ruoro gritted her teeth, took a step forward, looked at Yi Qing, and angrily said, Yi Qing, what time is it now? Why aren't you bowing your head and admitting your mistake? Fake is fake. It can never become real no matter how much you quibble, it's useless. I told you what life elixir was. If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't even know what this thing looks like now. Stop quibbling and admit your mistake, otherwise, you're truly seeking death. Bai Ruoruo believed that she was saving Yi Qing at this moment, otherwise, Yi Qing would surely die. However, she didn't know that her distrust had once again disappointed Yi Qing. Yi Qing didn't look at anyone else but Bai Ruoruo, sighing softly. Bai Ruoruo, I asked you one last time before if you believed me, and you chose not to believe. Now, I no longer want to ask you, because it's no longer important, but I still feel disappointed. Just because everyone says it's fake, you're certain that what I brought out is fake? Just because I, Yi Qing, am mediocre and incompetent in your eyes, I don't deserve to have good things, and I don't deserve to change my fate? Are you gods? If not, then by what right do you decide and control my fate? Just because you open and close your mouths, I, Yi Qing, must compromise with you and let you bully me? Then I'm sorry, I don't accept it. Yi Qing's words were a powerful and forceful response to Bai Ruoruo and everyone present. Let the storm rage, I, Yi Qing, will stand unmoving. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, her eyes slightly red, her heart constantly aching and feeling extremely uncomfortable. She also hated herself, hated why she didn't believe Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing, it was as if she saw a stubborn and determined figure standing on the ocean, facing a raging storm, thunder and lightning, and towering waves, yet still unyielding. Regardless of success or failure, at least, it was worthy of respect. However, no one respected Yi Qing. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing and sneered, in the face of truth, you still dare to quibble? What do you think you are? Alright then, just wait for my senior to come and tell you himself that this is fake, and then personally shatter your lies. I'd like to see what else you have to say. Gao Qingyue also sneered at this time, saying, that's right, since this Yi Qing is so stubborn, there's no need for us to say more. Weiwei, just wait for your senior. As it turned out, they didn't have to wait long, about 2 or 3 minutes, before Bai Weiwei's phone rang. Seeing the phone number, Bai Weiwei became excited and quickly answered. Senior, have you arrived? Good, it's in the small banquet hall. You'll see it as soon as you enter the hotel lobby. I'll wait for you. Bai Weiwei then hung up the phone and looked at Yi Qing, saying, Yi Qing, to prove that I and everyone, including my senior, haven't conspired to trick you, I didn't even go to pick him up. You heard the call too, so do you admit that I didn't lie to you? Yi Qing nodded and said, it doesn't matter. Bai Weiwei sneered, don't say it doesn't matter. My senior has already arrived. Yi Qing at that time, let him see it with his own eyes, and then I'd like to see what else you have to say. As she spoke, Bai Weiwei stood in the banquet hall, eagerly looking out. Soon, a young figure appeared in everyone's sight. This person walked briskly, with a smile on his face, but one could immediately feel the pride in his bones. Indeed, who wouldn't be proud to work at Myth Group headquarters? Chapter 164, All Parties Curry Favor. Senior, over here, over here. Bai Weiwei happily took 2 steps forward, her expression like that of old lovers meeting. Shi Lingxin looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled, saying, Weiwei, you're getting more and more beautiful. Happy birthday. Here's a gift for you, don't despise it. After speaking, Shi Lingxin handed the gift in his hand to Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei looked at the gift, her eyes gleaming, and said, Senior, what kind of gift is this? It couldn't be your group's treasure, the life elixir, could it? As soon as she said this, not only was Shi Lingxin stunned, but all the people present also shook their heads slightly, feeling that Bai Weiwei's greed was a bit too unsightly. Perhaps she said it as a joke, but was it appropriate? He was an employee working for Myth Group, not a high-level executive of Myth Group. Moreover, even if he really had a chance to get the life elixir, why would he give such a precious item to a friend who was merely a junior? Sure enough, Shi Lingxin smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Weiwei, this isn't the life elixir, it's another gift. The monthly production and allocation of the life elixir are fixed. Even if I wanted a bottle, it would be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult, but not impossible. This made everyone present's eyes light up. Gao Qingyue then smiled and stepped forward, saying, You must be Weiwei's senior. I am Gao Qingyue, the president of Qingyue Group in Jiangcheng. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we'll have more opportunities to communicate in the future.
Hearing this, Bai Weiwei quickly introduced, Senior, this is Sister Qingyue, my sister's best friend, she takes great care of me. Shi Linqin looked at Gao Qingyue and was also captivated by her beauty. He chuckled and said, President Qingyue is so accomplished at such a young age, it's truly admirable. I'll definitely communicate more when I have the chance. After speaking, the two exchanged business cards. At this moment, young Master Wan also stepped forward and smiled, saying, Hello, I am the Wan family, head of the Wan family in Jiangcheng, and also Weiwei's brother-in-law. I think we should have a good chat later.
Hearing this, Shi Linqin looked at young Master Wan and smiled, the Wan family in Jiangcheng? I didn't expect the Wan family head to be so young. Alright, we can chat later. Neither servile nor overbearing, although he was surprised by young Master Wan's youth, there was no hint of flattery in his eyes. Just from this point, it could be seen that Shi Linqin had probably met many important figures. Indeed, given the existence of Myth Group and the preciousness of the life elixir, no matter how important a person you are, if you want to possess it, you can only honestly and properly come to purchase it. Are important figures who can't buy treasures still considered important figures? Taitu then smiled and stepped forward, handing over his business card, saying, Hello, my name is Taitu. I am Uncle Gong's subordinate from East Continent. Uncle Gong has used your group's life elixir, and I can only say it's miraculous. If you don't mind, we can have a good chat privately later. Also, when you come to East Continent, no, throughout the entire East Province, if you need anything, just say the word. Upon hearing Uncle Gong's name, Shi Linqin's expression finally showed a slight change. Taking the business card Taitu handed over, Shi Linqin smiled and said, I've heard of Uncle Gong's name, and he's also a client of our group. Mr. Taitu, I should thank you for taking care of the group's business. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was a bit impatient. One person after another came up to greet and praise Shi Linqin. While it made her proud, it also took up her time. Seeing that there was still a group of people about to surround them with warm greetings, Bai Weiwei quickly said, My senior just arrived. Everyone can talk later. Let my senior have some water and rest first. Besides, don't forget, we still have important business to do. After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing and sneered, Yi Qing, my senior has arrived. It's still not too late to beg for mercy now. Shi Linqin was stunned for a moment, looking at this scene, and said somewhat confusedly, Weiwei, what's wrong? Is this about me? Bai Weiwei immediately said, Senior, it's like this. The swindler was just released from prison a few days ago. My sister cared about him, but what happened? He gave my sister a set of fake jewelry and I kindly invited him to my birthday party, but he, again, used his old trick and gave me fakes. Don't you think this person is despicable? Especially when everyone present proved his things were fake, he still stubbornly insisted his were real, and that we were blind. Senior, you've come at just the right time. You can identify this item. I'm sure he won't have anything to say then. Hearing this, Shi Linqin nodded and said, That is indeed somewhat despicable. I wonder what it is. At this moment, Taitu held up the life elixir in his hand and sneered, It's precisely this thing, which he claims is the life elixir. This is simply outrageous. How precious is the life elixir? Who would not use Myth Group's valuable specialized bottle, but instead use an ordinary glass bottle? Moreover, the color of this liquid is also wrong. This swindler probably only knows that the life elixir is green, but doesn't know that the life elixir is only light green. There's a lot more I won't say. You're from Myth Group, you know best. Upon hearing that the fake item was actually the life elixir, Shi Linqin was immediately stunned. Then, he showed a meaningful smile and said, He really said it's the life elixir? A year ago, no one dared to counterfeit it anymore, because, even without Myth Group's intervention, various powerful figures would collectively crush them. Now, fakes have appeared again? Well, that truly is ignorance is bliss. Shi Linqin smiled and said, Actually, to identify the authenticity of the life elixir, I don't even need to look at it. Just one phone call is enough. After all, everyone who can purchase our Myth Group's life elixir is a person of noble status, and they automatically leave their purchase list in proof with our Myth Group. I just need to call and see if this person exists, and it will be clear. As he said this, everyone present burst into laughter. Indeed, they still needed to distinguish between genuine and fake, and verify various conjectures, but for Shi Linqin, he only needed to get the list and verify it, and then no one would doubt anything. His name is Yi Qing, Senior. Quickly check if his name is on it. Gao Qingyue heard this and smiled, saying, Let's not directly check Yi Qing. Let's ask what name Yi Qing used to purchase the life elixir. That way, if it's not found, he won't say it was bought under someone else's name, which would cause trouble for Mr. Shi.
Bai Weiwei heard this and nodded. Looking at Yi Qing, she said, Yi Qing, tell us, what name did you use to purchase the life elixir?
Then, if it's not found, let's see what else you have to say.
Yi Qing heard this, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said faintly, he won't find it. As soon as he said this, Shi Lingqin smiled, took a step forward, and said, Mr. Yi, right? Don't worry, as long as you purchase the life elixir from Myth Group, I will be able to find your name.
Then, we can naturally confirm its authenticity. And Yi Qing, looking at Shi Lingqin, said faintly, the list of Myth Group's clients is absolutely confidential. Are you sure you can find it? And even make it public?
As soon as he said this, Shi Lingqin was stunned for a moment, then his brows furrowed tightly, looking at Yi Qing, with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes.
Chapter 165. Is this the spiritual energy of the immortals? Myth Group's customer list is indeed confidential.
In fact, not just the customer list, but everything about Myth Group is confidential. Shi Lingqin only wanted to show off in front of Bai Weiwei, which is why he said he could check. Of course, in reality, Shi Lingqin could indeed check. In his opinion, checking a fake product wouldn't involve leaking the list. But now, Yi Qing's certainty made Shi Lingqin somewhat unsure.
Who are you? How do you know our group's confidentiality regulations? Yi Qing sighed and said, is it hard to know?
Any legitimate large company seems to have various confidentiality regulations, and Myth Group, let alone, a single life elixir is enough to make countless people envious.
If their confidentiality regulations weren't strict, wouldn't that be abnormal? What's more, every Myth Group customer is either rich or noble. Is it possible not to keep it confidential?
You can ask such a foolish question. I now highly doubt whether you are truly an employee of Myth Group, and if you are, then I'd be curious how you got into Myth Group. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Lingqin's face turned extremely ugly, as if his secret had been exposed. I, Shi Lingqin, am an employee of Myth Group headquarters. If you don't believe it, you can check.
Yi Qing, is it meaningful to argue with me directly here? Are you trying to provoke me to mess myself up, and then, to give you a pass?
Then you're thinking too much. The list indeed cannot be leaked, but checking whether you purchased life elixir or not, that doesn't count as leaking secrets.
What? Are you scared? At this moment, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing angrily and said, Yi Qing, isn't it enough to be a disgrace by swindling here?
If you admit it's fake now, you can still save some face, otherwise, you'll truly have no face left later, and not only no face, but you'll be waiting to be dealt with by Myth Group.
Senior, don't you agree?
Shi Lingqin showed a cold smile at this moment and said, that's right, as long as it's confirmed to be a fake, we won't let him go.
The best outcome is still life imprisonment. Life imprisonment was still the best outcome.
At this moment, Yi Qing sneered, I just said, you don't need to check the name, because this life elixir was not bought from your Myth Group. As soon as these words came out, everyone present burst into laughter.
Yi Qing, not so stubborn now, are we? If it wasn't bought from Myth Group, then isn't it fake? If there really was life elixir for sale on the black market, it wouldn't be your turn, so you made this yourself, right?
Shi Lingqin also showed a cold smile and said, then, sir, I'll have a good talk with you, counterfeiting our life elixir, you really aren't afraid of death. Yi Qing sneered, looking at Shi Lingqin, and said, I said it wasn't purchased from Myth Group, but does that mean my life elixir is fake?
Since you are an employee of Myth Group headquarters, you must have seen life elixir and know its effects, right? Just take a look, and it will be clear.
Not shedding tears until seeing the coffin, this was everyone's view of Yi Qing at this moment. Shi Lingqin sneered even more, alright, then I'll see how real this fake of yours is. After speaking, Shi Lingqin extended his hand, and Tai Tu immediately handed the life elixir to Shi Lingqin. Just one look, and Shi Lingqin showed a disdainful expression. Something that looks fake at a glance, this broken bottle alone is enough for people not to even bother looking. But, to make you thoroughly convinced, I'll tell you just how fake it is. Shi Lingqin then shook the glass bottle, looked at the clear, deep green liquid inside, chuckled, and said, the color is too deep, our life elixir is light green. Of course, aside from the color, it's relatively real, so much so that it even made me momentarily dazed. Even these tiny, sparkling, crystal clear lights have been reproduced. Not bad, very good craftsmanship. But, fake is fake, after all. You know, Life Elixir also has a unique fragrance that, when smelled, makes one feel refreshed and relaxed, as if all aches, pains, and fatigue have disappeared, and the whole person feels much lighter.
Would a fake have that?
After speaking, Shirlingchen slowly unscrewed the lid of the glass bottle. However, the moment he opened the lid, Shirlingchen's face became stunned, and then he kept inspecting the liquid in the glass bottle. It was as if he himself couldn't make up his mind. And at this moment, a uniquely peculiar fragrance, passing through the bottle, reached the noses of everyone present, making them tremble uncontrollably, and then they felt as if their entire being had ascended, unable to stop themselves.
What kind of fragrance is this? It's incredibly fresh, as if one is immersed in nature, enjoying nature's embrace.
I feel my body floating, and my years of back pain, surprisingly, are somewhat gone.
This is simply a miracle. Could this be the real Life Elixir?
Oh my God, no wonder countless powerful and wealthy people try every means to obtain Life Elixir. It's truly so miraculous.
Just opening the lid and letting the fragrance of the Life Elixir disperse had already allowed everyone to feel its benefits.
Gao Qingyue's expression was uncertain, looking at Yi Qing, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Young Master Wan and the others were the same, their expressions incredibly complex. Including Bai Weiwei, at this moment, she actually wanted to quickly put the lid back on, as if afraid that too much fragrance escaping would affect the efficacy of this Life Elixir.
Is this real? Bai Weiwei looked at Shirlingchen, asking with surprise and uncertainty.
And Shirlingchen, at this moment, was already somewhat stunned. This clearly wasn't what Life Elixir looked like, but it gave a feeling that surpassed Life Elixir by a great deal, which left Shirlingchen completely bewildered.
No, impossible, this can't be real.
Shirlingchen gritted his teeth, looked at Yi Qing, and said, the real Life Elixir isn't like this.
What exactly is this?
Tell me immediately, otherwise, Myth Group will absolutely not let you go.
What did you use to imitate such a similar Life Elixir? But no matter how similar, fake is always fake.
Yi Qing looked at Shirlingchen, just smiled faintly, and said, are you sure this is fake?
Is this fragrance not enough?
Looking at Yi Qing's mocking smile, Shirlingchen gritted his teeth and said, no, this is poison, this must be poison. After speaking, Shirlingchen directly closed the lid, then looked at everyone and shouted, everyone, cover your noses, don't smell it anymore, this is poison, this is poison.
Chapter 166 No, this is poison gas. This is poison. A voice exclaimed. It pulled everyone immersed in it back to reality.
Because Shirlingchen was an employee of Myth Group's headquarters, everyone present believed him.
What, this is poison? How can this be poison? This feeling is so strange. My back pain has even lessened a lot. Could it really be poison?
Many people voiced their doubts, because the feeling was on their own bodies, and this was clearly a good thing. Shirlingchen gritted his teeth and said, this is poison. I'm not clear about the extent of its damage to the body, but it will definitely cause hallucinations.
And all of you,
anyone who just experienced hallucinations, you've been poisoned. I heard a long time ago that some people, in order to imitate Life Elixir, did not hesitate to use the characteristics of drugs. I didn't expect to see it today. Yi Qing, you still dare not admit that you used poison. Yi Qing was truly speechless at this moment. He clapped his hands and laughed, truly, magnificent.
My understanding of human nature has advanced another step.
To quibble, ignoring the facts before your eyes, not hesitating to spread all kinds of rumors, magnificent, truly magnificent.
Is this poison? Everyone present smelled the fragrance, and the changes in their bodies can't be faked. Is this also a hallucination?
Ridiculous, truly ridiculous.
Shirlingchen's face was ashen at this moment. He looked at Yi Qing and angrily said, Yi Qing, don't quibble.
You don't have the real Life Elixir at all, no matter how similar you make it. A fake is always a fake, but I didn't expect that you would even use poison for imitation. As long as it's poison, it's definitely harmful to the body. You're simply not human.
What kind of grudge do you have with the people here, and with Bai Weiwei, to be so ruthless? You are too detestable. No wonder you went to prison. You are indeed a ruthless person.
At this moment, Bai Weiwei's face was pale, and Ruo Ruo looked at Yi Qing with even more disappointment. It was as if they had already decided that what Shi Linqing said was the truth. At this moment, young Master One seemed to have thought of something and directly said, I remembered. This Yi Qing is a doctor, and a very skilled one at that. He's proficient in pharmacology. It's not difficult for him to create poison. Yes, that's right. And Yi Qing also seemed to have said that he's not just a doctor, and what he's best at isn't just saving people, but killing people. Oh my god, so it's true. As young Master One finished speaking, Yi Qing, in the eyes of the crowd at this moment, became a master of poison, and even the murderer who wanted to harm everyone present. Bai Weiwei's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. She looked at Yi Qing and gritted her teeth, saying, Yi Qing, I was just a little bad-tempered towards you. You wouldn't go so far as to poison me, would you? Today, if my senior hadn't exposed your scheme, would I, Bai Weiwei, have already died by your hand? You're simply deranged. My sister is so good to you, and I didn't do anything to you. How could you be like this? You're simply not a human being. Gao Qingyue sneered at this moment. He's just an animal, someone who can even hit his own brother-in-law and mother-in-law. Could he be a good person? As Bai Weiwei and Gao Qingyue spoke, everyone felt a sense of relief after a narrow escape. They all accused Yi Qing, as if Yi Qing had done something that angered both gods and men. Yi Qing, however, sighed softly, his eyes growing colder. I truly regret not using poison. But if I wanted you to die, I could do it anytime, anywhere. I've been cultivating good deeds recently and don't want to commit too much slaughter, but I've found that some people truly don't deserve to live well. This was the first time Yi Qing had spoken such harsh words today, or even since his return. Those who knew Yi Qing and his true nature in recent years, unfortunately, were not here. Otherwise, they would have known that Yi Qing was enraged. And the consequences of Yi Qing's anger were unimaginable. Yi Qing slowly walked up to Shi Linqing, stretched out his hand, and said, Give it to me. Shi Linqing initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Yi Qing's cold gaze, he unconsciously handed the bottle to Yi Qing. Yi Qing raised the glass bottle in his hand and chuckled, All of you present, this is the closest you'll ever get to life elixir in your lives. From now on, you will be completely without any connection to life elixir. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei and said indifferently, Last time I'll ask you, are you sure you don't want it? Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, Only someone with a sick mind would want this kind of fake, even poisonous, stuff from you. Hurry up and throw it away, it's an eyesore. Yi Qing nodded, then looked at the middle-aged woman at the entrance of the banquet hall who was cleaning up trash and had some difficulty walking. Mr. Han, is this your employee? She seems to be in poor financial and physical condition. Mr. Han nodded and said, Yunduan Group is a compassionate group and Zhang, though physically inconvenienced, has adopted 7 or 8 children. Although Yunduan Group has provided financial assistance, we also gave her a job to provide her with light work and enable her to earn money to supplement her household expenses. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, I understand Yunduan Group's good deeds. After speaking, Yi Qing walked up to Aunt Zhang and said softly, Aunt Zhang, I generally understand your situation. You are a good person, so good people will be rewarded. Do you see that trash can? There's a set of jewelry inside. You can pick it up and sell it. From then on, your life will be free from worries about food and clothing, and your adopted children will be able to study in peace. Of course, you'll also have more money to do good deeds. This scene truly surprised everyone present. Yi Qing, you haven't explained the poison matter clearly yet. Why are you acting like a good person here? And what about picking up your discarded fake goods and being able to sell them for a high price, making someone live a life of comfort and wealth? Do you think that white crystal romance is real? It's simply ridiculous to the extreme. Yes, who do you think you are? Putting aside whether it's real or fake, are you trying to tell us that you're very powerful in this way? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Aunt Zhang, who was trembling slightly from fright, and said softly, Aunt Zhang, don't be afraid. After speaking, Yi Qing slowly turned around, looked at the crowd, and said calmly, Whether I am a good person or not is not important. What's important is who I am, and what do you all count as in my eyes? I, Yi Qing, once said that I have the ability to make a person rise to prominence and be high above others at any time. It seems many people don't believe it. Well, since everyone is so interested today, I'll show you the simplest method. All of you, watch carefully how I make a person live a life of wealth and comfort from now on, free from worries about food and clothing. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Aunt Zhang and chuckled softly, Aunt Zhang, They all don't believe me, they all say I'm a bad person, they all say what I gave is fake and bad. I want to ask you one thing, based on your first impression of me, do you believe me?
Chapter 167 Sending You Wealth. Do you believe it? When you don't understand a person, the first impression is actually very important. But, a first impression is not necessarily the truth. Yet, at this moment, Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Qing and nodded directly without hesitation, saying, Mr. Yi, I believe you are a good person. As soon as these words were spoken, Aunt Zhang ignited the anger of everyone present. A group of them were here denouncing Yi Qing, and yet, an old woman who cleans up trash went against them. This was simply outrageous. Who are you? Why do you believe him? Do you even know him to say you believe him? This is simply unreasonable. That's right, you're just a cleaner. Do you know what happened here? General Manager Han, does Yunduan Group dare to employ someone like this? I think she should be fired directly. It's probably a staged act to deceive everyone. They must have colluded. Facing so many accusations, and all from important people, Aunt Zhang had never seen such a scene and was immediately so scared that she trembled, not knowing what to do. General Manager Han, I really didn't collude. I really don't know this, Mr. Yi, please don't fire me. I still need this job to earn money to support my family and children, please, I beg you. For Aunt Zhang, General Manager Han was the highest official in this hotel, and the only person she knew was General Manager Han. Therefore, the only person she could ask for help from was General Manager Han. At this moment, General Manager Han was also a bit displeased seeing so many people making things difficult for a kind and tragic old woman. He was actually quite angry. Everyone, please calm down. After all, this is my Yunduan Hotel, and Aunt Zhang is an employee of my Yunduan Hotel. May I ask her, how about it? When General Manager Han spoke, the people present did not dare to be too presumptuous, and slowly, no one said anything anymore. General Manager Han looked at Aunt Zhang, showing a kind smile, and said, Aunt Zhang, before you speak, let me tell you, please rest assured, this is my Yunduan Hotel, and here, I call the shots. No one can harm you, understand? Aunt Zhang nodded heavily, looking at General Manager Han and saying, General Manager Han, you are a good person, I believe you. A good person, to be called a good person by a kind person, this carries significant weight. General Manager Han smiled and said, the reason everyone has doubts is, you clearly met Yi Qing for the first time, so why would you say you believe him, and why would you say he is a good person? After all, everyone present today says he is a swindler. Although you don't know what happened, you can tell that Yi Qing is facing public outrage in such a situation. Shouldn't most people be skeptical? Why do you believe him? After General Manager Han finished speaking, everyone present nodded. That's right, if you're seeing Yi Qing for the first time, why do you believe him? Aunt Zhang cautiously glanced at everyone, then looked at General Manager Han with a bitter smile and said, I really don't know what happened. I just feel that this Mr. Yi is a good person. If you ask me why I think this, it's because just before entering the banquet hall, my mop was knocked over by someone and fell to the ground, but people came and went, and no one helped me pick it up. Only this Mr. Yi, he helped me pick it up. I don't understand big principles, I only know that someone who was willing to help with such a small matter is a good person. It's that simple. It would have been better if Aunt Zhang hadn't explained, but with her explanation, everyone present exploded. What does this count as? Helping to pick up a mop makes him a good person? It's simply absurd. What a joke. Everyone here is wealthy and of high status. Only Yi Qing is an ordinary person, a swindler. Isn't it normal for him to help you in this way? That's right, if this counts as a good person, then there are too many good people in this world. Most importantly, you believe him just because he helped you pick up a mop? Haven't you considered that he deliberately used this method to deceive you? No wonder she can only work as a cleaner here. How foolish. Everyone's accusations were directed at Aunt Zhang, making her extremely scared. She wanted to argue but didn't dare. At this moment, General Manager Han said in a deep voice, Aunt Zhang has explained clearly. I hope you do not target her. After all, she is an employee of my Yunduan Group, and a good employee. Out of respect for General Manager Han, the people present slowly stopped their judgment of Aunt Zhang, but their gazes were still unkind. At this time, Yi Qing looked at everyone and slowly said, I want to thank Aunt Zhang for saying I am a good person. I don't deny this, but I am not really a good person either. In the eyes of many, I may be comparable to a devil. Just like, in your eyes, I, Yi Qing, am just a swindler. Why? Because, in your opinion, I possess things that should not belong to me, and are even things you are not qualified to possess, so, what else could it be but a swindler? But what are you? In my eyes, you are not even ants. After speaking, Yi Qing ignored the clamor of the crowd and looked at An Zhang with a smile, saying, I'm giving you this set of white crystal romance jewelry if you don't want the trouble of finding someone to sell it. You can also sell it directly to Yunwan Jewelry. They have a policy of buying back jewelry they produced themselves at that time. You can directly get the money. As he spoke, An Zhang had already retrieved the white crystal romance from the trash can. Even someone like An Zhang, who knew nothing, was almost unable to hold the set of jewelry the moment she saw the white crystal romance. Anyone, as long as they don't bring in preconceived notions, will immediately perceive the white crystal romance as beautiful and expensive. And An Zhang had exactly this feeling. In fact, for some unknown reason, at this moment, when the white crystal romance was taken out of the trash can and placed in An Zhang's hands, many people present were actually attracted, thinking that if this was a fake, then it was a bit too real. Among them, the most pained and saddened person was Bai Ruoruo. She actually didn't care about the authenticity of this set of white crystal romance. What she cared about was that Yi Qing had given it to her and personally named it Bai Ruoruo's love. But what was the result? Today, she personally returned this set of jewelry to Yi Qing. What was returned was not just the jewelry. What was broken was not just the affection. At this moment, watching the jewelry being picked out of the trash and handed to a cleaner, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. What? Is it very uncomfortable, very painful? It's just a set of fake jewelry if you like it, giving you 10 or 8 sets is nothing. Young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoruo and spoke indifferently. Bai Ruoruo forced a smile on her face and shook her head, saying, I'm not sad, I just feel a bit sorry for this cleaner after all. It's just fake. He can't deceive us, but he deceives a cleaner, giving her hope for no reason, and ultimately, disappointing her. This approach is a bit too much. Young Master Wan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Looking at Yi Qing, he laughed loudly. Yi Qing, did you hear that? Ruoruo says you're too much. Chapter 168 Mr. Yi, I believe you. Yi Qing, you are indeed going too far. You gave a fake set of jewelry to this poor cleaner and told her it would make her rich and worry-free in the future. How can you deceive a poor person like this? Where is your conscience? Even Ruoruo, who helped you so much, looks down on you and despises you. Yi Qing, are you even human anymore? An Zhang, the cleaner, give his fake goods back to him. I will personally contribute 500,000 yuan to help you escape poverty and ease your difficulties. How about that? As long as you throw these fake goods at him and curse him a few times, I'll give you the money right now. Hearing young Master Wan say this, many people present instantly brightened, as if they had found a fun game. Young Master Wan is right, auntie. As long as you throw the fake goods back and curse him for not being a good person, for being worthless, I'll also contribute 100,000. I'll give 200,000. As long as you do it, the money will be given immediately. Since everyone is contributing, I'll join in too. I'll add another 100,000, and I can give the cash anytime. Among those present, few were short on money. Directly throwing 1 million or 2 to a cleaner might make some of them reluctant, but to spend 100,000 or 200,000 to have some fun and see Yi Qing make a fool of himself, they were very willing to participate. What's more, if everyone participated, it became a trend, and those who didn't seemed stingy. An Zhang was also stunned by this scene. However, before An Zhang could speak, Yi Qing laughed and said, look at these people, they are quite generous together. It's almost 2 million. However, the money is still too little. An Zhang, if you trust me, take this set of jewelry. I guarantee it's worth much, much more than 2 million. But if you trust them, that's fine too. 2 million is not a small sum, so the choice is yours. Don't worry, no matter what choice you make, I won't blame you. If cursing me a few times can improve the lives of you and the children you adopted, I, Yi Qing, will gladly accept it. What a line, gladly accept it. Coupled with Yi Qing's kind eyes and smile, at this moment, An Zhang's tears almost flowed out. Mr. Yi, you are a good person. I won't curse you, but I really don't dare to accept this set of jewelry. It's too precious, truly too precious. I don't dare and cannot accept it. Yi Qing heard this, smiled, and shook his head, saying, An Zhang, just take it just because you trust me. You are worthy of this set of jewelry just because you are kind-hearted and adopted so many children. You deserve this wealth.
Take it, don't make me persuade you anymore, just consider it for the children. As long as you continue to do good deeds in the future, my efforts won't be in vain. Of course, you can also think of this as me doing a good deed, just keep it. As Yi Qing insisted on giving out this set of jewelry, Aunt Zhang finally accepted it. At this time, Yi Qing took out the life elixir and chuckled, and this bottle of life elixir, they all say it's fake, they even say the liquid and scent in this bottle are poisonous. Aunt Zhang, if I give you this life elixir, do you dare to take it? No one expected that Yi Qing would not only give out the white crystal romance but also take out the life elixir. Was he really not afraid of poisoning people? At this moment, Aunt Zhang heard this but shook her head, saying, Mr. Yi, although I don't know what this is or how precious it is, judging by everyone's reactions here, I know it's probably not an ordinary item. You've already given me this set of jewelry, do you still want to give this to me? I really don't dare to accept it, but I absolutely trust you, what you give will definitely not be poisonous. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, Aunt Zhang, take it if you truly trust me, drink the life elixir now, trust me, your chronic health issues of many years will slowly recover. Only with a healthy body can you better take care of the children and do good deeds, right? Just treat this bottle of life elixir as a nutritional supplement. If you trust me, drink it. After speaking, Yi Qing directly unscrewed the cap and handed it to Aunt Zhang. At this moment, that scent, which made everyone tremble, once again swept through the entire banquet hall. At this moment, everyone present's expressions changed drastically. While cursing loudly, they quickly covered their noses, as if afraid of truly being poisoned. Yi Qing, you actually dared to open this poisonous bottle? Are you trying to kill us? Damn it, you actually gave poison to someone, you truly have malicious intentions. Alright, drink it, let her drink it. If someone dies from it, I'd like to see how you explain yourself. Of everyone present, besides Yi Qing and Aunt Zhang, only Director Han frowned slightly, but ultimately, he did not cover his nose. The feeling brought by the strange fragrance was very pleasant, very relaxing, and very comfortable. Aunt Zhang looked at the life elixir with a fascinated expression, exclaiming, it smells so good. I feel like a lot of the discomfort in my body has disappeared. This is too precious. Yi Qing smiled and said, Aunt Zhang, drink it. Not only will it slowly restore your body, but it will also rejuvenate you and make you much younger. Don't refuse anymore, otherwise, I'll pour all of this life elixir away, and that would be a real waste. Hearing Yi Qing say that he would pour it all away if she didn't drink it, Aunt Zhang instantly became anxious, quickly took the life elixir, and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, everyone watched Aunt Zhang, expecting her to clutch her stomach, fall to the ground in pain, and convulse. However, the scene they wanted to see did not appear. Of course, no miracle happened either. Aunt Zhang was still Aunt Zhang, standing right there, as if she had just drunk a mouthful of water, with no changes. After watching Aunt Zhang drink it, Yi Qing chuckled and said, if you're fine, just sit here and rest for a while. Your body might undergo some changes later, don't be surprised, this is a normal reaction. Oh, and it might hurt a little, but it's not unbearable after all. This is to treat your body, understand? Aunt Zhang nodded upon hearing this, then hugged the white crystal romance and sat on a chair in the corner, not daring to move. At this point, Yi Qing had already given the white crystal romance to Aunt Zhang, which was originally by Ruoro's. And the life elixir had already been drunk by Aunt Zhang, which was originally a birthday gift for Bai Weiwei. Aunt Zhang undoubtedly became the biggest winner among everyone present. Simply because she trusted Yi Qing, and even more so because of her kindness and good heart, this was the blessing Yi Qing bestowed upon her. Of course, for now, everyone present felt that Aunt Zhang had been tricked, but soon, they would realize that the real fools were not Aunt Zhang, but themselves. Young Master Wan sneered at this moment, Yi Qing, you've put on enough of a show. You're good at denying things, but, sorry, it's useless. No matter what you do, eventually, you'll have to crawl like a dog on the ground. No one can save you from that. Because Uncle Jiao has arrived. Speaking of this, young Master Wan's expression became increasingly arrogant and excited, because he had already seen Uncle Jiao slowly walking towards them. Chapter 169, Rebellious Son. I'm still alive. Looking at Uncle Jiao, young Master Wan couldn't wait and even spoke with some dissatisfaction. Uncle Jiao, where did you just go? I've been looking for you for a long time and couldn't find you. Uncle Jiao walked over by himself after seeing Yi Qing. He smiled slightly, nodded, and then looked at young Master Wan, saying, it's a bit stuffy here, so I went out for some air. What's wrong? Young Master Wan didn't pursue it much. When he heard this, he also understood that Uncle Joe was feeling stifled right now, so he didn't want to pay much attention to him. Nothing, it's just that Uncle Joe, you missed a lot of exciting plot points, but it doesn't matter, the most exciting part hasn't even started yet. You saw Yi Qing, I won't talk about how embarrassing he was just now, but now, there's one thing you'll be very interested in. This Yi Qing actually made a bet with me. The loser has to strip naked on the ground and crawl like a dog. Hee hee, since you're here, that means this is about to begin. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Yi Qing and sneered, Yi Qing, Uncle Joe is here, you wouldn't deny the bet just now, would you? Everyone present heard it, so going back on your word is impossible. Of course, for a rogue like you, even going back on your word isn't rare, but I advise you not to. Yi Qing stood with his hands behind his back, looking at young Master Wan, and sneered, I naturally remember the bet, but the same word should be returned to you, and going back on your word is equally unforgivable to me. Young Master Wan laughed loudly and said, going back on my word? How could I, Wan Hai, go back on my word? Come, Uncle Joe is right here now, let's start. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Uncle Joe and said very confidently, Uncle Joe, I ask you, is my position as one family head obtained legitimately? Did my father personally approve it? Is it recognized by all of you? You, personally tell Yi Qing, is it or isn't it? Everyone, at this moment, looked towards this famous Uncle Joe of Jiangqing's underground world. Of course, no one would think that young Master Wan would lose, because it was simply impossible to lose. Uncle Joe looked at young Master Wan and chuckled, Young Master, what do you mean by that? Something everyone knows, do you still need to ask me? Young Master Wan laughed loudly and said, everyone does know, but someone insists on causing me trouble. Uncle Joe, just tell Yi Qing directly, yes or no. Uncle Joe heard this, nodded, and said with a smile, no. As soon as these words came out, young Master Wan's face instantly turned ashen. However, before he could speak, Uncle Joe's next words brought a smile to young Master Wan's face. Everyone present should be very clear that our young Master Wan is the recognized heir of the Wan family. I don't think anyone would have doubts about this. Of course, including me, including the Wan family head, everyone believes that young Master Wan can inherit the Wan family. But now, is there anyone who objects? That's truly surprising. However, I don't think I should be asked about this. After all, I'm not the Wan family head, so how can I answer? If I answer, others might still have doubts. This matter should be answered by the family head himself. That would be better. Uncle Joe's words made young Master Wan's expression somewhat unpleasant. Uncle Joe, you can just say it, there's no need for father to personally prove anything. After all, father has already abdicated and is enjoying his retirement. It's you, Uncle Joe, I don't think you want to trouble father, do you? After all, father's health isn't too good, and the journey might cause some unexpected issues. What do you say, Uncle Joe? Threat? However, at this moment, young Master Wan could no longer threaten Uncle Joe. Looking at young Master Wan, Uncle Joe smiled faintly and said, don't be so anxious, young master. I know you care for your father, your filial piety is commendable, but you don't need to worry about your father's affairs, he has already arrived. As soon as these words came out, young Master Wan's face immediately fell, and Taitu's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with dangerous light. Uncle Joe, you're joking, right? My father, he's here? Uncle Joe pointed towards the entrance of the banquet hall and chuckled, look, isn't that the family head? Young Master Wan followed the direction of Uncle Joe's finger and indeed saw the Wan family head walking in with a majestic stride and a serious expression, his face utterly indifferent. At this moment, young Master Wan's body trembled uncontrollably. When one has done many wrongful deeds, how can one not fear the ghosts knocking at the door? No, impossible, how could my father be here? Uncle Joe, what exactly is going on? Mr. Taitu, didn't you guarantee that my father wouldn't come out? But now, what's going on? At this moment, young Master Wan no longer had his previous composure, only fear and trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. And young Master Wan's panic behavior at this moment was clearly seen by everyone present, and they all sensed that something was amiss. If the Wan family head had truly willingly passed on the position to young Master Wan, then young Master Wan should be overflowing with gratitude. Why is he panicking now? And what did he mean?
Tai-Tu guaranteed that his father wouldn't come out.
The scene immediately became a buzz of discussion. At this time, the Wan family head had already walked into the banquet hall and looked at the flustered young Master Wan with a cold sneer. Young Master Wan no longer cared about anything else at this point. Looking at the Wan family head, he spoke with a slight tremor, "Father, why are you here?" The Wan family head heard this and wasted no words, directly slapping young Master Wan hard across the face.
This scene left everyone dumbfounded.
"Rebellious son, you wished I wouldn't come, and you wished I would die quickly.
But, you're disappointed, not only am I not dead, but I'm here."
Looking at the killing intent in the Wan family head's eyes, young Master Wan, at this moment, trembled and could only look towards Tai-Tu for help. At this moment, Tai-Tu's eyes were cold. He took 2 steps forward, walked in front of the Wan family head, and said coldly, "Wan family head, how did you get out?
Where are my subordinates?"
Before the Wan family head could answer, a somewhat disdainful voice reached everyone's ears.
"Are you talking about those 30+ good-for-nothings who imprisoned the Wan family head?" "Oh, my apologies, I accidentally slaughtered them all. You're not angry, are you?" As he spoke, a young man, biting an apple, walked nonchalantly in front of Tai-Tu. His appearance was unrestrained, yet he spoke the most cruel and cold words. And who else could this person be but Red Eyes? Chapter 170: A Sudden Downturn. 30+ trash? Accidentally killed them all? Killing people, and accidentally at that? Moreover, accidentally killing over 30 people? Tai-Tu looked at Red Eyes, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he roared, "Who are you, to dare speak so brazenly in front of me? My elites, are they something you can kill? You're asking for death." Tai-Tu was furious and spoke coldly directly to Red Eyes. Red Eyes' eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Tai-Tu and said softly, "I don't like people pointing at me, did you understand?" When Tai-Tu saw that Red Eyes not only wasn't afraid of him but even dared to threaten him, he immediately exploded in rage, his finger even moving to point at Red Eyes' forehead. "I'll *King point at you. What can you do? What do you dare to do?" A sigh, soft and light, echoed. Then, a scene that terrified everyone appeared. Tai-Tu's outstretched finger was severed at the root, and blood instantly flowed all over the ground. After Tai-Tu realized what happened, he clutched his finger, letting out a horrific scream. No one saw how Tai-Tu's finger was severed. But everyone knew that Red Eyes must have made a move. "I told you not to point at me, but you didn't believe me now, do you regret it?" After speaking, Red Eyes didn't even glance at Tai-Tu. Instead, he walked up to Yi Qing, bowed respectfully, and said, "Sir, I have not failed my mission. The task has been completed perfectly." This scene once again stunned everyone. This was actually related to Yi Qing? What mission? Red Eyes came with Wan family head, so could all of this be related to Wan family head? At this moment, Wan family head didn't even bother to look at young Master Wan. He also walked up to Yi Qing, speaking with both respect and gratitude. "Thank you for everything, Mr. Yi." Yi Qing nodded faintly upon hearing this and said, "I said you were a good person, so helping you is only right. What's more, you bought that calligraphy piece from me at the time. I said that whoever bought it, I would grant them one request, although you didn't have a chance to tell me. I think this request has already been repaid." How could Wan family head dare to say more? He quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wan has no other requests. If Mr. Yi is not in a hurry, please wait a moment, Mr. Yi, and allow me to deal with some family matters." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Wan family head, please do as you wish. However, Wan family head might need to understand that your young Master Wan and I have a bet. Whoever loses must strip naked and crawl like a dog on the ground for 2 circles before this bet is fulfilled. I think, Wan family head, it's better not to be too harsh. To make someone's son strip naked and crawl like a dog in front of his father, normally, this would be an insult. But for Wan family head today, this was the punishment young Master Wan deserved. Such a beast, worse than a pig or a dog, shouldn't even be treated as a human." Wan family head looked at Yi Qing and nodded heavily, saying, "Does this beast, worse than a pig or a dog, even deserve to make a bet with you, Mr. Yi?" "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will make him fulfill the agreement." Then, Wan family head directly slapped young Master Wan hard across the face and angrily said, "Tell me, what bet did you make with Mr. Yi?"
Hurry up and admit defeat, repent, and then go strip your clothes and crawl on the ground for 2 circles.
Looking at the furious Tai-Tu, whose finger had been severed, young Master Wan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Tai-Tu, there's nothing more to say at this point. Hurry up and call all your men in. Catch them. We must catch them all. After speaking, young Master Wan looked at Uncle Gio and angrily said, Uncle Gio, you dare to betray me? You two-faced bastard, have you forgotten the consequences? It's still not too late to regret it now, otherwise, I'll make you cry with no place to cry later. At this moment, young Master Wan still dared to threaten Uncle Gio? Uncle Gio's eyes were cold as he stared fixedly at young Master Wan and said, Young Master, I was momentarily confused before, actually believing your foolish words, actually thinking of protecting the family head through betrayal. But what was the result? The family head would rather starve than live ignobly, and your true colors have also been revealed. If I were to believe your nonsense again, then I would truly deserve to die to the extreme. Today, I have been given an opportunity by Mr. Yi, and I can finally make up for my regrets. Even if I, Uncle Gio, die, I will stand and die with the family head, never compromising. These words already proved Uncle Gio's current state of mind. And young Master Wan's heart became even more like dead ash. Just then, Tai-Tu tremblingly raised his head, let out a desperate roar in Red Eyes' direction, and then looked at Uncle Gio and Wan family head, angrily saying, You dare to offend Uncle Gong? You're asking for death. Originally, I wanted to give you a chance to live, but now, I want to make you die. Someone. Get me some people. Arrest all these people. After Tai-Tu's furious roar, instantly, 70 to 80 people poured into the banquet hall, surrounding Wan family head and the others. These people looked fierce and menacing, clearly not to be trifled with. And Uncle Gio, at this moment, absolutely wouldn't tolerate Tai-Tu either, and he also let out a roar. Someone. Get in here. With Uncle Gio's roar, hundreds of people instantly surged into the small banquet hall. Perhaps these people weren't as fierce and elite as Tai-Tu's subordinates, but they were still hundreds of people, and they looked incredibly imposing. At this point, both Gao Qingyue and Bai Weiwei were frozen in place, not daring to even breathe. This situation of the Wan family father and son fighting each other, with Uncle Gong also involved, was simply not something they could get entangled in. Including everyone else present, they all stood still, afraid of being dragged into it. Uncle Gio looked at Wan family head, gritted his teeth, and said, Family head, please give the order. Wan family head heard this and revealed a cold smile, saying, Today, I will clean house and declare war on Uncle Gong. After speaking, as Wan family head raised his hand, about to wave it down, a voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone, have you perhaps overlooked my presence? This is, after all, Yunwan Hotel, the territory of my Yunwan group. You are fighting and killing like this, creating such a huge commotion, without even asking me. Is this really appropriate? Chapter 171. The bet should be fulfilled. Tai-Tu looked at General Manager Han, gritting his teeth and saying, General Manager Han, you saw it this time. It's not that I, Tai-Tu, am not giving you face. It's truly because the Wan family has gone too far. I was forced to resist. As Uncle Gong's subordinate, if I were to be dealt with by them like this, I might as well die. Wan family head looked at General Manager Han, cupped his fists, and said in a deep voice, General Manager Han, I apologize. Today is a private family matter of the Wan family, but it does require the use of your esteemed venue. Please rest assured, no matter how much is damaged, my Wan family will compensate for everything. Wan family head was still a reasonable person, which was why he spoke like that. Just as General Manager Han was about to say something more, a somewhat frivolous voice reached everyone's ears. I say, General Manager Han, is it? If they want to fight, let them fight anyway. They've already said they'll compensate for any losses, so what are you afraid of? Moreover, Yunwan Group generally doesn't get involved in other families' affairs. As the voice emerged, everyone saw a somewhat sloppy young man, whose appearance was not particularly handsome, slowly walking over. At this moment, Gao Qingyue and the others' eyes immediately lit up, as if their backbone had arrived. The person who came was none other than Yun Leopard of the Yun family. Gao Qingyue had indeed looked down on Yun Leopard before. After all, Yun Leopard seemed to have little presence in the Yun family. He could be used as a friend, but she, Gao Qingyue, didn't want to take advantage of him. At least, in her opinion,
this Yun Leopard was far inferior to the young master of the Nangong family. But at this moment, under such a grand spectacle, Gao Qingyue herself was already losing control of the situation. Yun Leopard's arrival was perfect, his status and position were sufficient. With him present, he could indeed mediate a thing or two.
General Manager Han looked at Yun Leopard, frowned, and said, "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak about my Yunwan Group's matters?" Before Yun Leopard could speak, Gao Qingyue had already quickly stepped forward 2 paces, walked to Yun Leopard's side, and said with a smile, "General Manager Han, don't you recognize this gentleman?
This is Mr. Yun Leopard of the Yun family. Others may not know him, but surely you must know him." After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard and said with a smile, "Mr. Yun Leopard, you're quite late.
I thought you weren't coming." Yun Leopard smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "Am I late? I think I've arrived just in time. Appearing at such a crucial moment truly fits my style."
After speaking, Yun Leopard looked at General Manager Han and said, "That's right, I am Yun Leopard." General Manager Han's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. He looked at Yun Leopard, chuckled, and said, "So it's young Master Yun Bao. I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence and come to Jiangcheng. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I would have been able to host you properly."
Yun Leopard smiled and shook his head, saying, General Manager Han is busy with official duties. I'm just here to play, so how could I trouble General Manager Han? However, today is quite interesting. General Manager Han, it's probably better not to interfere." General Manager Han looked at Yun Leopard, chuckled, and said, "Young Master Yun Bao, since you like it, I should give you this face, but, I'm sorry. Young Master Yun Bao, you don't hold any position in Yunwan Group, and you might not understand the rules of Yunwan Group. Therefore, I apologize, I cannot give you this green light." As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Leopard's expression immediately became somewhat unsightly.
"General Manager Han, are you not going to give me this face?"
Yun Leopard's pride was somewhat wounded at this moment. It's not easy to update. Remember to share 101 Kenshukum. After all, he was the young master of the Yun family, yet even a general manager of Yunwan Hotel could refuse to give him face. This made him feel somewhat disgraced. General Manager Han shook his head and said with a smile, "I apologize, young Master Yun Bo, if I've caused you any displeasure. I will apologize to you later, but this is my territory, and I absolutely will not allow anyone to cause trouble." After speaking, General Manager Han looked at one family head in Taitu, and said indifferently, "One family head, Mr. Taitu, if you have any grievances, please resolve them outside this door today. I will not allow any fighting or killing to happen here. Otherwise, it will be an act of hostility towards my Yunwan Group. Please, understand." A huge accusation was directly dropped. Whoever dared to make a move would be an enemy of the Yunwan Group. Today, the combined strength of everyone present probably couldn't compare to the size of the Yunwan Group. Who would be idle enough to provoke the Yunwan Group? Taitu immediately expressed his stance, gritting his teeth and saying, "General Manager Han, rest assured, both I and Uncle Gong want to be on good terms with General Manager Han, and we absolutely have no intention of making things difficult for General Manager Han. Therefore, if General Manager Han tells me to stop, I will definitely give him that face. However, it might be hard to say for one family head side." One family head and Uncle Gio were silent for a moment, then looked at General Manager Han and said, "General Manager Han, are you truly going to intervene in this matter?" General Manager Han's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he said, "One family head, you're mistaken. I'm not intervening in these matters. I'm just asking you, if you want to fight and kill, to do so outside the doors of my hotel. This isn't meddling, is it?" Just as Uncle Gio was about to say something, one family head shook his head, then looked at Yi Ching and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, if you're not in a hurry, could you please wait?" The way he asked, it was as if the Wan family's matters, the question of whether to fight or not, were entirely up to Yi Ching alone. The attitude of the Wan family father and son towards Yi Ching was simply a world apart. And at this moment, everyone present also clearly understood one thing: it would probably be impossible for them to wantonly humiliate Yi Ching again. Yi Ching looked at one family head and chuckled, "Anyway, the person can't run away, so there's no rush to do anything. Besides, I also think that today is someone's birthday banquet. A joyous day. Fighting and killing would indeed be a bit unseemly. So, waiting is not out of the question." One family head respectfully said upon hearing this, "Everything will be done according to Mr. Ye's wishes." After speaking, one family head nodded to Uncle Gio.
Uncle Gio waved his hand and said, "Everyone, exit the hotel."
They came quickly and left quickly. Hundreds of Uncle Gio's subordinates instantly retreated, as if they weren't afraid of Tai Tu and the others running away at all.
Tai Tu sneered and said, "Then, let's wait and see. Everyone, exit the hotel."
These people came in a rush and left in a rush. The banquet hall returned to its previous tranquility. However, at this moment, the banquet hall was no longer the banquet hall it was before. Yi Qing stepped forward, looked indifferently at young Master Wan, and chuckled, "Young Master Wan, the bet just now, can it be fulfilled now? After all, everyone here is a witness. I don't think you'll renege, will you?" Chapter 172 Who Dares to Remember the Bet? Watching Yi Qing indifferently talk about fulfilling the bet, young Master Wan angrily said, "Yi Qing, don't push your luck.
How can trash like you be worthy of betting with me? What do you think you are?"
These words proved that young Master Wan's mind was on the verge of collapse. Yi Qing looked at young Master Wan and said coldly, "I have always shown my good temper, but that doesn't mean my temper is truly good. Young Master Wan, the bet just now was witnessed by everyone. It's not impossible for you to renege. After all, you're already a joke, but I advise you not to renege, because I will be unhappy." Young Master Wan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, pointing at Yi Qing and angrily shouting, "You're unhappy?
What does your unhappiness matter? What are you, Yi Qing?
Don't think that just because my father is back and Uncle Gong is on your side, you've already won. I'm telling you, standing beside me are Mr. Tai Tu and Uncle Gong.
I won't lose this round."
After speaking, young Master Wan directly stood on a chair, then looked at everyone present, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, "Did I just make a bet with Yi Qing?
Whoever heard it, if you have the guts, stand out. I want to see who the hell dares to oppose me. Even if I'm not the Wan family head, I'm still Uncle Gong's godson, and Uncle Gong will definitely ensure I ascend to the position of Wan family head. Who dares to disobey? Stand out and let me see."
It must be said that at this moment, young Master Wan had completely torn off his facade, abandoning all pretense. However, the effect was very good. At least, no matter who young Master Wan looked at, they would lower their heads. No one dared to meet young Master Wan's gaze, and no one dared to mention the bet. This scene made young Master Wan very excited, and he laughed loudly. "Yi Qing, did you see that?
No one remembers our bet. Even if they do, so what? Whoever dares to mention it, I'll kill them.
You damn thing, letting you live until now was my biggest mistake, but it doesn't matter. Today, you are dead for sure. No one can save you. I said it."
Young Master Wan wildly provoked Yi Qing, as if he had already won.
At this moment, Wan family head's eyes were cold. He stepped forward, pointed at young Master Wan, and angrily said, "Rebellious son, beast. You're at death's door and still unrepentant. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Perhaps I can still spare your life, otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Seeing Wan family head like this, young Master Wan became even more frantic, his eyes filled with unwillingness and pain.
"Father, are you really my biological father? I am your real son.
Why do you look at this good-for-nothing Yi Qing with such special regard, even going so far as to sacrifice the entire Wan family, all its honor, and everyone's lives to oppose Uncle Gong?
Father, you're senile. I'm the one who's right.
I'm the one who's doing what's best for the Wan family, for everyone."
"But why did you come out? Why?" Young Master Wan didn't understand, but he no longer needed to understand.
Wan family head looked at Yi Qing and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not raising my son properly. Please rest assured, this rebellious son, I will make him give you an explanation." Yi Qing heard this and shook his head indifferently. "No need, Wan family head. I won't interfere in matters between you and your son. However, he must fulfill my bet." After speaking, Yi Qing took a step forward and said indifferently, "Young Master Wan, no one dares to disregard my words. Yi Qing, today, since you reneged on the bet, then I will personally enforce it." Then Yi Qing strode towards young Master Wan, his eyes so cold they sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Tai Tu endured the pain of his broken fingers and directly blocked young Master Wan, saying coldly, "With me here, who dares to touch young Master Wan?" Yi Qing completely ignored Tai Tu's obstruction, as if Tai Tu was just air. And then, no one noticed how red eyes appeared in front of Tai Tu. Everyone only saw red eyes reveal a trace of an evil smile, then directly grabbed Tai-Tu by the neck and, like strangling a dead dog, dragged Tai-Tu to the side.
This scene made everyone present continuously swallow their saliva.
The one who acted before should have been Red Eyes. But the speed of his action was too fast, and many people didn't see what happened. But now, Red Eyes just directly grabbed Tai-Tu by the neck and dragged him away.
And Tai-Tu, surprisingly, didn't even have a chance to fight back. This made people feel nothing but awe. That was Tai-Tu.
Not to mention his status and position with Uncle Gong, just his strength alone was definitely not weak, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become Uncle Gong's trusted confidant.
But what was the result? Now he was being dragged away like a little chick.
This was absolutely not Tai-Tu intentionally showing weakness, but rather, the difference in strength was simply too great.
However, the one who was truly desperate was Tai-Tu.
At this moment, Tai-Tu was completely on the verge of collapse, his eyes filled with horror. Looking at Red Eyes, who was strangling his neck and making him almost unable to speak, he shouted with all his might, "Who exactly are you?
Aren't you afraid?" Red Eyes' eyes were indifferent, as if devoid of emotion, as he looked at Tai-Tu and said lightly, "Afraid of what? Uncle Gong? It's just a human life, that's all, and human lives, in my eyes, can be harvested at any time." What? Is your Uncle Gong not human? Or are you not human? You dare to provoke my master. Do you think you can live much longer? Master? Tai-Tu gritted his teeth and said, "Who is your master?"
Red Eyes didn't answer Tai-Tu, but directly slapped Tai-Tu across the face, immediately causing Tai-Tu's teeth to shatter and fall to the ground.
Noisy!
Shut your mouth, don't disturb Mr. Ye's fun, otherwise, I'll cut out your tongue. At this moment, with no one blocking his way, young Master Wan, looking at Yi Qing indifferently walking towards him, finally showed a panicked expression.
What do you want to do? Don't come over. Don't come over. I am Wan Hai. I am the heir of the Wan family, the Wan family head. I am also Uncle Gong's godson.
Yi Qing, if you dare to harm me, the Wan family will not let you go, and Uncle Gong will certainly not let you go.
Don't come over. Don't come over. Chapter 173, Cruel and Despairing.
Young Master Wan had always lived a life of luxury and comfort. How could he have ever fought before? But today, that wouldn't do. Young Master Wan watched as Yi Qing walked towards him with a menacing look, immediately jumped off the chair, then picked up a wine bottle from the table, pointed it at Yi Qing, and angrily said, "I'm telling you, don't push me, or else I definitely won't let you off." Yi Qing's steps didn't falter as he spoke indifferently, "People should be trustworthy.
Since you gambled, you must accept your loss.
Stripping naked and crawling 2 laps in this banquet hall will save you some torment, this is your best option." Upon hearing this, young Master Wan angrily smashed the wine bottle directly at Yi Qing's head.
"I acknowledge your mother."
This scene made many people scream in terror. However, the next moment, a scene that stunned everyone occurred. Yi Qing simply caught the incoming wine bottle with one hand, then directly snatched it back with a reverse grip, and with one swift motion, heavily smashed it onto young Master Wan's head. Instantly, glass shards scattered, and blood flowed from young Master Wan's forehead.
"I told you, don't push me, and don't provoke me. Your mouth isn't clean, is it? Then I'll make it clean."
As Yi Qing's words fell, the next moment, many people present, especially the girls, were all scared pale, covering their faces, not even daring to look. Yi Qing was seen directly taking the broken wine bottle and thrusting it into young Master Wan's mouth. With just that one action, young Master Wan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he let out a shrill scream. His mouth was already so cut up by the broken glass bottle that there wasn't a single good spot left, blood flowed continuously, and his teeth began to fall out. At this moment, young Master Wan's tongue was cut, and he couldn't even speak, only able to continuously let out whimpering screams. Only Yi Qing held young Master Wan's hair, who was kneeling on the ground, and with the broken glass bottle, he repeatedly and fiercely slashed young Master Wan's mouth, turning this place into a hell with his brutal appearance. Remember the fastest novel site on the whole network, 101.com. At this moment, Uncle Joe's body trembled slightly as he looked at one family head and said with some reluctance, "Family head, should we try to persuade Mr. Yi?" This is a bit too brutal. One family head's body was also slightly trembling, and a hint of reluctance and pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. After all, this was his son, his own flesh and blood. Moreover, he was the kind of son he had raised since childhood. To put it bluntly, he was one family head's heart and soul. Yet, now he was being treated so brutally. To say he wasn't sad or pained would be a lie. However, thinking of young Master Wan's actions, one family head gritted his teeth in anger. Don't disturb Mr. Yi, he must bear the consequences of his own mistakes.
We cannot stop him.
Uncle Joe, I think you already somewhat know Mr. Yi's power, so don't make any more mistakes, otherwise, we won't even have a chance to salvage the situation. Upon hearing one family head's reminder, Uncle Joe finally remembered that Yi Qing was not an ordinary person as they had thought, but a mysterious figure with incredibly powerful strength and influence. No one dared to speak, only Manager Han, at this moment, seemed to frown slightly. Yi Qing seemed to be going a bit too far. At this moment, Yin Leopard stood in front of Manager Han, chuckled softly, and said, Manager Han, I know you don't give me, Yin Leopard, face, and you also have someone behind you, but I advise you not to provoke Mr. Yi, otherwise, no one can save you, understand? Manager Han was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then snorted coldly and said, if he dares to continue being excessive, I will not tolerate it. As the general manager of the hotel, I must be responsible for the hotel's reputation. What he said was quite high-sounding, leaving no room for fault-finding. Yin Leopard shrugged, ignoring Manager Han, and instead looked at Yi Qing with an infatuated, even crazed, gaze. Indeed, he lives up to being the chosen one, ruthless enough, fierce enough, crazy enough. This is the ultimate madness, seemingly harmless on a daily basis, but when he truly strikes, it's earth-shattering, making people tremble.
Arrogant, truly too arrogant.
At this point, everyone present was already stunned, looking at young Master Wan, whose face was almost completely ruined, and then at the expressionless Yi Qing, who seemed devoid of humanity. Everyone doubted if this scene was really happening. Was this still the Yi Qing they had just ridiculed and bullied at will? Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji stood to the side, both their bodies trembling incessantly. They looked at Yi Qing in disbelief, their eyes filled with unfamiliarity.
Lin Ji, is this Yi Qing? Is this really Yi Qing? When did he become so fierce, so crazy? This is clearly a fiend. Gao Qingyue's voice was trembling, which showed what kind of feeling Yi Qing was giving her at this moment.
And Lin Ji's condition was not much better than Gao Qingyue's.
Was Yi Qing driven mad by us? This is too insane. Even if young Master Wan has been disowned by one family head, he is still one family head's biological son. One family head is right here, how dare he? Lin Ji couldn't understand, and Gao Qingyue couldn't understand either, but the fact was happening right before their eyes. There were many others who had the same doubts, but none of them could get an answer, all of them could only watch helplessly. At this moment, young Master Wan finally couldn't bear it anymore, the blood and tears on his face had long mixed together, and the roaring sounds he made slowly became more and more silent. Please, let me go, please, please. Young Master Wan's hands were already bloody and mangled from trying to stop Yi Qing from cutting his mouth with broken glass, and his face was utterly unrecognizable. Yi Qing, hearing young Master Wan's pleas for mercy, slowly stopped his actions and said indifferently, so, are you going to fulfill your agreement? Young Master Wan immediately nodded heavily, fearing that if he was even a second late, Yi Qing would continue to torment him. Yi Qing casually tossed the blood-stained glass bottle aside and said faintly, I told you, don't break the agreement, it will cause trouble for both of us. See, didn't it cause trouble? Go do it, I'll watch right here. After speaking, Yi Qing actually sat down on a nearby chair with a calm expression, and just watched young Master Wan. And young Master Wan, under everyone's gaze, took off his shirt and pants. Each movement made young Master Wan wince in pain, yet each wince pulled at his wounds, making him even more tormented. When young Master Wan was left with only his underwear, he was already prepared to crawl. And Yi Qing, frowning slightly, said, not stripping completely? As soon as these words were uttered, young Master Wan's prone body trembled violently. And everyone present, without prior agreement, looked at Yi Qing, as if they had seen a devil. Is tormenting someone to this extent not enough? Chapter 174 The Last Fig Leaf. At this moment, even one family head's body trembled, his mouth slightly agape as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed and remained silent. It wasn't until Bai Ruoro couldn't help but look at Yi Qing and say, "Yi Qing, isn't this going too far? Although young Master Wan is wrong and guilty, must you strip away his last shred of dignity? Doing this is worse than killing him." Yi Qing hadn't expected that the one who spoke up for young Master Wan was none other than Bai Ruoro. Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then looked at Bai Ruoro and chuckled. It seems there really is affection. Otherwise, shouldn't this moment be satisfying? Bai Ruoro's body trembled upon hearing this, and she quickly shook her head, denying, "No, young Master Wan and I have no affection. Everything before was an act, Yi Qing, everything I did was for you. Young Master Wan threatened that he could save you from Uncle Gong's subordinates, which is why I pretended to be with him. I have no feelings for him at all." It was the truth, no doubt. However, at this moment, was there still a need to state that truth? Looking at Bai Ruoro, Yi Qing's eyes held only indifference. "Then, I should thank you, Bai Ruoro." "But, did I ask you to save me?" "You presumptuously saved me, but you never thought that reality would turn out like this, did you? Didn't I tell you more than once to trust me, that I could handle everything? But did you trust me?" Bai Ruoro's face was pale. She couldn't bear Yi Qing's attitude, especially his gaze. He looked at her as if she were a stranger, making her heart ache. "Yi Qing, listen to my explanation." Bai Ruoro wanted to explain everything clearly, wanting to win back Yi Qing's heart. However, Yi Qing just shook his head gently and said, "No need to explain. We both experienced everything that just happened, so there's nothing to explain. I thank you for your good intentions, but some things, once missed, are missed. The white crystal romance was personally returned to me by you, and I have already thrown it into the trash can now. It has been given to Aunt Zhang. There is nothing left to say between us. You want me to be lenient with young Master Wan, and it's not impossible even if we are friends. I can give you this face, so tell me, is he your boyfriend? If he is, then I will give you this face. Not only will I not make him take off his last shred of dignity, I will even let him stand up and forgo this punishment. What does it matter?" At this point, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Bai Ruoro, and said coldly, "So, is he your boyfriend?" Bai Ruoro hesitated for a moment, then shook her head firmly and said, "No, he's not my boyfriend, I just..." However, before she could continue, Yi Qing directly interrupted her. "Since he's not your boyfriend, and he was the one who forced you before, then you don't need to say anything more. I know you, Bai Ruoro, are kind-hearted, but sometimes, kindness must be used in the right place. Everyone thinks I, Yi Qing, am easy to bully. Haha, then I'll let you see if I have a temper or not." After speaking, Yi Qing directly stepped on young Master Wan's back and said indifferently, "Young Master Wan, I'll give you 10 seconds to take off your last shred of dignity, and then start crawling in this banquet hall. Otherwise, after 10 seconds, I'll kill you directly. If you don't believe me, just try." Young Master Wan endured the intense pain and quickly stripped himself until there was nothing left to cover him. Young Master Wan desperately began to crawl in the banquet hall. And Yi Qing looked at everyone present and chuckled. Many people's faces showed expressions of pity. "But, before, when you all ganged up to bully me, humiliate me, call me a liar, and curse me as a good-for-nothing? Where was your pity? Why didn't I see it? On the contrary, from your expressions and demeanor, I saw satisfaction and amusement. Weren't you all eager to see a joke? Now, why do you think it's not funny anymore? Haha, if I were the one who lost, I would be the one stripped naked and crawling on the ground now, wouldn't I? With young Master Wan's malicious character, do you think he would pity me? Would he leave me with my last shred of dignity?" Yi Qing's indifferent voice reached everyone's ears. Some people began to reflect, while others did not reflect at all. But everyone knew that if Yi Qing had lost this time, then, with young Master Wan's temper, he really wouldn't have left Yi Qing with his last shred of dignity. He would have laughed wildly, telling Yi Qing to crawl faster and faster on the ground. This was the most likely reality to occur. However, this time, Yi Qing won. "So, put away your hypocrisy, it sickens me." After speaking, Yi Qing quietly sat in his chair and said nothing more. At this moment, some people no longer wanted to stay here and wanted to quickly leave this troublesome place. With Yi Qing's madness, if he retaliated, then, wouldn't everyone be punished later?
After all, before, perhaps with the exception of Bai Ruoro who spoke up for Yi Qing, everyone else was watching Yi Qing's humiliation, wishing that Yi Qing would become a clown. Now, everything had taken a dramatic turn, and Yi Qing had become the most powerful person. Was it possible for him not to retaliate? After all, this was the lunatic who had just used a broken wine bottle to furiously slash young Master Wan's face, the person who left young Master Wan with no last shred of dignity. No one knew what he would do next. Let me go, why won't you let me go? We have the freedom to come and go. Yes, let us leave, we don't want to stay here anymore, quickly let us leave. One family head, Uncle Gio, what do you mean by this? Let us go. President Han, didn't you say that this is Yunduan Group's territory, your territory? Now we are imprisoned by others like this, are you going to manage it or not? Yes, President Han, does Yunduan Group not even have this much face left? Many people placed their last hope on President Han. After all, President Han had just single-handedly confronted the two major powers, one family head and Tai Tu, forcing them to retreat outside the hotel, thus avoiding a conflict that should have broken out just now. Chapter 175 President Han's shock. After a moment of silence, President Han said, One family head, Uncle Joe, my Yunduan hotel allows people to come and go freely. What you are doing really makes things difficult for me. Upon hearing this, one family head narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at President Han, and said with a smile, President Han, we naturally wouldn't dare to be enemies with Yunduan Group. However, without Mr. Ye's command, I think it's best if no one present leaves. After all, the matter hasn't been resolved yet. President Han, we've already shown you respect by not starting a large-scale fight here. Does preventing these people from leaving count as offending you? That would be overstepping your bounds a bit too much. Upon hearing one family head say this, everyone present became somewhat agitated. One family head, what do you mean? Why are you stopping us? We don't know what happened between you and young Master Wan, but he's still your own son, isn't he? He's been tortured half to death by Yi Qing, and now he doesn't even have his final dignity. Don't you feel any pity at all? That's right, one family head, that's your own son. He's being humiliated like this, and it doesn't look good for you either. It's one thing if you don't go after Yi Qing, but why are you stopping us? One family head's face darkened as he looked at the crowd and sneered, I, Wan, do indeed have a son, but my son died the moment he tried to usurp my position. From the moment he acknowledged a thief as his father and imprisoned me, his own biological father, he ceased to be my son. Therefore, everyone, please speak cautiously, or I will consider it a provocation to my Wan family. With one family head's threat, everyone present fell silent, but they finally understood why one family head was so angry. Young Master Wan had gone too far, no wonder one family head stood by and did nothing. At this moment, as President Han was about to say something, one family head directly shook his head and said, President Han, if you have anything to say, it's best to discuss it with Mr. Yi. As long as Mr. Yi agrees, anything is negotiable. Upon hearing this, President Han snorted coldly and then walked towards Yi Qing. Mr. Yi Qing, aren't you going a bit too far in my Yunduan hotel? It's one thing to beat someone half to death, but you've also stripped them of their last bit of dignity, making them crawl on the ground. If this gets out, what kind of reputation will my Yunduan hotel have? What about me, Han? I'm not even going to dwell on these things. I can understand Mr. Yi's feelings, so I'll let you vent your anger. I'll give you that much respect. However, to prevent others who want to leave from doing so, that's a bit too much. Yi Qing looked at President Han, his eyes narrowing slightly, and said, President Han, you are truly selfless, but, as you said, today's matter doesn't concern you, so it's best if you don't interfere. Upon hearing this, President Han looked at Yi Qing, his eyes narrowing slightly, and said, Are you threatening me? Yi Qing looked at President Han and chuckled lightly, saying, President Han is about to be promoted to Vice President of Yunduan Group in East Province. How would I dare to threaten you? I'm merely stating a fact. Of course, if President Han thinks this is a threat, then, what if I do threaten you? As soon as these words were spoken, it was tantamount to showing President Han no respect at all, and President Han's face instantly turned ashen. Yi Qing, although I don't know what your relationship with Yun Leopard is, if you think you can threaten me by relying on the Wan family and Yun Leopard, then you are greatly mistaken. If I choose to get involved in this matter today, what will you, Yi Qing, dare to do? Everyone present, seeing President Han and Yi Qing confronting each other, felt that perhaps an opportunity had arrived at least, someone was willing to step forward, which was always good. President Han was no ordinary person. And Yi Qing, looking at President Han, smiled faintly and said, "President Han, you are truly selfless, alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Take a look at this, then speak." With that, Yi Qing took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to President Han. President Han snorted coldly as he took the business card, and then, in the next second, his previously calm expression suddenly turned somewhat pale, even solemn. When he looked at Yi Qing again, there was an unknown meaning in his eyes.
"You are?" Yi Qing's lips curved into a faint smile, and he said, "I am Yi Qing. Oh, perhaps that name isn't well known enough. Well then, the person on the business card in your hand came to see me 2 days ago and told me one thing. If I have any problems, I should go directly to him. If I find it inconvenient to go to him, then I should go to his disciple in East Province." President Han, do I need to say anything more? Or perhaps, you need to make a call to verify its authenticity? After all, it's a serious matter, so it's always good to confirm, isn't it? Looking at Yi Qing's calm demeanor, President Han took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, "No need." His old man's business cards might have been given out quite a bit, but a business card like this is not just a business card, it's also a form of proof to be given to Mr. Yi. Already represents your standing in his old man's heart. "Mr. Yi, please forgive me if I offended you just now. From now on, whatever your command, I will do my utmost." The business card was Gu Old Master's business card, and the reason President Han could disregard Yun Leopard's respect was precisely because President Han was Gu Old Master's man. Yi Qing didn't expect this business card to be a form of proof, but it didn't matter. What mattered was the outcome. "Since that's the case, then I'll trouble President Han not to interfere with today's matter. Since everyone is here for the birthday banquet, we should let this birthday banquet conclude, right? Having a beginning and an end is the best outcome, don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, President Han nodded heavily and said, "Mr. Yi, makes sense. I understand what to do." With that, President Han directly took out his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Have some security personnel come over and guard the entrance to the banquet hall. No one is allowed to leave." This scene left many who had hoped in President Han completely dumbfounded. "President Han, what are you doing? How could you compromise?" "That's right, President Han, let us leave. Yunduan Hotel can't do this." President Han looked at the crowd, displaying a fierce expression for the first time. "All of you, shut up. Stay here obediently, otherwise, without even needing one family head to act, I can represent Yunduan Group and punish you." At this, no one dared to shout anymore. However, everyone's confusion grew even greater. What gave Yi Qing such power? President Han clearly could disregard Uncle Gong's respect and one family head's respect if he wished, yet after only a couple of words with Yi Qing, he became like this. This was simply incredible. Wasn't Yi Qing only so ruthless because of one family head? Chapter 176. He dare not offend the Myth Group. No one could leave, and everyone didn't dare to offend Mr. Han and the others, so they could only return to their seats and continue watching the performance they didn't want to see. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was stunned looking at Bai Ruoruo's complicated expression. Her inner conflict at this moment was even more indescribable. Sister, what exactly happened? How did it turn out like this? One family head has become Yi Qing's backer again. Did we cause trouble? At this moment, Bai Ruoruo was already disheartened. Not only had she caused trouble, but her self-assertion in her actions, based on Yi Qing's attitude just now, showed that Yi Qing was already very disappointed in her, even to the point of not forgiving her. Heart-wrenching, at this moment, Bai Ruoruo experienced it. Clearly, she already had a chance, and Yi Qing had given her more than one opportunity to choose, but why wouldn't she believe Yi Qing? Weiwei, we were all wrong. I should have believed Yi Qing. If I had believed him before, things wouldn't have turned out like this now. I regret it so much. I really regret it. Bai Ruoruo's tears immediately streamed down her face, her eyes red and full of regret. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was also incredibly conflicted. Looking at Yi Qing's expression, she also showed fear. Yi Qing was too ruthless, too brutal. She had clearly seen it once before, but how could she have forgotten? Sister, don't cry. Maybe there's still a chance. At least, even if Yi Qing won't forgive you, he won't harm you, right? And he just said he would be your friend,
so maybe there's still a chance in the future.
Perhaps if you apologize, he might forgive you? After all, everything you did was actually for his own good. He can't possibly be ungrateful, right?
As she said this, Bai Weiwei pouted, still unable to distinguish the urgency of the situation.
Bai Ruoruo sighed and choked, is there a chance? I hope so. At this moment, Bai Weiwei's senior, Shi Lingxin, stood beside Bai Weiwei, frowning slightly, and said, this Yi Qing is too ruthless. Isn't he afraid of retribution in the future?
Weiwei, you don't have to be afraid with me here, no one can bully you. As he spoke, Shi Lingxin exuded an arrogant aura, as if he had a halo around him. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, yes, that's right, senior, you are from Myth Group. These people, including Mr. Han, probably don't want to and don't dare to offend Myth Group. Just based on that, you can protect us.
Senior, you are too kind. I don't know how to thank you.
As she spoke, Bai Weiwei's face was slightly flushed, her shy appearance adding to her charm. Shi Lingxin swallowed, gritting his teeth and saying, it's nothing. Don't forget, this Yi Qing still has a handle in my hands. How dare he produce fake life elixir?
Oomph, no one can save him.
Of course, if I don't report this matter, that's another story, but if I report it, and Myth Group pursues it, no one can help him, no matter if it's Uncle Gong or the Wan family. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei became even more excited, nodding heavily and saying, senior, thank you so much today, we're relying on you. I'll go talk to Yi Qing later. If he doesn't provoke me, everything will be fine, but if he is stubborn and thinks that with the Wan family here, he can be reckless, then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Shi Lingxin smiled slightly, nodding and saying, don't call me senior anymore, it's a bit formal, call me by my name, Weiwei. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei's face flushed, and she lowered her head, softly saying, brother Lingxin. With that one intimate sentence, Shi Lingxin's bones felt a little soft. At this moment, Bai family head, who had seemed to have no presence, suddenly had a renewed sparkle in his eyes. To say who was the most distressed, it was actually none other than Bai family head. Don't forget, Bai family head had specifically gone to the hotel entrance to wait for Yi Qing before, but he wasn't there to welcome Yi Qing, but rather to humiliate and warn him. The words he spoke had completely offended Yi Qing. To put it bluntly, he hadn't left any room for himself to retreat. However, Bai family head didn't feel that he was wrong in that situation. It was clear that Yi Qing had no way out, so his choice was not wrong.
Who knew that the outcome would be like this? Ruorua, Weiwei, I might need your protection, otherwise, I think Yi Qing won't let me off today.
Bai family head spoke bitterly, regretting his previous successes.
Bai Ruoruo and Bai Weiwei exchanged glances, both stunned for a moment, then looked at Bai family head and said, Dad, you didn't offend Yi Qing, what are you afraid of?
At this moment, Bai family head was on the verge of tears, smiling bitterly and saying, who says I didn't offend him? I completely offended him. I just went out to find trouble with him. But I was also doing it for your sake. After all, you're already with young Master Wan. If Yi Qing kept pestering you, it wouldn't be good for you, so that's why I did it.
But who could have imagined that things would turn out like this? Ruorua, it's too late to say anything now. Yi Qing is powerful again. I'm afraid he won't let me off.
At this moment, Bai Ruoruo felt dizzy, her face turning extremely pale.
Dad, how could you do that?
Yi Qing saved me just for that. Others can harm him, but you can't. You disappoint me too much. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei frowned slightly and said, Sister, it's useless to say all this at this point.
Anyway, don't worry, I won't let him harm anyone in our family. Brother Lingxin, you will protect us, right?
Shi Lingxin nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, I'll go negotiate with Yi Qing now. I don't believe he dares not give me face.
After speaking, Shi Lingxin walked towards Yi Qing.
However, at this moment, Yi Qing seemed to suddenly remember something, and directly clapped his hands, attracting the attention of everyone present. Everyone, I apologize, whether you know me or not, I have made a decision, so I hope you can share it. These words made everyone present curious, and they all looked at Yi Qing, wanting to see what decision he had made. Yi Qing looked at young Master Wan, who was crawling on the ground, and chuckled, Once, I was just an ordinary person, or perhaps, a pretty good person at least. I had helped old ladies cross the road. But, I was actually also a timid person, because when an elderly person fell in front of me, I was also afraid of being extorted, and so, I wanted to help, but never did.
Many people might be wondering what I'm trying to say by this.
Don't worry, I just want to tell you that I, in fact, am just like you, an ordinary person, with emotions and desires, and my own worries and troubles. I was both a good person and a bad person, just the most ordinary person.
But, that was only, once. Or rather, it was before I went to prison, once. Chapter 177. From now on, kill decisively.
Prison life, for everyone, is never ordinary, but in fact, for me, it was even less ordinary. During these 3 years in prison, I met a benefactor who changed my life's destiny, and I also met many good friends and brothers. Moreover, I had life and death confrontations with many bad people, evil people, criminals, and those who deserve to die. You might not believe it when I say it, but it's an undeniable fact that these 3 years truly changed the trajectory of my life. 3 years later, I was released from prison. My master said my murderous aura was too strong, so he told me to cultivate my character and temper, and ideally, not to get angry easily, so I did it. But my master also said that if I really couldn't bear it, I should just be myself. As long as my heart aligns with the heavens and my conscience is clear, it's fine. Therefore, today, I want to be myself. From now on, I want to always be myself. At this point, Yi Qing showed a slight smile on his face, looking extremely kind and harmless. So, please, everyone present, don't provoke me anymore, because I don't want to hold back anymore. People will die, you know. After saying this, Yi Qing clapped his hands and chuckled, saying, "Please continue, everyone, I'm done speaking." These simple words seemed like a self-introduction, as if there was no substantial content, at most just saying that Yi Qing would be himself from now on, and no one should provoke him. However, it still left the people present bewildered, unable to understand what it truly meant. Only Red Eyes, standing beside Tai Tu, was trembling slightly, and the excitement in his eyes, while uncontrollable, also carried intense fear. It was as if he had long anticipated Yi Qing returning to his former self, and yet, the appearance of that person would make even a madman like him extremely afraid. Tai Tu looked at the trembling Red Eyes and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you so excited? Didn't he just say some incomprehensible big words?" Hearing this, Red Eye seemed too lazy to argue with Tai Tu at this moment and sneered directly, "What do you know? The Mr. Yi you all see is the Mr. Yi who deliberately suppresses his temper now. He's unwilling to suppress it anymore, and this world will be much more interesting." At this point, Red Eyes looked Tai Tu up and down, revealing a crazy smile, and said, "You are very lucky that you provoked Mr. Yi when he was refining his temper. If it were now, you probably wouldn't even know how you died." Tai Tu was unconvinced and wanted to say something, but when he saw the madness in Red Eyes' eyes, he wisely shut his mouth. It was no joke, he couldn't beat Red Eyes. To provoke someone you can't beat, what else is that but asking for trouble? Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, frowned slightly, and said, "What is this Yi Qing mumbling about? What does he want to do? It's so baffling. Is he trying to scare people?" Bai Ruoruo, however, sighed softly, saying, "I think he's different." There was another sentence Bai Ruoruo didn't say, whether Yi Qing's difference and change were caused by the repeated experiences of these past few days. If so, then she, Bai Ruoruo, was also someone who had hurt Yi Qing's heart. Bai Weiwei sneered, "Different is different. Are we supposed to be afraid of him now? With Brother Linqin here, I don't believe he dares to do anything." After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Shi Linqin, her face filled with admiration, and said, "Brother Linqin, you're not afraid of him, are you?" Shi Linqin nodded upon hearing this, saying, "As an employee of Myth Group headquarters, if I were afraid of everyone, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of Myth Group? Don't worry, I'll go find him now. I want to see if Yi Qing has the guts to be an enemy of my Myth Group." With that, Shi Linqin strode forward, and under everyone's gaze, he walked up to Yi Qing. "Mr. Yi Qing, your recent remarks were very impressive, but I don't think they have anything to do with us. However, your keeping us locked here does have something to do with me. Especially since today is Weiwei's birthday banquet, yet you've become the main character here, turning a place that should be filled with laughter into one where everyone is fearful. This seems a bit wrong, doesn't it?" Yi Qing sat quietly in his chair, looking at Shi Linqin, and chuckled, "So what? What do you want to say?" Shi Linqin smiled and said, "I don't care about the grievances between you two, nor will I ask. However, Weiwei's matters are my matters. If Weiwei is unhappy, then I am unhappy. Mr. Yi, please apologize to Weiwei, and not only to Weiwei, but also to Ruoruo Miss, and to Bai family head. Although
I don't know what happened, you seem to have scared my family head quite a bit as a junior. To scare an elder, is that something a polite person should do?
Mr. Yi, I have finished speaking, please go and apologize immediately. Good heavens, in this setting today, someone actually dared to provoke Yi Qing. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. However, when they saw it was Shi Lingxin, it didn't seem so strange anymore. After all, Shi Lingxin was an exception. Who made his backing the myth group?
Is this Shi Lingxin crazy? Didn't he see that Yi Qing is currently rampant, yet he's telling Yi Qing to apologize? It's simply unbelievable.
But it's hard to say after all, Shi Lingxin's backing is the myth group just with the treasure of life elixir, who would dare to truly provoke the myth group?
What do you all think? Will Yi Qing apologize? Many people were discussing animatedly.
They speculated whether Yi Qing would compromise. After all, the myth group was not to be trifled with, and Yi Qing faked the life elixir just based on this point. It was equivalent to Shi Lingxin having leverage over him. Yi Qing looked at Shi Lingxin and chuckled. Indeed, ignorance is bliss, isn't it, Shi Lingxin?
Me apologizing? It's not really a problem, but why should I? Why should you show off and make me your stepping stone? Because your face is big? Because you're short? Because your mouth stinks? It's simply ridiculous. You're deliberately trying to amuse me, aren't you?
Yi Qing was utterly unreserved towards Shi Lingxin. Shi Lingxin felt his face being slapped by Yi Qing, and his face immediately turned ashen as he said, Yi Qing, I'm giving you a chance, don't forget, I personally witnessed you faking the life elixir. Whether to report it to the group and let the group handle this matter is up to me to decide, so, when I speak, you have to listen, whether you want to or not, understood?
Threatening?
Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shi Lingxin and softly said, You are threatening me?
Chapter 178, Running into a Gunpoint. Shi Lingxin curled his lips into an arc and sneered, That's right, I am threatening you, but what can you do to me? Do you think that just because everyone is afraid of you, you're invincible?
I'm telling you, don't act like a big shot in front of me, do as I say, and you'll be safe and sound, otherwise, Yi Qing, myth group,
won't let you off, understand? Shi Lingxin looked extremely arrogant, so much so that an uninformed person might think he was the head of myth group.
Yi Qing shook his head lightly and said, Just now, I spoke to everyone precisely to avoid anyone acting arrogant in front of me and making me angry. I didn't expect there would really be someone who doesn't take me seriously.
Myth group is powerful, but is myth group yours? How dare trash like you threaten me?
Yi Qing stepped forward directly, grabbed Shi Lingxin's neck, and his eyes turned extremely cold. Then I'll also give you a chance to live. Crawl on the ground with young Master Wan, keep him company, and I'll spare your life, otherwise, you die. Looking at young Master Wan, who was already numb and devoid of all expression on the ground, humiliated to the point of being barely human, Shi Lingxin roared, Yi Qing, I'm telling you, I'm not young Master Wan. I'm Shi Lingxin, an employee of Myth Group's headquarters.
How dare you humiliate me? You're courting death. Courting death?
Your mouth really stinks. Yi Qing sighed lightly, then directly extended one hand into Shi Lingxin's mouth, grabbed Shi Lingxin's front teeth, and then, under everyone's horrified gaze, he gave a forceful tug. A bloody tooth was thus brutally pulled out of Shi Lingxin's mouth by Yi Qing. Shi Lingxin immediately covered his mouth and screamed madly. That scene, that misery, made people shiver uncontrollably.
He's crazy, Yi Qing is truly crazy.
At this moment, Gao Qingyue's face was deathly pale. Watching Yi Qing repeatedly make incomprehensible, insane moves, she now felt that either Yi Qing was crazy, or she herself was. And Lin Ji, beside her, also had a pale face.
Was this still the Yi Qing they knew?
Qingyue, why has Yi Qing changed so much?
How dare he? If bullying young Master Wan was understandable, how can he now, without a word, treat Shi Lingxin so brutally? That's someone from Myth Group.
Gao Qingyue bit her lip and said, Perhaps this is Yi Qing deliberately doing this for us to see, but he hasn't thought about the consequences. He's brainless, foolish. Does he really think that relying on the Wan family can protect him? Not only has he offended Uncle Gong, but he's even bullied someone from Myth Group. This is simply the height of foolishness. However, let him be foolish. The more foolish he is, the more severe the consequences will be at that time. We'll see if he can still smile. At this moment, Bai Weiwei's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with fear and anger.
Yi Qing, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Bai Weiwei ignored Bai Ruoruo and the others' attempts to stop her and rushed forward directly to save Shi Lingxin.
Yi Qing, let go. Let go quickly. You brute, you're not even human. What did Brother Lingxin do to you? He just spoke some truth, and you're being so cruel? You bastard.
Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei, who was shouting at him, his expression extremely cold.
Bai Weiwei, this is the last time I will tolerate you shouting at me. Today is your birthday, so I won't argue with you, but if there's a next time, I won't be polite to you. Do you understand?
Looking at Yi Qing's cold eyes and listening to his threatening words, at this moment, Bai Weiwei felt a little afraid. However, seeing Shi Lingxin being tormented so miserably, she still couldn't control her temper.
You let go of Brother Lingxin. Quickly let him go. Do you think that by doing this, you can scare Brother Lingxin and prevent him from exposing the fact that you gave fake life elixir? I'm telling you, you're dreaming.
Yi Qing sneered when he heard this. Do you still think what I gave is fake?
Whether it's real or fake, others may not know, but Shi Lingxin, does he truly not know? As he spoke, Yi Qing looked at Shi Lingxin and sneered, is my life elixir truly fake?
Shi Lingxin was in too much pain to speak at this moment, but besides fear, he was filled with burning rage.
Yi Qing, you're finished. No one can save you, I swear, no one can save you. How dare you treat me like this? I will definitely kill you, I will.
Yi Qing shook his head, then once again directly put his hand into Shi Lingxin's mouth, and sneered, your mouth is still so foul since you don't learn your lesson, then I'll make sure you learn it well. As he spoke, Yi Qing's hand began to exert force one by one, bloody teeth were directly pulled out of Shi Lingxin's mouth, the mouth full of blood, and the piercing screams made the banquet hall at this moment like a hell.
Ah.
The bloody teeth scattered on the ground, combined with Shi Lingxin's shrill screams, made Yi Qing appear like a demon who had walked out of the depths of hell. He was not human, he had no humanity at all.
Yi Qing, you bastard.
Bai Weiwei's body was trembling violently, but she still couldn't help but roar at Yi Qing. However, the next scene made Bai Weiwei unable to curse Yi Qing again.
Slap. A loud slap landed directly on Bai Weiwei's face. Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei with an indifferent expression and said coldly, I'm giving you enough face because it's your birthday. Are you taking my kindness for granted? Get lost, otherwise, I'll make you crawl on the ground like them later.
As soon as these words came out, Bai Weiwei's eyes instantly filled with fear.
Are you kidding?
If she had to crawl on the ground naked like young Master Wan, Bai Weiwei would rather just die.
This was more than just humiliation, it was worse than death. At this moment, seeing Bai Weiwei being slapped, Bai Ruoruo also exclaimed and quickly walked to Bai Weiwei's side, looking at Yi Qing and saying, Yi Qing, Weiwei is ignorant, she's still young. If you have something to say, you can educate her, but how can you hit her? Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing's eyes showed no emotional fluctuation, only an indifferent statement, is this how she can't be a person? She brought it upon herself, ignorant, arrogant, and disrespectful. One slap was already giving you enough face, otherwise, I would have directly broken her legs. Seeing Yi Qing so fierce and even ruthless towards a girl, Bai Ruoruo's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in them. Yi Qing, why have you become like this now? Are you still Yi Qing?
Hearing this, Yi Qing burst into laughter, his eyes growing colder and colder.
Was he still Yi Qing? What a ridiculous question. Chapter 179 Yi Qing, you have changed. Bai Ruoruo, am I not Yi Qing? Don't you know? Or rather, what kind of Yi Qing should he be in your eyes?
Yi Qing's lips curled into a smile, but it was filled with mockery.
A good-natured person? Someone who gets beaten and scolded, bullied by anyone, not to mention fighting back, but still has to smile and say thank you? Then I'm sorry, I might indeed not be Yi Qing. Is there anything else?
If not, then take your sister away. I'm afraid if she continues to make a scene in front of me, I will continue to act, and by then, it won't be as simple as a slap. Looking at Yi Qing, whose eyes were cold and whose words were even colder and harder to accept, Bai Ruoruo felt so unfamiliar. But she knew very well that she had no right to say anything, because she herself had pushed Yi Qing away. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Qing and said, "Yi Qing, I know you blame me for not trusting you, but I swear, I truly had my own difficulties. Everything I did was to protect you from harm. I was forced." She was telling the truth. However, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Then, thank you. So, you and I are still friends, aren't we? You just didn't trust me. It's nothing, let's leave it at that." Bai Ruoro wanted to say more, but seeing Yi Qing's expressionless face, she opened and closed her mouth, and finally sighed, saying, "Yi Qing, no matter what you say or do, I hope you'll still be careful. Although one family head is back, Uncle Gong has offended him now, you're also offending Myth Group. You, take care of yourself." After speaking, Bai Ruoro pulled Bai Weiwei and left. And Yi Qing, after a faint glance at Bai Ruoro's retreating figure, continued to look at Shi Lingqin.
"Does it hurt? Do you want to continue?
Someone has already interceded for you, but as you can see, I don't accept it. So, if you continue to try and scare me with Myth Group, then you can try." At this moment, almost half of Shi Lingqin's teeth had been pulled out by Yi Qing. The pain and blood filling his mouth made Shi Lingqin very aware that if he continued, the remaining half of his teeth would probably not be saved either. "Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Don't worry. As long as you let me go, I will absolutely not tell the group about you manufacturing fake life elixir. I can swear." Shi Lingqin was truly afraid of Yi Qing now. He believed that his threats and the leverage he held could control anyone else present, but he had unfortunately run into the unreasonable and ruthless Yi Qing. This left him truly helpless. A wise man knows when to retreat. He had already paid such a heavy price, and he truly didn't want to continue suffering, so he thought that since he had compromised, Yi Qing should let him go.
However, Yi Qing chuckled upon hearing this. "Fake? Fake? It's alright, there's still enough time today. I'll let you see if it's fake or not. You should take off your clothes now and crawl." After saying that, Yi Qing directly kicked Shi Lingqin to the ground and said indifferently, "Take it off, then crawl. Young Master Wan is still waiting for you to join him." At this moment, Shi Lingqin truly wished he could die. Not only was he being beaten, but he was also being tortured like this? "Please let me go. I'd rather die than crawl like young Master Wan." What a declaration, "I'd rather die." Yi Qing smiled and said, "People, are always unclear about reality. They constantly say they'd rather die than yield, rather die than be humiliated, but what's the result? Young Master Wan, wasn't he just as proud as you, and isn't he still crawling perfectly well now? Do you truly prefer death over humiliation?" "Alright, Shi Lingqin, you can say it again. It's not that I can't fulfill your wish. I'm a person who listens to advice." What of listens to advice? It directly made Shi Lingqin shut his mouth, not daring to even breathe heavily. He did want to be a bit more unyielding and tell Yi Qing to just kill him, but as soon as he thought that Yi Qing might actually do it, an extreme fear filled his entire body, making him tremble violently. "I'll give you 3 seconds to think. If you don't crawl, you die." 1. Yi Qing ignored Shi Lingqin's thoughts and began counting directly. Shi Lingqin's face turned ashen, and his body trembled even more. 2. When Yi Qing was about to count 3, everyone's gaze turned to Shi Lingqin. Shi Lingqin's eyes were filled with despair and sadness, but his hands had already begun to take off his outer coat. When Shi Lingqin was left with only his last piece of covering, he couldn't take it off anymore. He looked at Yi Qing in despair and said, "Is this not enough?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing said indifferently, "I am a person who values fairness and justice the most in my actions. You can ask young Master Wan if he thinks it's enough, then you can keep this last piece of covering, but if he thinks it's not enough, then, I'm sorry." As soon as these words came out, many people present felt that Yi Qing was a bit too malicious. Ask young Master Wan? Young Master Wan himself was naked right now, and he finally had someone to accompany him. How could he possibly let someone else keep their dignity? The dark evil of human nature is sometimes just like this. But this was the only way. Shi Lingqin looked at young Master Wan, gritting his teeth and saying, "Young Master Wan, please help me. I swear, in the future, I will definitely repay you." Young Master Wan stopped his crawling steps, raised his head, and looked at Shi Lingqin with bloodshot eyes, roaring, "What repayment do I want from you? I just want you to crawl with me. Take it off." "Why not take it off? If I can, you can too." It's best if more people join us, ha ha ha. Young Master Wan laughed wildly like a madman. Those bloodshot eyes made anyone he looked at feel a chill. And Yi Qing looked at Shi Lingxin and said indifferently, then there's no other way. Continue, don't make me impatient. Shi Lingxin had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he took off his last piece of covering, and then, together with young Master Wan, crawled in the banquet hall. And at this moment, Yi Qing looked at everyone and said with a faint smile, the show is almost over. Everyone hasn't eaten much yet. Come, eat well and drink well. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Aunt Zhang, then looked at Yun Leopard, and said indifferently, Yun Leopard, you are from the Yun family. As for the jewelry in Yunwan City, why don't you see if it can be recovered? After all, Aunt Zhang needs money, not jewelry, and given her personality, she probably wouldn't feel comfortable going to Yunwan Jewelry, so, you can handle this matter. It wasn't until Yi Qing mentioned this that everyone present remembered Aunt Zhang, who was perhaps the biggest winner among everyone today. Chapter 180. This is too precious. Yi Qing's words, telling young Master Yin Bao to look at White Crystal Romance and buy it if it was suitable, stunned everyone. Is he that direct? Young Master Yin Bao smiled upon hearing this and said, okay, no problem. After speaking, young Master Yin Bao walked up to Aunt Zhang and chuckled, Aunt Zhang, please let me see that set of White Crystal Romance. If there's no problem, then I can contact Yunwan Jewelry now to buy it back. Of course, because Yunwan Jewelry has its own rules, there will be a discount for buybacks, so it probably won't reach the original price. If you're not in a hurry to use the money, I can contact an auction house for you. After all, a masterpiece like White Crystal Romance will not only not depreciate but will also appreciate in value. This was indeed true. White Crystal Romance was beautiful and exquisite. Such jewelry was a rare item, and many people would like it. Aunt Zhang was still a bit dazed at this moment. She quickly handed the White Crystal Romance in her hand to young Master Yin Bao and shook her head. No need. It's best if it can be directly converted into cash. What auctions and non-auctions? I don't understand them, so let's not bother with those. Young Master Yin Bao smiled, took the White Crystal Romance, looked at it, and chuckled. Aunt Zhang, if I didn't have so much money, I would really want to keep it for myself. I never thought this set of White Crystal Romance would be so exquisitely beautiful. It's truly stunning. Young Master Yin Bao hesitated for a moment, looked at Aunt Zhang, and softly said, Aunt Zhang, may I discuss something with you? If you truly want to sell this White Crystal Romance, would you consider selling it directly to me? Don't worry, if you sell it to me, there will be no discount. I'll buy it at the original price. However, my current funds are limited, but I can guarantee that I will transfer the remaining funds to your card within a week at the latest. How does that sound? This was already a godsend, and Aunt Zhang was just an ordinary person, so how could she dare to say anything? But she still looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, he is the young master of the Yun family. Don't worry, this money won't be reneged on. And just at this moment, one family head smiled and said, Mr. Yi, for such a rare piece of jewelry like White Crystal Romance, I wonder if I can participate? After all, everyone wants good things. One family head was different from young Master Yin Bao. The reason he wanted to participate was clearly out of gratitude to Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at one family head and chuckled. One family head, this thing is of no use to you. I think there's no need for you to participate. One family head shook his head and said, just as young Master Yin Bao said, it won't depreciate. It's a good thing for me to keep as a collection. Moreover, this White Crystal Romance is so beautiful. Although I, Wan, am a rough man, just one look makes my heart stir. After speaking, one family head looked at young Master Yin Bao and smiled. Young Master Yin Bao, I wonder if you welcome my participation in the bidding? Young Master Yin Bao immediately gave one family head a glare and said, of course not. I could have bought it at the original price. If you participate, wouldn't I have to bleed heavily? One family head, I know you want to save face for Mr. Yi, but I don't think it's necessary. Please don't compete with me. Although one family head's intentions were exposed, his expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, young Master Yin Bao is joking. How could saving face be my turn? I'm just excited by the hunt. How about I pay an extra 10% for this set of White Crystal Romance? A 10% increase might not seem like much, but given the base price of White Crystal Romance, 10% was 10 million. Young Master Yin Bao looked at one family head, sighed, and said, one family head, you're making things difficult for me. How about we become friends? If I encounter something suitable again in the future, I'll introduce it to you. For today, please let me have it.
After speaking, young Master Yin Bao looked at Aunt Zhang and chuckled. Aunt Zhang, sell it to me, I'll also add 10% to the price, what do you think? Aunt Zhang was a bit dazed and timidly said, anything is fine. Young Master Yin Bao seemed afraid that Aunt Zhang would change her mind. He immediately took out his phone and started typing rapidly. It wasn't until young Master Yin Bao put down his phone that he let out a long breath and looked at One Family Head with a smile. Sorry, One Family Head, I just got Aunt Zhang's bank account, so I paid in advance, you don't need to compete anymore. After speaking, young Master Yin Bao looked at Aunt Zhang and chuckled. Aunt Zhang, 20 million in cash has already been transferred to your account, you can check it, I will pay the rest within a week. Aunt Zhang nodded upon hearing this, but then her eyes widened directly. She looked at young Master Yin Bao in shock and said, how much? Did you just say 20 million? What was the concept of 20 million? It was a huge sum that ordinary people would never see in their entire lives. Aunt Zhang's life was even worse than that of ordinary people. She had a physical inconvenience, raised several children by herself, and worked as a cleaner in a hotel. Her monthly salary was only a few thousand yuan. 20 million? That was unimaginable. Young Master Yin Bao looked at Aunt Zhang and chuckled. Aunt Zhang, I know 20 million isn't much, but trust me, I will transfer the remaining money to your bank account within a week. There's still remaining money? Aunt Zhang looked at young Master Yin Bao, swallowed, and said, Young Master Yin Bao, it's not too little, it's too much, truly too much. This 20 million isn't the full payment? Young Master Yin Bao laughed heartily and said, Of course not, this set of White Crystal Romance sold for 100 million, and I added another 10%, so that's 110 million, I still owe you 90 million, don't worry, I will definitely pay it. What I, Yin Leopard, say, I definitely mean. At that time, even if I really can't come up with the money, you can directly go to Yunwan Jewelry to get them to buy it back anyway, you definitely won't lose out. Aunt Zhang was completely dumbfounded at this moment. In fact, it wasn't just Aunt Zhang 100 million in cash. There were many people present, but how many could actually come up with that much? That was cash. No, this is too valuable, I can't take it, I absolutely cannot take it. Aunt Zhang was somewhat flustered at this moment. She stumbled to Yi Qing's front, trembling as she held the White Crystal Romance in her hands and offered it to Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, I thank you for your great kindness, but it's too valuable, truly too valuable, I can't take it, I really can't take it. Please take it back, I really don't dare to accept it. Chapter 181 Mr. Yun, Yi Qing is lying to you. Aunt Zhang, do you really not want the money? She was very short on money and naturally hoped to have more, the more the better. However, let alone 100 million, even these 20 million nearly scared her to death. She and Yi Qing were not related, and she didn't even dare to think about taking so much money from him. Yi Qing looked at Aunt Zhang, chuckled, and said, Aunt Zhang, I just said that you are a good person and should have good fortune, so this is the blessing I'm giving you. I, Yi Qing, am not a good person, but I don't mind doing good deeds. I've said before, as long as I'm willing, I can make someone rise to prominence. As long as I'm happy, I can make someone soar to success. You are the one I've chosen. Moreover, you don't need to feel unworthy of accepting it when everyone else doubted me, only you chose to believe me. For that alone, you deserve to own this White Crystal Romance. Yi Qing's words left Aunt Zhang speechless. And just then, many people present felt a sense of loss. Especially Bai Ruoruo, who originally owned the White Crystal Romance. At this moment, touching her empty neck, her heart felt like it was being twisted. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo, gritted her teeth, and said, Sister, don't be sad, this is just an act. Fake is fake. I don't believe that Yi Qing would give something real, would he? I don't know how he met Yun Leopard, but I can be sure that both Yun Leopard and the Wan family head's behavior just now were just to give Yi Qing face. This is to help Yi Qing save face. The item must be fake. Moreover, do you really believe that so much money can be given to a stranger for no reason? It's simply ridiculous. I bet they are just putting on a show afterwards. They will definitely find a way to get the money back from Aunt Zhang. Humph, bad people, they are simply too hateful. Bai Weiwei now hated Yi Qing to the core. The stinging pain on her face had made her lose all dignity at this point. It was a dream to expect her to say anything good. Only Bai Ruoruo's expression was bitter. She remained silent, looking at Yi Qing, no longer feeling the intimacy they once shared, only a sense of unfamiliarity, only a barrier.
At this moment, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's expressions also became extremely unpleasant.
Lin Ji, in particular, felt a strong surge of jealousy.
Qingyue, is this another one of Yi Qing's tricks? Is he deliberately showing off to us? How could that white crystal romance be real? Where would Yi Qing get the money to buy such an expensive piece of jewelry? And he just gives it away to a cleaner? Does he think everyone is a fool? Lin Ji couldn't accept this fact. If this was true, it would be a huge joke. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and said, what if it's real, what if it's fake? Didn't you see that the Wan family head has already regained power and is now on Yi Qing's side? For that alone, who can do anything to him now? At least, for now, no one can touch Yi Qing. At this point, Gao Qingyue frowned, looking at Yun Leopard who was talking to Aunt Zhang, and said, but how did he meet Yun Leopard? And Yun Leopard is helping him put on a show? This is simply outrageous.
No, Lin Ji, go call Yun Leopard over. I have something to say to him. Yun Leopard wouldn't give Yi Qing so much face for nothing. He must have been tricked. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately showed an excited expression and said, okay, I'll go find Yun Leopard right now without Yun Leopard's endorsement. Let's see what Yi Qing will do. After speaking, Lin Ji quickly walked up to Yun Leopard and softly said, young master Yun Bao, President Qingyue would like to speak with you for a moment. Is it convenient? Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Gao Qingyue. He nodded and smiled, convenient, I'll go now. Then, Yun Leopard held the white crystal romance in his hand and said with a smile, Aunt Zhang, leave it to me, you can rest assured, please wait a moment. And Lin Ji looked at the white crystal romance in Yun Leopard's hand at this moment. She was extremely jealous. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, at least someone was willing to pay for it. Just that alone allowed Yi Qing to put on a show, and most importantly, they currently didn't dare to refute him. Young Master Yun Bao, this jewelry is so beautiful. You are the young master of the Yun family, so you must be able to tell if this jewelry is real or fake, right? Lin Ji spoke softly, probing. However, Yun Leopard shook his head and smiled, I'm not a jewelry expert, so how could I tell? If I had such sharp eyes, I would be working at Yunduan Jewelry, ha. When Yun Leopard said that, Lin Ji immediately stopped speaking. And Gao Qingyue looked at the approaching Yun Leopard and chuckled, young master Yun Bao, you are truly generous. 100 million in cash, just like that, it's truly enviable. Yun Leopard laughed heartily and said, you're joking, I still need to raise that 100 million after all. I'm just an unaccomplished descendant in the Yun family and don't have my own business unlike President Qingyue, who earns all her own money, ha. President Qingyue, is there something you need me for? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard and softly said, young master Yun Bao, you and Yi Qing, do you know each other? I remember you just arrived in Jiangcheng not long ago, so you shouldn't know Yi Qing, right? But now, how do I see your relationship as being very good? Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard immediately knew what Gao Qingyue was trying to do. He chuckled and said, Mr. Yi and I can only be considered acquainted, this is only a matter of the past 2 days. But I greatly admire Mr. Yi. It is my honor, Yun Leopard, to know Mr. Yi. This flattery was a bit excessive. It only made Gao Qingyue even more convinced that Yi Qing had probably tricked Yun Leopard through some unknown means, just as he had previously tricked the Wan family head into having such a good relationship with him. If even the Wan family head could be deceived, let alone a profligate son. Yi Qing is quite something, isn't he? Young Master Yun Bao, we are friends, aren't we? Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard and spoke with a smile. Yun Leopard nodded and said, why wouldn't we be? It's my honor that President Qingyue is willing to be friends with me. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard and said, well, since we're friends, I'll speak frankly then. Young Master Yun Bao, you've been tricked by Yi Qing. I won't say anything else, but the white crystal romance is definitely not real after all. He simply doesn't have the money to buy such expensive jewelry. And if you continue to cooperate with his act now, then you're giving him too much face. However, it's you, young Master Yun Bao, who will be paying with real money. Think about it, if the Yun family members find out that you spent 100 million to buy a fake, what would you do? At that time, many people will probably say some unpleasant things. Young Master Yun Bao, so I think you should seriously consider it. After all, you are the young master of the Yun family. It's better not to bear the reputation of being an ignoramus. Moreover, even if you go back on your word, Yi Qing wouldn't dare to do anything to you. What do you think? Yun Leopard gave Gao Qingyue a deep look and smiled. President Qingyue seems to have a deep misunderstanding of Mr. Yi. Oh, I almost forgot. You two were once husband and wife, and now you're divorced, right? Chapter 182. The receipt is real. When Gao Qingyue heard young master Yun Bao mention her relationship with Yi Qing, she immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. But she still nodded and said, "That's right, Yi Qing and I are divorced. It's precisely because I know what kind of person he is that I divorced him. Of course, I also consider you a friend and couldn't bear to see you deceived, so I advised you." Young master Yun Bao, Yi Qing is not a good person. He's acting so fierce now only because he has the Wan family backing him. You, young master Yun Bao, don't need to fear the Wan family, so there's no need to give him face. Hearing this, Yun Leopard chuckled and said, "President Qingyue makes a good point, but, President Qingyue, could you have misjudged him? Is it possible that there were misunderstandings between you? Perhaps, Mr. Yi is not as you described. Instead, he might be even more outstanding than you imagine? President Qingyue, have you never considered this question?" At these words, Gao Qingyue paused, then looked at Yi Qing, and sneered, "Him? Young master Yun Bao, he really has brainwashed you quite thoroughly. Don't worry, even if he has some ability, it's nothing more than a trick to deceive people. Even if it's not, it's just luck. To put it plainly, he's just an ordinary person. To call him trash, I'm actually flattering him. As for you, young master Yun Bao, you'd better get a good look at a person before you speak." Hearing this, Yun Leopard nodded and smiled. "Let's not discuss it anymore, but I still want to buy this set of jewelry. After all, this jewelry won't depreciate when given as a gift, and most importantly, it can indeed appreciate in value when I take it back and sell it. I can still earn 10 to 20 million. Huh?" Gao Qingyue was unhappy to see young master Yun Bao so stubbornly deluded. "That's only if the jewelry is real. Young master Yun Bao, you don't even know how to appraise jewelry. If you buy it now, what if he doesn't admit it later? Wouldn't you become a laughingstock?" Hearing this, Yun Leopard smiled and said, "President Qingyue makes a good point, but this jewelry is real." "It's real?" Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were both stunned, looking at Yun Leopard, and said, "How do you know it's real? This is clearly fake." "Everyone here says this jewelry is fake. Young master Yun Bao, you can't possibly say that everyone here is ignorant, can you?" "Ignorant? That sounds nice. It should be called having eyes but failing to see." Yun Leopard picked up the white crystal romance, waved it in front of Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, and smiled. "I don't understand jewelry, and you haven't looked closely. Why do you just assume it's fake? Just because you think Mr. Yi has no money and is not qualified to buy this white crystal romance? Well, that truly is a joke. However, there's a very simple way to prove whether this jewelry is real or not." Having said that, Yun Leopard looked at Yi Qing and chuckled. "Mr. Yi, I have an impolite request. I wonder if I should say it?" Yi Qing looked at Yun Leopard and said indifferently, "Speak." Yun Leopard smiled and said, "Everyone present today is doubting the authenticity of the white crystal romance. So much so that even when I offer a high price to buy the white crystal romance, these people consider me ignorant." "Ha, Yun Leopard, naturally don't bother to argue with them, but my reputation can be insulted, but it would be very bad if Mr. Ye's reputation is also implicated and insulted. I, Yun Leopard, am a member of the Yun family, and the white crystal romance was purchased at the Yunwan Group Jewelry City. So, even if we were to find someone from Yunwan Jewelry to prove it, or invite a treasure appraisal master to appraise it, some people might still think we are faking it. Therefore, in this situation, I think there is a very simple method to prove the truth of the matter. That is, to produce Mr. Ye's receipt and invoice for purchasing the white crystal at Yunwan Jewelry. This should be enough to silence everyone, right?" At these words, everyone present began to discuss animatedly. Indeed, if he could produce the receipt and invoice, then no one could say the jewelry was fake. After all, when Yi Qing purchased the white crystal romance, he didn't even know Yun Leopard yet. Moreover, no one was bothering him or suspecting it was fake. This was like a sudden attack, and it couldn't be faked. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Yi Qing, waiting to see if he could produce the evidence. Yi Qing chuckled and said, "Coincidentally, this receipt and invoice were originally intended for Bai Ruoro today, so I've been carrying them with me."
Since that's the case, then, here you go. It also saves others from saying that my white crystal romance is fake. However, even if I get the invoice, what then? People's mouths are on their faces. If they don't want to believe, they still won't believe even if it's the truth. They'll still think it's a conspiracy. This world is just like that. As he spoke, Yi Qing took the invoice from his pocket and handed it to Yun Leopard. Yun Leopard smiled and said, "The seal of my Yunwan Group has a special anti-counterfeiting mark, so it cannot be faked." Holding the invoice, Yun Leopard examined it carefully and smiled, "Everyone, if I prove the authenticity, I'm afraid you won't believe it, so, if General Manager Han proves it, you should believe it, right?" After saying that, Yun Leopard handed the invoice to General Manager Han of Yunwan Hotel and said, "General Manager Han, please take a look and see if the seal on this invoice is the seal of the Yunwan Group." General Manager Han nodded at these words, took the invoice, and examined it carefully. Then he looked at everyone and nodded, saying, "The seal is real. It is indeed an invoice from the Yunwan Group. Therefore, it can be proven that this white crystal romance was purchased at Yunwan Jewelry, confirmed without error." At these words, the hall erupted in an uproar. Real? It's actually real. How could this be? Everyone, at this moment, couldn't believe their ears. A white crystal romance worth 100 million. Everyone said it was fake, so how did it end up being real? Yet now, the truth was laid bare before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. Gao Qingyue's face suddenly turned pale, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Impossible. General Manager Han, did you not see clearly? How could this be real? Since he, Yi Qing, can even fake jewelry and life elixir, then making a fake invoice wouldn't be difficult either." General Manager Han heard this and looked at Gao Qingyue with a sneer. "President Gao, are you questioning me, the General Manager of Yunwan Hotel, for not even recognizing my own group's invoice seal? Or are you suspecting that Mr. Yi and I conspired to deceive everyone? My Yunwan Group has hundreds of billions in assets. Reputation is more important than money. Do I, or rather Yun Leopard, dare to use such a method to destroy our own group's reputation?" At these words, Gao Qingyue opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. And Yun Leopard chuckled at this moment. "Actually, there's something you don't know. If I tell you, you might understand that this isn't fake." Chapter 183 Regret. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yun Leopard, wanting to see what other methods he had to prove that the white crystal romance was real. Yun Leopard smiled and said, "Yunwan Jewelry in East Province did indeed sell the white crystal romance a few days ago. This is not a secret, it can be easily verified. Moreover, I don't even need to say anything else. If you just go to Yunwan Jewelry, wouldn't it be clear? I can even authorize you to retrieve surveillance footage. Surely, there's no objection to that, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, no one doubted whether what Yun Leopard said was true or false. Because facts speak louder than all rhetoric. Just checking if the white crystal romance was sold is enough. Now, Yun Leopard and CEO Han were both vouching for Yi Qing just on this point. In fact, no one was doubting it anymore. They just couldn't believe how Yi Qing could have the financial means to purchase the white crystal romance. Gao Qingyue's face was pale looking at Yi Qing, who stood calmly in the middle of the banquet hall. She felt that everything was incredibly unbelievable. How is this possible? He's clearly just an ordinary person who just got out of prison. Where did he get the money to buy the white crystal romance, and even give it away without hesitation? Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue, who was swaying slightly as if she had suffered a major blow, and quickly supported Gao Qingyue's arm, softly saying, "Qingyue, nothing we say now matters, but thankfully, this life elixir can't possibly be real." One sentence pulled Gao Qingyue back to reality. However, at that moment, Gao Qingyue suddenly showed a bitter expression and said, "If even the white crystal romance is real, then are you sure this life elixir isn't real?" At these words, Lin Ji was immediately stunned. Yes, at this moment, no one dared to truly say what was real and what was fake anymore. The impact Yi Qing brought to them was simply too great, making them no longer so confident. However, Gao Qingyue suddenly started laughing, a bitter laugh that also carried mockery. Why shouldn't I be happy? At this moment, the one who should be unhappy and sad is Ruorua, right? If this white crystal romance were fake, then so be it, but if it's real, then Ruorua has missed out on too much. Lin Ji, look at Ruorua's face. Isn't she about to cry? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Ji followed Gao Qingyue's gaze and indeed saw that Ruoruo's eyes were red, and her body was trembling nonstop, as if she had lost something important. Yes, the white crystal romance, worth 100 million, was lost by Ruoruo just like that. What a joke, isn't it? At this moment, Ruoruo's tears could no longer be held back and flowed directly. Her choked sobs were uncontrollable. In the eyes of outsiders, she lost the white crystal romance, a jewel worth 100 million, but in her heart, she lost Yi Qing and her future. She lost Yi Qing's trust. Bai Weiwei and Bai Family Head were both dumbfounded at this moment. This outcome was too unexpected for them, they simply couldn't accept it. Impossible, how could it be real? How is this possible? Bai Weiwei muttered to herself, her eyes still filled with disbelief. And Bai Family Head's face was almost in tears. 100 million, that's 100 million. Just given away like that? This won't do, this won't do. The most important thing now is not this 100 million, but to gain Yi Qing's forgiveness. Only then can our one family rest easy. Otherwise, if Yi Qing settles accounts with us, then everything will be over. Bai Family Head was now crying without tears. He regretted terribly that he had been so crazy as to block Yi Qing at the hotel entrance and cause him trouble. Now, it was too late for anything he said. Ruoruo, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Go quickly, and get your white crystal romance back. Go quickly and apologize to Yi Qing, beg him for forgiveness, go. Bai Family Head gritted his teeth, unable to bear it anymore, and directly pulled Ruoruo, urging her to plead. Ruoruo looked at Bai Family Head with a desperate expression and said bitterly, is it still useful? Don't you think everything is too late? From the moment I didn't believe Yi Qing, he made it very clear that there was no future between him and me. Are you satisfied? Are you all satisfied? What's the point of looking for me now? As she spoke, Ruoruo burst into tears. The desperate pain made her truly wish she were dead. Bai Family Head slapped his thigh and slumped onto a chair, completely collapsed. Bai Weiwei saw this scene and gritted her teeth, saying, don't be sad, it's not too late to fix things, sister. You clearly did it for Yi Qing's good. Everything you did was for him. How can he not appreciate it? If he truly doesn't appreciate it, then he's a complete scoundrel. Moreover, even if what he gave to sister was the real white crystal romance, so what? The life elixir is fake. And he dared to treat young Master Lin Xian like this. Myth Group won't let him off. Even if he has the Wan family backing him and young Master Yin Bao befriending him, it's useless when Myth Group gets angry. Who dares to stop them? What's more, Uncle Gong wants to deal with him. Yi Qing is only arrogant for a moment. After this passes, he will still pay a heavy price. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, speaking fiercely. And what she said was actually what many people were thinking. After all, Yi Qing had offended quite a few people today. Even more people wanted to deal with him. The Wan family couldn't protect him, and Yunhuan Group certainly wouldn't offend Uncle Gong and Myth Group for him. This was the truth. Weiwei, can you please stop talking? Isn't this chaotic enough? Ruoruo heard Bai Weiwei still speaking ill of Yi Qing and immediately burst into anger. Bai Weiwei heard this and said with some dissatisfaction, sister, why are you scolding me? It's Yi Qing who isn't appreciating you now, and he's treating you like this. He even gave the white crystal romance he gave you to a cleaner. This is simply outrageous. Bai Weiwei said through gritted teeth, that was the real white crystal romance. Worth 100 million. How could he do that? Ruoruo gritted her teeth, glanced at Yi Qing, and then at Aunt Zheng, the cleaner, who was crying with joy, unable to control her emotions. No, I'm going to get the jewelry back. This was given to me by Yi Qing. I don't know about any white crystal romance, but that is my Bai Ruoruo's love, the first gift Yi Qing gave me. After speaking, Ruoruo walked directly towards Aunt Zheng, the cleaner. Chapter 184. Give me back my jewelry. Aunt Zheng was completely bewildered. She had already checked her bank account. 2 million in cash was indeed lying in her account. And this was just the beginning. Another 90 million was to be transferred within a week. Aunt Zheng didn't know what it felt like to suddenly become rich, but she was very clear that she was now filled with apprehension, fear, even more so than surprise. Hello, I am Bai Ruoruo. Just as Aunt Zheng was flustered and scared, Bai Ruoruo walked up to her.
Aunt Zhang quickly said, "Hello, hello."
For Aunt Zhang, she was at the lowest level of this hotel, and everyone who could attend this banquet today was a big shot she couldn't afford to offend. Especially since Bai Ruoruo was dressed so beautifully, she looked like a rich young lady at first glance.
Aunt Zhang, right?
If you've been here all along, then you should have seen that the white crystal romance you now possess was taken from me.
I would like to ask you to return this jewelry to me, if that's okay?
From the moment Bai Ruoruo approached Aunt Zhang, everyone present had already turned their gaze towards Bai Ruoruo.
However, what they didn't expect was that Bai Ruoruo would be so direct in asking for it.
Of course, what Bai Ruoruo said was also true. After all, the white crystal romance was indeed taken from her and returned to Yi Qing, but if it had already been returned, did she still need to ask for it back?
This was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it?
However, not many people thought Bai Ruoruo was wrong. After all, they had previously thought it was a worthless fake, so it didn't matter if she didn't want it now that it was clearly known to be a genuine item worth 100 million, not wanting it now?
That would be crazy. Aunt Zhang trembled upon hearing this. The money she had just received, was it going to fly away now?
I'm sorry, miss, I can return the jewelry to you, but this wasn't given to me by you. It was Mr. Yi who gave it to me. If I'm going to return it, I need to return it to him.
After speaking, Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Qing and said with some trepidation,
Mr. Yi, I should still return this to you, it's too valuable.
Yi Qing chuckled and shook his head, saying, Aunt Zhang, if it's yours, just keep it, don't worry, no one will trouble you, and no one would dare to trouble you. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, his eyes becoming somewhat indifferent, and said, Bai Ruoruo, what do you want to do? The item was something you didn't want yourself. Now that you know it's real, are you coming to claim it?
Looking at Yi Qing's cold attitude towards her, Bai Ruoruo felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife.
Most importantly, Yi Qing didn't understand her and thought she would make things difficult for Aunt Zhang.
This made Bai Ruoruo very sad. Yi Qing, I don't want to do anything, I just want back what belongs to me. I know you're angry with me, but I really was doing it for your own good. Yi Qing, please don't treat me like this, okay?
Please don't give the things you gave me to others, okay? Bai Ruoruo choked out, I don't care about the authenticity of this item, all I want is the gift you gave me. It doesn't matter if this is the white crystal romance, what's important is that this is Bai Ruoruo's love. Have you forgotten? This is something you personally named and gave to me. Had Yi Qing forgotten? How could he possibly forget? Looking at the sad, crying Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing gently shook his head and said, the item was given to you, but you also personally returned it to me. Bai Ruoruo, I gave you opportunities, more than once. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing more to say. I don't blame you, we are just friends, that's all. But, this jewelry, you cannot take. Bai Ruoruo, hearing this, sobbed in pain, no, I want it. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo looked at Aunt Zhang and said tearfully, Aunt Zhang, how much? I'll buy it, can't I just buy it back? 100 million, I'll give it to you, I swear. Bai Ruoruo, will find every way possible in this lifetime to gather the money for you. As long as you return the jewelry to me, I will absolutely not shortchange you, okay? This, all of a sudden, left Aunt Zhang at a loss for what to do. She could tell that the entanglement between Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing was not just about jewelry, it was clearly an emotional entanglement. However, before Aunt Zhang could speak, Yi Qing said indifferently, Bai Ruoruo, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I think, between us, we won't even be friends anymore. As soon as these words left his mouth, Bai Ruoruo's body instantly trembled. Not even friends anymore? At this moment, the Bai family head quickly lowered his head, bent his waist, and came to Bai Ruoruo with a fawning smile, saying, Ruoruo, don't be like this. If Mr. Yi really gets upset, then it's over. The Bai family head was now covered in cold sweat. Just now, Bai Ruoruo actually promised to spend 100 million to buy back the white crystal romance. This was simply absurd. Not to mention whether his Bai family head could even come up with this 100 million, even if he did, it would truly be a devastating blow, causing immense suffering. The Bai family head looked at Yi Qing and said with a fawning smile, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry Ruoruo, this child has some emotional hurdle she can't get over. Please don't be angry, I'll take her away and educate her right now, please don't be angry. However, Ruoruo is truly devoted to you. I think you are aware of this, so I hope you won't hurt her too much.
It would have been better if the Bai family head hadn't spoken. His words made Yi Qing involuntarily sneer. Bai family head, you truly are a benevolent father. Your attitude towards me before wasn't quite fierce, was it? You even told me to stay away from your daughter. What are you doing now? Who are you trying to appease with that smile? The Bai family head knew that Yi Qing was humiliating him, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only force a smile and say, Mr. Yi, it was all my fault before I was blind and didn't recognize a great person. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I apologize to you. Apologize? If apologies worked, then there would be no prisons, and no one would die. Bai family head, I remember you said before that if you turned back, you'd rather kneel, something like that, right? What? Are you going to kneel to me? As soon as these words were spoken, the Bai family head's face instantly turned incredibly pale. And it was at this moment that Bai Weiwei could no longer hold back. Yi Qing, don't go too far. What kind of ability is it to bully our family? My sister is so good to you, and you don't appreciate it, making her cry bitterly, and you're still bullying my uncle. What do you want to do? Don't think that just because you're powerful now, no one can deal with you. I'm telling you, Bai Weiwei, look down on you. Chapter 185. The poison took effect? Seeing Bai Weiwei provoke him again, not learning her lesson, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Bai Weiwei, sneering. One slap wasn't painful enough, was it? Hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Weiwei immediately covered her face, her expression somewhat ashen. You scoundrel. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, sighed, and said, Ruoruo, there's nothing more to say. If you don't want us to lose even our friendship in the end, you should calm down. Considering how well you've treated me, I won't hold anything against you. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, her eyes red, and choked out, just friendship? Yi Qing nodded lightly and said, just friendship actually. You don't need to be sad, because even before, I never thought of anything happening between us. Of course, perhaps there was a slight chance, but a chance is just a possibility. Bai Ruoruo took a deep breath, nodded, and said, okay, I understand. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo bowed to Yi Qing and said, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. It won't happen again. Then, Bai Ruoruo looked at Aunt Zhang again, choking out, and I apologize to you too, I scared you. Aunt Zhang quickly waved her hand, not daring to say more. Father, Weiwei, stop making a fool of yourselves here. Let's go back. How could Bai family head dare to refuse? He quickly returned to his seat. He no longer hoped for Yi Qing to be his son-in-law. He only wished that Yi Qing wouldn't bother him, and that alone would be a blessing. Only Bai Weiwei remained, looking unconvinced. She glared fiercely at Yi Qing, but she was powerless. At this moment, Yi Qing looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone, eat and drink. Coming here today is about happiness and joy. So, you've seen the show, and you can continue to watch, but don't let it affect your mood. After speaking, Yi Qing walked up to One family head and chuckled. One family head, I treated your son this way. You won't mind, will you? One family head heard this and quickly shook his head, saying with a furious expression, Mr. Yi, you're joking. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead by now. You saved me, you saved the Wan family. As for this rebellious son, he committed unforgivable sins. Everything he's experiencing is his just deserts. You are merely punishing him, not taking his life. How could I blame you? Looking at young Master Wan, who was still crawling on the ground with a numb expression, One family head said these words, but the pain in his heart was known only to him. After all, that was his biological son. Moreover, he was a son he had placed high hopes on and loved dearly. What was the result? Young Master Wan not only wanted to seize power but even wished to commit patricide. It was simply an act of extreme rebellion, deserving of death. This kind of pain, perhaps only One family head understood, others would not. Uncle Gong, at this moment, looked at Yi Qing with a guilty expression and said, Mr. Yi, I apologize. If I hadn't believed Wan Hai's words, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. I was wrong, and I will give you and the family head an explanation. Please rest assured, you and the family head. And I also want to thank you. If you hadn't guided me just now, pointed me in the right direction, and saved me, I'm afraid that even if I died now, it would be difficult to atone for my sins. Thank you. Yi Qing accepted Uncle Gong's thanks and apologies with a clear conscience. After all, if it weren't for him, Uncle Gong, even if he were alive now, would probably live a lifetime of pain. It was Yi Qing who gave him new life. It seemed exaggerated, but in reality, it was the truth. Looking at Uncle Gong, Yi Qing shook his head and said, just be careful in the future. Alright, no more talking, eat and drink later. You can take young Master Wan away. How you deal with him is your business. I won't interfere or ask. One family head heard this and looked at Yi Ching gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your magnanimity. Please rest assured, I will severely punish this rebellious son." After all, he was his own son. No matter how angry one family head was, he didn't say anything about executing young Master Wan. Even though he truly wished he could kill this rebellious son now, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Uncle Gong hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Mr. Yi, I'm afraid we need to prepare. If our previous conflict with Uncle Gong wasn't a deep-seated hatred, then treating Tai Tu like this now will likely be a fight to the death."
Are you kidding?
Tai Tu's fingers were severed by red eyes, and now he was suppressed by red eyes, not even daring to breathe loudly. It would be strange if Tai Tu didn't bear a grudge.
Before Yi Ching could speak, one family head directly sneered, "So what? How dare he disrespect Mr. Yi?
This Tai Tu should have died long ago." And Uncle Gong, if he truly thinks Mr. Yi is easy to bully, then he is greatly mistaken.
Uncle Gong, no matter what Mr. Yi says, let's be prepared here, ready to fight Uncle Gong to the death at any time. I don't believe it. Can Uncle Gong really cover the sky with one hand?
Uncle Gong heard this, and this time, without the slightest hesitation, he nodded heavily and said, "Mr. Yi, one family head, rest assured, I am already prepared this time. If Uncle Gong dares to cause trouble, I will lead the charge, rather die in battle than surrender."
Yi Ching saw this scene and shook his head with a light laugh. "No need to be so exaggerated. I don't even put Uncle Gong in my eyes."
A simple sentence revealed strong confidence. And this time, whether it was one family head or Uncle Gong, they all deeply believed it, not daring to doubt Yi Ching in the slightest. However, at this moment, for some unknown reason, An Zhang suddenly clutched her stomach and collapsed to the ground, cold sweat continuously flowing from her face, as if she was enduring immense pain.
What's going on? What happened to Aunt Zhang? Is her stomach hurting? Yes, this cleaner was just so happy, and now all of a sudden, she's in so much pain she's sitting on the ground? What happened? What's wrong?
Many people present today were actually jealous of Aunt Zhang. After all, Aunt Zhang suddenly went from being a bottom-level cleaner to a wealthy person with over 100 million in assets. Who wouldn't be jealous of that? To put it bluntly, most of the people present today, let alone 100 million in cash, would find it difficult to even produce 10 million in cash.
Jealousy had long distorted their faces.
At this moment, seeing Aunt Zhang crying out in pain on the ground, they didn't feel heartache or worry, but rather, satisfaction. And at this moment, Shi Linxin, who was crawling on the ground and had long lost all dignity, suddenly became excited. He stood up directly and said excitedly, I knew it.
She's poisoned. The life elixir Yi Ching gave her is poisonous. I just said that it was a fake. That stuff is poisonous. Yi Ching gave Aunt Zhang fake, poisonous life elixir to drink. You all saw it. Yi Ching is going to kill people. Chapter 186 Gambling with Life.
Bai Weiwei's face was incredibly pale. She couldn't imagine what her fate would be if she had drunk that poison life elixir.
Yi Ching, where exactly did I, Bai Weiwei, offend you, that you would poison me? What are your intentions?
At this moment, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but roar at Yi Ching. And the Bai family head, though also somewhat angry, remained silent, clearly not daring to offend Yi Ching. As for Bai Ruoruo, her face was also pale. Watching Aunt Zhang wailing in pain on the ground, it seemed the truth needed no further explanation. Weiwei, don't speak carelessly. Perhaps it's not Yi Ching's fault.
After the situation just now, Bai Ruoruo, at this moment, no longer dared to believe anything. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding?
When Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately became unhappy.
Sister, what are you still trying to defend him for? The facts are already laid out before us. This Aunt Zhang is now sitting on the ground wailing in pain. How can this be fake? Don't think that just because White Crystal Romance is real, everything else is real too. White Crystal Romance can be bought with money, but Life Elixir is different. It's a treasure that money might not even be able to buy. How could Yi Ching possibly possess it? Look at how he bullies brother Linxin. Isn't he just acting out of anger after being exposed? Sister, he wants to harm me.
And you're still speaking up for him.
Bai Weiwei's words silenced Bai Ruoruo. Finally, looking at Aunt Zhang, who was slumped on the ground, she looked at Yi Ching with some sadness and said, Yi Ching, do you really want to harm Weiwei? Why? Just because she opposed us being together and had a bad attitude towards you, you treat her like this?
In the end, Bai Ruoro still spoke these words. However, on Yi Qing's face, at this moment, there was no longer any disappointment or dejection, as if he had long been accustomed to it and simply didn't care how Bai Ruoro viewed him anymore.
Ignoring everyone's mockery or ridicule, Yi Qing just slowly walked up to Aunt Zhang and chuckled, "Aunt Zhang, do you believe me?"
Aunt Zhang was covered in sweat at this moment, but she still nodded at Yi Qing, forcing a smile on her face, and said, "Mr. Yi, you are a good person, I believe you." It was still that same statement. Even though Aunt Zhang was suffering torment at this moment, she still chose to believe Yi Qing. However, her words made everyone present seem like clowns. Yi Qing looked at Aunt Zhang and smiled. "The life elixir I just gave you is a more concentrated essence than the life elixir sold by Myth Group, so the effect will be more potent, but it will only benefit your body, not harm it. After a brief period of pain, your entire being will change. Don't worry, the pain will stop soon. At that time, you will discover that a surprise awaits you." It was fine when Yi Qing didn't speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, even those who were skeptical scoffed. Saying the life elixir was real was one thing, but to say it was an essence far more concentrated than Myth Group's life elixir, what else could this be but nonsense? "Yi Qing, you're talking nonsense. I'm from Myth Group, and I've never heard of a more concentrated version of life elixir existing at this point. You still dare to spread rumors? You are simply incorrigible. What are you all still standing around for? Hurry up and send this cleaner to the hospital. Are you going to just watch this cleaner die here?" Shi Lingxin, at this moment, no longer cared about his reputation and directly stood up, yelling loudly. It was as if he was the authority on life elixir. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he beckoned to Shi Lingxin. Then, Red Eyes, with a ferocious expression, walked up to Shi Lingxin, then slapped Shi Lingxin hard across the face, grabbing his hair and dragging him like a dead dog to Yi Qing. Yi Qing stepped on Shi Lingxin's face, only allowing his eyes to show, and spoke faintly, "There are many people who don't learn their lesson, and there are also people who aren't afraid of death, but someone like you, who doesn't learn their lesson, is afraid of death, and still dares to shout, is truly rare. Are you so unable to bear seeing me do well, and insist on seeing me suffer misfortune? Alright, then let's make a bet. If Aunt Zhang doesn't end up being poisoned, you die, how about that?" Upon hearing this, Shi Lingxin's body trembled violently. He didn't dare, he was afraid of death, and most importantly, Yi Qing truly dared to kill him. Even if I'm poisoned, you have an antidote, Yi Qing, don't think you can trick me." Yi Qing smiled and said, "It truly is, not seeing the coffin before shedding tears, Shi Lingxin, then I'll let you die a quick death. You know the effects of life elixir best. If, after 10 minutes, Aunt Zhang's changes are worse than what life elixir would produce, then I lose, and I die. But, if the changes in Aunt Zhang's body are better than ordinary life elixir, even rejuvenating her youth and curing her leg inconvenience, then, you die. This is very fair, isn't it?" Yi Qing was actually gambling with his own life, which showed how confident he was in the effects of his life elixir. It was unimaginable. Most importantly, Yi Qing's words were like a fantasy, making almost everyone present unable to believe them. Rejuvenating youth? Curing leg inconvenience? These were effects that even genuine life elixir might not be able to achieve. How could Yi Qing dare to say such things? Was he seeking death? But at this moment, Shi Lingxin fell silent. He didn't dare. He didn't dare to gamble with his own life, even if he believed he was 100% guaranteed to win, he still didn't dare. Looking at the silent Shi Lingxin, Yi Qing smiled and said, "What? Weren't you very confident? Why are you afraid now? This is the best chance to take my life, but I give you the chance, and you're useless?" Facing Yi Qing's mockery, Shi Lingxin's face flushed red. "Yi Qing, you don't need to scare me like this. You're just lying. Telling falsehoods. Even life elixir can't achieve the effects you're talking about. You're just lying." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Then, do you dare to bet? Are you going to bet or not?" Silence again, as if he dared not respond to Yi Qing's words. And just then, Bai Weiwei could no longer hold back and roared, "Brother Lingxin, bet with him. He's just trying to scare you, to fool you. As long as you bet, you're guaranteed to win. Then, I'll see if he really dares to die." "Still betting lives?"
If it really comes down to betting lives, if he doesn't die then, that would be a huge joke. Brother Linxin, I support you, bet with him. Bai Weiwei seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, constantly shouting and instigating Shi Linxin to agree. And Yi Qing, looking at Bai Weiwei, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Bai Weiwei, are you eager for him to die? After all, this time, it's a life or death bet. Or are you going to die in his place? Chapter 187 This is a miracle. A substitute for death? How could that be? In Bai Weiwei's heart, her life was more important than anything else. But seeing Yi Qing's arrogant demeanor, she couldn't help but feel angry. The facts were right in front of them, yet he still wouldn't admit it and dared to boast shamelessly. Was there no one who could deal with him? Yi Qing, stop trying to scare people. Linxin Gage, don't be afraid, believe me, you won't lose. The life elixir is your company's product, and no one understands it better than you. He's lying to you. Bet with him and see if he dies or not. This is the best time to reclaim your dignity. Don't be intimidated. Indeed, this was Shi Linxin's best, perhaps even only, chance to reclaim his dignity. As long as he won, then, would Yi Qing die or not? Perhaps, he would have to beg him to let him off the hook. Thinking of this, Shi Linxin's eyes lit up, and he angrily said, let go of me, I'll bet. Yi Qing, I'll bet my life with you. I bet that even if this cleaner survives, there won't be any changes to her. I'm betting with you. I refuse to believe that you, Yi Qing, can pull off such a grand trick. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing sighed softly, slowly withdrew his foot from Shi Linxin's face, and calmly said, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no gate to hell, yet you insist on barging in such a good youth, yet you insist on seeking death. Why bother? Shi Linxin gritted his teeth, wiped the dust from his face, and at this moment, no longer cared if he was naked. Looking at Yi Qing, he angrily said, Yi Qing, don't talk so much nonsense. Don't try to scare me. I'll bet with you. Isn't it supposed to show results in 10 minutes? Fine, I'll see what kind of tricks can happen in these 10 minutes. After speaking, Shi Linxin looked at Bai Weiwei, gritted his teeth, and said, Weiwei, don't worry, I will definitely avenge this humiliation for you. The humiliation you and I suffered today, I will definitely reclaim it tenfold, 100-fold. Bai Weiwei looked at Shi Linxin with a moved expression and said, Linxin Gage, I believe you can do it. Go for it, I support you. And Yi Qing, looking at Bai Weiwei, sighed softly and said, a human life will be lost because of you, Bai Weiwei. From now on, your days will likely be difficult. These words made Bai Weiwei's face turn ashen, and she angrily said, Yi Qing, if you die because you lose the bet, I won't feel bad at all. I'll be very happy, because you deserve to die. Don't talk to us. I'm waiting for you to die. At this moment, everyone present looked at each other, unsure of what would happen next. Believe Yi Qing? But how could that be? Even Shi Linxin, a member of the myth group, said that the life elixir wouldn't have such a strong effect, allowing people to regain youth, or even cure leg and foot problems, and other such miraculous effects. If it did, would it still be the life elixir? It would be a true immortal medicine. But, had Yi Qing ever lost before today? Every time, when everyone thought Yi Qing was doomed to lose, Yi Qing ultimately won. Every time, when everyone thought they were going to slap Yi Qing's face, the result was their own faces being slapped loudly by Yi Qing. Would this time be an exception? Yi Qing even dared to bet his life, which showed his immense confidence. There was a lot of discussion in the arena, with everyone debating who would win. But everyone's eyes were unanimously focused on Ant Zhang, all waiting to see what kind of miraculous changes Ant Zhang would bring. 10 minutes seemed very short, but in this instance, it was very, very long. Until, a moment later. As Ant Zhang's pain slowly disappeared and her face began to turn rosy, the medicine's effects began. Mr. Yi, I don't hurt anymore. I really don't hurt anymore. Not only does it not hurt, but at this moment, I feel a warm current flowing through my body every time it passes through a spot. I feel warm and especially comfortable. I can even feel that as the warm current passes, my body is radiating vitality and full of energy. Ant Zhang wiped the sweat from her face, extremely excited at this moment. Looking at Yi Qing, she shouted, as if witnessing a miracle. Yi Qing nodded slightly, smiled faintly, and said, it's good that it doesn't hurt anymore. Don't rush, the changes have just begun. That warm current is transforming your body, removing the hidden dangers in your body. You'll know soon enough. At this moment, Shi Linxin's eyes were a bit dull, as if he had heard something incredible.
He hadn't drunk the life elixir, but he knew that a warm current would indeed be produced after drinking it now. The life elixir created by Yi Qing also produced this warm current. What did this mean?
Was it a joke?
Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must just be a coincidence. Soon Yi Qing will reveal his true colors. Shi Lingqing muttered to himself, as if he couldn't accept this result. However, the development of this matter was not up to him. After a while, without An Zhang's exclamation, many people present began to exclaim involuntarily.
Oh my God, what did I see? Her hair turned black?
When did she dye her hair?
Oh my goodness, is that still An Zhang?
Not only did her hair turn black, but even her aged skin began to tighten. The person who originally looked like she was 60 or 70 years old now looked only around 40 or 50, and this change was still continuing.
A miracle, this is a miracle.
An Zhang heard the exclamations of the crowd, quickly picked up her phone, and looked at herself. The moment she saw her own transformation, An Zhang could no longer control her tears and they flowed freely.
Which woman doesn't love beauty? Which woman doesn't want to stay young for a few more years?
An Zhang had always lived a very hard life, aging much more than ordinary people for many years, but at this moment, An Zhang had regained her youth, and her skin had become smooth and tender, almost like a young girl's.
If this wasn't a miracle, what was?
At this time, Shi Lingqing was already somewhat insane.
He ran directly to An Zhang, gritting his teeth and saying, "Impossible, this is impossible.
Even the life elixir couldn't have such a strong effect. This is fake. This must be fake. It's an illusion. It's an illusion." After speaking, Shi Lingqing, like a madman, roared frantically, "Don't let him deceive you all. This is an illusion. It's an illusion." Yi Qing must have used some unknown method to deceive everyone's eyes. Don't believe it. Absolutely don't believe it.
Shi Lingqing couldn't accept this outcome.
Yi Qing walked up to Shi Lingqing, directly slapped him, causing Shi Lingqing to fall to the ground. Then, without even looking at Shi Lingqing, he looked at An Zhang and smiled. "That's about enough, An Zhang. You can try walking a few steps before. Your legs and feet were inconvenient, and you had a limp now. It should have recovered."
As soon as these words were spoken, An Zhang's whole body trembled instantly. And everyone present was even more eagerly awaiting the appearance of a miracle. Chapter 188. Your life is lost.
With a triumphant attitude, An Zhang took her first step, then her second, and finally, she quickly walked several steps, after which, she was in tears.
An Zhang walked directly to Yi Qing and knelt at his feet. "Mr. Yi, you are a living bodhisattva. Your great kindness and virtue, I truly don't know how to repay it. I'll kowtow to you."
However, Yi Qing stopped An Zhang and said with a light chuckle, "An Zhang, as long as you remember your original intention and continue to do good deeds, then everything you have gained today will not be in vain. This is the reward you deserve for your good heart and good deeds. I, Yi Qing, am not some good person, but I don't mind doing good deeds for some good people."
Is this a good deed? This is simply like ascending to heaven in broad daylight.
Not only did he give over 100 million in money, but he also gave out a treasure like life elixir that improves one's physical constitution. This is what countless people dream of. I believe that if they could swap places with An Zhang, many people present today would not hesitate to do all the good deeds they could, just to exchange for an opportunity to have such good fortune. However, they would be doing it intentionally, while An Zhang did it from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, An Zhang looked only in her early 40s, but her skin seemed even smoother and fairer than a 20-year-old girl's, causing all the women present to show intense jealousy in their eyes.
Which woman doesn't want eternal youth and fair skin? This is a result they would rather pay countless amounts of money and effort, even all their possessions, to obtain.
Yet, it appeared today, and it appeared on a cleaner. At this time, Shi Lingqing was already somewhat deranged, slumped on the ground, looking at An Zhang, continuously muttering, "Impossible, impossible." And Yi Qing slowly walked to Shi Lingqing's front and softly said, "The bet is over. Your life is mine." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, all looking at Yi Qing, wondering what he would do. Would he really kill Shi Lingqing?
This is a living human life, after all.
Moreover, no matter what, Shi Lingqing is a member of Myth Group. By doing this, Yi Qing is clearly completely offending Myth Group. However, at this moment, no one spoke up to beg for Shi Lingqing's life. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of just now. An Zhang's miraculous transformation was the biggest surprise today, and also the biggest gain for everyone. Even if they knew that life elixir might not achieve such an effect, its effect, even if weaker, would not be too much weaker. The intense desire to possess something, a desire never felt before, appeared in everyone's hearts at this moment.
Let me go, please, let me go. I know I was wrong, don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. Didn't you tell me to crawl? I'll crawl right now.
Looking at the indifference in Yi Qing's eyes, at this moment, Shi Lingqing clearly felt that his life was coming to an end. All the words he had once said about rather dying than submitting became a joke. When life and death were right in front of him, everything else became unimportant.
However, not everyone gets a second chance.
Yi Qing gently shook his head and said, I'm sorry, the bet is over, and you must accept the consequences of your wager.
After speaking, Yi Qing glanced at Red Eyes. Red Eyes immediately walked to Shi Lingqing, revealing a seemingly very kind smile, and said, How do you want to die? Never mind, I won't ask you, I'll give you a quick and clean release.
After speaking, Red Eyes gently placed his hand on Shi Lingqing's neck. That hand, as fair and smooth as a woman's, at this moment, was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, capable of harvesting a life at any time. Shi Lingqing collapsed, directly wetting himself out of fear.
No, don't kill me.
I am Shi Lingqing, I am an employee of Myth Group.
I have a great youth and future ahead of me. I can't die, I can't die. Yi Qing, spare me, please spare me. I swear, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. I'll never dare to be your enemy again. Spare me, otherwise, Myth Group won't let you off. They won't let you off.
Yi Qing heard this and softly said, Whether they let me off is no longer your concern now, you have one last dying wish, speak it once you're done, be on your way. Remember, don't waste this one chance, because once you've spoken, you won't have another chance to say a second word. Shi Lingqing knew that Yi Qing was not joking. He used all his strength to turn his head towards Bai Weiwei and the others. Looking at the collapsed and terrified Bai Weiwei at this moment, Shi Lingqing hated her to the bone. If it weren't for Bai Weiwei, he, Shi Lingqing, would still be a young talent envied by everyone. All of this was Bai Weiwei's fault. It was she who brought him to this birthday banquet. It was she who provoked Yi Qing, this terrifying great demon king. But why was she still alive, He really wanted to curse Bai Weiwei, but at this moment, he wanted to live. Bai Weiwei, I beg you, please save me, help me plead, save me. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. One sentence, it was over. Red Eyes' palm exerted a slight force, and the next second, the crisp sound of bones breaking reached everyone's ears. Everyone present shivered in unison. A vibrant life was thus completely extinguished before everyone's eyes. And Shi Lingqing's last words still lingered. Bai Weiwei, I hate you. Yes, in the last moments of his life, Shi Lingqing roared out his hatred for Bai Weiwei with all his might. The one he hated was not Yi Qing, not anyone else, but Bai Weiwei. Even after his death, his eyes were still fixed on Bai Weiwei, as if he wanted to engrave Bai Weiwei in his mind, to make Bai Weiwei never have a good life. Bai Weiwei let out a shrill scream, covering her eyes, collapsing to the ground, her body trembling constantly, as if she had been greatly frightened. At this time, no one sympathized with Bai Weiwei, because Shi Lingqing's death was caused by Bai Weiwei. Especially in the end, Shi Lingqing had not actively agreed to Yi Qing's bet. It was Bai Weiwei who instigated Shi Lingqing to agree. Just based on this point, Bai Weiwei could not escape responsibility. Yi Qing then looked at Bai Weiwei and said indifferently, I told you that from now on, you would bear a human life and struggle to survive. This is the punishment you deserve. Bai Ruoro, at this moment, looked at Yi Qing pleadingly, choking out, Yi Qing, Weiwei knows she was wrong. Weiwei is still young, please, let her go, don't torment her anymore. Whatever the mistake, I, as her older sister, apologize to you, isn't that enough? It's all my fault, it's because I didn't believe you that these consequences occurred. I'm sorry to you, it's my fault, I apologize to you. Chapter 189 The Most Unlucky Person. Bai Ruoro had lectured Bai Weiwei more than once before, thinking Bai Weiwei was too much, but now, seeing Bai Weiwei turn into her current state, Bai Ruoro still felt an overwhelming heartache. And seeing Mr. Ye's indifferent expression, Bai Ruoro's heart was cut like a knife. Mr. Yi sighed and shook his head, saying, "What's done is done, there's nothing more to say."
You painstakingly tried to get me to come to this birthday banquet, and I came. Is this the result you wanted to see? Haha, if this time can serve as a warning to you, then it was worth it.
After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at Red Eyes and said lightly, "Let's go, I think we are likely unwelcome here." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes showed a sneer, nodded, and followed Mr. Yi out of the place. Meanwhile, one family head looked at Uncle Joe and said in a deep voice, "Let that rebellious son crawl 2 full circles, then tie him up and take him home." Uncle Joe nodded heavily at the words, saying, "Family head, don't worry, I know what to do." It wasn't until Mr. Yi and one family head had both left that the banquet hall began to buzz with noise, everyone discussing and speculating. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave immediately, rather, they were afraid of running into Mr. Yi just outside. Besides, now that Mr. Yi had left, the banquet hall was actually the safest place. Moreover, there were people and matters they cared about still in this banquet hall. As soon as Mr. Yi left, everyone rushed towards Aunt Zhang, their gazes like wolves and tigers, as if they wanted to devour Aunt Zhang. This is truly amazing. Is this the effect of life elixir? It's simply a miracle, a miracle. Returning to youth, this is something that only appears in legends. Oh my goodness, this is actually real. No wonder so many dignitaries went to such lengths to obtain a bottle of life elixir. Its effect is truly miraculous. If I could have one bottle, I'd be willing to pay any price. Aunt Zhang had never seen such a scene before and was so stared at by these people that she became completely frightened. Just then, President Han walked directly into the crowd and said to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, I'm giving you a day off. You should go home first. I'll handle the rest." After speaking, President Han looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my employee. Please do not interfere excessively." You've all seen the effect, so I don't think much more needs to be said. However, I want to remind you of one thing. Both this life elixir and the white crystal romance were personally given to Aunt Zhang by Mr. Yi. If anyone has any ideas, you'd better think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. Upon mention of Mr. Yi, everyone present fell silent. Even those who had some ideas began to put them away. It was no joke. People could die. With Mr. Yi's temper, he really might kill someone. President Han, how could we have any ideas? We just wanted to see how miraculous this life elixir truly is. Now that we've seen it and know, we are satisfied. Yes, President Han, please don't misunderstand. We wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. President Han nodded at their words, saying, "That would be for the best. Otherwise, I don't know what Mr. Yi would do, but I will stand up for my employee. I hope you understand this point. Since the matter is settled, everyone, please enjoy the food and drinks." After speaking, President Han also turned and left. He had been holding back from speaking much with Mr. Yi, but he couldn't possibly not go find Mr. Yi. After all, Gu Old Master's business card was in Mr. Yi's hand. Just for that, he had to befriend Mr. Yi. At this moment, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's eyes were completely fixated. From the moment Aunt Zhang began to change, both of their eyes turned bloodshot, and intense jealousy made them speechless. Damn it, is it real? How is this possible? The white crystal romance is real, and the life elixir is also real. Is this world crazy, or am I crazy? Lin Ji, tell me, what exactly happened? How could Mr. Yi afford a real white crystal romance? And how could he possess the life elixir that so many people can't? Tell me. At this moment, Gao Qingyue felt as if she had fallen into deep self-doubt. Something must be wrong with this world, otherwise, how could this be? Isn't that Mr. Yi just an ordinary person? Moreover, he's someone who just got out of prison a few days ago after serving 3 years. Where did he get the money to buy some white crystal romance? Alright, even if the white crystal romance can be explained, then what about the life elixir? Most importantly, is Mr. Yi a lunatic? Is there something wrong with his head? How could he just give away such a precious item? This is something even a madman wouldn't do. Lin Ji looked at the irritated and anxious Gao Qingyue, her own mood not much better than Mr. Yi's. I don't know, Qingyue, perhaps Bai Ruoruo knows? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately sneered, looking at the dispirited, half-dead Bai Ruoruo sisters, and said coldly, "Do you think if she really knew, she would be like this now?"
Today, the most unlucky ones must be these two sisters, right?
Lin Ji nodded heavily at the words. There was no need to even try to pick anyone else. The Bairuoro sisters were definitely the most unlucky. One lost a white crystal romance worth over 100 million. The other received the life elixir as a birthday gift, but she despised it and rejected it, benefiting Aunt Zhang for free. If this isn't unlucky, who is? Not to mention other things.
Xingyue, how about we go take a look?
Other things can be ignored, but the matter of the life elixir must be clarified. That's a treasure, and you've seen how miraculous its effect is. If we can't possess a bottle, it would simply be an irreparable regret in life. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and nodded, saying, let's go find them. Bairuoro must know something. And just at this moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. Just as one family head had left, he unexpectedly returned and shouted to everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yi has something he wants me to announce to everyone. Please listen carefully. Chapter 190. Everyone donates 2/3 of their net worth. Yi Qing has already left, yet he specifically arranged for one family head to return. And what, specifically inform everyone? Is this not over yet? One family head, is there anything else? Yes, one family head. Mr. Yi, does he have any arrangements?
At this moment, no one dared to slight Yi Qing. They all spoke cautiously, their attitudes extremely respectful. However, one family head was not swayed by them, and furthermore, he was merely conveying Yi Qing's words. Heh, Mr. Yi said that today's birthday banquet was treated as a joke by everyone, but to watch a joke, one must have the capital to do so. Although in the end, it was proven that the clowns were you, and the joke was also on you, Mr. Yi feels it's still not enough. Therefore, I ask everyone present today to make good preparations. After returning home, each person must donate 2/3 of their net worth to charity, and then this matter will be considered settled. Within 3 days, whether you sell houses, land, or companies, it's up to you. In short, 2/3 of your net worth must be donated, and the amount must be sufficient. If even a single penny is missing, it will be considered intentional concealment, and then, we'll be sorry.
Alright, I've finished speaking. Gentlemen, you can continue to eat and drink happily, and then go back and make good preparations. One family head smiled, as if talking about something joyful.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall immediately erupted.
What kind of joke is this, donating 2/3 of their entire net worth? This is asking for their lives.
Moreover, it's not 2/3 of their cash, but 2/3 of their entire net worth, including real estate, companies, stocks, cash, jewelry, and everything else combined. This means that if all assets combined amount to 10 million in wealth, nearly 7 million must be donated for the matter to be resolved.
But those 7 million also include real estate, jewelry, and so on.
If they really have to donate it, many people present might even lose their homes. This is practically pulling the rug out from under them, leaving them no way to survive.
One family head, what do you mean by this? What did we do? This is simply too much. That's right, one family head, you can't bully people like this. We didn't do anything, so why should we listen to Yi Qing? Why does he demand that all of us donate money? He's too overbearing. Exactly, we won't donate. What right does he have? The money we worked so hard to earn, he says donate it and we donate it? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
One family head was not surprised. On the contrary, if these people didn't cause a scene, that would truly be surprising.
Why? One family head smiled. Since you even dared to mock Mr. Yi, then I don't think there's any need to discuss why here, is there? If you insist on asking, I can answer you. After speaking, one family head nodded to Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe understood and immediately waved his hand. Instantly, the hundreds of Uncle Joe's subordinates who had previously withdrawn from here swarmed back, surrounding the banquet hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through. Uncle Joe, register everyone thoroughly, then dispatch the Wan family's team to investigate their assets within 3 days. If anyone dares not to donate 2/3 of their net worth, then make them bankrupt and let them sleep on the streets. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe nodded heavily and said, family head, rest assured, it will be handled properly. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. This was for real. One family head, you can't do this. We still have family ties.
You can't treat your own relatives like this. Yes, one family head, I am on good terms with the one family, we are friends. One family head, we are business partners, how can you do this?
Upon hearing this, one family head looked at the crowd and chuckled. At this point, there's no need to cling to any relationships with me. If you truly have a relationship with me, then just obediently follow Mr. Yi's instructions. Haha, none of you lack money, and you're not necessarily good people either. Donating some money to accumulate virtue for yourselves, I see nothing wrong with that.
Seeing that one family head was unyielding,
these people immediately thought of Manager Han. When Uncle Gio and Tai Tu's subordinates were confronting each other earlier, it was Manager Han who drove them out now. Manager Han surely can't ignore this, can he?
At the very least, Manager Han can make these people leave the banquet hall. Manager Han, say something. Everyone is in your hotel. Does your Yunwan group not take responsibility in such a situation?
That's right, Manager Han, this is clearly bullying us.
Your Yunwan group must be responsible to your customers.
Manager Han had already left, but hadn't gone far. Hearing the commotion, Manager Han immediately turned back, looked at the crowd, and spoke indifferently. Excuse me, I think Mr. Yi is right, you should accumulate some virtue. Also, if you dare to maliciously spread rumors about our Yunwan group, then, excuse me, gentlemen, our Yunwan group will not let you off. After speaking, Manager Han looked at one family head and smiled. One family head, if you need any help, just contact me. I can still make decisions for Yunwan group here in Jiangcheng. Mobilizing some manpower to help investigate whether their assets are concealed is certainly doable. Upon hearing this, one family head chuckled. Then thank you, Manager Han. If needed, I will certainly trouble you. With one family head and Manager Han reaching an agreement, the people present no longer had any ability to resist. However, at this moment, they found a reason. That is, Gao Qingyue and Bai Ruoro's family.
They were also present, so does donating 2/3 of their net worth also have to be included?
These people, though seemingly on bad terms with Yi Qing, appeared to have a deep connection.
If they were let off, then why couldn't the others be spared? This is unfair. One family head, you're asking us to donate 2/3 of our entire net worth. I want to ask, does that include everyone present? Including the Bai family and President Qingyue?
As soon as these words were uttered, Bai family head's face instantly turned pale. And Gao Qingyue, who was about to go talk to Ruo, had an even darker expression.
You scoundrels, do I have a grudge with you? Why bring me up? Gao Qingyue instantly became enraged.
However, the others didn't even look at Gao Qingyue, their eyes remained fixed on one family head.
One family head, we are waiting for your answer. One family head's lips curled into a cold smile, saying, trying to force me this way? Then you're overthinking it. Everyone present today must donate 2/3 of their entire net worth. This is an order from Mr. Yi. He did not say who could be an exception, so no one can be an exception, including Gao Qingyue and the Bai family. Of course, if any of you have the ability to persuade Mr. Yi to let you off, then I naturally won't pursue it. After all, everything must follow Mr. Yi's command is the highest principle. Understood? As soon as these words were spoken, the people present stopped talking. But whether it was Gao Qingyue or Bai family head, their expressions had become extremely grim. Chapter 191. Let's go beg him.
At this moment, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth, looking at one family head, wanting to refute him directly, but she was pulled back by Lin Ji.
Lin Ji, why are you pulling me? This is outrageous. I worked so hard to build my fortune, and with one sentence, I have to donate 2/3 of it? What a joke, are they crazy? Qingyue, don't worry, didn't one family head say that whether it can be avoided is ultimately up to Yi Qing to decide? Right now, all these people are trying to save Yi Qing's face. Even if you speak now, there won't be any good outcome, it will only backfire. Let's wait. These words are probably for most of the people here, not including you and the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue glanced indifferently at Lin Ji and said, you'd better be telling the truth and thinking realistically, otherwise, it won't just be me, it will include you too. After all, you are also present today. With that one sentence, Lin Ji's face immediately fell. She had only thought of Gao Qingyue, the Bai family, and the other people present,
but she had overlooked that today, she, Lin Ji, was also one of those present. In fact, most people hadn't directly mocked Yi Qing, but she, Lin Ji, had spoken and opened her mouth. If everyone was wronged, she, Lin Ji, had no right to claim grievance.
I'm just an ordinary worker. It's fine if others don't give me money, but they still want me to donate money? What a joke. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, smiled, and said, do you think if you said this to one family head, he would bother with you? Alright, just as you said, I refuse to believe that Yi Qing can really make us donate all the money we worked so hard to earn. Who does he think he is? I don't care about others, but no one is going to touch my assets, Gao Qingyue's. After speaking, Gao Qingyue walked towards the Bai family. Looking at the despairing and collapsing Bai family head, the distraught Bai Ruoruo, and the somewhat dazed Bai Weiwei, she couldn't help but shake her head. They were truly pitiful. Originally, they should have been the biggest winners, but instead, they became the biggest losers. Bai Ruoruo, is this the result you wanted? I told you long ago that Yi Qing is not a good person, but you refuse to believe it now that you've fallen to this state. I ask you, do you regret it or not? Bai Ruoruo looked up at Gao Qingyue, not even in the mood to argue with her. If you're here to mock me, then, do as you please. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue shook her head and said, why would I mock you, Bai Ruoruo? I came to you to ask about something serious. What exactly is going on with the life elixir? How does Yi Qing possess the life elixir? Don't tell me you don't know anything. Since he was released from prison, you've had the most contact with him and the best relationship. Even this life elixir given to Bai Weiwei was suggested by you before he gave it. As a result, he just gave it? He just got it? What exactly is going on? You'd better explain clearly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's face was full of bitterness. Yes, she and Yi Qing originally had the best relationship, but how did it turn out like this? Looking at Gao Qingyue's questioning expression, Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, I don't know, it's true. Yi Qing only asked me what Weiwei liked. I was afraid he'd spend too much, so I just mentioned what Weiwei liked. As for the result, you all know I really don't know how the life elixir specifically came about. And just then, the words life elixir seemed to stimulate Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she was no longer in a dazed state. As if she had come to her senses, she started shouting loudly. The life elixir is mine. That's my birthday gift. It can't be given to anyone else, it can't. It's not easy to update. Remember to share 101 Kenshukum. Woo woo, that's my life elixir. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said it was fake, shouldn't have said it was poisonous. Woo woo, how could I have listened to others? Sure, Linxin deserves to die. Yes, that's right, he deserves to die. If he hadn't misled me, I should have been the one drinking the life elixir right now. Bai Weiwei regretted and cursed Shi Linxin at the same time. At this moment, she felt no guilt whatsoever over Shi Linxin's death. Seeing that Bai Weiwei was about to rush out to find Aunt Zhang, Bai Ruoruo quickly hugged Bai Weiwei and gritted her teeth, saying, Weiwei, stop it, the life elixir is gone. Shi Linxin is also dead. It's all over. You can't keep sinking like this. Wake up quickly, there's still a chance in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo in despair and said, Sister, is there still a chance? Woo woo, that was the life elixir. My life elixir. Its effect is actually so miraculous, but I missed it. I'm so unwilling, I'm truly so unwilling. It wasn't just Bai Weiwei who was unwilling. Everyone who had witnessed the miraculous effects of the life elixir wished they could give everything to obtain it. But, indeed, Bai Weiwei should be the most pained, because it should have belonged to her. Bai Ruoruo looked at the weeping Bai Weiwei, sighed softly, and said, There's a chance. Don't be sad. Yi Qing is a good person. As long as you apologize properly, I believe he will forgive you. Not only do you need to apologize properly, but even I need to apologize properly and beg for his forgiveness. Bai Ruoruo looked at Aunt Zhang, who was radiant and the biggest winner today, in the distance, and sighed softly, saying, Qingyue, Lin Ji, we all misunderstood Yi Qing, and we all misjudged Yi Qing. It turns out everything he said was true. He truly possesses the ability to make people leap over the dragon gate and soar to the sky. As soon as these words came out, Gao Qingyue didn't say anything, but Lin Ji couldn't help but tremble. She, it seemed, had also missed something.
At this moment, Lin Ji put her hand into her bag and tightly gripped the phone number Yi Qing had given her earlier.
Chapter 192 Maybe we shouldn't get divorced.
Lin Ji was trembling. After everything that happened today, she couldn't help but overthink, even if she didn't want to. Previously, Yi Qing's words were now all echoing in her ears. Everything Gao Qingyue has, in fact, was given by me. Lin Ji, I've decided to let you soar, looking down on Gao Qingyue, that feels pretty good too.
Make this call, and you will get everything you want, and even more.
All those words were vivid in her mind, and originally, she only found them laughable, but at this moment, Lin Ji couldn't laugh anymore. And at this moment, it wasn't just Lin Ji who thought of it. Gao Qingyue also frowned slightly, looked at the trembling Lin Ji, chuckled, and said, Lin Ji, it seems Yi Qing also said he would let you soar, didn't he?
Now that I think about it, is it possible that it's true?
Lin Ji let out a dry laugh, shook her head, and said, how is that possible? Although Yi Qing seems very powerful, in reality, he's just using the Wan family's influence.
Qingyue, I don't believe it, so you wouldn't believe it, would you? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly and whispered, perhaps, it is true?
After all, we don't know where Yi Qing got the life elixir from, but as long as he has that channel, it means he has infinite possibilities. Perhaps we really underestimated Yi Qing. At this point, Gao Qingyue lowered her head, her brows tightly furrowed, and said, suddenly, I have some regrets. Perhaps I really shouldn't have divorced him right after he got out of prison. I should have waited a bit longer. At this moment, Gao Qingyue felt regret for the first time. Because she could no longer see through Yi Qing. Although Gao Qingyue still felt that her abilities were strong and she knew many people, so she wouldn't be afraid, and could even disregard Yi Qing, she had to admit that at this moment, she truly was regretting. Hearing Gao Qingyue confess at this moment, Bai Ruoro suddenly burst into a mad laugh.
Gao Qingyue, you actually regret it too?
Ha, you should have regretted it long ago. Yi Qing was clearly such a good person, even taking the blame for you and going to prison. Yet, what did you give him when he came back?
You deserve the outcome you have now. Regret? Your regret is too late.
Bai Ruoro glared at Gao Qingyue fiercely, not hiding her anger towards Gao Qingyue at all at this moment.
Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Ruoro indifferently and said, how much better are you than me? Everything you did was for Yi Qing, but in the end, didn't you also get the reputation of not trusting him? What does it amount to now? At most, you can only be considered friends. Bai Ruoro, what right do you have to lecture me? Moreover, how do you know I don't have a backup plan?
At this point, Gao Qingyue revealed a playful smile and said, do you believe that as long as I want him to, Yi Qing, even if he doesn't want to forgive me from the bottom of his heart, will have to forgive me? As long as I'm happy, I can get back together with Yi Qing anytime, anywhere, ha ha. I have a trump card, but what do you have, ha ha ha. As soon as she said this, Bai Ruoro's face turned pale. She looked at Gao Qingyue and shook her head painfully, saying, no, impossible. Yi Qing will never forgive you for what you've done. He won't.
Gao Qingyue sneered, does forgiveness matter?
What's important is that even if he's unwilling and reluctant, as long as I want it, he'll have to remarry me, and he'll have to treat me well.
Even if he has to pretend, he'll have to pretend at that time. All the money, all the life elixir, everything will still be mine. You don't believe it, do you? If you don't believe it, then just wait and see.
After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and said, Lin Ji, aren't you leaving yet? They have no more use, no need to bother with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji quickly followed Gao Qingyue to leave. Bai Ruoro, however, stared intently at Gao Qingyue's retreating back, muttering, impossible, impossible, what kind of trump card could you have? You're lying to me, you must be lying to me. Yi Qing, even if he never finds another woman in this life, he won't get back together with you. Gao Qingyue, you're lying to me. Listening to Bai Ruoro's angry shouts from behind, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and chuckled, you don't believe it either? Lin Ji let out a dry laugh, not knowing how to answer. After all, they had all seen Yi Qing's temper. Gao Qingyue had gone too far, so how could Yi Qing still be with her? Gao Qingyue smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Actually, even I don't believe it now that I think about it. Fortunately, I had a backup plan back then and didn't burn all bridges. Otherwise, I might not have this opportunity. Lin Ji, don't forget, Yi Qing is a person who values relationships and loyalty, ha ha ha. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about, and too lazy to think about what Gao Qingyue was thinking. The most important thing for Lin Ji right now was just one thing: quickly find a secluded place and dial the number Yi Qing gave her. This time, she absolutely couldn't miss it again.
Qingyue, things here are done, let's leave first. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue nodded and said, it's time to leave, let's go.
After speaking, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji left the banquet hall. Of course, before they left, one family head had already registered their identities and reminded them to donate 2/3 of their assets within 3 days. However, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji didn't pay any attention to that. After exiting the hotel, Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and said, Qingyue, if there's nothing else, I'll head home first. Gao Qingyue gave Lin Ji a deep look, chuckled, and said, alright, then you go back.
Lin Ji, if there really is an opportunity to soar, don't forget to tell me.
At that time, I'm afraid I'll still need your help and support. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji quickly shook her head and said, how is that possible?
Qingyue, don't make such jokes, they're not funny at all. Not funny?
Gao Qingyue smiled, said nothing, and drove away directly. After Gao Qingyue left, Lin Ji quickly found a secluded spot, took out the phone number Yi Qing had given her from her bag, her hands trembling. Previously, she hadn't taken this phone number seriously, thinking it was just Yi Qing joking and deliberately playing with her. But now, having personally witnessed everything that happened today, Lin Ji couldn't help but consider the potential fate-changing outcome of making that call.
Taking a deep breath, Lin Ji dialed the number.
At this moment, her palms were already covered in sweat.
Chapter 193: A call from the president of Myth Group. The call was connected quickly.
At this moment, Lin Ji's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat from nervousness.
Hello, Yi Qing asked me to call you.
Before Lin Ji could finish introducing herself, a gentle and refined voice came from the phone.
Lin Ji, right? Lin Ji was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, it's me, you know me? A light chuckle came from the other end of the line.
Of course I know, I've been waiting for your call, but unfortunately, your call came too late, so you've already missed out.
I'm sorry, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up.
Also, don't call this number again in the future, it won't connect. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ji felt dizzy.
Too late?
Yes, it was indeed too late. A lot of time had passed since Yi Qing gave her the number, especially when the birthday banquet began. Yi Qing said she hadn't called, and at that time, he told her she had missed out. But this made Lin Ji even more indignant.
May I ask who you are? Are you playing a trick on me, saying you could give me a chance to soar, and then dismissing me with such an excuse? Aren't you being ridiculous?
Lin Ji was indignant. She would rather believe Yi Qing was deceiving her than believe she had truly missed a good opportunity. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled lightly and said, I am the CEO of Myth Group, Miss Lin Ji. Do you have any other questions?
Myth Group? CEO?
At this moment, Lin Ji's face was as pale as a sheet of paper.
Having witnessed the terrifying power of Life Elixir, how could she not understand what Myth Group represented? The CEO of Myth Group.
What a high and mighty figure this was. Such a person indeed had the opportunity to make Lin Ji soar, not to mention anything else. Just giving her a few life elixirs could change her fate.
Wait. What did Lin Ji suddenly think of? Agency rights? Jiangqing's agency rights? The agency rights for Life Elixir?
At this moment, Lin Ji wanted to vomit blood. If everything was as she suspected, then it meant that she, Lin Ji, had missed out on obtaining the agency rights for Life Elixir, controlling who could and could not possess Life Elixir.
How terrifying this was. Just seeing how crazy these people were for Life Elixir today, she knew that Lin Ji, who controlled the agency and distribution rights, would at least become a VIP for all the important figures in Jiangcheng, even the kind of influential person whose word was law.
This was soaring. The more she understood, the more pain Lin Ji felt at this moment.
No, impossible. How could you be the CEO of Myth Group?
You're lying to me. How could Yi Qing know such an important person?
You must be lying to me. And the person on the other end of the phone was none other than Xiyan. Xiyan chuckled and said, if you think it's a lie, then it's a lie. Goodbye.
Upon hearing Si Yan about to hang up, Lin Ji was almost going crazy at this moment. No, please, don't hang up, give me another chance, I was just a little late in calling, I didn't mean to, please give me another chance. Si Yan heard this and said softly, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi set a time limit, and you didn't call within the specified time, so, I'm very sorry, you don't have a chance. Of course, if Mr. Yi is willing to give you a chance, then everything is negotiable. After speaking, Si Yan hung up the phone without hesitation. Lin Ji stared blankly at the hung-up phone at this moment, a frantic expression appeared in her eyes, and tears flowed down her face. Impossible, but what if it's true? Yi Qing, he actually knows the CEO of Myth Group, this also explains why Yi Qing can possess life elixir, damn it. What on earth did I miss? Why didn't I just try making a call back then? No, I, Lin Ji, have lived half my life, and I've finally seen a chance to soar, I absolutely cannot miss it. Yi Qing, that's right, as long as I find Yi Qing, as long as I can get Yi Qing's forgiveness, I can still have this opportunity at that time, even Gao Qingyue will beg me, I want this feeling, I want to have this feeling even if I die. At this moment, Yi Qing had already returned to Cloud Mist Villa by car. His previous house was naturally uninhabitable. Cloud Mist Villa was Yi Qing's current home. The 120 people brought by Red Eyes, after entering Cloud Mist Villa, did not merge with the Heavenly Wolf's people but instead carried out a deeper level of defense work separately. Sitting by the small lake in Cloud Mist Villa, Yi Qing looked at Red Eyes and chuckled, long time no see, your temper has gotten worse. In front of others, Red Eyes could naturally disregard anyone's feelings, but facing Yi Qing, Red Eyes was as humble as a good child. Mr. Yi, your lesson is right, I will definitely change in the future. I will temper my temper well and guarantee not to disappoint you. Yi Qing shook his head and said, forget it, those words might fool others, but you don't need to fool me. Red Eyes, I know your strength, but there's always someone better, and there's always a higher heaven, do you understand? Red Eyes heard this and said with a smile, I understand, so I will definitely work hard to improve my strength, only then can I serve you better. Looking at Red Eyes' flattering demeanor, Yi Qing just smiled and said, be prepared, the battle on East Continent has already begun, although you are not needed for now. Once you are, you or your subordinates will have to help. Although I intend to train troops, I don't want to drag it out for too long. Some things, if they can be resolved early, still need to be resolved early. As for Uncle Gong, Yi Qing originally didn't plan to act directly, but since he came knocking, Yi Qing naturally wouldn't be polite. And when Red Eyes heard this, he immediately revealed a sinister smile and said, Mr. Yi, if it's really not working, I'll go directly and kill them all, that will solve things quickly. Yi Qing glanced at Red Eyes indifferently, shook his head, and said, you've returned to Dragon Country sometimes, when you should restrain yourself, you must restrain yourself, don't act as if killing is fun, that's a lunatic, not a normal person, do you understand? Speaking of this, Yi Qing seemed to think of something and sighed softly, Red Eyes, next, I might be very busy, and the most important thing next is to go home. When he mentioned going home, complex emotions appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. It seemed that his homesickness and longing for his relatives were somewhat uncontrollable. It's been 3 years, I don't know what my parents have become originally. The first thing I should have done after being released from prison was to go home and see my parents, but I was tied up by things. Perhaps I myself wasn't ready and didn't dare to face it. But, I have to go back eventually, I miss them. At this moment, a hint of fatigue, anticipation, and even longing appeared on Yi Qing's face. A wanderer returning home, hesitant to approach his hometown. He, Yi Qing, wasn't born from a rock. He also had parents and relatives. It was just that because of his imprisonment, his parents had ultimately suffered grievances. Red Eyes watched Yi Qing's mood sink but didn't know how to comfort him, because Red Eyes had never seen his parents since childhood, nor did he have any relatives, he had always been alone. He wanted to understand this kind of emotion, but he didn't. And at this moment, someone else who wanted to see Yi Qing's parents was Gao Qingyue. Chapter 194, Picking up Yi Qing's parents. Gao Qingyue did not return to the Myth Group at this moment, but instead went to the hospital. In the ward, Mother Gao and Gao Qingshu were eating fruit and chatting. When they saw Gao Qingyue arrive, their eyes immediately lit up. Qingyue, I knew you'd come, how is it? Do you have good news? Is Yi Qing very miserable? Do you have any videos or photos to show us? Gao Qingshu also quickly spoke, yes, sister, let me see what Yi Qing looks like. I've been impatient for a long time. Looking at the excited mother Gao and Gao Qingshu, Gao Qingyue directly shook her head and said, you're disappointed Yi Qing is safe and sound. The word safe and sound made mother Gao and Gao Qingshu explode.
What a joke, Qingyue, what's going on? Didn't we agree to teach Yi Qing a harsh lesson and vent our anger? What are you doing now?
At this point, Mother Gao frowned and gritted her teeth. Qingyue, don't tell me you still have feelings for him and can't bring yourself to act. If you're really like that, then you've disappointed us too much.
Come, look at my face, look at your brother, see how much he bullied us. Qingyue, if this gets out, will you still have the face to stay in Zhangcheng? You've simply become a joke.
Gao Qingshu, at this moment, whether he was intentionally acting or genuinely in pain, sat up and said with a pained expression, sister, even if you don't vent our anger, think for yourself. We are your family. You can't abandon us.
Gao Qingyue was very annoyed.
From the moment the unexpected incidents began to occur, she was already extremely annoyed. Especially when the life elixir Yi Qing brought out was proven to be real, Gao Qingyue was almost driven mad. Looking at Mother Gao and Gao Qingshu, who were still pressuring her, Gao Qingyue roared, enough.
Stop talking.
What do you know, talking so much nonsense here?
Do you really think Yi Qing is easy to deal with?
Then you go deal with him. Go on, you go yourselves, I won't stop you, hurry up and go.
Seeing Gao Qingyue angry, Mother Gao and Gao Qingshu's momentum weakened, and they dared not say anything more.
Sister, don't be like this, it's scary.
Yes, Qingyue, we didn't say anything. We just want you to help us get revenge. You can't just ignore us, can you?
Gao Qingyue sighed, picked up an apple, took a big bite, and said, I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with myself. I'm angry with myself for why I divorced Yi Qing as soon as he came back, and why I made things so stiff.
As soon as these words came out, Mother Gao and Gao Qingshu looked at each other. Wasn't this regret?
Before they could speak, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and continued, how did Yi Qing go from being an ordinary person to what he is now? Not only did he get to know the Wan family head, but he also made the Wan family wholeheartedly protect him. Most importantly, where did he get the life elixir?
That's a treasure countless people yearn for but can't obtain. How did he get it? However, the most hateful thing is that he actually gave such a precious item to a cleaner?
It's simply despicable, despicable. Remember the fastest novel website in the entire network and hashtag 120793, and hashtag 120792, and hashtag 120793, and hashtag 120156, and hashtag 120146, and hashtag 120159, and hashtag 120148, and hashtag 120160, and hashtag 120158. Thinking of An Zhang's appearance after drinking the life elixir, directly looking 10 or 20 years younger, and her fair skin, Gao Qingyue was incredibly jealous. Mom, Qingshu, I advise you to temporarily give up targeting Yi Qing. The Wan family is protecting him to the death. Let me tell you something, and you'll understand. Do you know what kind of treatment young Master Wan received today? Stripped naked, crawling like a dog in front of everyone.
This is the price of offending Yi Qing. Moreover, the Wan family head was right there and didn't say a word. Now, do you understand?
Mother Gao and Gao Qingshu exchanged glances, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes.
Young Master Wan was treated with such humiliation, and the Wan family head not only didn't intervene but also wholeheartedly protected Yi Qing?
This was simply incomprehensible. And Gao Qingshu, because he had been involved in the underground world, understood the implications even more clearly, and immediately felt like retreating.
Then there's nothing we can do about Yi Qing? Do we just have to accept it?
Mother Gao was somewhat unwilling. And Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and said, whether you accept it or not, you have to at least, until I find out how Yi Qing got the life elixir, let alone you, even I have to endure.
For the sake of the life elixir, I'm going all out.
I might not have time to see you these 2 days. You two behave yourselves and don't cause any more trouble. I came here just to tell you this.
Mother Gao heard this and quickly asked, where are you going? Gao Qingyue sneered, naturally, to find my in-laws. Yi Qing doesn't want me anymore, so can't I go to my in-laws and reason with them? Yi Qing, isn't he filial? Isn't he loyal and righteous? Then I want to see what he will do. Mother Gao frowned upon hearing this and said, "Why bother with those old folks? Qingyue, is it really necessary? Even if we don't provoke Yi Qing, we can at least live well. Why do you have to humble yourself like this?"
Gao Qingyue shook her head, a hint of obsession and unwillingness appearing in her eyes.
"Mom, you don't understand, that's the life elixir."
After speaking, Gao Qingyue told Mother Gao about the effects of the life elixir and how rare it was, which made Mother Gao's eyes light up. Yes, anyone who knows the efficacy of the life elixir cannot help but develop a strong desire for it, especially women.
How outrageous, it's simply outrageous. Is Yi Qing crazy?
If he had such a good thing, he should have said so earlier.
He just gave it away, and to a cleaner at that. Despicable, truly despicable. Gao Qingyue could well understand Mother Gao's anger. After all, wasn't she also angry?
"Mom, don't worry, this time, I will definitely get the life elixir." After speaking, Gao Qingyue left the ward.
And the discussion about the life elixir was not limited to this place. In a hidden manor in East Continent, in a spacious lounge, a dozen young people were currently seated.
Among them, the leading young man. If Gao Qingyue were to see him, she would definitely recognize him, because this person was none other than the young master of the Nangong family. At this moment, the young master of the Nangong family held a small bottle of life elixir in his hand, his eyes flickering with a mad flame. "Gentlemen, I don't need to introduce the life elixir to you too much. What I want to talk to you about is the myth group.
May I ask, are you interested in this group that can produce the life elixir?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the dozen or so people present all revealed strong ambition.
Chapter 195, Seizing the Myth Group. Interested? That's just nonsense. A group that can create a magical treasure like life elixir and continuously generate wealth, who wouldn't be interested?
But, being interested is one thing, whether one can obtain it is another matter entirely.
General Manager Jia, what do you mean by that? Yes, even if we're interested, what can we do?
Everyone knows that Myth Group isn't short on money, doesn't accept financing, and isn't publicly listed, so there's no way to acquire shares. Not only that, the high-level executives of Myth Group are quite mysterious, let alone being interested in their group. Even getting to know their executives is very difficult. You can't even buy one more bottle of life elixir, which is really frustrating. The people present spoke up one after another, expressing their desire for and helplessness regarding Myth Group. General Manager Jia chuckled upon hearing this and said, "It's good that you're all interested. As everyone knows, Myth Group is valued at over 10 billion, but in reality, asset inflation is only a matter of time. Right now, we still have a chance to target Myth Group, but if we wait any longer, it won't be about whether we act, but rather, someone else will reap the benefits.
This is East Province. As long as we are willing, as long as we unite, there's nothing we can't achieve. For example, you, General Manager, sure, your family has been prominent in certain fields in East Province for many years. If you're willing, I think sealing off Myth Group would be a matter of a single word, wouldn't it? And you, young Master Han, framing Myth Group with 1 or 2 charges and sending their executives to prison for a few years wouldn't be difficult, would it? Gentlemen, haven't I made myself clear enough?" After young Master Nangong's words, there was no one present who didn't understand. He intended to forcibly acquire Myth Group using some illicit means.
And seeing the knowing, yet unsurprised, expressions on everyone's faces, it was clear that they had probably done such things more than once. "Young Master Nangong, it's not impossible. We thought about doing this before, but Myth Group is very mysterious, and we can't get to the bottom of it. After all, if they have any background or powerful backing, then it would be difficult to proceed."
Young Master Nangong shook his head and chuckled. "In East Province, is there any background or backing greater than ours?"
"Gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but fortune favors the bold, especially when it comes to life elixir. I imagine everyone here has sent commercial spies into Myth Group, hoping to obtain the manufacturing method for life elixir, but all have failed, right? Then, let's just take over the entire Myth Group directly. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean swallowing it whole, but in terms of shares, we must hold the majority." At this point, young Master Nangong clapped his hands, and then a dignified-looking middle-aged man walked in from outside the room.
Young Master Nangong smiled and said, "Didn't you all say you don't know the high-level executives of Myth Group?" Let me introduce you, this is the Vice President of Myth Group, General Manager Jia. Upon hearing the title, Vice President of Myth Group, the people present couldn't help but take a few more glances. He looked over 40, yet appeared to be only in his early 30s. This wasn't just a matter of good upkeep, he had probably taken life elixir. General Manager Jia, please tell everyone about the situation at Myth Group. General Manager Jia heard this, looked at the crowd, and chuckled, Gentlemen, I'll start with what you care about most. Myth Group has no background, nor any backing. However, the boss is indeed someone else. It's just that he's not some young master from an aristocratic family, nor some powerful magnate, but rather, an ordinary young man. This statement caused a stir of discussion among the crowd. No one had expected Myth Group to have no background whatsoever.
General Manager Jia, is what you said true?
Yes, General Manager Jia, this is no joke. You must be careful with your words.
General Manager Jia, what I want to ask is, you're already the Vice President of Myth Group. I imagine your salary and benefits are certainly not low, and you must have special privileges. Why would you want to join forces with us?
The people present all asked the questions in their hearts. It wasn't that they feared a conspiracy, joking aside, in East Province, who would dare conspire against them. It was just that being foolproof was better. General Manager Jia pushed up the glasses on his nose and chuckled, people strive for higher ground, and water flows to lower places. Gentlemen, I want to climb a bit higher, is there a problem with that? I've proposed many plans that could make Myth Group soar, but they've all been rejected. In fact, besides my annual salary, I haven't even gotten a tiny bit of shares. Not only that, I even have to resort to various unorthodox methods just to get an extra bottle of life elixir. Tell me, is my position as Vice President meaningful? Young Master Nangong chuckled, General Manager Jia, this is unfair treatment. Indeed, a group's Vice President becoming virtually an empty shell, no one would be happy with that. Of course, since you've joined us, then in the future Myth Group, you'll have your share wealth, beautiful women, status, and position. You won't lack anything. However, before that, we need a guarantee, which is to ensure that Myth Group can be acquired by us, and even if some mishaps occur, can we obtain their core technology, which is life elixir? As long as we have life elixir, we can replicate a Myth Group anytime, anywhere. This is the fundamental thing. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at General Manager Jia. General Manager Jia smiled faintly and said, Gentlemen, if I didn't have this capability, then I suppose I wouldn't be qualified to sit here and negotiate with you. To be frank, all production processes for life elixir have my people involved. I am now fully prepared, just lacking the final push. As long as I get the last procedure and the top secret from the President's safe, then life elixir will be completely ours.
And I can get this done in at most a month.
Young Master Nangong heard this, immediately stood up, patted General Manager Jia's shoulder, and said, Then, we await General Manager Jia's good news. At that time, you will be the President of Myth Group, holding great power, with money and beautiful women at your disposal. General Manager Jia's face showed a triumphant smile at this moment. Looking at the people present, he chuckled, Gentlemen, you are all extraordinary individuals in East Province, no one can contend with you. However, I hope you can act quickly, because perhaps very soon, Myth Group will experience rapid expansion, and by then, there will likely be many people eyeing it. Upon hearing this, young Master Nangong's mouth curved into a slight smile and he said, Don't worry, it will be very quick. Moreover, even if someone eyes it, we're not afraid. If we can't handle it, then young Master Qin can't either?
Ha 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 ha.
Upon hearing young Master Qin's name, the eyes of everyone present lit up, as if they had found a backbone. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves, ready for a big fight. Gentlemen, prepare yourselves, and speed up. The sooner we can drink life elixir like water, the better. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who was at Cloud Mist Villa, had no idea that someone, or some force, was already planning to seize Myth Group, nor that a traitor had appeared within Myth Group.
Chapter 196, Life-Saving Grace to Yi Qing. The Bai family was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere.
Bai family head sat slumped on the sofa, continuously running his hands through his hair, muttering, I made a mistake, I made a mistake. Bai Ruoruo also sat on the sofa, silent and numb, with only loss and pain in her eyes. Only Bai Weiwei, at this moment, had a strong sense of anger and unwillingness mixed with despair in her eyes. The matter of life elixir had made her regretful until now, and perhaps, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Sister, it's fine if Yi Qing treats me like this,
but why does he treat you like this? Everything you did was for him. Sister, explain it clearly to him. If Yi Qing is such a narrow-minded person, then he is not a man. And White Crystal Romance, Life Elixir, they should all be given back to us. They are ours, not some cleaners. As Bai Weiwei spoke, tears flowed from her eyes, but unfortunately, they were tears of anger, not regret. Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, "It's come to this. Whatever we say now is too late. We made a mistake, and this is the result we deserve." Bai Family Head, with a mournful face, looked at Ruoruo and said unwillingly, "No, Ruoruo, you can't have this attitude. Can you think of a way to beg Yi Qing? Now, it's not just about White Crystal Romance and Life Elixir. If we can't get Yi Qing's forgiveness, our Bai family is finished, completely finished. If 2/3 of our assets are really donated, not to mention whether the company will go bankrupt, I'm afraid we won't even be able to keep this villa. Ruoruo, your mother and I are old. We can't handle this kind of shock. Can you just help us?" Today, everyone who had mocked Yi Qing would pay a heavy price, and the Bai family would naturally be no exception. Bai Ruoruo looked at her sad father and the nearly collapsing Bai Weiwei, and her heart was also filled with sorrow. Sighing softly, Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, "I also want to explain everything clearly to Yi Qing and return to our previous state, but I can't. He won't forgive me. You all saw it today. Yi Qing gave us many chances, but we didn't cherish them. Let it be. We no longer have any capital to ask for Yi Qing's forgiveness." At this point, Bai Ruoruo shed tears of sadness. She had lost the love she once had a chance to gain, and she had lost everything. At this moment, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she looked at Bai Ruoruo and said, "No, sister, there's a chance. Really, there's still a chance. Have you forgotten what you told me before? As long as you tell Yi Qing about that matter, then Yi Qing will surely feel guilty towards you again and will definitely forgive you." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Family Head's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Bai Weiwei and said impatiently, "Weiwei, what are you talking about? Tell me, quickly, tell me." Bai Ruoruo seemed to have thought of it as well, and quickly shook her head, saying, "Bai Weiwei, what are you trying to do? You promised me that no one else would know about that matter besides you. Now you're actually going to use this to threaten Yi Qing?" "No, absolutely not." Bai Weiwei heard this and said anxiously, "Sister, what time is it now? You're about to lose him, and he has no good feelings for us anymore. Don't we have no choice? Now, even the entire Bai family is about to be ruined by him. Even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for uncle? Besides, there's nothing to hide about what happened back then. It was you who saved Yi Qing, and Yi Qing has the right to know that." Bai Family Head immediately said, "Saved Yi Qing? What happened back then?" Bai Weiwei directly said, "It's like this. Yi Qing had a car accident back then, and sister risked her life to save Yi Qing. Because of this, the scar is still on her body, but in the end, Gao Qingyue feigned pity and claimed credit for saving Yi Qing, which led to them getting married. So, I'm going to tell the truth now. This way, Yi Qing will know that he loved the wrong person back then. He should have loved sister. Even if he doesn't want to love her, he owes sister a life, and he can't deny that. The grace of saving a life, it was the grace of saving a life." Bai Family Head's eyes were filled with hope at this moment. "Tell him, you must tell him, Ruoruo, if not now, then when?" "Weiwei, if it's not appropriate for your sister to say it directly, then you go and say it. Go now, the sooner the better. You must let Yi Qing know the truth. If that's the case, everything might change. Our Bai family won't have to go bankrupt. Yi Qing, he owes my daughter a life. Let's see how he repays it." Bai Family Head burst into laughter, his previous despair completely gone. Bai Weiwei also smiled, as if she had found Yi Qing's weakness and seen that Yi Qing would have to repay them. Only Bai Ruoruo opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she sighed and said nothing. "There's no time to lose, I'm going now. Uncle, sister, don't worry, I'll definitely bring you good news." After speaking, Bai Weiwei quickly left the house. After leaving, Bai Weiwei immediately rushed to Yi Qing's home, but it was empty. Yi Qing had already moved to Cloud Mist Villa, so he couldn't be found in that small house. Bai Weiwei quickly dialed Yi Qing's number. Unfortunately, no one answered. At this moment, Yi Qing, sitting in Cloud Mist Villa and talking with red eyes, looked at his phone and chuckled. "I thought Gao Qingyue would be the first to call me, but I didn't expect it to be Bai Weiwei." Red Eyes smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, aren't you going to answer?" Yi Qing shook his head and said, Bai Ruoro and I can only be friends from now on. I don't owe them, and I certainly don't owe Bai Weiwei. After speaking, Yi Qing directly blacklisted the number. At this moment, Red Eyes looked at Yi Qing, hesitated for a moment, and chuckled, Mr. Yi, what if it's Gao Qingyue looking for you? Although I don't know what happened between you two, I am aware of your feelings for Gao Qingyue.
Is there really no possibility left?
Yi Qing narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said, there won't be even a sliver of possibility. Just consider that I once misjudged someone. However, what she owes me, it is indeed time to reclaim it. Since money and power changed her and made her like this, then I will make her lose everything I gave her. If that can make her return to her former self, then it can be considered saving her. At this moment, Gao Qingyue was not here. If she had heard Yi Qing's words, she would probably have been extremely angry. However, at this moment, Gao Qingyue had already gotten into her car and was on her way to Yi Qing's parents' house. She did not choose to ask Yi Qing for forgiveness immediately, nor did she come to apologize. Instead, she used the most extreme method to force Yi Qing to apologize and make amends to her. In Gao Qingyue's heart, she was the one who was high and mighty. Yi Qing, no matter what he became, should listen to her, or rather, submit to her. Sitting in the car, Gao Qingyue laughed heartily as she made a phone call.
Big sister, it's okay, you don't have to wait for me. It's fine, no need to prepare such a rich meal. I just miss mom and dad and want to bring them to Jiangqing to stay for a while and also get a checkup. Yes, come together, yes, all of you come together. My villa is big enough for all of you. Yes, I have the car. You and brother-in-law, and big brother and sister-in-law, all of you come. Our family will have a good time. Haha, it's okay, no need to thank me, we're family, no need to be polite. Chapter 197, Rebellious Son, apologize quickly.
After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Gao Qingyue hung up the phone. A sneer even appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Parasites, if I didn't need you to act with me, would I be so polite to you idiots? Yi Qing having sisters and brothers like you is his bad luck. I just don't know, he endured it back then, but now, knowing that you are even more brazenly harming your family, can he still endure it? He. Gao Qingyue seemed to have already envisioned the scene of Yi Qing having a big fight with his own brother, sister, and even his biological parents, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew more and more excited. At this moment, Lin Ji also arrived at Yi Qing's home, looking distraught. However, the first thing she saw was Bai Weiwei sitting at the entrance of Yi Qing's house. It was as if Bai Weiwei had been waiting for a long time. Bai Weiwei, why are you here?
Lin Ji frowned slightly.
Bai Weiwei saw Lin Ji but showed no warmth, saying, I'm waiting for Yi Qing to come back. What? Are you also looking for Yi Qing?
Lin Ji, you're looking for Yi Qing, you wouldn't be doing it behind Qingyue's sister's back, would you?
This was indeed something Gao Qingyue didn't know.
Lin Ji frowned and said, let's not make fun of each other. Bai Weiwei, are you here to ask Yi Qing for forgiveness? Where's your sister?
If she doesn't come, is your sincerity not enough?
Bai Weiwei scoffed upon hearing this, there's no need for my sister to show up, my presence is enough. Lin Ji, if you want to make fun of my sister, I think you're overthinking it. As long as my sister is willing, Yi Qing will definitely forgive her and be with her, humph. These words made Lin Ji cover her mouth and laugh.
With things being such a mess today, where did Bai Weiwei get such confidence? Alright, if you think so, then so be it so. Are you going to keep waiting? Bai Weiwei looked at Lin Ji with some displeasure and said, I'm willing to wait. What's it to you?
Lin Ji shook her head, sighed, and said, seeing that you've waited so long without success, I think you actually don't need to wait anymore, because Yi Qing might have already moved.
As soon as these words came out, Bai Weiwei was stunned for a moment and said, moved? Moved where? Do you know something?
Lin Ji had no intention of hiding anything and directly said, I just heard Yi Qing mention it before, saying he wouldn't live here anymore and was going to move. Now that he hasn't returned for so long, I suppose he really has moved. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei seemed to recall that she had also seen Yi Qing packing things before, which made her genuinely anxious.
Looking at Lin Ji, Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, Lin Ji, call Yi Qing now and ask him where he is. I really have an urgent matter.
Lin Ji originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she still dialed Yi Qing's number.
However, it went unanswered.
Seeing this, Bai Bai Weiwei sighed softly and said, "No need to block me, and you're probably in the same boat, Lin Ji. You're right, at a time like this, there's no need for us to have any more conflicts. If you have any news of Yi Qing, let me know." With that, Bai Weiwei was about to leave. Lin Ji looked at Bai Weiwei's retreating figure, frowned slightly, and said, "Bai Weiwei, why do you seem not anxious at all?" Bai Weiwei turned back, smiled, and said, "Being anxious is useless, isn't it? What's more, I'm very sure that I'll find Yi Qing sooner or later, and once I find him, my goal will definitely be achieved. But you, Lin Ji, even if you find Yi Qing, what can you do? You wouldn't still be thinking about your chance to soar, would you? I'm curious, really, can it truly make you soar? Looking at you, it seems you've already believed it." Lin Ji was silent for a moment, not answering Bai Weiwei, but just said in a deep voice, "Whether I can soar or not isn't important. What's important is that you and your sister lost the most today. White Crystal Romance, Life Elixir, they all reached your hands, they belong to you, but what happened?" He. These words made Bai Weiwei's face turn pale and filled her with anger. "Lin Ji, don't make fun of me. At least, we did get them, and we will continue to get them. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see." With that, Bai Weiwei snorted coldly and left directly. Lin Ji looked at Bai Weiwei's retreating figure with dissatisfaction in her eyes, then frowned again and dialed Yi Qing's number, but it was still turned off. Did he really block me too? Damn it, Yi Qing, are you still a man? You wait, don't let me find you. I definitely won't miss this chance. With that, Lin Ji also left. Today was a very peaceful day for Yi Qing. At least, this night was. Lying on Lake Heart Island in Cloud Mist Villa, Yi Qing felt a rare sense of peace and contentment, and this was thanks to the environment and spiritual energy of Cloud Mist Villa. It wasn't until early the next morning that a small boat, loaded with a sumptuous breakfast, quietly arrived at Lake Heart Island. The person delivering the meal was Red Eyes. "Mr. Yi, your complexion looks better and better. You must have rested well last night," Red Eyes said with a smile. Yi Qing nodded and said, "The environment is very good and very quiet, allowing one to relax." Red Eyes nodded, looked at Yi Qing, and said softly, "You haven't had a good rest since you returned, Mr. Yi. If you don't mind, just leave any worldly affairs to me. You should rest well." Yi Qing nodded and did not refuse. Although Red Eyes' actions could sometimes be quite wild, if properly arranged, Red Eyes often acted with discretion. "I don't have much to do. What needs to be resolved most now are the matters on East Continent. Uncle Gong's problem will have to be resolved sooner or later. Red Eyes, if Tiger Tooth's progress isn't smooth within a week, then you can take your people and act." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes' eyes lit up, revealing a hint of madness. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I know what to do. But, do we still need to wait? Why don't I go now and help you settle this matter?" Yi Qing shook his head upon hearing this and said, "This is not my concern, and Tiger Tooth and his subordinates also need training. Just wait." With that, Yi Qing picked up a glass of milk, just as he was about to drink it. His phone rang. Seeing that it was Gao Qingyue's number, Yi Qing immediately hung up. However, this time, the calls kept coming relentlessly, as if the phone was possessed. Annoyed, Yi Qing directly blocked her. He had nothing to say to Gao Qingyue. But, just after he blocked Gao Qingyue's number, another unknown number called him. Annoyed, Yi Qing answered the call directly. However, before Yi Qing could speak, a voice that was both familiar and strange reached Yi Qing's ears. "Husband, are you still angry with me? Why haven't you been answering my calls? Did you block me?" "Husband, I was wrong. You doing this makes me very sad." Yi Qing frowned and said in a deep voice, "Gao Qingyue, what are you playing at? Who's your husband? Stop talking nonsense in front of me." With that, Yi Qing was about to hang up. However, at this moment, an aged but robust voice reached Yi Qing's ears, making him first stunned, then bitterly smile. "Rebellious son, how are you talking to your wife? Hurry up and apologize, you're a scoundrel." Chapter 198 Disguised HD Moon. Yi Qing was not familiar with other voices. But how could Yi Qing not recognize his own father's voice? Yi Qing's relationship with his father was similar to that of most ordinary people with their fathers. There was no deep heart-to-heart connection, but deep down, he held immense respect for him. In fact, all of Yi Qing's efforts were aimed at ensuring his parents lived a good life. Yi Qing had indeed succeeded in making his parents proud in the past. But this pride didn't last long, as Yi Qing's imprisonment changed everything. It had been 3 years, and Yi Qing hadn't returned home immediately, not only because of Gao Qingyue but also because he wasn't ready yet. Now, suddenly hearing his father's voice, Yi Qing felt both joy and a touch of helplessness.
Dad, why are you with Gao Qingyue? Where's Yi mother? Is she with you too? Are you two doing well?
At this moment, Yi Qing put everything else aside and quickly expressed his concern. However, what he received in return was a scolding.
Do you still have us in your eyes, you scoundrel? You're out of prison, and you don't even know how to make a phone call, and now you're even forcing Qingyue to divorce? You're a complete jerk.
I'm at Qingyue's villa right now, get over here immediately. After speaking, without waiting for Yi Qing to say anything, the call was directly hung up. Yi Qing held the phone, a bitter smile on his face. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Gao Qingyue was too much, she actually dragged his parents into this, and judging by his father's attitude, Gao Qingyue probably didn't tell him the truth. Red Eyes, prepare the car, I'm going into the city. Red Eyes also noticed Yi Qing's changed expression and, without a word, immediately arranged for a car to be prepared.
Meanwhile, at Gao Qingyue's villa,
an elderly couple was sitting on the sofa, and a couple in their 30s was also seated nearby. Gao Qingyue, who was usually arrogant and overbearing, now looked like a wronged young wife, wiping away tears and recounting her grievances. Dad, Mum, sister, brother-in-law, you all saw it, Yi Qing even blacklisted my calls boohoo, I know it's my fault, I shouldn't have argued with him but I'm a woman, and maintaining such a large enterprise for 3 years has really been difficult for me. I just wanted to scare him a little, to make him understand me better in the future, but he treated me like this. Dad, Mom, it's my fault, but please help me talk to him, I really don't want to divorce him. Gao Qingyue cried a river of tears, portraying herself as a deeply devoted victim. Yi mother sighed and continuously comforted Gao Qingyue, holding her hand. Yi father's face was ashen, his fists clenched, and he said angrily, Qingyue, don't worry, we will definitely get justice for you if that rebellious son dares not apologize to you, I'll break his legs, this is simply outrageous. At this moment, Yi Qing's elder sister, Yi Qinglian, hesitated for a moment and said, Qingyue, my Yin fatty has been in prison for 3 years, perhaps he's not thinking clearly right now, don't mind him, after all, he's actually had a very hard time. Hearing Yi Qinglian's words, her husband Shi Daho said impatiently, spoil him, still spoiling him? Don't you know what kind of person your Yin fatty is? He's not someone who makes people worry, and he's selfish. When he was rich, I asked him for money, and he wouldn't lend it to me. Now that he's in trouble, let's see how arrogant he can be. Hearing Shi Daho speak of her Yin fatty in such a way, Yi Qinglian's face turned somewhat ugly, and she said, you lost a lot of money gambling back then and owed a mountain of debt. Didn't my Yin fatty help you pay it back? But what about you? You repeatedly refused to change your ways. He stopped trusting you, that's why he didn't help you, but didn't he help you before? He helped you find a job, helped you pay off your debts, and even the house we live in was built with money from Yi Qing. Shi Daho, how dare you speak ill of my Yin fatty? You're a scoundrel. Shi Daho snorted upon hearing this and said no more, but his eyes were filled with resentment. At this moment, Gao Qingyue quickly interjected, sister, brother-in-law, please don't argue over me. Yi Qing and I are fine, as long as we can reconcile, everything will be alright. Brother-in-law, don't be angry, it's just money, our family isn't short of money now, don't worry, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Upon hearing this, Shi Daho's face was all smiles. Good, that's great. Sister-in-law, don't worry if Yi Qing dares not to listen or apologize properly to you, I, as your brother-in-law, will certainly take care of him. Don't worry, that kid has been afraid of me since he was little. If Dad can't step in, I can do it. At this moment, Yi father said in a deep voice, alright, Daho, say less. Although you've changed a lot now, you have no right to talk about the things you've done. Let's see what Yi Qing says when we meet him. I'm telling you, don't cause trouble. The most important thing now is for the young couple to reconcile. Gao Qingyue nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, Dad is right, Yi Qing, and I just had a misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. Don't be too harsh on Yi Qing, you know, he's had a difficult time these past few years. At this point, Gao Qingyue wiped away tears again, as if she truly felt sorry for Yi Qing. Watching these scenes unfold, not to mention those present, even others would surely think Gao Qingyue was a good wife who deeply loved her husband.
However, if Lin Ji, Bai Ruoruo, or Bai Weiwei were here, they would probably be admiring Gao Qingyue's acting skills.
Yi father snorted and said, "Qingyue, you are too gentle, which makes him presumptuous and lawless. If you truly want what's best for him, don't always indulge him." Yi mother, standing nearby, sighed softly and said, "Old man, the child has suffered a lot, don't say any more." Gao Qingyue also quickly said, "Yes, Dad, don't be too angry. Let me tell you something happy. I've decided to renovate the roads in our hometown in your names, and also install streetlights. By then, every household will have concrete roads, so you won't have to worry about rainy days anymore." Upon mentioning this, Yi father's face immediately broke into a smile, and he said, "Qingyue, this is a great thing that benefits the villagers. But won't it be too expensive?" At this moment, Shirdahu was also excited and quickly said, "Dad, you're underestimating sister-in-law's strength. Qingyue Group's assets are over 1 billion now, right? Don't worry, sister-in-law has money." After speaking, Shirdahu looked at Gao Qingyue and said fawningly, "Sister-in-law, I wonder if the road renovation and streetlight installation can be entrusted to me? Don't worry, I'll handle it perfectly and won't drag anything down." Chapter 199. He always listens to his parents. Qingyue understood Dahu's intentions at a glance. He just wanted to profit from the road construction and street light installation. However, Qingyue didn't care about any of that, whether it was building roads or installing street lights. It was all just part of her plan to win over Yi Qing's parents. As for who made the money, or even how well the road was built, she didn't care in the slightest. Alright, if brother-in-law has this in mind, that's for the best. I heard brother-in-law is now the security department manager at Village Run Enterprise. I think, with a bit of good nurturing, becoming the general manager wouldn't be difficult at all. Upon hearing this, Dahu quickly smiled and said, "Does sister-in-law think so too? That's truly wonderful. I've always felt my abilities haven't been fully utilized. As long as sister-in-law is willing to speak up, Village Run Enterprise will definitely respect your opinion. After all, Yi Qing was founded with your and Yi Qing's money, and you still have shares in it. Your words carry weight." Qingyue smiled and nodded, saying, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I know what to do." Just then, Qingyue's phone rang. Seeing Yi Qing's phone number, Qingyue smiled and said, "Father, Mother, you two rest for a bit, I'll take this call." After speaking, Qingyue returned to her room and answered Yi Qing's call. "Husband, when are you coming back? Father and Mother have been waiting for you, and they're getting angry." Listening to Qingyue's cloying voice, Yi Qing's mood was clearly not good. "Qingyue, I know you have your ideas, but you've got quite some nerve to use my family. Tell me, what exactly is your goal?" Qingyue heard him, smiled, and said, "What goal could I possibly have? I just regretted it and don't want to divorce you anymore, but I was afraid you wouldn't forgive me, so I invited my parents over." Is she trying to fool a ghost with that line? Yi Qing's face turned ugly, and he sneered, "Qingyue, put on that act. Aren't you afraid I'll expose your true colors on the spot? Do you think what you've done can still be forgiven? I advise you, let's part amicably. That way, I can still save you some face. Otherwise, Qingyue, don't end up losing everything." Upon hearing this, Qingyue's face immediately turned a bit ashen, and she said coldly, "Yi Qing, you don't need to scare me anyway. Your parents are on my side. Aren't you the most filial? If you want to make them angry, just say so today. Whether you come to my house or not, I don't care. At worst, I'll take care of your parents. I want to see what you'll think then." With that, Qingyue directly hung up the phone. Qingyue then walked out of the room, her eyes slightly red, and said tearfully to Yi father, "Yi mother, Father, Mother, I'm going to the company now. You two rest at home. Yi Qing. Yi Qing should be here soon. Let him keep you company for a bit, and I'll arrange a place for us to gather at noon." With that, Qingyue was about to leave. However, her appearance clearly showed she had suffered a great grievance. Yi father immediately became furious and shouted, "Who called just now? Was it that scoundrel Yi Qing? That damn thing, I'll deal with him when I see him." At this moment, Qingyue said nothing, just left directly, looking aggrieved. After leaving the door, Qingyue finally sneered. "Yi Qing, you want to play with me?
You can't win against me.
With that, Xingyue looked back at the villa and sneered, a bunch of parasites. If you didn't still have value, I wouldn't let you come to my house even if you died.
If Yi father Yi mother were to see Qingyue's current appearance, they would probably be truly shocked. Was this harsh and cunning face truly the Qingyue they once knew?
Meanwhile, Yi Qing was on his way. His parents had come, so it was impossible for him not to come.
Moreover, he didn't trust leaving his parents in Qingyue's hands at all.
After Qingyue returned to Qingyue Group, she kept a smile on her face. Lin Ji felt inexplicably confused when she saw it.
She just had a problem, and she's already this happy? President, why are you so happy today? Is there some good news?
Lin Ji felt very disappointed that she hadn't found Yi Qing, but she couldn't show it in front of Qingyue. She still had to work for Qingyue. Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, her eyes slightly narrowed, and said, I feel your mood isn't very cheerful. Tell me, did you go looking for Yi Qing?
But, I guess you must have called the number he gave you, right? Can you tell me who that person was?
Lin Ji trembled slightly upon hearing this, looked at Qingyue, and said, I called, but it was useless. Yi Qing tricked me, because after I called, the other party just said something about me missing the time and then hung up. She originally wanted to hide it, but such a thing was impossible to hide. Lin Ji simply told her a half-truth.
Qingyue heard her, chuckled, and said, perhaps he didn't trick you, but you really did miss the time? After all, Yi Qing loves to watch a good show now, and you've offended him quite a bit. He must have done this on purpose. However, you don't need to be too sad, because even if that call was real, he wouldn't give you any benefits, and even if he did, he would eventually take them back. This is his true nature. Yi Qing. Lin Ji, haven't you seen it clearly yet? At this point, Qingyue walked over to Lin Ji, patted her shoulder, and sighed, I know you've always wanted to surpass me, but relying on this method clearly won't work. To put it bluntly, Yi Qing is completely under my control. Do you still need to think about other things? Just be my assistant honestly, and I won't treat you unfairly. Looking at Qingyue's condescending manner, Lin Ji felt anger beginning to burn in her heart at this moment. How much contempt did she have for her? But she, at this moment, couldn't do anything. Yes, President, don't worry, I won't think about anything I shouldn't. I will definitely cherish the opportunity to work by your side. Qingyue smiled and nodded, saying, that's a good girl. Book a good restaurant at noon. I want to treat my father-in-law and mother-in-law to a meal. Come along then, too. Didn't you want to see Yi Qing? He will definitely be there at noon. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji was immediately stunned. Father-in-law? Mother-in-law? President, did you invite Yi Qing's parents over? But, didn't you hate them the most and want to draw a clear line with them? Why are you still inviting them to dinner? Upon hearing this, Qingyue immediately sneered, foolish, Lin Ji, why are you so foolish now? Yi Qing has such great value now, I can't possibly give up, right? But, for me to beg him for forgiveness, that's a dream. Even if there's begging, it should be him begging me for forgiveness. His parents are here, and everything will just proceed as I wish, ha ha ha. Lin Ji heard her, looked at Qingyue, and felt that this woman was indeed terrifying. Her thoughts were extremely profound. But, would Yi Qing really do as she wished? Chapter 200 Bullying My Brother-in-Law. At this moment, Yi Qing had already arrived at Gao Qingyue's villa entrance. He sighed softly. Compared to the irritation in his heart, there was more joy at seeing his family. He hadn't seen his parents in 3 years, and Yi Qing's longing was, in fact, deeper than the ocean. He pressed the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Yi Qing's elder sister, Yi Qinglian. Yi Qing, you're here. You've suffered these past 3 years. Yi Qinglian loved Yi Qing very much, ever since he was little. At this moment, upon seeing Yi Qing, she couldn't help but embrace him and start crying. Yi Qing chuckled and said, sister, I haven't suffered much. I haven't lost weight, I've even gained some. After letting go, Yi Qing walked into the living room and saw Yi father and Yi mother sitting on the sofa, his eyes immediately turning red. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing walked directly in front of Yi father and Yi mother, then knelt directly on the floor. Mother, your son is unfilial, I've made you suffer. Yi mother could no longer hold back and immediately went to hug Yi Qing, crying bitterly. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Quickly, don't kneel anymore. Father and mother won't blame you,
But in the future, you really must be obedient and sensible. We absolutely cannot go to prison again.
Yi Qing nodded, just about to get up. Yi father snorted coldly, keep kneeling properly. Why are you getting up? You've completely disgraced our Yi family's old face. Do you still have the nerve to get up?
Upon hearing this, Yi mother immediately became displeased.
Old man, our son just came back. Why are you scolding him like this?
I believe our son has been wronged. I'm telling you, don't take out the anger you suffered in our hometown on our son.
Upon hearing this, Yi father said angrily, just spoil him. Am I getting angry because I suffered in our hometown? I'm getting angry because he's still not sensible even now.
Gao Qingyue is such a good girl. He insisted on marrying her back then, but what's the result? Now he's incompetent, has no prospects, and as soon as he got out of prison, he's unhappy and wants a divorce just because Gao Qingyue said a few words. He's simply a scoundrel.
Yi Qing, tell me, are you going to divorce Gao Qingyue, or have you already divorced her? Speak.
At this moment, Yi Qing felt utterly speechless. He had divorced, that was a fact. However, the true facts were definitely not as Gao Qingyue had claimed behind his back. He, Yi Qing, was the one who had been wronged, alright? But sometimes, facing parents, children simply cannot explain clearly. Yi Qing sighed and said, I've divorced, but please listen to my explanation. Upon hearing this, Yi father slammed the table heavily, stood up, pointed at Yi Qing, and said angrily, explain what?
What more do you have to explain?
Such a good girl, and you just discard her?
She's already softened and still loves you. Are you, Yi Qing, really so heartless and ungrateful? I'm not going to waste any more words with you now. I'll just ask you one thing. Are you going to apologize? Tell me now. Apologize? Yi Qing, apologize to Gao Qingyue?
Yi Qing gritted his teeth, wanting to burst into anger. However, facing his enraged father and his family who were all urging reconciliation, he could only suppress his fury. It was true that he was Yi Qing, and it was true that he was no longer the same as before, but when facing his family, he was just an ordinary child. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing gritted his teeth and said, Father, you don't know what happened, and you won't listen to my explanation. Haven't you ever considered that from beginning to end, it wasn't my fault? Before Yi Qing could finish speaking, Yi father became even more furious. Between husband and wife, what are you talking about right and wrong? Even if Gao Qingyue was wrong, so what? Didn't she already apologize to you? You, a grown man, don't even have that much tolerance. What do you want to do? I'll ask you, are you still my son? If you don't want to acknowledge me as your father, then fine, I can leave now. From now on, you can do whatever you want. After speaking, Yi father immediately pulled Yi mother and said angrily, what are you still doing here? Let's go. From now on, we'll pretend we don't have this son. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing was truly helpless. He couldn't use any of his strength and could only helplessly say, Father, just assume I was wrong, okay? Please don't be like this, I'm begging you, isn't that enough? Helplessness, besides helplessness, there was only helplessness. But all that helplessness turned into anger towards Gao Qingyue. Despicable, shameless, Gao Qingyue actually dared to use his family. This touched Yi Qing's bottom line. He would absolutely not forgive her. Shirdaho walked up to Yi Qing at this moment, looking down at him, and said indifferently, Yi Qing, your father is also doing this for your own good. Gao Qingyue, alone, built such a large enterprise. She is truly excellent. Moreover, she even built roads and installed streetlights for the village. Why are you so ungrateful? Honestly, I feel like slapping you when I hear this. You should quickly apologize to Gao Qingyue and seek her forgiveness. It was fine for Yi Qing's parents to lecture him, but Shirdaho, this brother-in-law by marriage, Yi Qing had always been at odds with him. He had only tolerated it in the past for his sister's sake. But to say there had never been a conflict was impossible. In fact, Yi Qing had even been ambushed and hit over the head one night, and to this day, Yi Qing suspected Shirdaho was behind it. New grudges and old hatreds, one could say, were vivid in his mind. At this moment, Yi Qing immediately stood up, looked at Shirdaho, and said coldly, Shirdaho, when is it your turn to speak about my Yi family's affairs? Do you think you're such a good person? And you dare to lecture me? I'm telling you, in the past, I tolerated it, I gave in, and I didn't bother with many things. That was fine, but from now on, you'd best behave yourself, otherwise, I will make you regret it. As soon as these words were spoken, Shirdaho's eyes widened, as if he had heard something incredible. His eyes were even flashing with anger.
Good, Yi Qing, you've grown a temper, haven't you?
3 years of imprisonment, it seems you've become capable. You made a mistake yourself, and now you're lecturing me. Fine, truly fine.
Father, Mother, Qinglian, you all saw it, didn't you? I've diligently dedicated myself to this family for years, and now, just for advising Yi Qing a few words, I'm lectured, and even threatened by him. I'm truly wronged to death.
Yi Father's anger grew stronger at this moment. He pointed at Yi Qing and began to curse him out.
You scoundrel, how dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that? I originally thought that what Gao Qingyue said might have been a bit exaggerated, but now, looking at your face, I think Gao Qingyue actually concealed quite a few things for you. You unfilial son, apologize to your brother-in-law immediately.